Hello, and welcome to Legalbytes. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel, we explain the law one bite at a time. We don't give legal advice, but we do talk about how the law works and try to look into our crystal ball to see how things might turn out. If you're enjoying this on YouTube, we'd love it if you could like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with friends, all the great YouTube-y stuff. And if you want to listen while out and about, we're now offering our live streams in podcast form where you can leave a rating and review. Links are in the description below, as well as to our clips channel where you can find some of the best clips taken from our live streams. Otherwise, if you want to catch me elsewhere, you can find me on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And if you want to support the channel, you can do so on Locals, Patreon, or by becoming a YouTube member, or by buying some really awesome Legalbytes merch. Again, all links are in the description below. And with that said, let's get into it. All right. Good morning. Good morning, biters. Good morning, Bite Club. Good morning, Rick Hogue and all the Hoagies.
Good morning. What a fine morning it is. Second to last day of testimony.
Can you believe we're here? Like, doesn't it feel like it's been a blink of an eye?
I believe it feels simultaneously like a blink of the eye and the only thing I've ever done in my life. So I mean, it's really interesting. So today, usually we've got one day left. When we get to closing, I'll start singing some Les Mis. I do some one day more. I think it's a really good rendition, so you can get excited about that. Right now we're pretty close to at the end of all things, Mr. Frodo. So it's fun. It's fun. I'm enjoying myself.
Yes. Got some really good Les Mis reference there. A really good Lord of the Rings reference there. We're doing great. We're doing great with movie and Broadway references, right?
I'll sing all Les Mis. I'll just do it terribly. That's you're gonna start wanting to hit the like button just to get me to stop. Is really what'll happen there. So yeah.
Well, I love seeing all these folks in the chat. We've got over 11,000 people already within 2 minutes, and we're even a few minutes late. I apologize for being a little bit late, guys. It is just kind of scrambling to try to get some stuff done as we move on through this week, and this week being a 5-day court week too makes it a little bit more complicated. And the recap is also up. So
Nice.
if you guys have missed yesterday, perfect timing, of course. And I timed that perfectly myself. No, I didn't, not at all. Not for a second.
Line right up. This is the movie magic. Remember? Jason
It's the
Momoa
movie
can't
magic.
actually breathe underwater. We can make chemistry out of anything. You line those up perfectly. You don't have to admit to coincidence.
Exactly. So, anyhow, but we are, I mean, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm tired. I'm a little bit worn out. I'm not going to lie about that. I will be perfectly honest about that. But it's been good. It's been a really good 2 months, I think, overall for a lot of us.
Yeah, can I say, I don't want to speak for you. It's the good kind of tired, right?
Yes.
I mean, we're working hard, we're doing fun stuff, we're having fantastic conversations. I'm exhausted, but it's good. It's good.
Yeah. It's like the perfect kind of exhausted, right?
Yeah. No, look, I'm not gonna go give my politician speech again, but I feel strongly about this and doing these kinds of things for stuff people are interested in and hopefully doing it the right way. That's all I'll say. And so I'm proud of being on your channel, Alita, being involved in all this. I'm having fun and hopefully we're informing folks.
Yeah, exactly like you said. Let me get some. So a funny thing happens when we close out the lives is sometimes like right after I hit the button and I have no control of bringing it back, some super chats come flying in at that moment, and we just don't have the ability to address them. So let me address some pretty quickly before those escape us, and we get caught up in today's trial stream. Let me see if I can find which ones. I think there's like 5 of them. 3,
yeah, I was sitting 5. Here. We definitely got a few that came in.
Yeah. Because the last one was from the Law Patrol. Says ducked out to do lawyering. Just want to shout out the great work. # the Law Patrol. We did see that one.
We did.
And Jay Alex says thanks for the report, Guy. Wonderful. By the way, Ana Celia de Armas Caso, Spanish. Ana Celia de Armas. Yeah, they did the pronunciation.
Everyone. You mean our Ana de Armas? Our Ana de Armas isn't right.
Darmas.
It's Ana de Armas. It's not accurate.
Yeah. Ana Celia de Armas Caso. Yes. So
She's a good actress.
she's a phenomenal
What I've
actress.
seen her in, I've enjoyed.
Yes. Yes. She's a phenomenal actress. I do agree.
Well,
And she was
I
the
wanted
highlight
to
of the last James Bond movie, in my opinion.
I know I shouldn't say this in the context of this trial, but I wanted to smack Dennison when he's like, she's just a big naked billboard. I'm like, are you kidding
Oh,
me? Sir, we're going to sit down and watch Blade Runner 2049 right now if you make
yeah.
me.
She was a lot more than that.
She was a
She was
lot
definitely
more than that.
she was a very important character in that movie.
She's a
Hey Schmitty
reflection
D,
on
how's it
whether a
going?
replicant can have humanity. You know what? I'm going to go too deep on this and just nerd out completely. So I'm going to stop
Was
myself.
the new Blade
Dennison,
Runner any good?
Yes,
I love 2049. I love
it was really good.
2049. Kurt, I will watch it with you.
Excellent.
Uh,
Because I could never actually get through the original because it was just so slow and so
No, I
so.
loved it. I loved the
I
original.
couldn't get through it.
Well, it's got great world building. It is of its time in terms of edits and things, but the original
Yeah.
2049 is a great kind of reflection on the original. I will love it. Dennison is very, very wrong. Anna de Armas is a very important character in
Let's
that
watch
movie.
it. Let's watch it together.
All right.
I love this plan.
I think that's a fantastic idea. I will join you guys too.
Oh, 2049.
That'll
We'll
be-
figure it out.
Yeah.
I like
Andrea
this movie time idea.
DePriest.
I like gaming time together. I like movie time together.
I
I'm
like it
sorry, I
too.
didn't realize we're live. I'm bad.
No,
bad-
This
No,
is how
no.
you know
I thought-
you get the
I
real
thought
us.
I thought this was the pre-show.
We should never tell Kurt he's live. We get such great stuff.
Shut up.
I know.
Sorry,
Folks in the
I'm not
chat,
trying to interrupt
day
Super
21 recap is up. It is live. So at least 421 people have seen it. So don't gaslight the others. I did see someone saying that it wasn't live, but it is. Okay, let me get these last ones so that
Yep.
I can
Yeah.
turn my attention elsewhere. Andrea Dupree says, see how AH is flirty with her attorney today and sitting really close, mimicking JD and CD. IMO goes right along with her personality disorders Dr. C discusses. She might also just be relaxing at this point. She might be thinking jury is going to decide whatever they decide. I'm not entirely certain that I agree with that. But then again, maybe she's just mimicking. Who knows?
Resting your case in chief I mean, like it definitely took. If you go back to Johnny Depp after his case in chief, he definitely goes like,
yeah, or at the very least after he testified.
Definitely,
but he also testified well as opposed to her, so I could understand her being stressed after her testimony.
Yeah, she definitely eased up yesterday. There's no question.
Yeah, for sure. Dakota St. Clair says, professional makeup artist here. There is no bruise kit in that photo. It's just more TikTok clickbait trash. Okay. This is something else that I had heard from several others as well. I haven't had a single moment to try to go through those myself to determine, if those have been photoshopped or not. But that's interesting if that's the case. Nathan Best says, question, is it possible we have only heard the AH side of the JH testimony and tomorrow we will hear the JD side? No. Jennifer Howell is in and that's it. That was Johnny Depp's side. That was he was the one that was offering her as a witness.
Yep.
Yeah, there's no JD side to Jennifer Howell. Is there? At least from what I understood of what she said, it was that Whitney lived with her.
My understanding is there's a lot more to her testimony and there's a lot more that she could have done for Johnny's side. I don't know details, but my understanding is people were incredibly disappointed because of the fact that she had a lot more to give. Don Hinton says, question, since California is two-party, why is video legal? For that, I will say, check out the Asked and Answered video. We talk about that in one of the two Asked and Answered videos. I believe it's the first one because we've been talking about it for the last month and a half.
You just have a big stipulated graphic right there.
It's shorter, even shorter answer is it's stipulated between the parties, meaning they agreed to it. Okay, now let me see about some of these. Did we get all of these starred? Yes, I believe we did. Yes. Okay, so then I don't have to go back from the back end for the rest of them. Cool. All right. Sounds good.
All right, we've gotten rid of day 21.
Yes, we are officially finished with day 21. We are officially here where we are. And
sounds like some of the testimony in this case. I was
I
was.
Oh, actually, I'm seeing this now. Let me see if this is correct or not correct about the day 21 recap.
Okay.
Nope, it's all good. It's all good. It's
the show is about technical.
Yeah. Making sure that everything is good here, right? And hey, how's it going? Good morning.
Mike's
All right.
broadcasting from places unknown.
Yeah, no longer
Hello.
from Chicago skyline where he can give us a traffic update. He didn't find that.
Say something, Mike.
Can you hear me now? I wasn't plugged in.
Yeah, I
Oh
think
no, we were just teasing you about how you're coming in from
Yeah, I know.
places undisclosed. And I said,
I'm on
you
the
know, you're no
road.
longer from the Chicago skyline where you can give us a traffic update. Oh, it was a funny joke too. I ruined it.
Well, is it Amber Heard Day?
I don't know.
Why would it be?
This is
Amber
the day.
Heard?
This is the day where it all comes
I mean-
together for Amber Heard. I'm sure.
Kate Moss Day. I mean.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Kate
okay.
Moss
More
Day.
sense,
I believe
I
so.
was like,
Kate
why
Moss,
would
yes,
it?
maybe.
Why? Why would it be Amber Heard Day?
Well, it's early, man. It's early, and I'm on the road. Okay, I was thinking about Kate Moss. I think that would be fantastic if she shows up.
Well, those were the suggestions from the
Well-
leaks. Some of the leaks have proven to be right, some wrong.
And the
Yeah.
headlines that are trashing her today. So
Trashing
Natalie Lawyer
her?
Chick pointed out
That's
that there
that's
are
your
some
best
headlines
indicator
trashing
right
her.
there. She's coming on.
I think so. I definitely think so.
Now, As a
Question:
reader
Why
of
was Jennifer Howell's
headlines,
testimony so short? I think it's because there were some mistakes that were made on Johnny Depp's team. That is my unvarnished opinion. I know it's not a fun one. Steve Deacon wants to know: Is the JH letter and testimony in evidence for the jury? We don't know. I have not gotten confirmation on that. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know. Wendy Pinkerton says, plaintiff, or please explain. CPL, I always think plaintiff. Please explain why all these people testified, yet for Kate Moss to be called, her name needed to be mentioned. It's because the testimony that she's going to be able to give, she can only give if Amber Heard opens the door. It's because it's not like she's not there for any of the events. So her stuff is not really probative. It's more for character evidence for Johnny. And the only way that she can possibly give the character evidence that she would be giving is if Amber Heard basically impugns whatever it is that she has to say, so that Johnny can use Kate Moss essentially to rebut what Amber Heard has said.
Yep. Well said.
Michelle Woods says, I sent yesterday, but had to leave the stream. Could JD sue Waldman if AH wins her claim? No. Julie Getman says, can you interview that umbrella guy after this trial? Yeah, I've had him on before for sure. I would love to have him on again. It'll be hilarious to talk to him again after all this has come out.
I just
wait a minute,
watched his
I wanna back
video,
up.
and that's why I was asking about Kate Moss.
What was his last video about for Kate
His
Moss?
last video is Kate Moss is going to come on the stand and destroy Amber Heard or whatever, which is likely. I don't know, but Rick does not seem convinced.
I'm not getting excited anymore. All right. So they said Jennifer Howell a few days ago, and I was like, oh, that should be big. I got 7
I was
million
more excited
DMs.
about that.
I got 7 million DMs about all the things Jennifer Howell say, which I didn't read. I just saw like highlighted letters that people were sending me. And that was a nothing burger. So I will react to Kate Moss if and when she comes in. And then, Alita, I want to go back to an answer. You don't think Johnny Depp, I don't think he will sue Adam Waldman, but you don't think he would have a case if potentially he was outside the scope of his employment?
If he was outside the scope of his employment, I don't know. I don't see that being a professional liability claim. I think it's
if you had a retainer that said, please do not discuss this case in public.
Sure, but I doubt that is the case for Johnny Depp.
I doubt it as well. I'm just I'm making up hypotheticals.
I'm just saying, if you had a legitimate breach claim, you could have a legitimate breach claim. I mean, in terms of moving past this,
I just don't see it.
Waldman did nothing wrong.
Right.
Well, that's exactly it.
Yes, every one of my clients could sue me.
Although that doesn't mean that he can't be sued for it.
Right. Every one of my clients could sue me because
here.
I say favorable things about them and their case to the media to the extent I'm contacted about it.
Yeah.
The fact that this is being allowed to be used against Johnny Depp is disturbing. Lawyers do this kind of shit all the time. It's like, what kind of exposure did I have that I didn't realize I had? This is what's going through my head.
Yep. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Isn't this terrifying for every lawyer?
Yeah. As lawyers, you're like, what?
Seriously, I had the same thought process, and I'm just like, I don't care. I'm not changing anything I do.
Excellent.
Do what you come at me if you need to.
Just have some good professional liability insurance. That's all.
Mm-hmm. Mike Colin.
Patricia Ramos says, hi, Elby and Hogue. Where are you both located? Hello from the Philippines. Join the live streams on day 10 and been here every day since. I'll say Europe.
Alita's in Europe. I'm in the wonderful Wolverine state, my home, Michigan. Go Blue. I love it here. Wonderful up north. Come tour Michigan.
For the last 2 years, I
Pure
have been in the
Michigan.
great state of Texas and been loving
Tour
it.
Michigan, yes.
Woo. and Mike.
I'm a hostage in an undisclosed location, but I will be returning to Chicago this afternoon.
Are you a hostage in Australia? That is my question.
No,
I'm just kidding.
that sounds pretty good. I haven't been to Australia, but it sounds nice to me.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
right. Stuff and stuff. Thank you for the very generous super chat to start off the day. It says, hi guys. This is for the fun and information you provide, as well as the light you bring to the YouTube world by supporting and rooting for each other every single day. You rock. Thank you. And on that note, folks, you know what I'm about to say. These guys are wonderful and they are adding so much to all the commentary and all the content on the channel. So get in there early. If you have not already subscribed to these guys, what are you doing with your life? Really? Please do go subscribe to all of them. They're all linked in the description below. I'm assuming that because I haven't actually double checked. Now let me double check.
Who knows?
If they actually are. And at least Rick is. And we're going to get everybody else in there at this
Sorry,
point.
Mikey Kurt.
Right now. So they are going to be I'm just going to keep talking so that I can finish this sentence and say officially that yes, I have saved. They are linked in the description below. So
Cool.
Go ahead, go down into the description, check everybody out, subscribe to their channels, watch their stuff, like their videos, all the great YouTube stuff. It helps the whole community grow, honestly. And it's a really great way to reward them for all of their wonderful commentary that they have been providing over the last almost 2 months. It's been a lot that they have dedicated so much time to all of this.
You know what's weird is we're approaching the end of this thing, and truth be told, I was at a graduation yesterday. Okay, and
Sure.
it actually put me in mind of this. I'm like, because they're getting all emotional, all the kids, and they're like, they graduated, right? And
Yeah.
I'm like, we're gonna graduate from the Depp Heard trial, and and like the whole band's gonna break up. It's a bummer.
It kind of feels that way
Thank you
too,
so
right?
much.
Have you been
what we did
working on
last
your
time.
valedictorian speech, Alita? Because you're obviously the valedictorian.
Yes,
You need to give
clearly.
us the speech.
I'm class
as
president, not
commencement.
valedictorian.
You need to give us
She's
a
the one
speech
who's like
as we go out into
president
the world.
of every club. You know, like she's like working the angle to get into college, and she's got
That's right. That's right.
I that's actually not far off. I was
Are
the
you
kid
a
that
gunner,
did like
Alita?
everything.
Are you
What's
a
that?
gunner?
Oh, she's a
I was
gunner
not a
and an
gunner.
You're a
overachiever
gunner
all day long.
I actually-
gunner.
I actually Mark can vouch for me. I actually was not a gunner in law school. I think it's after high school and when I got to college, college I did well, but after high school, I overexerted myself so much that it took 6 years for me to get over burnout. and then 3 all year, I decided to do everything again, and I did a full load of classes. I trained for my first marathon. I did Assault and Flattery, the spring production. I did mock trial, and then I did the bar exam. And now you know why I did the bar exam twice, because I was burned out the first time.
Hey, no, I hear you. I think if enterprising chatters went to look, they would find a New York Times article discussing me in the opening paragraph that basically describes me as a gunner. It also, by the way, describes me as a conservative, which is at least a bit inaccurate. And my constitutional law professor apologized profusely and said he never would have called me that. And he apologized as if he had called me Satan himself. And it was very amusing. But you guys can go look for that if you're interested.
I know some law school professors that would liken that label to calling someone Satan.
Yeah, no, and that was and yeah, and he was a very progressive person, and so he I don't get the Sunday New York Times when I'm a 1L. And it comes out and everybody's reading it and people are talking to me because I wasn't interviewed. He was talking about his students and I'm in the New York Times and he's like, Rick, I just want to say, I am so sorry. I never used that label with you. And I was like, what label? I'm like, what? Oh my God, what did you call me? And he's like, I never said that. And it's ridiculous. It's the New York Times. It's noted conservative. And I'm like, that doesn't check out, boss.
That's pretty funny that he's that upset about that.
Well, he was, and he's a great guy. He's a great professor. He's fantastic.
You can call me a conservative. It's okay.
Yeah,
it was just so funny. It was just so funny.
Yeah.
He was very profusely. He was very apologetic.
That's funny. Sandy Kai says, "Hi guys, who has been the best witness and expert witness for you guys? Would love to hear from everyone. More power to LawTube. Never been interested in any law-related stuff, but thanks to you guys, I have learned and enjoyed a lot from this." Well, thank you so much for your very generous super chat, Sandy Kai, and thank you for your very kind words. I think for me, I think still my favorite lay witness has to be Isaac Baruch. He's
Yeah.
got to be my favorite. Although Johnny Depp, of course, has been a fantastic witness, but I feel like I have to discount the parties themselves, and I want to go to like the supporting witnesses. And then as far as the experts are concerned, it's got to be Richard Marks. I mean, I just want to sit down and have lunch with him and like hear him like not touch his food at all because he'll be talking so much about his career, and I will be eating all of that up completely.
And then I helped make Willow. And as you know, it had Warwick Davis, little guy, and I helped him perform as Willow, did that contract, worked on some lightsaber sound effects. I was responsible for that. Yeah, no, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, exactly.
I came up with the name Millennium Falcon.
Yeah.
By the way,
I agree with you on that.
Those are the
Expert
two
witness,
witnesses I had in mind.
Oh, you
So
do?
what?
I'm just agreeing with you, Alita. Those are the exact two witnesses I had in mind. I sound like a suck up now, but literally that's what I was going to say. Well, I mean, that's how it is.
I think that's just how a lot of us feel. I mean, we can ask folks in the chat. Tell us your favorite expert, your favorite lay witness that you've seen so far. I see a lot of Dr. Curry too.
I want to go to lunch with Vasquez.
Well, she's not a witness though, obviously.
She's an expert though. Vasquez, you have such pretty eyes.
Oh. I don't think we're talking about lunch here.
Some folks are saying, "Oh, Alejandro was also great. Alejandro was great too." All right, Stina Eulanders' question. I have narcolepsy, so I have diminished work capacity. Would I be excluded from jury duty? Asked this yesterday, but don't know if you answered the question. Left from Sweden. We did answer this, but I guess if you weren't there, we can answer it again. It depends on what you are like, how like the condition of it, how it actually impacts your everyday life, and also how long the trial is. So I'm not entirely sure about the answer to that question. My guess is the fact of you having narcolepsy is not enough for you to be excused from jury duty, but the judge would probably get into some questions with you one-on-one as to like how it really impacts you on a material day-to-day basis.
I'd move to strike I'd move to strike a juror that said that for cause, and most attorneys would, because I'm thinking they don't want to be here and I don't want them on my panel.
Yeah, and I think most judges would say yes.
Yeah,
in most cases.
Yeah, I wouldn't burn a strike on them, but I would do a motion for cause.
Looks like a lot of chat says Dr. Curry is their favorite expert.
Dr. Curry's also a solid choice. She's absolutely cutie. I wouldn't say no.
I was going to say that too, but we can't. Only Kurt can, apparently.
I'm a guy. I like girls. I think they're attractive.
I'm inclined to agree with you on this stuff, Kurt. That's all I'm saying.
These are the hard-hitting debates we're having this morning.
Like how I do that? I just let Kurt take the shrapnel there, and
and folks, it's okay. We can all agree that Camille is beautiful, and she is a professional, and she is also fantastic at her job. Sure. These are compliments that we can all agree on. I can also say that too, as a straight woman, married to a man. It's so let's keep it light. There's nothing here that is particularly going over any kind of boundaries at this point, because I can already sense the comments coming in from the chat. KDS is TMZ guest trying to stop Depp from getting info on TRO pictures. Maybe had agreement with AH for when, what injury visible, maybe payout for detail. Payout for detail. I'm not sure if they had that level of an agreement. I'm not sure how that would work in these kinds of cases. Maybe, possibly. Don't know enough about the industry to really know one way or another. But
That's what Umbrella Guy's thing was. Is he saying that they caught him? Apparently, TMZ is filing some emergency motion because they don't want this witness to take the stand. I don't know if any of this is true. I saw it on
Yes, that's
YouTube,
true.
so it
We
must
talked
be.
about it last night. Yeah.
Okay, so so that's the motion, but they make a compelling case, which is TMZ has this stuff. They assert a copyright claim on other people playing it. In order to have that copyright claim, they have to own it, and the person who filmed it was Amber.
Right.
So they had to buy it from her.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if this is all true, but it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to be able to ask those. You got to be able to ask those questions.
Copyrights can move through parties, but it wouldn't mean Amber got rid of it. You also can wait. I mean, you're assuming TMZ is using DMCA in full comport with the law.
Yeah. And Anya Omai, thank you again for the very generous super chat. I just wanted to make sure I addressed that. I wanted to do that before it flew off the screen, but there it is. We've got cameras in the courtroom. Let's see. Are we okay? Volume is on now, so now we can hear it. We're gonna
the Muffin Man.
Take the Muffin Man down here so that we don't block anybody. I wonder if
we have our peeps in court today.
I know that we've got Larry. I saw that. James, I believe, also made it. Oh, there's James on the screen right now. Look at that. He was in one of the little corners. I guess he must have gotten interviewed. So I guess we've got one party coming in today at this point.
Are those giant inflatable dinosaurs?
And they are.
Yes,
indeed.
they are. They are giant inflatable dinosaurs. Yes, they are.
Okay.
This trial has everything.
It's a perfect circus.
I mean, there's someone making funnel cakes. That's all I need to know.
I can't think of Johnny Depp in any dinosaur-related movies.
Oh, here's the article you were talking about, Rick, in the super chat from Ben Casperson.
Wow, I actually didn't even know if it was still out there. No, for the most part, I was known for my contrarian views, I would argue.
I do like her outfit. I will say I do like her outfit. I do like her hair. She finally looks like she should have on day one.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it only took 6 weeks of trial, but yeah.
She has had some good days before today. I will say that too. So I want to be
the
fair.
Dinosaurs are hypnotic. I don't even.
Okay.
The judges gotta be saying themselves what.
Oop! No, they are going.
Oh, it's an all hands. It's an all hands sidebar. Everybody in the room.
Yep.
This has got to be TMZ.
And part of this might be hello, I really love this live. It feels like I talk to friends. I'm really interested in how Legalbytes is called because I always understand Alina. Yes. Alina, I go by Alita. It's a diminutive for Alina, Lithuanian. It technically is Alita and Alina, but yes. So now you know.
What does your husband call you? I guess is the real question.
Lithuanian
babe.
Well, that was not the way I intended that to be heard. I am so sorry. I am
Mr.
so
Bites
very
called
sorry.
me babe. That's okay. I understood what you meant, Kurt.
Yeah. I can see the progression. He meant it innocently, and then he's like, "Oh, that didn't sound good."
No, I'm not trying to be. I'm not trying to rake you over the coals there. I was just like,
thanks, Richard. That's great. Really appreciate the help.
And as for this TMZ guess, I believe that right now, look at all those papers coming up there. My guess is there's some kind of an argument discussion.
This has got to be TMZ, right?
That's been happening. Gotta be. And I'm wondering if there's going to be an extra party involved in that argument.
Look at this. This is damn near everyone in the court. There's going to be an inflatable dinosaur that walks up from the bottom right here.
And you got to figure, she's not going to rule on this right in court. I mean, certainly not in the presence of the jury.
No, not in the presence of the jury. Maybe before they bring the jury in, they may have a delayed thing so that they can have this huddle, this team huddle between both sides.
If I'm judge, I issued this ruling right now, one way or the other, and just tell them to go back and then proceed.
Yeah, I'd expect it to be a one sheet yay or nay.
Yeah,
but we'll see.
Yeah.
It's a nay.
You think she's going to deny the motion?
Yeah, I think she'll let him testify.
Colonel Kurtz has a very generous super chat here. What are you doing? You have a link. You can come on and tell us yourself. She says, "I love Kurt. Don't change." Thank you for the generous super chat. Yeah, that's really kind of you. Anna Fusinata says, sorry if it's a dumb question for Hogue. There's no such thing as dumb questions on this channel, even if they're for Rick Hogue. But is virtual legality a Jamiroquai reference? Good morning from Brazil.
No, it is not. It's just a play on virtual reality, which is of course a component of gaming as it stands in 2022. But people have
It's
asked me
much,
about that.
much nerdier than a Jamiroquai.
I'm not nearly cool enough to have recognized it as remotely a Jamiroquai reference. So yeah.
There you go. Kristen says, what counterclaims would AH have brought which avoided pitfalls of current but had a chance of success? What counterclaims could she have brought which avoided? I don't think there
I don't
could
know
have
the
been
universe
any.
of things.
None.
None.
Nada.
Bringing the counterclaim of any kind that I can think of creates all the problems that she has.
I did not. I just thought it sounded funny coming out. That's all.
Yeah. Sidebar cuddle puddle. Oh no, that's a
Oh my
good one.
God!
That is a good
cuddle
one.
puddle? Am I finally seeing one? I didn't know it was lawyers.
This is the tamest cuddle puddle that you will ever see in your life. Elizabeth Pfeiffer says, question, I'm convinced gut feel JD told team to take it easy on Whitney. She's still in the abusive situation. No, nah, not when it comes to not when it comes to litigators.
A number of people floated that on my channel, and I was like,
yeah. Second question is TMZ about TRO, not video. TMZ.
No, it's the video.
No,
it's the cabinet video.
Yes,
is in the emergency motion.
Yes, exactly. Dandy Bracelet says, how was the jury selected with how popular JD is? Randomly pooled from the area around Fairfax County, Virginia. They asked some questions to try to get out bias. And basically, you need people that aren't starstruck and aren't going to be biased one way or another. So that's how they did it. Jay Mills O'Ryan says, Dr. Curry and Kate Moss today, hopefully more exciting than Jennifer Howell video. Agreed and agreed. Thadic 1 SM says, are expert witness demonstratives usually that bad? My data analyst brain has hated them. There should be better. They should be, at the very least, understandable by a lay jury. Michael Fisher says, please explain demonstrative. Heard that a lot yesterday. For merch, we need LawTube calendar. So a demonstrative is basically just a visual representation of the testimony. You can have a demonstrative that is a timeline, for example, which I would have hoped that either side of this case would have done, starting from opening statements, that where they could have just created and populated a timeline starting from start to finish, and then filled in that information into that timeline as they went through the trial. That would have been such an effective way of organizing all of this information to make things as clear as possible for the jury. For whatever reason, neither side decided to do that. I would have loved to have seen that kind of a demonstrative. Demetrius says, question, why JD has to prove actual damages while AH gets to argue about hypothetical and possibly improbable future lost revenue? No, they both have to prove damages as accurately and concretely as possible. The fact that Amber Heard's damages are so hypothetical and improbable is a big problem for Amber, actually. So it's the fact that there's not much data backing up the numbers that they got to, and why they think that she's comparable to people like Jason Momoa and the other actors that have come up in this trial. That's a huge issue for her case. Elle says, I looked at the Fairfax County evidence of JD ice cream photo, and it does have makeup palette in it. Okay, so maybe that other person said the TikTokers are fake is also fake. Question says, do you think they will talk the letter from Howell again? I don't know. I could see them, if it is in evidence, they could talk about it in their closing arguments. I don't think that that's a good place for that letter to first come up in detail. So I wouldn't like that personally, but I don't know how else that they can get it through a witness for them to talk about the details of that letter. So I don't know, but at the very least, if it is in evidence, so big if, because we don't know that for sure, but if it is in evidence, the jury will also be able to go back into the deliberations after closing arguments and take a look at it themselves and see what they can glean from it as well. Hokey Girl also says, question, whatever happened to Pistol and Boo? I don't know. They were supposed to testify. I guess they got knocked off off the witness list. I don't know. But justice for Pistol and Boo, because they have truly been defamed here. Their good names and their bell movements have been absolutely defamed. Alpaca says Hogue said yesterday he thinks Whitney Henriquez is the most damning evidence against JD. If it comes down to that, won't the jury likely look at JH UK testimony?
Can they?
No.
I don't. No, it's not an evidence.
Yeah.
So
Not unless
no,
somebody offered
I'm
it.
willing to stand on they are not going to look at things not in the evidentiary record.
Yeah.
But no,
I have to.
I
go
wouldn't
ahead.
describe her as damning. I want to be clear on this. I think right now she presents a hole in Johnny Depp's case that they should be trying to button up, because we're still in a case where somebody could conceivably say, I think that version of the world makes sense, and here I can hang my hat. That's what I mean by that. I still think Johnny Depp has more of a chance of winning than Amber Heard, but I think the Whitney thing is a problem.
Yes. However, she's not that good of one for Amber, even still. Like, even though she is technically a hole for Johnny or a problem for Johnny, she's not much of a non-problem for Amber either, because she gives different testimony than Amber does. I mean, Amber says that she was trying to break up a fight between Johnny and Whitney, and that she intervened, and that's how that all happened, was because she wanted to defend her baby sister. Meanwhile, Whitney says she was coming up the stairs and Johnny was following her and then hit her on the back somehow, and then Amber then intervened after that. I don't know. It's just the two sides. They don't match up even when they're friendly with one another.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I sincerely do.
Yeah.
I have trouble believing anything Amber Heard says. I still would probably vote for Johnny here. In fact, I'm almost certain that I would. But I think it remains a possibility as long as you have someone that's not Amber Heard saying something, if you otherwise are inclined to want to believe her.
Yeah. Here's a question from Brianna Mansfield. The thing about Pam versus Candy. Did you watch Faith?
Those are movies or I think Hulu shows, maybe. They're media. Did you watch either of those? Thing about Pam or Candy?
I don't recognize either one. I don't recognize any of those titles. So no,
Okay.
no. My answer would be no.
She was not a favorite.
I'm not sure if that's a reference that I'm supposed to.
It's not a reference.
Know.
It's the thing about Pam is a thing. That's a show or a movie,
Yeah.
And Candy is one. If you haven't seen either, you can't answer this.
No, I can't. I'm so sorry, Brianna Mansfield. I'm sorry.
We're
I
sorry.
wish I could. But
We
maybe
haven't had a lot of time to do anything else.
I'm gonna write it down.
Yeah.
The thing about Pam.
Wait, Alita's at 245,000. Is that right, chat?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It's incredible. I never would have thought that was possible.
How often does your little clock thing update? Like, is that real time?
It's just about real time. It lags a little bit, but it's just about real time.
All right. So I mean, folks, like, subscribe. I think we could have Legalbytes at 250,000 subscribers in this episode if we work together.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Do you remember the Care Bears from the 1980s? They used to hold hands. They used to push out their tummies, and with that Care Bear stare, they helped get Legalbytes to 250,000 subscribers. If that rings a bell for you, it's time for that Care Bear stare.
I was wondering if he'd have more angles. I mean, we're nearing the end, and the Care Bears. That's inspired. That's inspired, Rick. Well,
I'm never gonna run out of angles.
They held hands and pushed up their bellies. Just the description coming from Hogue. I'm sorry. That was just too good. That was just too good. Too good.
Flip it.
Good. Okay. Alpaca says Hogue said yesterday he thinks. Oh wait, I already got this one. Nervad says question to Hogue.
How many of these are there gonna be?
They're gonna be a lot of them about Whitney. People are punishing you with super chats.
It's all right. No, yeah. Okay, it's all right. Pay Alita to yell at me is also an acceptable method of Care Bear sharing. For reference, I'm a Care Bear cousin myself. We'll talk about it later. Okay.
I'm more of a brony. I like the bronies.
Friendship is magic, Kurt. I think we prove that every day.
Every
Yes,
day. We
Alita.
do, in fact, absolutely prove that for sure.
Oh my God, we have more people.
Question.
Are we still alive?
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
There's going to be an alpaca. Along with the
We need
dinosaurs,
an
some
alpaca to
alpacas are
walk
gonna
in.
walk up.
Yes. Question to Hogue. Aren't taking Whitney Hurd's or Henriquez's, whatever, WH's testimony in a vacuum. She also testified to being drunk and high all the time. Her recollection of events might be affected. Yes.
Yes, I agree. I'm just trying to think of things that are credible, and Whitney at least rings credible to me. Honestly, her saying that it was one of the few times that I was sober actually felt pretty truthful to me, right? I mean, we give credit to Johnny Depp for admitting his situation. I'm just trying to look at things as balancedly as possible. I still think Johnny has the better argument.
Yes. Right. And this is something that I think is worthwhile pointing out, is that if Rick is saying that Whitney Hurd is the hole in Johnny's ship, the one hole in his ship, it's not a very deep hole. It's like probably right around the surface level of the water. So I
keep saying a hook to hang your hat on. To me, when I use that metaphor, it's like scintilla or chinchilla of evidence, depending on how you're feeling.
Chinchilla. I prefer chinchillas of evidence.
It's that one thing you're looking for, a juror that knows what's in front of them, knows Johnny Depp's case is stronger, which I truly think it is, but says, I don't love this. Oh, I can point to that, right? That's what I'm just trying to describe.
Yeah, exactly. Jemima says, now you've watched Gone Girl for age similarities. What about Girl on a Train for JD? I've got more homework. I already wrote it down. I took note. I'm going to have to watch it this weekend for sure.
I want to warn you, Girl on a Train is not as well produced a movie. Just
okay. Well, I'm fair. I'm forewarned. Consider me forewarned. Shiro Knight says, question, do you think JD asked team to go easy on WH because he sympathized with being abused by the same person? I would, leading to this misstep with Jen. Nope, not when it comes to litigators. You have a duty to litigate your case. You have a duty for zealous advocacy. If there's a line of questioning that you need to go for, you do it in a way that is empathetic and is not going to completely destroy a human being, but you still go down that road of questioning for your case. Alyssa Ross says, question, what if any is the over-under on seeing TMZ?
What if any?
I think we have a decent chance. I think we have a decent chance of seeing that evidence.
I think so more because of what's going on right now with this big thing. I can't imagine what else it would be about.
Oh, you see that? He just winked. Ben Chu just looked behind him and winked. So something's going on.
Sounds like they're getting some TMZ testimony in. Would be my
guess. Denied.
It sounds like Ben Chu has an ear thing in his ear, and he's listening to us, and he wanted to respond to us and was like,
unknown fact about Ben Chu, he loves the Care Bears. He wasn't a big fan of the first Care Bear movie, but by the time you roll in on Care Bears 2, where they have the summer camp, he was all in.
I am loving this idea of giving all of these people these insane backstories. Absolutely. I love it. Let's do it. Let's run with it. Rita O'Brien says, does exhibit equate to jury is able to see it? JH was listed as Depp exhibit, not sure the number. So no, they are all of the pieces of evidence that are reserved essentially to be admitted into evidence. They all have exhibit numbers because they have to be organized and everything so that the court can keep track of everything that's on the exhibit list. So they're all given a number. Once they're put on the exhibit list, it doesn't mean that they come in. It is when they are admitted that we know that they are going to be put in front of the jury. Ellen Gold says, do you think it might be enough that the jury heard that JH begged WH not to lie in court to protect Amber? No.
Did it come out that way? It was do something awful to protect your sister, I think is what I heard.
No. JH said, so Jennifer Howell said, you basically implored her do the right thing. That's what I got from the email.
That's the message. Yeah. Don't do something awful to protect your sister. It was something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Anyhow, but that's not, I don't think that that's enough. If you don't know who Jennifer Howell is, they haven't had enough time to really be able to evaluate Jennifer Howell to say, is she a trustworthy person? I don't know. This is just a person saying that she wrote a letter to Whitney. Eric Jensen says, anyone familiar with MCO legal consulting? I work at an MCO and have wanted to go back and become an attorney for a long time. I think it would be a good way to take my career and want to get more info. Let me know where to look. MCO legal consulting. I'm not sure I am, for some reason, I'm not connecting on the acronym.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I know that, but only as the airport I land in when I go to Disney World. I'm sorry. I know my information is really a little off kilter this morning.
Yeah.
That is the Orlando International Airport designation. I
We're also-
apologize for not knowing what that is.
Things also often get a little bit fuzzy for me on Wednesdays at this point. And yesterday felt like it was longer than it really was. In the later parts of the day, especially for some reason. I don't know if I'm alone on that, or if everybody felt like it was like a 3-day long day. Brittany H says, what are the chances AH team is playing 4D chess? There is a possibility. There is a possibility that they have information that we do not. Or maybe they made a mistake. Either one is possible. Flame Jesus is Tassia Van Ree and JD's rebuttal witness list. Not that I have seen. No. Carrie Williams says, Andrea has done a great video about the Jennifer Howell testimony and the misstep into getting her testimony admitted. I think she probably, what she may have referred to, I haven't seen the video itself, and I assume that it is fantastic because she is awesome. And everybody go and subscribe to her channel and check it out. But
Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
okay. So yes, I remembered to move up the subtitles before anybody yelled at me. So
We asked politely.
No. I know. I know. I'm being hyperbolic. But anyhow, as for the misstep, it probably had to do with going far back enough into Whitney's cross-examination and not digging enough into the statement by Jennifer Howell to really be able to dig up that impeachment through her testimony. Most likely is probably what she talked about in that video, because she mentioned it yesterday on the channel. Victoria Smith says, question, when jurors take notes, do they take them home or are they kept at court? They're kept at court because they don't want any of that information leaking. Imagine that. Ooh, that would be a huge story. Shaw says, if you were JD's team, what would you focus on to try and limit the damage caused by not getting JH full deposition in? Something else to discredit Whitney.
Yeah, that's what they need.
All right, please proceed to your next witness.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Depp calls Kate Moss to the stand.
Hey!
She will be appearing
Boom!
on your screen.
All right, ma'am, can you hear me?
Okay, everybody keep your volume on so I can adjust.
Yes, can you
You
count
got
to
it.
5 for me?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Thank you, ma'am. If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Moss, or I should say, good afternoon, your time. My name is Ben Chu from the firm of Brown Rudnick. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Kate Moss.
Ms. Moss, where do you reside?
London, England.
From where are you testifying today, Ms. Moss?
Gloucestershire, England.
Ms. Moss, do you know Johnny Depp?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Mr. Depp?
I had a relationship with him.
Did there come a time when you and Mr. Depp had a romantic relationship?
Yes.
For how long, Ms. Moss, were you and Mr. Depp a romantic couple?
From 1993 to 1994 to 1998.
Ms. Moss, did there come a time when you, while you and Mr. Depp were a couple, that the two of you took a vacation together to the Golden Eye Resort in Jamaica?
Yes.
What, if anything, happened when you were in Jamaica with Mr. Depp?
We were leaving the room and Johnny left the room before I did, and there had been a rainstorm, and as I left the room I slid down the stairs and I hurt my back.
How did you?
And
I apologize, Ms. Moss, please continue.
And I screamed because I was because I didn't know what had happened to me and I was in pain, and he came running back to help me and carried me to my room and got me medical attention.
Did Mr. Depp push you in any way down the stairs?
No,
During the course of your relationship, did he ever push you down any stairs?
no, he never pushed me, kicked me, or threw me down any stairs.
Ms. Moss, have you ever before today testified in any kind of court proceeding?
No, I have never.
Why did you decide to testify today?
Objection, Your Honor.
All right,
That's beyond the scope of what we just talked about.
all right, I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Ms. Moss. We have nothing further at this time. We greatly
Very limited.
appreciate your
Exactly what he
taking the
needed.
time
Easy
to
peasy.
testify.
All right, any cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're free
No
to go. Thank
cross.
you, Ms. Moss.
Thank you very much.
That was
That
Beautiful.
was perfect.
perfect,
Beautiful.
perfect, perfect. Exactly what
Great.
they needed from her.
Knocked it out. She's sitting
Easy
there
peasy. Done.
All right, your next.
trying to use
witness.
Kate Moss on the stand, and she just got it stuffed down her throat, and it's beautiful.
Your Honor, we're calling Dr. Shannon Curry.
Woot.
Wow, it's
Just give
the,
us
the
a
big
moment.
time
Everyone else's
show
crush.
today.
Oh, Kate Moss, Dr. Curry. I mean, I know what Kurt thinks about this. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate all the love and support from my friends. Which part of the Care Bear stare is this?
I'm sorry. This is too good. This is too good.
All right, Dr. Curry. Good morning, Mr. Dennison.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right. Is Dennison on direct? I think we can all relax.
My name is
He's
Paul
better on
Shannon
direct
Curry,
than he is on
Dr.
cross.
Shannon Curry.
That's fine, ma'am. You're still under oath, so please have a seat, doctor.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Curry.
Good morning.
Can you remind the jury who you are and what you do?
Sure. I'm Dr. Shannon Curry. I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist, and I'm here today to rebut the testimony that was provided by Dr. Hughes.
Nice.
Which of the opinions rendered by
Here we
Dr.
go.
Hughes do you intend to rebut?
So there,
Everything.
generally speaking, there are three main categories that I'd like to talk about today. So the first is that Dr. Hughes misrepresented the tests and the results that she utilized in her evaluation. She misrepresented my testing and the results that I obtained in my evaluation. And she communicated in a manner, provided testimony in a manner that presented essentially her own opinions and the self-report of Ms. Heard as facts.
Mm.
Ow,
Okay,
bird.
the first
Boom.
category you
Wow.
talked about was the misrepresentation of her own test methods and results. What do you mean by that?
I love how clearly she just laid that out.
Dr. Hughes.
Now we know exactly what
used-
she's going to say.
She stated that
She's a very
she
good communicator.
administered 12
so good.
tests. In actuality, she used 8 checklists. About half of those
Ollie
were
Lila,
symptom
thank you so
checklists.
much.
The
Very,
other
very
half were
generous of you.
checklists about experiences that people can have with domestic violence. And those are not appropriate for forensic settings. They are easily exploited.
Other issues that you intend to address relative to misrepresentation of own results?
Yes, so in addition to using these checklist measures, which are easily exploited in a forensic context, they're developed for research or treatment only. She also stated that these checklists revealed things that they simply cannot reveal, especially in this context. And let's see. She also misrepresented clear indications on several of the objective measures that she offered. And there were indications visible that Ms. Heard had essentially engaged in what we call response distortion. So clear indications of exaggeration on one of the measures that's specific to PTSD, clear minimization of symptoms, intentional, on another more broad personality and psychopathology-based measure that she gave to Ms. Heard, which she did not acknowledge.
Did you intend to address anything relative to the CAPS-5?
I did. So Dr. Hughes administered the CAPS-5 about 10 days after I did, almost 2 years after she initially tested Ms. Heard. And she did not administer the test appropriately. So she left major components blank. She didn't apply the scoring rules that are clearly outlined with the test. And yet she diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD based on that assessment.
What about Dr. Hughes's use of the personality assessment inventory?
So of the tests that Dr. Hughes administered, 2 would be considered, of those 12, 2 would be considered what we call forensically relevant instruments, meaning that they're objective enough and they provide us with some information about how the examinee approached the test, that it would be appropriate for this setting where the examinee is going to have a natural incentive to present themselves in a way that benefits the outcome of their case. Now, on the PAI, there were clear indications that Ms. Heard was responding and obtained scores in a manner that's consistent with individuals who have a personality disorder. And there was also an indication that several scales, we call this a configuration. So you might have one main scale that you notice is elevated, then you look for additional subscale information to get additional information on what could be elevating that scale. And there was a configuration that showed that even though Ms. Heard had moderately elevated one of the scales that can be associated with trauma, that elevation is better explained by childhood or distant traumatic experiences like the complex trauma Ms. Heard reported experiencing growing up.
Okay. You said that Dr. Hughes utilized checklists that are not appropriate for forensic analysis. Can you explain that?
Yes. So as I said, in any sort of forensic context, whether it's a civil or a criminal matter, a person who's being evaluated is going to have major incentive to present in a way that benefits the outcome of their case.
Yep.
So you always approach the examination, I believe Dr. Hughes said, with a healthy dose of skepticism, but that alone is not enough. We have to operationalize that. So we actually have to administer very comprehensive objective tests that either control for attempts to manipulate the test results or reveal attempts to manipulate the test results, so that we're not just blindly accepting the results or the self-report of the examinee.
How many tests were administered by Dr. Hughes?
She said that she administered 12 tests.
How many of them were appropriate for forensic physical examination?
So the trauma symptom inventory is appropriate. It's an objective measure, and it does have 2 primary scales that look at how the person approached the test. The personality assessment inventory is an excellent test. It is a broadband measure, meaning that it captures not only symptoms of mental illness, but also general personality traits. That also gives us pretty detailed scales similar to that one test I administered, the MMPI, that tells us a lot of nuanced information about the way the person approached the test. She also administered a malingering screen that can be very, very useful, but not in this context. So it's called the Miller Forensic Assessment Symptom Test. It's a brief set of questions that you ask the examinee, and it's been shown by research to be extremely effective at identifying an examinee's attempts to fake a severe mental illness or psychosis. And psychosis is when somebody loses complete connection with reality. It's excellent for that purpose. It's actually been shown in the research to not be effective at all for identifying a respondent's attempts to fake PTSD, anxiety, or mood disorders. The questions are just too odd for somebody who has the wherewithal to be trying to have PTSD to endorse. They see through it. So she used that. That's a fine test, but not appropriate for this context.
Of the various tests that she administered, how many were these checklists?
8 of them.
All right, and what are you talking about specifically?
Okay. So I had mentioned that there were 2 main categories of checklists she used. The first is the symptom checklists. Those included the Beck Depression Inventory. It's a brief inventory of items that essentially show all of the symptoms of depression that a person might have, and you rate which level of severity you have for each question. She also gave the Beck Anxiety Inventory, very similar, but just with questions about anxiety. She gave the Mood Disorder Questionnaire, which is a very brief, again, checklist. It shows symptoms of bipolar disorder. Bipolar disorder is a mood disorder where you might have an extended manic episode and then a very extended depressive episode. And then she gave the Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Checklist, and that is a screening instrument only. It contains every single symptom of PTSD. So there's a secondary danger here too. When you think about it, given that PTSD is the most frequently feigned and claimed diagnosis in civil courts, if you're handing somebody a checklist that lists every single symptom of PTSD, you're essentially teaching them all the little nuances that we're looking for to give that diagnosis. So she gave that to Ms. Hurd. Ms. Hurd endorsed most of the items, and Dr. Hughes diagnosed her with PTSD and substantiated that opinion by Ms. Hurd's checking those items on the PCL-5.
Were there another group of checklists that Dr. Hughes used?
Yes, so she also, oh, and I forgot one on the last because I don't think of it as one, but previously I'd explained, and I do not expect you to remember, it's called the Life Events Checklist, which is just an inventory of experiences a person may have gone through that are traumatic. Dr. Hughes also used that, and that's appropriate to use before the clinician administered PTSD scale, the gold standard CAPS-5. However, she administered this long ago before she gave the CAPS-5. Now that going on to the second group, there were 3 checklists that she gave that are specific to abuse. And the first she gave, the Danger Assessment Scale, was actually developed for use by nursing staff in an emergency room setting, specifically for female victims of intimate partner violence. The purpose of this is important because our forensic ethics, our psychology ethics talk a lot about relevance. Is the test relevant to the purpose? And the Danger Assessment Scale, its initial purpose was completely different. This was developed to show high risk factors for dangerousness and pretty much to help a female who is in an extremely abusive partnership, who is in the emergency room with extreme injuries, to stop rationalizing, because if she has to check off all the things that have happened that year that have been dangerous, does he own a gun? Has he, I won't go into all of them, but the more she checks off, the more likely it is that she might realize that she is in imminent danger and then accept resources offered by the hospital and social work to protect her. That was the purpose of this scale. It was never intended to be used as a retrospective measure to look back in time and find out whether abuse was occurring based on one person's report years later in a litigation. She also gave the Conflict Tactics Scale revised, the second edition. Similarly, this scale was developed for research purposes, to research family violence. Again, there is no control for exaggeration or minimizing. It was just given to research participants anonymously so that we could get data on the prevalence of abuse and how abusive dynamics work. And on that, there's 39 questions where the respondent indicates essentially certain abusive behaviors they may have engaged in and then 39 where they indicate behaviors their partner might have engaged in. And obviously you can understand that in a forensic setting, the respondent is likely to put a very minimal amount of behaviors they engaged in and then extremely increase the number of behaviors their partner might have. And then lastly, let's see, the abusive behaviors observation checklist was the third checklist she gave. This one has not, there's no known research even on its effectiveness for what it was developed. It's a theoretical, very brief checklist that was meant to be used for therapy, where an individual who had experienced domestic violence could essentially read through some of the behaviors that constitute violence that they might not have been aware of. And if those behaviors applied to them, or if some of those coping strategies were ones they utilized, they would check that off. And then they have a way to talk about it because now it's been put to words. Again, this is similarly problematic if you're in a civil litigation, the person's motivated to have the results be consistent with a claim or an allegation of intimate partner violence and an allegation that they've been severely harmed, then they could simply just check off more. And not only that, but checklists like this one specifically give a lot of nuanced information about what clinicians might be looking for when they're assessing whether violence was present or whether the person's self-report is consistent with a genuine self-report of having been victimized. They're given all that information that we might be looking for.
Can you talk specifically about Dr. Hughes's use of the, I think you called it the PCL5?
Yes. So the PCL5 is the post-traumatic stress disorder checklist. This is different, not to be confused with the CAPS-5, which I've talked about previously as being the gold standard. The PCL5 was developed by the National Center of PTSD. It's intended for treatment. So if I were, for instance, working with a service member who I know had been in combat, I would probably give this as a standard with my intake. Before we do the diagnostic interview, it kind of gives me a read on how somebody who's there for treatment, who we assume can be taken at their word, because if they give us correct information, they're going to get an appropriate treatment. And if they give us incorrect, they might not get the treatment they need. So I would give this checklist to them. And then if they recognize some of those symptoms of PTSD, they could check it off. And that would probably indicate to me that I need to then do the next step. If they're checking off more items than not, I would probably decide to administer the clinician administered PTSD scale, that gold standard interview, to find out more about a diagnosis.
The last thing is what everybody refers to as the CAPS-5.
Yes, the CAPS-5.
What about, well, you talked about forensic use. What do you mean by that?
So when I'm talking about forensic evaluation, that's an evaluation that isn't done for therapy or treatment. It's specifically to assist the fact finder, to assist the judge or the jury in the court by providing information about the psychological status about an individual. And that's an important delineation too. We are not psychologists. I wish we were mind readers. I wish we had a crystal ball and could find out whether intimate partner violence occurred and look back in the past, but it's nothing like that. Really, it's a lot less interesting. We look at data. We have to control for those response biases. And then we also are looking at functioning, which is really the bottom line of the assessment. Did the person have a change in functioning from before the alleged trauma, or in this case, the alleged IPV, to after? Is there a decline in the way they're going about their lives?
Your Honor, may we approach?
All right.
Your Honor, there have not been enough muffins in this testimony.
So I have an issue with one of the things that she said. Hello, everybody.
Hey.
Hey,
Good to
Peter.
see everyone. It's been a
Hello.
crazy couple of days, so I haven't been able to join. But what she said about this is problematic when used in civil litigation because someone can pick the right answers to make sure it's consistent with their case or whatever. I get that, but that is way too far of a stretch. As we all know, these doctors are called in these cases every single time. So to just say, well, when it's done in civil litigation, you can fake the test. The tests are literally written so that you can't fake them in civil litigation. And there are experts that will testify to that. Like we can tell when someone is trying to fake a diagnosis based on the answers to these tests, which is why we use them in civil litigation, why they're allowed to come in. So I do think that can be attacked a little bit, since in fact Johnny Depp's team has used similar type doctors testing, even though he wasn't subjected to the compulsory medical exam. But I didn't love that line of questioning. But she's gonna crush you. I mean, it's obvious she's gonna crush you.
Yeah.
Here's the thing with the bet. Oh yeah, Alita. Sorry.
Just one thing real quick, Peter. Your audio is a little bit robotic or underwater. I'm not sure.
I will try to fix it.
I think it's just your internet connection is what
It
it
might be
sounds like.
bandwidth. It felt like bandwidth.
Yeah. So but I was able to listen in on what you were saying though, and that's interesting that these tests are designed specifically for that. However, what Dr. Curry was saying did make sense though, that she was like, if you just give her a checklist of things and say, do you have this and this for PTSD, you know, and if so, let's, you know, walk out the door and you have PTSD. That is a pretty easy thing for somebody to walk in and say, yes, of course I have PTSD. So it's anytime you have those kind of like self-reported tests, her logic does make a lot of sense though.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
and everybody knows enough about PTSD.
What did you say, Peter?
Everyone knows.
I'll just watch until my internet's fixed. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. It might also, I think your frame is frozen too. So it might also be, it might also help if you go out and come back in.
Could be StreamYard.
Also, yeah, it could be your StreamYard connection. So try that, go out and come back in, and then see if that helps.
Elaine is upset.
I was just gonna say, especially while Elaine is gesturing wildly.
She's upset. I thought she was going to take Dennison's nose off with one of those arm waves. All I was going to add to this break was that I have trouble following all these tests and the battle of the experts here. Dr. Curry is such a more effective, sympathetic speaker. That's usually what I look at when we're looking at the battle of the experts. She's just so much better at saying what she thinks. Even if she's wrong, she says it better.
Yeah. Well, and I just, the fact that she listed, here are the 3 problems that I have with her testimony. 1, 2, 3. Boom. So that if you lose anything else, you at least have the main points that she has.
Some of those domestic violence checklists that you were talking about.
Okay.
And did you see any problem with the use of those?
Yes.
What problems did you see?
Well, Doctor, first of all, they shouldn't be used. So we do have professional standards that require that we utilize instruments that are relevant and appropriate for the particular setting, and that we substantiate our opinions based on data that is reliable from tested, accurate, reliable tests for the purpose. So there's that. It's inconsistent with the ethics, and essentially they just shouldn't be used. They don't provide us with the robust information that it would be expected in such a high stakes setting.
Would you have expected Dr. Hughes to comment on the limitations of the checklist she was using?
Yes. So first of all, Dr. Hughes provided opinions based on these checklists. So she referenced especially the danger assessment scale several times throughout her testimony, stating that Ms. Heard was in a very dangerous situation. We also have an ethical guideline and a professional standard as well that indicate that whenever there is question about the reliability and the validity, and in psychology, we use the term validity to talk about accuracy of any of the methods that we're using to collect data, we clearly communicate not only that there are limitations to our opinions, but we also need to provide the fact finder with information about what the potential implications or impact could actually be. So for instance, if we use a scale that's idiosyncratic for the purpose, but we would first need to explain why we made that decision to not follow standard procedures. And then we would need to explain the use of this scale might introduce some potential exaggeration of this symptom. And so I'm trying to control for that way, but that was one of the limitations of my opinion. You have to make it very clear. Transparency is really at the center of good science in general.
You talked a little bit about ignoring response distortion. What is response distortion?
Response distortion is a term that speaks generally about an examinee approaching a test and providing answers that are either exaggerated or minimized, but in some way an inaccurate representation of their current mental status or their experience.
What test do you believe that Dr. Hughes failed to acknowledge response distortion on?
So she administered the personality assessment inventory, which is similar to the test I gave, the MMPI-2. It's that general broadband measure of psychopathology symptoms and personality traits. It includes several scales that are very good at detecting either exaggeration, minimization, or even trying to claim that you have unusually good qualities. On that test, there were clear indicators that Ms. Hurd, very similar to the way she approached my MMPI, engaged in defensiveness. And in fact, there's a function that you can look at. So you have that main scale elevation, we call it positive impression management, was elevated. And then, because we want to make sure that somebody isn't elevating that scale just because they have such well-being, there are additional configurations of scales that you can look at to find out what's going on. And so the Cashel discriminant function is sort of the name of one of these configurations, these equations that are done. And she was highly elevated on that. In fact, that elevation tells you that no, this isn't accidental. This isn't because she's just doing so well in life that she has an extremely, extremely low amount of problems. No, this is an intentional over-reporting, or I'm sorry, an intentional effort to minimize any appearance of having problems.
Now, you may have addressed this, but there was a reference to malingering.
Yes. So what's interesting about Ms. Hurd's approach to different tests is that it seems to be influenced by what we call the face validity of questions on the test. So if a test looks like it's measuring PTSD, you see exaggeration on her validity scales. If the test has less face valid questions, for instance, the personality assessment, which Dr. Hughes administered, the MMPI-2, which I administered, where she can't quite figure out what the questions are asking, they seem really banal in general. On those, you see extreme defensiveness, minimization of any potential pathology, essentially presenting herself as perfect and free of any mental illness or personality disorder. But on the trauma symptom inventory, which Dr. Hughes administered, that was the one that I previously indicated for ease of explanation. When the test results come out for how the person approaches the test, that test itself prints it as a percentage. And there's a really excellent scale for finding out if a person is exaggerating their symptoms of PTSD. It's called the atypical response scale. And the TSI-2 is the revised version of this test, and that scale was improved this time around to really try to be a clean indication of, is this person exaggerating? And it puts quite high questions in the test that are so unusual. They might sound like PTSD, but even the most severe cases of PTSD don't have these symptoms. And so somebody who's intentionally trying to exaggerate PTSD, or possibly unintentionally, but nonetheless, who's exaggerating it, is likely to endorse these items, even though they're not real PTSD symptoms. Ms. Hurd scored so highly on this that even if there is, although Dr. Hughes correctly said, there tends to be a negative skew when people have the high levels of distress that's associated with PTSD. So sometimes people score higher on this, even when they do have PTSD. She scored so high that that is effectively ruled out as a possibility.
Okay. What about Dr. Hughes's administration and use of the CAPS-5?
Okay, yes. So Dr. Hughes had diagnosed Ms. Hurd with PTSD back in 2019 when she began testing her. It wasn't till 2 years later, more than 2 years later, 10 days after I administered the CAPS-5 with Ms. Hurd, that Dr. Hughes held an impromptu evaluation session remotely with Ms. Hurd and administered the CAPS-5. She had previously diagnosed PTSD without using what we consider to be the gold standard PTSD diagnostic interview. And again, when we're doing a forensic evaluation, it is an important responsibility, and part of our ethics and professional standards are that we document everything to allow for transparency and full judicial scrutiny. And Dr. Hughes administered incorrectly. She left huge sections, very relevant sections, blank. There's no way to understand why she scored it as high as she did based on the information that's provided. You're essentially supposed to notate the examinee's responses as verbatim as possible to explain your reasoning and implying their scoring procedure. It's a standardized test. And if you don't follow those standard procedures, it's completely invalid. Not only that, but it looks as though Dr. Hughes further invalidated it by trying to show that she had assessed for the childhood trauma impact. And she had said that she went back and asked the childhood question, but you can't do that. If you're assessing for two separate periods of one's life to find out the relatedness to PTSD, you do two separate CAPS interviews, period. You don't create your own question system. That is non-standard administration of the test, and it invalidates it.
All right. You also mentioned with respect to the PAI, or the Personality Assessment and Inventory, that Dr. Hughes failed to mention some elements. What she failed to mention?
Oh, okay. So on the personality assessment inventory, so first she failed to mention that there were clear indications of response distortion. She also failed to mention that Ms. Hurd scored in her score profile against their main scores. She did elevate a score for the borderline personality disorder sort of section, but that in and of itself would not indicate a diagnosis. However, the configuration of her scores overall is consistent with that. And in fact, it's one of the diagnostic suggestions given by the test itself. And then also there's a configuration around Ms. Hurd's trauma responses on that particular test, which demonstrates that it is more likely that those symptoms were reported in relation to something in the distant childhood. It's more consistent with childhood chronic abuse than present circumstances or recent circumstances.
Okay, I think you said in addition to the issues with her own testing, Dr. Hughes misrepresented your results.
She did.
Can you tell us how?
So what I would say the main issue was that she said that Ms. Hurd obtained a normal profile on my MMPI-2.
All right. How do you disagree with Dr. Hughes relative to the profile?
Okay, so the profile was not normal. So Ms. Hurd already had subtle elevations just by the test by itself as it came out. There were subtle elevations, but they were elevations that if the validity scales hadn't been as elevated as they were, you might have said this person has some traits, but this isn't necessarily at the level of a true pathology. However, Ms. Hurd elevated a scale that essentially is a defensiveness scale on this test. And when you're giving this test, you always are mindful of different norms or groups who may have similar profiles. And there are certain groups of litigants who tend to elevate this scale as well. So I had that in mind. However, Ms. Hurd elevated this so much that it was far beyond the mean for the litigants that are known to have the highest levels of this scale, this defensiveness scale. And when this scale is elevated to the level that it is, you automatically understand that it is very likely that those clinical scales, I keep doing this because I'm seeing it in my head. It looks like sort of an ECT. It's sort of these peaks you see on a graph. And when you see these peaks and you have this huge peak over here for the defensiveness scale, what you know is that these peaks are artificially, they've been lowered or suppressed based on the respondent being so defensive. They still detected what's likely there for her, but it's not as high as it should be. So you make an adjustment. And the recommendation is that anything at 60 or above, we call it a T-score of 60 or above, is considered significant. Ms. Hurd's were already over 60. Some were quite higher than that. And then you see a very clear profile. And that was how I got that. I had mentioned a 3-6 code type. Now, the test does its own correction also for some of the scores, but not the ones that are her main code type. With the test correction, she had a 1-3-6 code type, which is very similar.
What is a 3-6 code type?
A 3-6 code type is something that has been researched and found to be highly correlated or probabilistic of certain behavioral tendencies and personality traits. And the traits with a 3-6 code type tend to be marked by a lot of externalization of blame, a lot of denial about one's own personal faults, intentional or not intentional, but just extreme denial, hostility that is strongly controlled and suppressed. The person may not even realize how hostile they are, but family members, those closest to them, are very likely to report that they lose their temper, and when they lose their temper, it explodes. We have sort of what we call a cookbook for these code types, which will provide you with all the information that's been researched to be associated with them. And our cookbook actually states that that 3-6 profile specifically tends to be associated with cruel and ruthless behavior, particularly to those who they perceive as less powerful than them and subordinates.
Describe for the jury the review process that you went through relative to the MMPI.
So I conducted a very methodical analysis of the scores. I do this for every test, and I also did it when I was reviewing Dr. Hughes's scores. So what you haven't seen that's in Discovery is that I created a 25-page outline just of her scores with, and it's sort of a table. So I'll put the score, I'll do it in sections so that I can understand different groupings, different research studies. And I start with looking at all the validity scales. So I put in the score, and I'll even color the table to show me if it's kind of in the high zone, moderate zone, or low. And then if it's low, is it a significant low score, or is it just low so it doesn't mean anything? And then in the right side, I put all the research data that I found on this particular scale score. And so I start with the validity scales, the way the person approached the test. Then I go down to essentially, we call these the first factors. So their overall sense of well-being and how well they cope. On this, actually, Ms. Hurd's, she endorsed scores or endorsed items that were the opposite of PTSD. So really saying that she feels free of distress and that she views herself very well. So then I go down to control, self-control, loss of control, coping abilities, and I put in the scores that are associated with that in the research and the test development. Then I go down to clinical and personality pathology, and I look at all the scores that are significant there, first with the top level main scores, then with all of the different sub-scores, again, citing the research, the meaning, the level of elevation, and what that means. And then I do comparison with different research groups. So for Ms. Hurd, I did a section that looked at all sorts of different scores that have been implicated with a PTSD presentation to see if any of those were consistent. I can't remember how many there were. I think I put 13 on there, but I could be wrong. But I believe that there was only one that could even be, in some research, is sometimes associated with it, but it was general anxiety, which turned out to be more trait specific. I looked at the scores that are typical of women with IPV. Hers were not consistent at all with those. I looked at the scores that were consistent with people who are frequently in litigation. Hers actually were very highly correlated with those. That tends to be also consistent with a 3-6 code type. And the reason for that is believed to be that they tend to perceive themselves often as victims who need to avenge wrongs.
Were there other results you believe Dr. Hughes to have misrepresented? For instance, the TSI-2.
Yes. So Dr. Hughes generally said that testing supported PTSD and that there was an etiology for her trauma of intimate partner violence. She did reference that essentially I can't remember if she said that the trauma symptom inventory indicated PTSD, but she did say that the elevation on that validity scale is consistent with PTSD, and that's simply not true. That scale was designed and has been tested and shown to be there to show when somebody is endorsing extremely unusual items that are not consistent with PTSD. And even though when some people are experiencing PTSD, their distress level is so high that they'll engage in what we call a cry for help, and they may sometimes exaggerate distress. Again, when you're looking at scores as high as Ms. Heard's, and then you're not seeing indications of PTSD in the more subtle tests where she doesn't know what she's endorsing, it's good evidence that her over-endorsement on that one test is because of the reason the scale was made, to detect exaggeration and feigning of symptoms.
Is this the test that resulted in the 98th percentile
Yes.
score?
Yes, on that atypical response scale.
And what does that 98th percentile score represent?
So that 98th percentile score just represents that among 98% of people who take that test would not have endorsed. She scored more of those unusual items that are not consistent with PTSD than 98% of people who have ever taken that test.
Does that relate to this concept you talked about before called feigning?
Yes.
What is feigning again?
Well, feigning is essentially exaggerating symptoms of a disorder.
I think the third thing you indicated you were going to talk about was self-reports and personal opinion as facts. What are you talking about there?
So in any science and in psychology specifically, it's really important that we use precise language and we say what we mean, and we do not present opinions as facts, because when you are in the role of an expert witness or an expert in any setting, essentially a layperson may not be able to detect the difference between something that is a personal opinion that you're giving versus something that is substantiated by research data, test data, reliable test methods. So our ethics talk about, especially the specialty guidelines of forensic psychology, the responsibility we have to distinguish between data, then inferences we're making from that data, what the data can mean, sort of like those tables I do. I put the data, the inferences based on the research, and then what my ultimate opinion is, integrating all of that data. And it's very important that we clarify that to the fact finder, to the judge, the jury. That's our responsibility, that we do not cloak personal opinions or the self-report of an examinee as an expert fact or somehow scientifically based when it is just a personal opinion or self-report of an examinee.
What do you mean by self-report?
The self-report is essentially what the examinee tells you during the interview.
Okay. When did Dr. Hughes do this most?
She did this most when describing instances of alleged IPV. And there's also an issue there because one of our ethics also discusses the importance of relevance and withholding, essentially constraining our testimony to the data and not including private information, personal information that unnecessarily compromises the dignity of any of the litigants. She provided a lot of what was Ms. Heard's report to her, the allegations of abuse, when describing Mr. Depp, who she had not examined, when describing Mr. Depp's behavior, his motivations. I believe she used the word obsessive jealousy quite a few times, talked about Ms. Heard being in a highly dangerous situation. These are simply things that we cannot detect based on testing and a psychological evaluation. We have to evaluate the person, we have to get consent, and we can only describe an individual, not whether or not IPV has occurred. And we certainly shouldn't go into explicit details about sexual encounters or other things that are highly prejudicial, shocking, and hard to forget.
There you go.
Dr. Hughes says that Ms. Hurd has PTSD. Do you agree?
I do not.
Why not?
The results of my multi-method comprehensive evaluation based on carefully selected, researched, relevant test instruments, based on comparing those instruments to Ms. Hurd's self-report, observing Ms. Hurd's behavior over 12 direct hours of assessment, reviewing copious notes from prior therapists who indicated symptoms in their notes, reviewing the notes of Nurse Velati, previously Nurse Borum, who spent, I believe at one point, almost 2 months with Ms. Hurd daily, reviewing the notes of her treating providers, all of the legal documents and discovery. There was no evidence of PTSD.
How is evidence of PTSD generally exhibited?
So really the bottom line in a forensic psychological evaluation is a change in functioning. That's what we're looking for. Again, I said, we don't have a crystal ball. We're not wizards. We can't get into somebody's head. What we're looking for were there identifiable changes in the way the person engaged in their world. Were they able to keep a job? PTSD is an extremely disabling diagnosis. When a person has true PTSD, it is difficult for them to work. You'll see unemployment, job loss. It causes extreme levels of distress and impairment. There's divorce, there's isolation and estrangement from children, from family members, extreme alcohol abuse, often a string of sudden DUIs when the person never had any before. They become homebound, they can't go to the store. They're certainly not going to events. They're not having success in their film career, usually. They're not exercising every day, pursuing their hobbies, being avid readers, obtaining level 3 sommelier training, having dinner parties with friends, groups. Those are just indications of very high functioning. And when you're looking for a decrease in functioning over time, that is inconsistent with that decrease.
What about Dr. Hughes' suggestion that Mr. Waldman's statements served as a trigger?
It was like a nuke on Amber Heard.
All right.
Yeah. Amber might need some Amica cream after that. That was basically all of these things that she's running around doing indicate that she doesn't have PTSD. That's not what that looks like.
This is the meme of just list of burn centers at this point.
Yep.
Wow. Dr. Curry might be the best expert witness I've seen in quite a long time. She's engaging. She's thorough. Her use of language is very good, unlike mine right now. She is just devastating in a very systematic way. Hughes and Heard, the H² team over here, she is just ruining them all for days. I mean, how many ways and how many colorful ways can you come up with to say that Hughes is an unprofessional hack who doesn't deserve the credentials she has, and Amber Heard is a narcissistic liar, faker,
faking all these tests in her own best interest.
Training. How are you doing, Nurse Liz?
Oh, hey.
Sorry.
You did a great job, Kurt. Get it all out. Tell us how you really feel.
I had some thoughts. I know I was stepping on top of you a little bit, but yeah.
No, I thought that was
Dr. Hughes.
I thought that was very therapeutic for my soul. I really wish I could have been there while Dr. Gray was watching Dr. Hughes's actual reaction.
What's your view on that?
Yeah. I would say that it can't be triggered if PTSD isn't present.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
All right. Cross-examination.
Well, how much of the 2 hours and 50 minutes you have do you want to burn on this? That'll be good.
Yeah, probably a lot because this is very
probably
damaging.
A lot.
I
Dr.
love how
Curry, I
much-
just want to make sure that we all remember, you're not board certified, correct?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And you've been licensed for how
Sorry.
long?
I've been licensed for 10 years.
Okay. And you are being paid by Mr. Depp's legal
Really?
team
You're
to
going
be
over
his
this
correct?
again?
Yes,
How much have you charged so far?
I actually don't know.
Over 100,000?
I truly don't know. I don't do my own books.
Over 200,000?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Objection asked and answered.
Over 300,000?
Objection
That would
asked and
be
answered.
too much, but
Objection.
I do not know.
Okay. Now, just so that we all remember, you had dinner at Mr. Depp's
Really?
house.
This is
This is
For
all
she's
they
six
do.
already
Really, the
gone into
dinner?
this.
Really?
With Mr.
We might do
Depp,
muffins.
Objection
Mr.
asked and
Waltman,
answered.
Mr. Chu, and
We
Ms.
have a
Jasper,
non-zero
correct?
chance of muffins.
I was interviewed. I asked if there was anything I could eat because at
If
about
she
3
says
hours I
muffins, I
started to
swear I'm
get
gonna lose
hungry.
my
Mr. Depp
shnikes.
then offered to order takeout for the entire team.
So you had dinner at Mr. Depp's home with Mr. Waldman,
She's jealous, that's why.
Mr. Chu,
She wishes
Ms.
that she could have had
Vasquez,
dinner
and
at
Mr.
Depp's
Depp,
home.
correct?
Yes,
And you had drinks as well, correct?
And
I
your
actually
client
don't
filled
know.
out
I
the
do
form
remember that there
backwards,
were
Elaine.
drinks.
Do you recall testifying earlier that you did have a drink, a mule something?
No, I remember testifying that there might have been a mule. A
Maybe
Moscow
an
mule.
alpaca.
It's a Moscow
I don't
mule.
know.
Thank you. We didn't have animals there as well, right?
No.
Wow.
Okay.
Maybe it's one of the alpacas from outside.
And
And
you
here's
talked
the
about
mule.
transparency.
Did Elaine
I
get
just wanna
snotty
make
about whether
sure
there was a real
you
mule there?
Had several.
Yes.
A little bit.
I was starting to feel bad for
designations, expert
Elaine. I take it
designations,
back.
reports in this case, correct?
Yes,
And in not one of them did you disclose that you had dinner and drinks at Mr. Depp's house for 3 to 4 hours with
You've got
Mr.
to be
Waldman,
kidding
Mr.
me.
Chu, and Ms. Vasquez. Is that correct?
You bang the
Ms.
table,
Bedenhoff,
Kurt. You
you're
bang the table.
mischaracterizing what occurred.
Dr.
Look
Curry, please answer the question.
Dr.
Not
Curry's
once
going
did you
ahead.
disclose this in any of your
I
reports.
did not
correct?
disclose that I was interviewed as that standard procedure.
But it's true that you have never gone to a client's house to be interviewed for an expert witness position, correct?
Yes, because I never had a client that was essentially homebound because of their celebrity status.
Ooh, there you go.
And you.
That's a damn good answer.
Talked to Mr. Depp for 3 to 4 hours before taking on the role of assessing Ms. Heard and deciding whether she was suffering from any distress, correct?
I did not talk to Mr. Depp. I was talking to his legal team and he was there to observe.
He was present
Outstanding.
for the 3 to 4
Yes.
hours. And are you saying now he just stayed silent and said nothing all day?
I don't recall what he didn't or didn't do. I was answering questions.
Okay. Now, your expertise here is limited to whether Amber Heard suffers from PTSD currently. Is that correct?
Yes, I was
Okay.
tasked with conducting an evaluation to
Okay,
determine
Dr.
Ms.
Curry,
Heard's mental
you know, we're all on
status.
very, very strict time limitations.
Okay.
That's your problem.
Because that's your problem,
That's
Elaine.
your
So I
problem.
That's
You're
a
gonna
you
ask
problem.
her.
Just answer my
So
question
sad.
rather than trying to go
So
further,
sad.
okay? Thank you very much. Now, after you had
Did the jury know that they were on a strict time
you then
limitation? I don't
provided
know.
a
Now.
designation in February of 2021 in which you said, and this is long before you ever saw Amber Heard, correct? You said that Amber Heard, quote, exhibits patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder, end of quote, correct?
No,
No, we went through this before.
we did.
But, and that was on the
Misstated it last
designation, was
time.
it not?
I told you last time that I did not write that.
Okay, and you don't know who did on the legal team, correct?
No,
Okay, and then I also asked you, if you may recall, whether you listened to the audio recording in which Mr. Depp taunted Amber Heard that she had a borderline personality disorder. Do you recall that?
I recall you asking me that, yes.
Did you recall listening to that audio tape?
I don't recall Mr. Depp taunting Ms. Heard. I do recall that he at some point suggested she might have that diagnosis.
Okay, and that was back
Good
in these
answer.
audio tapes back when they were together,
Don't accept
correct?
her characterization of it.
Yes,
Okay, now you've never before been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to someone who has bipolar disorder, correct?
no, as I previously stated, that's not true.
All right,
All right.
That was a big breath.
That was quite the snort.
Not up here anymore.
Similar to the one that I made.
You want to impeach her now? Spend
Your
some
Honor, can
time
we
impeaching
approach
her on
All
nothing?
right.
This is literally all the same.
Honestly, I think
that she
Dr.
went through
Curry,
before.
Dr. Curry seems in her element. It looked to me like she was thinking, is it the same?
Is this?
Because if it's the same, I can do this.
She's like, you want, we're
Look at her
okay,
face.
same dance. Oh, look at her. She just looks so.
She does. She looks in her element. She's like, okay.
Because she
She
really
does.
Curry's
seems
one
to
of the
know her
best expert
stuff,
witnesses
so
I've
she's
seen in
able
a
to
while.
explain it well.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
more than any degree she has, she is an excellent communicator of ideas,
And
and that'll beat most anything.
I was gonna say,
Yes.
and honestly, that's like the most important thing. I've had like, I feel like being able to talk to people and patients is almost more important
Yes.
than being like an expert. Because if people
It
feel
is.
heard and like you can understand, the jury's
And-
gonna relate to her.
In terms
is
of,
happening?
and from an attorney's professional responsibility perspective too, that is the biggest thing that gets an attorney into litigation issues with their own client is miscommunication or lack of communication.
Do we have an
So-
idea what that was, Alita?
Trial
Elaine
transcript,
comes
I'm
over.
guessing.
What?
Get her report.
Trial
Now, you
transcript or
recall
something.
testifying in your deposition on March 21, 2022, correct?
Yes,
And you were under oath at that time, correct?
yes.
And the question I just showed you on page 207, line 5, have you ever been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to whether someone has bipolar disorder? And your answer at that time was no, correct?
Yes, I had forgotten that case.
Okay. And have you ever been asked to testify whether anyone has behavioral or characterological conduct that suggests they may be an IPV perpetrator?
I can't, yeah, I may have. It's difficult after about 250 cases. It's difficult to remember specifically.
All right. And have you ever been qualified as an expert in the area of IPV?
No,
And have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in domestic abuse or violence?
domestic.
Abuse or violence?
Yes, that's been a component of testimony.
Peach some more on the nothing.
Yeah.
Should just work on things that require Elaine to walk over. It's 60 seconds every time.
Yep.
Seriously. Elaine's team is the only one that thinks you need to be an
Elaine.
expert on everything when it comes to being a psychologist.
Yeah, no joke.
Or a psychiatrist. Like that's not normal.
So they're doing a refresh right there. Why can't they just read it in? I guess I don't understand. We haven't
Well,
seen this before.
Because
Line
refreshing your
16
recollection
of
is
page
different than
207.
impeachment.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in the area of IPV? Your answer on line 20 was
there you go.
no, under
That's the
oath,
impeachment.
correct? Then the next question, have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in domestic abuse or violence? That and goes into page 208, line 4. The answer then under oath was no.
Good question.
Now,
Do you have a question?
you would agree that the literature is quite clear that trauma-based symptoms such as PTSD or complex PTSD have symptoms that overlap with borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder, yes?
Yes,
Okay. And you would agree that it's important to use valid and reliable measures for an accurate diagnosis, correct?
absolutely.
Okay. You chose, however, not to administer the structured clinical interview for DSM-5
This is not gonna
personality
be-
disorders. the
Jury's
SPID.
not gonna
Is
care
that
about
correct?
this.
I did.
Okay. And
They
would
don't
you
know what
agree
these
that that
tests
is
are.
a state-of-the-art
That's the thing. I
structured
don't.
clinical
It all
interview?
bounces off. Right?
Not for a forensic evaluation with a sophisticated examinee.
But to determine if a personality disorder is present? you
No,
would use
not
it.
in this setting.
You don't agree with that?
I do not.
And you don't agree that that is the gold standard assessment for reliable, accurate psychiatric diagnosis?
It's a good one, but for treatment settings especially.
Okay. Now, did Ms. Hurd, you said you read all of the treatment records, right?
Yes,
Okay. Do you recall reading the treatment records for the psychologist Bonnie Jacobs, who saw Amber Heard over 5 years?
I do.
And did you see anything in Bonnie Jacobs' notes over 5
This
years?
is the treating
in
people
which she
don't diagnose
diagnosed Ms.
answer,
Heard
right?
with borderline
I think I could do
personality
this.
Or histrionic personality disorder.
No,
Now, you also saw the notes of Dr. Connell Cohen, correct?
Mhm.
And you even attended his deposition, correct?
yes,
All right. And he saw Amber for roughly 2 years. He was part of the Dr. Kipper connection,
Mhm.
right?
yes,
Correct? Okay. And did you see anything in Dr. Cowan's notes And did he say in his deposition that he diagnosed Amber Heard with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
I saw the symptoms clearly delineated throughout his notes and in his deposition. He does not use diagnoses, so he would not have diagnosed her.
He said specifically in his deposition, he did not diagnose her with that, correct?
Yes, and he also specifically stated that he does not use diagnoses.
All right. And you also have seen Dr. Banks, Dr. Amy Banks, the psychiatrist, her deposition, correct?
Yes,
And did
not
Dr.
her
Anderson,
deposition. I reviewed her notes in the transcript.
all right, did Dr. Anderson diagnose Ms. Heard with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
I don't believe she provided any diagnosis since she was a couples therapist.
All right. Now, you've said quite a bit about Don Hughes, but do you remember how many years of experience
why I felt bad
Don
for
Hughes
Elaine.
has in
I do feel like she's
IPV
gonna
and
suffer.
domestic abuse and violence?
I know it's quite a bit.
Extensive, and she is board certified, correct?
Yes, she is.
All right, and she spent 29 hours of examination with Amber Heard, did she not?
Yes, mostly
Okay.
interviewing.
All right, and she interviewed her therapists, Bonnie Jacobs and Conan Cowell, correct?
Yes,
And
So
she
she meant
also
interviewing instead
interviewed
of doing
Amber's
tests.
late mother.
yes.
Okay, and she administered 12 different tests over the period of that time, correct?
Well, as I said, the majority of those were checklists, which are inappropriate for the forensic setting.
I understand that's what you say, but she administered 12 different tests, correct?
No, she said no.
If you want to qualify them as tests, sure.
Okay. And so you disregard, no, I'm not even gonna say that. Okay. Let's go to the CAPS 5 and PTSD.
Okay.
Oh no.
Now, you assessed Ms. Heard's traumas in her
She
life,
caught herself
correct?
at least.
Yes, I did
Okay.
give her an instrument to assess for any trauma exposure throughout the entire lifespan.
Yes, that's fine. And you wrote that Ms. Heard's exposure to a traumatic event, namely.
God, I got to tell you, it's
one of the
off-putting to hear her
sexual
do the
assaults by
like
Mr.
micro
Depp,
machines
more than
advertisement kind of
satisfied this
talking
requirement.
style on
Did you
this.
not write that in your notes?
Thanks.
That is not what I wrote in my notes. Do you have my notes? So we
And
can
you
look at them?
administered a
Micro
structured
machine.
clinical interview based on that trauma, correct?
Not exactly. It's not quite right.
Okay. Now, Dr. Hughes administered a full intimate partner violence assessment, correct?
That's not a psychological assessment. We can't assess for intimate partner violence. That's an event.
Dr. Hughes administered a full intimate partner violence assessment,
She
correct?
stated that, and that's actually something I'm rebutting today.
Okay, and you reviewed her psychological testing?
I
correct?
sure did, yes.
Okay, and are you aware that in
Sure did.
September 2019, Ms. Heard had a trauma-based symptom?
You're damn
on
right I
many of
did.
those valid tests?
Can you be a little bit more specific? Many of those
Do you-
valid tests, which tests are you talking
Do
about?
you have a recollection of that, September 2019?
She administered all of her testing in September 2019, so I'm not sure which one, except for the CAPS 5, which was 10 days after mine in 2021.
Now, Dr. Hughes clinically evaluated those
Does not miss a
symptoms and
beat.
established that Ms. Heard does have PTSD from the totality of the intimate partner violence by Mr. Depp, correct?
That's what she stated, yes.
Okay. Now, Dr. Anderson's clinical notes that said Amber had come to.
Objection, hearsay.
I haven't even asked the question yet, Your Honor.
Are you going to read her notes?
Well, no, actually, I wasn't going to read her notes. I was
Okay.
going to ask a particular question.
Okay.
You talked about danger. Do you
Whoa.
recall that in your testimony?
Yes,
All right. Now, if a patient comes to you as a couples therapist
Mhm.
with two black eyes, would you assess that there may be a potential danger there?
sure.
Okay. Did you read Dr. Anderson's notes?
I believe I did.
Now, you administered the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory 2, the MMPI-2. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Always
And
such a
you
short
used that
title when they
to
read it.
determine whether Amber had PTSD, right?
Not by itself, but it was a part of the data.
Okay. And in the 60 to 70 T-score range for that test, which, quote, deliberate attempts to mislead are uncommon, end quote. Isn't that correct?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
In the T-score
Mhm.
section of
Mhm.
that, for which assesses deliberate attempts to mislead. Do you recall? She scored a 60 on that test, correct?
So there are multiple T-scores for each scale, so I'm not sure which scale you're talking about.
Okay. Well, we can deal with that later. So you would agree that you need to follow ethics and best practices in forensic psychology, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the two primary sources are the American
I loved Mark's
Psychological
reaction to that.
Association Ethical
Duh.
It's just one of
Principles
those
and
questions you
Professional
kind of have
Code
to
of
ask.
Conduct,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And the American Psychological Association's Specialty Guidelines for Forensic Psychology, correct?
Yes.
And Specialty Guidelines 1.02 states that forensic practitioners, quote, strive for accuracy, impartiality, fairness, and independence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Specialty Guidelines 1.03 states that you have to avoid a conflict of interest, correct?
Yes.
Now, in addition to not listing the 4 hours you spent with Mr. Depp, Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez, you also did not list that you spent an hour with Dr. Shah, correct?
That's incorrect.
You say that the designation said that you spent
During
an
my
hour-
deposition, I also clarified this. I didn't spend an hour with Dr. Shah. There was an introduction with the attorneys present on Zoom. My time on that call was less than 30 minutes.
But you still didn't disclose it, did you, in your reports?
No.
Okay. Now, you have not been asked to testify about Ms. Heard's behavior in the context of her relationship with Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
I was asked to testify about somebody's behavioral mental status in general, so that can include behavior involved in a relationship with Mr. Depp, but not specifically.
Can you pull up day 10 of the trial testimony?
Oh, poor
At
Elaine.
page 2710. Sorry. 2710, lines 12 through 18.
May we approach?
All right.
This is brutal by Curry. She's just such a great expert witness. She has just the right amount of fight back, which is
She does have a little.
which is hard to do. It's really hard to do.
It's hard to measure that well and to do that in a restrained kind of way, so
Yeah.
you don't come out looking like you're just an a-hole.
Yeah. But she's below that line, whatever that line is, and she's not being a total pushover. So she's somewhere in that happy zone middle, and she's just
She almost seems like she's like placating a child. Like, okay.
a little bit, yes.
You know, like, okay, it's gonna be fine.
Well, Elaine having to run so fast, I think is
Would
also
you
a
like a muffin?
distraction to her.
Would you? She's gonna need a lot of muffins to recover from this.
And
Yeah,
Emeka
get
cream.
some carbs.
Uh-huh. Harsh burn.
Burn. Hey, I'm not the one giving them. It's Dr. Curry.
I know she's doing a great job.
Yeah.
I don't know
Great job.
if what's being reported is correct, but there's a report that someone related to the Tassie Van Ree
Dr.
incident
Curry,
might be
this
coming
is
in on
your
rebuttal.
testimony from day
Johnny
10
Depp
in this
scene.
case, and if you can look at
I don't
page
know which,
27.
but
No, which
someone.
incident?
Oh, the Tassie
line
Van Ree
13.
Okay.
Now, is it
incident.
my question was, now, is it your testimony under oath today that you have not been asked to testify concerning Ms. Heard's behavior in the context of her relationship with Mr. Depp, including any abuse? And your answer under oath to this jury that day was, that's correct.
Yes.
Correct?
I
Okay.
still agree with that question.
All right. And you have not made any determinations, including any opinions, that Ms. Heard abused Mr. Depp or Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, you said that's outside the scope.
Yes.
right? Okay.
Of psychology.
And you cannot testify whether Amber Heard suffered any emotional
Meaning
distress
nobody
as a
should.
result of any of the defamatory comments that she has alleged Mr. Waldman made through Mr. Depp, or Mr. Depp made through Mr. Waldman, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you want me to read my response?
Sure.
Objection. I'm
What
sorry.
I-
Hold on, Dr.
Sorry,
Curry.
Your Honor.
That's okay. Oh, what's the objection? You're on approach? Okay.
So I just want to correct one thing. When I don't know if my mic's any better, but I'm actually
Yeah.
at home,
Oh, it's
so.
Yeah,
much
you're
better.
better.
Okay. All right.
You no longer sound like
Um,
you're Aquaman.
We've adapted. But I thought Dr. Curry, literally the question that I had, which is, how can you say this doesn't apply in civil cases? They literally set it up so that there are tools for you to see when they're lying. She set that up, and then she hit a home run with it by explaining later that there are literally protections put in place, and Amber had the red lights flashing on all of the protections in place, that her answers were too perfect for PTSD, and she was clearly not telling the truth during this interview and was trying to check the right boxes. So she answered the question flawlessly, and
Now,
I mean, she's crushed today.
You have not rendered any opinion as to whether Amber Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that would suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false. Would you agree?
No, I mean, yes, I would agree with that.
Thank you. And you have not, no, that's right. That's all I've got. No further questions.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Well,
redirect.
thanks for a waste of time and a waste of your time at that.
Primarily a waste of her time.
Massively disappointed that muffins were not involved.
She
Yeah.
knew better.
You were asked
Let's get some
about
redirect on muffins.
the skid.
Yes,
What's that?
it's a structured clinical interview. It's for rendering a diagnosis. It's best for treatment because you're asking direct questions of the examinee and about symptoms. So if you have an examinee who has a tendency to minimize, you're not going to get much information.
Why didn't you use it?
Because, well, first of all, I had a limited amount of time for my evaluation, and I had already had to use, just to complete the interview was extremely time consuming. And I had to even restructure it into handouts so that I could keep Ms. Heard on track. I determined based on that, so this is where you would make an inference. So because I was having difficulty getting direct answers to my questions from Ms. Heard, I had determined that creating forms of those questions would be a better use of the time, which it was. And then I further deduced that adding on the structured clinical interview would probably be unproductive, given that I had limited time and needed to use the best, most reliable methods for getting information in that time.
You were asked about the APA specialty guidelines,
Yes.
specifically 1.02 and
Yes.
1.03.
Mhm.
Have you complied with them?
I have.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Curry, you can have a seat in the
Thank
courtroom,
you,
and you're
Your
free to
Honor.
go. Thank you, ma'am.
That was effective testimony.
That really was.
I think it
Ms.
highlighted
Let's
a
go ahead
lot
and
of.
take our morning recess for 15 minutes. Do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay?
These are early morning recesses.
I need a cigarette break.
I think
They
they
just
know
want-
these days are going to be shorter.
Could be. I think they just want to give the commentary like us just chance to
30.
talk.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think that's
so.
right. I definitely think that's
That's
right.
That's exactly it. Judge A was like, you know what? We should really throw a bone to Legalbytes and the rest of the law too.
I
Because they've
I
been
assume
working
when
hard.
the judge leaves, she comes to watch us. Is that not what? Is that not what
Oh,
happens?
Just for
yeah.
planning purposes, Sammy asked Mr. Tobin to be here as early as noon, just in case with the fluid of the trial. I'm not sure what time we can get to that motion, so. Okay, just to let you know.
Who is that?
Who's Mr. Tobin?
They need to work on that. They're going to find out who the next witness is. So let's go ahead and take a recess until 10:55, okay?
Going to take a recess so that I can go back into the Legalbytes chat and say court, and turn your mics down. Yep.
Yeah. Which one of you is actually Judge A?
Tobin is TMZ guy. I thought it was like an M. I thought it was
No,
an M
Morgan is the
That was
witness
yesterday.
or the potential witness, right?
Okay, well, who's Tobin?
The lawyer?
I'm guessing, yeah. I'm guessing
okay.
that's right. Is TMZ's rep,
Oh, I see.
you know, whomever it might be, probably the
Oh.
lawyer.
Yeah, because
That's gonna be fun.
He doesn't
Yeah.
care about this not coming in. It's TMZ that wants it to not come in.
Oh, I wonder if he'll be more informed than the Disney person.
I think he will be. That's my
Yeah,
guess. That's
'cause
my
they
guess,
have a point to
because Warner
argue.
Brothers was more informed.
That was a
anyway.
fantastic.
That's very true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh,
Now the underwater effect has gone from Peter over to Mike.
If only we had
Sorry,
Amber
Mike.
Heard to create a bubble.
yeah.
Create
I
an air
know.
bubble underwater. Yeah.
With
Yeah, it's
her
Wi-Fi. You guys can't hear
phenomenal-
me?
We can
What?
hear you, but
We can hear you.
You're a little choppy.
Yeah. All right. Peace out.
Oh no, sorry.
Miss you,
Hotel
boo.
internet.
I'll
Come
be
back
here
when you got
tomorrow.
it better. Oh, okay.
So does anyone
Oh,
other than
man.
me have thoughts? Because I can just talk for a while, but I've talked a little bit.
She's been incredible.
Yeah. I thought she
really
did a
good.
really good job pointing out that tests have to be done in a certain environment that they were like that they were originally tested for validity in, showing that you can kind of pick and choose to make any diagnosis work, but you can't just like, you could find a study or a, any kind of research or any kind of validating tool, like she had said, to throw at her. But if you pull them out of context, they mean nothing. And so that gave my soul happiness that was.
I particularly, the thing that I loved the most about her testimony today was how she started. These are the 3 things that you need to take away. It was very much like
Oh,
what
yeah.
you should do for a YouTube video, right? Like when you're
Yes.
like, all right, this is like bottom line up front. Here's what you need to take away, and we're going to get into all the details. So stick around until the end so you can fully understand it. Like that's like very much how it felt. And there's a reason why folks on YouTube do that. It's so that people that are watching can understand why it is that they're listening to what they're listening to, and then they can follow along because they can put everything sort of in an organized way. So I loved the fact that she had those 3 conclusions. Like I just immediately, as soon as I got her name down, I got whatever else down, then I was like, ooh, boom, 1 2 3. I filled in those gaps, and then I was like, all right, now I can kind of sit back and sort of fill in these details. I loved it. I think that is exactly what every expert witness should do on the stand. And honestly, even outside of expert witness testimony, that's just a really great way of explaining concepts, explaining ideas. So, folks in the chat, if you ever have a presentation you're supposed to give, that's a really great way to organize it.
I feel like they've done that.
Curry.
Go ahead.
No, that's it. I said my thing. I said, think Dr. Curry. You're up.
I think they've done a good job with that, with a lot of the rebuttal experts, and nobody crushes an expert like someone who's similarly situated to that expert. It's like we can come here and talk about lawyers all day, right? And talk about what they do wrong. So when these similarly situated experts have a chance to respond to what somebody else did, they can pick it apart like nobody's business and crush it. And it's so easy for them. I mean, you can hear these experts come up that are crushing Amber Heard's experts, and it's like just so easy for them to pick apart, especially in litigation. Because if you talk to any doctor that's a practitioner or a clinician and a legal expert, they're like, that ain't how it works. And we can pick it apart. Crazy that they do this certain things for civil litigation versus what we would actually do in the real world. And you can really make it seem outlandish. And I feel like they've done a good job of having each expert come up and say, what do you disagree with? For Amber Heard's expert, here are the 3 things I disagree with. Let me go through and explain why I disagree with them. And then boom, I thought every single rebuttal expert so far has nuked Amber Heard's expert.
And I think you bring up a really neat point, which we don't talk about too much in the legal sphere, even though we kind of should, is that so often all of these things we do with psychologists and psychiatrists in the legal realm is so created and like isn't in the laboratory world, and we just kind of fake it as if it kind of is, because we have to kind of mutate it for what we need the legal field to be. And so you're right, that makes it so easy to cross, because all you do is bring up someone who actually knows the field. And you saw that a little bit in when Spiegel was getting when Dr. Spiegel was getting a little ornery, when they were like, you can't really bring up the Goldwater rule, because if you do, you're kind of impeaching all expert witness testimony on this. No, he wasn't exactly right. But what they were doing was kind of going after this idea that it's just like, legal psychiatry isn't psychiatry.
Well, he kept trying to be like, let's not trick the jury. Let's not mislead.
Right.
He kept trying to do that, which he's right on certain points, but totally wrong on others.
Yeah, and it sure didn't look good. Like even if he was right, which he wasn't, which he wasn't. But even if he was, it still looked terrible.
It's not a good answer. It's like, well, let's impeach it. This whole courtroom's out of order. Here, I'll say what I said while they were at sidebar. I honestly, when we have Battle of an Experts, I never feel like I'm in, well, with some exceptions, a great position to actually evaluate the sniping at each other, right? Because if you go back and you think about Dr. Hughes's testimony, she has all sorts of things that sound like pretty legitimate grievances about how Dr. Curry conducted her tests and what she did. Where I think Dr. Curry wins is not just because she got to go last. She is the by far superior communicator to Dr. Hughes. And just on that level, I'm inclined to believe her. But if I'm being honest with like the science and the tests, I have no idea when they're yelling at each other and saying it should look like this, and the circle should be here, and the check boxes should be here, and it should be like this, and Dr. Curry's an idiot, and Dr. Hughes is an idiot. I say, Hughes looked mad and mean and used biased language and had these particular issues, and Dr. Curry explained how she got to her reasoning. Is she right? I can't rightly say, but I believe her more.
Yeah, and that was the same thing. Like Spiegel was just so combative yesterday, and then you bring in like Dr. David Bowie to like slow
Dr.
talk
Sleep is a
everyone.
lot.
Yeah, like which I tended to believe what he said over Spiegel anyway. But even if I didn't, like it still wouldn't have worked because Spiegel just was not an effective communicator.
To a person, I think the Depp team has picked experts that are more affable, that are better communicators, that I would like more and I want to listen to. The only exception to that, really, I thought was the hand surgeon that Heard's team brought in. And then he's just kind of eviscerated on Cross because he's doing weird things with his hands.
True. Do you guys want some DUI guy tweets from the courtroom?
Sure. Yes.
Sure.
Okay, so he says the deputies will not let us sit in the third row today on both sides. Not sure why. We'll find out later today. I sat there yesterday with no issue. I talked
TMZ
to
legal
this,
team.
I guess. I talked to the stenographer yesterday after court about court cameras and court reporters and stenography. She's really sweet and funny. She waved this morning and I waved back. Ah, all right. Sweet talking the court reporter. All right. I see how it's going, Larry. Ben walked over to Amber's camp and dumped a pile of candy. Talk about a power move. This is psychological game at its finest, folks.
Wow.
Interesting. Feeling very generous.
I think he gave it to him as a friendly thing. I don't think he was like a.
Yeah.
I think that's what he's saying. Yeah.
I thought he was calling them narcissists. Isn't that what their expert represented?
Yeah,
to
for
answer the
eating
last,
candy.
To answer the last
want
super chat
candy.
question, it's one of the previous super chat was just asking who the muffin was. The muffin is just a placeholder so that the super chats don't go over any of our talking head boxes when testifying. So that's
with limited effect.
Yeah, limited effect.
I like to when I'm on the bottom. I like to poke my head up.
Yes,
so you can see my eyes.
You can have fun with the.
Yeah. Anyway, this is a generous super chat. Thank you.
Alrighty. Yes. Thank you. Okay. So then he says, juror number 8 is looking for, and that also, by the way, that could also be very generous and a power move at the same time, right? Like, so like it could be that he was just doing that to be nice, but also that it communicates a strong power dynamic.
So, what, Rick? What are you gonna go against this? You know she's right.
I would need to see more context. I literally would for the situation, but fine.
So, I am aware when you get to a certain age, you figure out who you are. There are things you can change, there are things you can't change, and you just kind of have to lean in, right? Or that's just how it's going to be. I learned who I was very early on, and I learned to use my powers for good, which I am like affable, outgoing. I can tend to manipulate people if I'm not really paying attention. That did get me the moniker in college that somebody said that I would be most likely able to bilk $50,000 on a fake stomach cancer and then leave town. Right? Now, he meant that as a compliment. I took it as one of the highest insults I have ever heard. And so all I'm saying is if you were Ben and you know that you can lean into your niceness, if you're a nice person, you can lean into your niceness, he would do this anyway. Also, oh yeah, he's getting a side benefit from it, right? This is like, all I'm saying, just,
All
and I have not bilked
say,
anyone for
lawyers,
$50,000.
all I heard you say was the other lawyers that are there in trial may not be as nice as him.
That's
So
what I
that's
heard.
all I heard.
That is, and I agree. I think I agree.
Yeah. And everything that Mark just said, 100% agree. 100%.
That he could be the most likely to bilk someone out of 50 grand.
Yeah.
Like,
No,
that
don't agree to that part.
I mean, no, not that part. I mean, the part about like that there could be a strategic advantage to just being the amplified version of yourself. If you already come across as that way, as very generous, as very kind, you've got candy for Johnny, you've got candy for other people on your team, you might as well share the candy for everybody else in the classroom, right? So then it's like you look like a very generous person, and then the other side is probably grumbling about it, like, what is he doing over here? Get out of here, blah, 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 blah. And then he's taking up free rent in their brains. So that there is a possibility. Whether that's going to actually impact the outcome of the case, I don't know, but who knows? Anyhow, let's go.
God,
on
I
some more
hope it.
tweets.
I hope it doesn't. For the record, I hope that does not affect the outcome of the case.
Agreed.
That was it. That's what it turned on. The jury's going to talk about it in interviews. It's going to be crazy.
It was the candy for sure. DUI guys also says juror number 8 is looking very stylish today. Ooh, I want more details. Starting out with a big bang today, Kate Moss has got the entire room rattled. The jurors in the entire gallery are perked up, and all jurors are scribbling down information. Number 9 scans the room, and number 8 is smiling.
So one thing I didn't know about Kate Moss was that they were together for 4 years. I didn't know that. That's a long time.
Longer than he and Amber Heard were together.
That to me is crushing evidence for Amber Heard that she came and testified that we dated for 4 years. Not only did he not push me down the stairs, he helped me, picked me up, carried me back to the room, cared for me, never kicked me, hit me, pushed me in the 4 years we were together. To me, that's like, okay, so we're just supposed to believe everything changed when Amber came into his life, which maybe it did. I mean, maybe it did.
But then the question is how and why did all of that change?
You do have some testimony that she was a trigger. You do.
Maybe
have
Elaine
some...
didn't used to be so angry. I'll have to look until Elaine, were you this angry before you met a certain person?
That's a super clip. Can we find streams of Elaine? And she's like super genteel. And like, actually, the cross is like, could you just help me understand this? And then it's like, with Amber as a client, Elaine
What,
changed.
if anything, changed when Amber Heard became your client?
That would be the name of the video.
Oh no. So then he says, DUI guy says, let me catch you. Oh, he's got a lot of tweets. Okay, let me read through these quickly. Very smart move to abandon cross-examination of Kate Moss. I agree. Just before direct was concluded, the Elaine sharply looked at Rottenborn and shook her head furiously right before he stood up and said, no questions. That was the right play. Okay, so maybe she's not good at cross-examining, but she's also good at telling somebody else that they should not cross-examine. So then he says, when Dr. Curry gets back on the stand, all jurors have been scribbling down information as soon as she opens her mouth, putting into question all previous experts, especially when she mentions words like easily exploited. They just won't stop writing. DUI guy says, I like what juror number 5 has on today. She looks really good. Okay, we've got a fashion show going on here, Larry. We're trying to get, oops, sorry, I didn't mean to add this one. Then he says, at 9:28 a.m., Johnny sneezed when Curry was crushing the defense experts' witnesses on the stand. He appears to be thanking Chu for a bless you. I think Johnny's allergic to bullshit like the rest of us. I think I figured out why they moved us. It must be because of the tweet that I could see the computer. Okay. 40 minutes in.
Yeah, I thought that
2.
was an interesting tweet by him saying that he like purposely looked over to see what was on the computer. That's frowned upon in court. As he knows.
Yeah.
Come on.
That's interesting.
Come on.
Although it is also the dumbest of all dumb moves for any attorney to leave any laptop open with anything remotely close to confidential when you have a bunch of prying eyes. I mean, you know that even when you're just working in your firm,
but they
and
have to be able to do their job. I mean,
they have to pull it up.
Work the
They have one of those privacy screens that you can only see the
yeah,
laptop.
don't victim blame here. Don't do this.
Well, I'm gonna say, I'm gonna give out responsibility though. But my understanding was that this was an open laptop that was left. This was an unattended laptop, was my impression from the tweet. I don't know if that was wrong.
Okay, all right. That's if that's the case, then that is different.
I don't know the tweet.
Yeah. Like it sounded like it was negligence by the attorney, is what it would sound like to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so 40 minutes in. Oh, let me see. Okay, 40 minutes in. Number 2 is still writing everything down, and everyone else is seen writing stuff down periodically. A.H. Camp appears visibly tense in sandbar, maybe sidebar, justifiably so. The jury appears. Yeah.
It's a completely different courtroom setting. It's my ties.
Also, T in Tennessee, thank you very much for the generous super chat. I'll just read this really quick. LOL, conducting long meetings often and give candy to help them stay awake and also give them fidget spinners. But that is, of course, would be distracting in court. That would absolutely be distracting in court.
I want somebody to hand me fidget spinners in like a conference call that's like 6 hours long.
I know that would be nice. It would be very nice. So then back to DUI guy's tweet. So he says, The jury appears to be eating out of Curry's hands. They are very alert and focused about her every word. Number 5 is tilting her head again. During the bench conference, number 8 is staring at the gallery very intently and scratching her face. Number 7 is taking a nap. He's sitting up, right eyelid closed. When words like ethical and standard procedure start getting thrown around, number 7 wakes up, and numbers 2, 5, 7, 8, and 9 all start writing. I thought of an interesting strategy of not cross-examining Curry. It's dangerous, but when you don't know, when you don't have anything, sometimes it's smart to not ask a single question to make it look like she didn't bring anything useful to the table. Exactly. 100% agree. DUI guy says, I was told that the only time number 6 truly showed any type of expression was when Johnny Depp was on the stand. Today was the second time he did so. And that is the last of his tweets from the latest update.
All right.
Oh, sorry, one more. 19 seconds ago. When the word alleged IPV is thrown out, Bikery, I think he means juror number 5, raised her eyebrows very quickly and was fixing her mask. She rarely shows emotion, and this was a big moment. All right. Okay.
Also, we do need line people for tomorrow and Friday. I'll shamelessly plug that so that we can get him DUI guy back in, and then Rob in tomorrow, and then Rob and Ian and Larry all in on Friday.
I have a demonstrative for the panel actually here. Alita is just a little bit south of 3,500 subscriptions from 250,000 subscribers, 250,000 viewers. This, folks, was my final goal for Legalbytes, and she has delivered. You guys have subscribed. I will not grift. I will not make you guys uncomfortable. I will not just shout here and beg for likes and subscriptions like my life depends on it. If you can form a line and Care Bear stare Legalbytes up to 250,000 subscribers, I'd love to do it before lunch. You wouldn't have to hear from me the rest of the day. Wouldn't that be nice? I know some of the chat thinks it would be nice. So please do look at that like and subscribe button. This is what Care Bears look like for those of you that might be a little younger. I don't know. And this is, in fact, a Care Bear stare. You note the small protrusion of the belly. You get the rainbow powers out there. They go directly into Alita's subscription number. Please, please, please help us out, and you won't hear from me for the rest of the day.
Have we stretched this morning?
I'll probably talk about law. Please do.
Have we stretched?
Well, we're doing it right now. We're stretching Care Bear style, Nurse Liz. That's right.
You guys.
Exactly. So please do put in those likes and subscribes. Thank you so much. I know some of you think I sound a little bit like I'm pushing for PBS or something like that, but this stuff is really important to us. Alita's doing such a fantastic job. I want you to like and subscribe to her channels. I don't want to hear, Alita, you try to push it back to us. This is about you. You're at 250,000 subscribers by the end of the day. So help me God.
Oh my gosh. Thank you. Thank you guys. I really, that's very, very, very kind of you.
I gotta say, Hogue, you did a Care Bears reference and you did a Micro Machines commercial reference earlier. We're in like 1992 territory here.
Hey, why not? Why not?
I love it.
Why not? That's the power of the babe.
I'm all here for it. Thank you. Thank you.
Are we ready for the jury?
Chef Christine, I've heard of it, but none of my patients have ever been able to afford it, so I don't have any feedback from them.
That was a lot, Richard. I just want to say that before we move on.
That was a lot of yeah. I really appreciate that. I mean, y'all know I like colors. You can see my thumbnails. So having a bunch of like rainbow colored, Care Bears.
Look at the chat. Look at all the chat hitting me
lovely.
with all the rainbows of hearts here.
Yeah,
Care
even
Bears
Indy is saying that she approves. She approves of the Care Bears.
Thank you,
Care Bear
Indy.
stairs. Oh, thank you, Rick. Well, actually, now she needs to stop barking, if possible.
All right, Indy. Okay.
We get it.
I am wearing a Care Bear shirt. I mean, it's not Care Bear, but it encompasses the vibe.
It's evocative.
It does. It does. Absolutely, it does.
For the record, chat, I know that they were 80s references, but I really wanted to make Rick look a little younger than he was referencing. So I said 92 just to make him, just to not.
Mark, I'm a little older than folks generally think.
I know, but I was trying to help you. I wasn't.
All righty, let's
35
get
is
some
not
questions.
old, Hogue.
So,
Please stop.
Nurse Liz, what's the difference between licensed and board certified?
You have to be licensed in order to practice. Board certified is kind of an above and beyond special test you can take.
Okay, cool. Matthew Swisher says, if JD wins on all his claims, do you think the verdict would give publications in the U.S. pause if writing that he's an abuser? Can they claim AH is credible if a jury didn't?
It's an interesting legal question going forward, to be honest.
Yeah, it really is, because there's still the UK verdict
Yep.
that existed before this as well.
It would
Exactly. That's a problem.
it would definitely give U.S. publications pause. I don't think that
Yeah.
that would mean that they are liable, but it was, call it a chilling effect, one might say, that they'd have to really think about it and send it through their editorial board before they did.
Right. Julia Montauk Mossler says, could it be that the purpose of the Jennifer Howell video was to somehow allow the admission of the declaration into evidence? It could be. It could be that. Well, I don't know about her declaration, but I think that email that was referenced, the email and the letter that were referenced, there was was her declaration. Oh, her declaration was also referenced, wasn't it, or no?
I
can't
think it
remember
was.
Yes, it
actually.
was.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
was.
Okay. So then it is possible. It is also possible. Sariana B says, question, JD's experts are more willing to make concessions that align with AH's. I think that makes them look more credible, neutral, and professional. Thoughts? I agree.
Yep.
I do agree, because when you have somebody that is willing to see things that is a little bit more flexible, a little bit more nuanced, I do agree that makes someone look a bit more credible.
Also good
Mel
for
Bates.
also good for lawyers. A well-placed concession can really help you sometimes.
Absolutely.
And to not fight on every little thing when they were like, oh, you said this, now you said this. And she was like, okay.
Exactly. Mel Bates says, do you guys also find the difference in E/witnesses to be huge on JD's side? Example, professional, and most importantly, non-combative. Love the stream. I think I do. They do seem to be more or less combative. And although they still do fight with them on things, like in this one, Dr. Curry she wasn't exactly, laying over for Elaine to just, steamroll her and just accept the things that she was saying. But she was finding a good balance, in my opinion. PJEE88 says, or PG80, sorry, says, do you guys think just the difference in expert opinions can tip the scales towards JD? I feel like there's such a huge gap in experience and expertise, the way they bring their message, and just the feeling you get when listening. Love the channel. I think that really what they're doing right now is they're running extra miles here just to sort of like solidify their position. I don't think that experts can really like bring up a case if you don't have any good lay evidence, lay facts, and especially in a case like this where it's very much he said, she said. They can bolster, they can support, of course. I mean, that's the whole point of bringing them in. But if you have bad facts underlying everything, the experts are analyzing those bad facts to form their opinions. So, yeah.
Client's the most important part in this case, no doubt.
Yeah.
The two parties, who they believe,
Yeah.
because the experts are basically regurgitating what they told them anyway.
Exactly. Francis Palmer says, when the jury makes a decision, do they have to give detailed reasoning or reference evidence? What is the process? Nope. They just say
They just
liable,
check the
not
box.
liable.
They just
Yep,
check the box and write in a number.
Exactly. EVKA says, what happens if a juror confesses to doing outside research and checking social media during deliberation? Love from Australia. Then they are removed. And there also could be a mistrial. Could be.
Yeah. Especially because any sort of...
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, because especially any sort of hearing or that they would have to talk to that witness, they would ask if you shared any of that information with any of the other jurors, right? Or if you, in deliberations, talked about that knowledge you learned to try and sway. So if that were the case, if they're admitting to looking at all, they'd probably admit to the fact that whether they did that. And if that's the case, that's when you get into mistrial territory.
So what Kurt said about checking the box and writing the number is going to be a fascinating discussion if Johnny Depp wins and if they give him a number. Of all the people watching and in the chat being like, how'd they come up with that number? Which happens in like every single one of my cases. It's like, we'll ask for X, defense will say give Y, and the jury comes up with a number that doesn't make any sense based off what we presented to them. If they give $7 million, like some people think, it's based on the divorce settlement. If they give $50 million, sure, they just give what Johnny Depp says. But if they give like $12.63 million to Johnny Depp, we're all going to be sitting here like, I have no idea what they did.
The one thing I love about
the answer is they all put the numbers together and averaged them out, even though they're not supposed to.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
That's the real answer.
It's generally, yeah, it's the compromise. Well, and what was the famous hot coffee thing is that The lawyers didn't suggest it, but they just came out with like 2
Yep.
days of McDonald's coffee profits. You know, that
Exactly.
was like, it came out later that was how they came up with that number, but like that wasn't suggested in trial. You know, like
Except,
jurors just
was
kind of,
it suggested though? But was it suggested? Why
I
did they
don't,
tell them how much McDonald's sold in coffee a day?
well,
I
sure.
think that that's the same reason we say we're not supposed to argue that the experts got paid $100,000 to testify, but you're not going to give our client whatever. We're not supposed to argue that, but we always tell them what the experts get paid.
But how did they come up with 2 days? Like that, you know, that
No
was just
clue.
like something the jury just like decided on their own, you know, like 'cause it was a
Exactly.
compromise because someone said 5 days, someone said 1 day, and then they're like, I don't know, 2 days. You know?
One of the scariest things to explain to a jury is if they're going to assign a partial, like a percentage of fault on the plaintiff, because they're not supposed to do a double reduction, and explaining that in closing always makes me feel like I'm spinning in circles, where I'm like, if you say our client's 10% liable, don't reduce the $100,000 by 10%. The judge will do that after. So don't give 90. You try to give these examples and they still screw it up basically every
Yep.
single time.
Oh
It's
my
very
God.
interesting.
The only people worse to do math than lawyers are jurors, you know, just
Yep.
like don't ask anybody to do math. Just
It's because we're the ones teaching them. That's why.
right, exactly.
That's true. I never thought about it that way. Shit, oh, don't worry,
Yep.
get it wrong.
Yeah. What chance did they have? What chance did the
No
jurors ever have?
We learned it from watching you. Damn it.
Exactly.
Speaking of other 80s references, man, geez.
We can do this all day. You want a more modern reference?
To answer this question, Sims Rock says, could the jury give them both $50 million on their cases and cancel out either from getting money? Is Kate Moss really testifying? I guess they could theoretically give them both $50 million, and Kate Moss did testify. Jill Sanderson says,
it's a pretty strange place for them to both win.
I
You
feel
have
like
to
it's impossible.
simultaneously believe that evidence, that event wasn't faked, and also that event, well, I guess you can get it on the sexual violence thing. That would be the way to square those circles. So Johnny Depp wins because there's no evidence of sexual violence. Amber Heard wins because that specific event happened, which is only domestic abuse. So there is a way for them to logically get both at the same time. It's just, yeah. Okay.
Well, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, I was gonna let me get through some super chats because
go
there's some clusters here that I think would be good to address. Jill Sanderson says, so for civils, it's preponderance of the evidence. So 51-49 goes to Depp.
50.1. 50.1.
I always say 51.
50.0000000.
Yeah, like it's just barely. Hey, I'm a
Yeah.
plaintiff's lawyer, okay? It's important. Doesn't have to get
Yes.
to 51. All right.
Oh yeah, exactly. Jennifer DeWoody says, how likely is it that neither of them win and the jury just says go away? It's possible, but I don't think that that's going to be a satisfying result for the jury after all of this. Sarah says, when a jury deliberates, do they get any help from the court in structuring their days, or are they completely on their own? They on their own. Sarah Stroven says, can and would the jury ever give more than requested? It depends on how that was pled in the complaint. I believe here that they can actually request more.
They said at least $50 million.
That's what
at
I
least.
thought. That's what I thought. Sarah Stroven says, oh, sorry, I just read that one. We can remove that one if okay. I didn't know if there was another one in the queue from the Muffin Man. I'll do another one here. American B. Savage. Hogue, does a stench from Ann Arbor affect your opinion of this case? No, I'm not going to read the rest of that. Rude.
You know what? I love my state. I love my alma mater. It's tough that we won the last time, didn't we? Oh, well.
Ruh-roh. Secret Mix Squirrel says, which side pays for all the expert witnesses? They each pay their own expert witnesses. Apple Pie says, if AH loses, can Tug sue her? I don't know why he would want to. She's given him such great exposure for his channel and all of his entire social media presence. Although I understand that he also has been doxxed in the past. I think that would be a separate thing, regardless of whether or not whether she wins or loses. And then he would also have to have evidence for that. There's all kinds of things. Ladybug, evidence linking that to her is what I meant specifically, because obviously if he's been doxxed or what have you, then he would know. Ladybug 82SW says, will headlines and hangouts continue after the Depp trial?
Yeah, absolutely. We're having a lot of fun doing it in the morning slot. And people are sending headlines. They continue. Not all the headlines are about Depp and Heard. I just am using those for this week. So yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. Sahiti G says, why isn't this trial addressing AH having stolen Kate James' sexual assault history or story, especially given the op-ed title is about sexual violence? I think that it probably was just part of the stipulation for Kate James' video deposition testimony. I don't know what the exchange was for that. I can see if I can try to find out, but I don't know particularly. Trung Huang says, can you please explain type lawyer seating positions and the role of each lawyer in this case? Thanks. So the front two are, at least on Johnny Depp's side, the front two are generally speaking the two that are the lead in the case, at least at the moment. Ben Chu always sits in Ben Chu's seat. And then everybody else in the back, those are mostly research attorneys or attorneys that are making sure that certain objections are being tracked, making sure that evidence is being tracked. They probably are pulling up the prior testimony of these witnesses so that those can be pulled up in case there's an impeachment that is necessary. They can just, pull a page and line number right up on the witness and say, this is what you said before and it's different from today, that kind of stuff. So there's all kinds of different roles. They also might be coordinating with witnesses, coordinating with the firm back at the office, who are also probably coordinating with witnesses, who are probably also watching the live streams of the trial. I don't know about this one, maybe Court TV, but there's all kinds of stuff that's happening like that. Nico Van Oss says, the amount of objections annoys me. This seems US only. Why is this? Has it to do with the jury system? Part of it has to do with the jury system because part of it is flagging certain things for the jury. Well, actually, it all has to do with the jury system, come to think of it, because part of it is flagging certain things for the jury to say, I have a problem with this. Number two is to interrupt the flow of testimony so that the jury gets distracted. Number three is actual objections, because you have certain rules of evidence for information that can and cannot come in, because certain types of evidence or certain ways of getting evidence in are more trustworthy than others. So you have rules for how all of that is supposed to happen. So an objection, basically it says, hey, I have an objection. The other side is not following this particular standard or this particular rule of evidence. I don't know if anybody wants to add in anything that I missed.
If it's just the judge, you don't need to object to a lot of this because the judge knows it's inadmissible, or you can, a lot of it is for the jury's ears or to keep things away from the jury's eyes and ears. Yes. And if it's just a judge making the decision.
Yeah, Nico, I think you hit it on the head. Like you had the right ideas that because we're putting kind of lay people in charge of deciding the fate, we're like, well, we want to make sure that they see only stuff that's relevant or not stuff that's overly biased or unfair. Whereas a judge, we assume that they've been doing this long enough and they can figure out what's biased or unfair, or
they're not going to be misled.
Exactly. Elixia says, question, experts should not agree to Depp Waldman's statement. What should they say? Guessing not, what they say when you assume. No, absolutely. I think that is it. There's a very good point. They should not accept their characterization of the Depp Waldman statements. What I would have had them say is, my understanding is that statement was made by Adam Waldman. So I will refer to that as the Waldman statement.
Yeah.
That is what I would have trained them to say, because that is factually correct.
I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of like a Bush League move, but it worked on at least one witness, right? Yeah.
At least one. I would say like 1.5. Lauren Indelicato says, question, asked last week, never saw response regarding AH broken nose. Number one mentioned how broken noses don't set and heal nice without doctor intervention. Oh, this is for Nurse Liz. Nurse Liz, you can answer this one.
Yeah, you
is
would
this
have
true?
to, unless, most of the time it's going to get kind of like, crooked, and you have to kind of like get a little straightened out and pop it back in. Most people don't want to pop their own nose back in. Sometimes you don't have to, but it usually looks a little funky. Her nose being so nice and like perfect.
Your next witness?
It's like Owen Wilson, his nose.
I'm sorry. Let's get the jury first, right?
It would make me think
ready for the jury?
Someone helped her get it back.
Sam Shong says, what is your favorite law term? # part of the ship, part of the crew. My favorite law term. I don't know. What's your guys' favorite law term? I feel
first of all, I like the pirates hashtags.
I do like it.
Attractive nuisance and attenuated.
There you go.
Yeah, thanks. And attenuated taint. Attenuated taint is the best law term that exists. I'm sorry.
That is.
Adverse possession is always a classic. That'd be a good name
Adverse
for a channel if I
possession.
ever change my name.
Yes.
I like when
adverse
people say
possession.
they'll opine on things. I've
At
never
100,000, we
until
change the name of
this.
the channel to adverse possession.
I say that in real life, Nurse
I
Liz.
do.
I'm going to start saying it. Be like, I tried to say it to my family last night and they did not receive it well.
You know what? That's a
I'd like to
good point.
opine.
There's a lot of non-law terms, but there are words that end up in the legal field because, say, someone uses them at a Supreme Court argument or someone writes it into an opinion. Argle-bargle is a pretty famous one after Justice Scalia wrote it in. And then at an oral argument, someone used the term orthogonal or orthogonal. And all of a sudden it went around and everyone started using orthogonal, and then it was written into an opinion like 2 years later. Just happened.
I will say,
Super
actually,
useful.
my recent favorite one right now is scintilla of evidence because we've been turning it into a chinchilla of evidence.
Somebody drew you a chinchilla of evidence on Twitter, by the way, Alita.
Excellent.
Somebody drew you a chinchilla of evidence.
Oh, yes.
They're calling
yes,
Johnny.
Go check it out.
Oh.
He's got a little briefcase. He's adorable.
Johnny's back.
All right.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Shouldn't have talked over that. Sorry, chat.
Was that a nod to the camera?
It was a little nod to the camera.
This man knows where he is. He's aware of his surroundings.
It's almost like he's an actor.
Good morning, Mr. Depp.
Good morning.
Almost like he has
We
a working
heard
mind, unlike what
a
Dr.
lot
Speaker
about
said.
some statements that Mr. Waldman made. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And Mr. Waldman is your attorney or was your attorney?
Yes.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1245? And this is already in evidence, so permission to please publish. If we could scroll down to the second page. Mr. Depp, do you see the statement here attributed to Mr. Waldman?
Yes, I do.
When's the first time that you saw this statement?
All right.
We just had like a 40-minute sidebar.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, what? Okay.
I'm sure their lawyers know this, but they have to be careful because they can get a question and waive privilege. So they have to be real careful with the questions and answers here.
It's a great point, Kurt.
Real careful.
I really like both Amber Heard's jacket and her shirt. I just do not like them together.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're both nice pieces of clothing. I just don't know if I'd wear them together.
I'm so scared, like on behalf of Johnny Depp, because I'm just going in my head in nightmare land. The probability that he's going to say something, anything, that's going to open the door to these attorney-client conversations is so high. I'd be freaking out.
They're going to argue it either way. After
I know.
In their
I
cross,
know they're
so
going
it
to argue
doesn't
it either
matter.
way.
I
I
mean,
just
yeah.
don't want to give them the opening.
Okay, as we're waiting, a couple of people asked how orthogonal would ever show up as a legal term, and the answer is someone was trying to use tangential, but they want to be like further off than tangential, so they found somewhere the word
Thank you.
orthogonal.
Mr. Depp, when is the first time that you saw this statement by Mr. Waldman?
The first time that I ever saw this statement was in August. It was when the piece was when August 2020, when I was countersued by Ms. Heard. This is the first time that I saw any of these statements.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1246?
That is like the literal same exact answer Amber Heard
This is
said
also
about the
already
sexual
in
violence
evidence.
title, that she didn't see it till
You
he
can
filed the
scroll down to the
lawsuit. So that's
second page.
believable.
Or the third, perhaps. Thank you. Mr. Depp, do you see this statement that's attributed to Mr. Waldman here?
I do.
And when is the first time that you saw these statements?
Same when the countersuit was filed.
And could we please go to Defense Exhibit 1247? And again, this is already in evidence. And if we could scroll down, please. Thank you. Mr. Depp, do you see the statement attributed to Mr. Waldman?
I do indeed, yes.
And when's the first time that you saw this statement?
This is the same. It's the counterclaim
August 2020.
After you saw these statements for the first time, did you form an understanding as to where they appeared?
I didn't, as to where they had appeared, these statements.
In what publication?
No, off the bat, I didn't know exactly. It just seemed like a lot of word salad to me. I didn't know where they'd come from, or I mean, where they ended up. Or
Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that you did not assist her in getting her role in Aquaman?
yes, I do. Yes.
And what is your response to that? It's not exactly true. Do you know when Ms. Heard first auditioned for Aquaman?
Strangely, I know the date. Well, no, yes, I do know the date, because I was scheduled with my band, the Hollywood Vampires. We had done 2 shows at the Roxy, which is a place in Los Angeles, to rehearse for we were invited to play at the Rock in Rio concert, which is a huge rock and roll festival. So we did the 2 shows to go to Rio and play there. Miss Heard I wanted to come with me, and Whitney, her sister, had come as well. While we were there in Rio, we were rehearsing, getting ready for the show. Miss Heard informed me that she would have to get back to Los Angeles for an audition, meaning it's basically after our 2-hour show or whatever, we would have to get on the plane immediately to make it back to Los Angeles for this audition. And that audition was at Warner Brothers. It was whatever film it was.
And when were you performing at the Rock in Rio?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that was I believe it was the 24th of September.
In what year?
That was 15.
What do you understand happened after Ms. Heard auditioned for Aquaman?
After Ms. Heard's audition, or possibly auditions, for Warner Brothers and I suppose the creative team, Ms. Heard expressed to me that the film was going to be, Warner Brothers had said that the film was going to be shooting in Australia. And Australia was for Ms. Heard, that was a potential problem, which...
Objection, Your Honor. We approach.
Okay.
Well, so far so good.
I will say this: it's not doing much, this presentation, for the earliest psychologist saying that he had memory issues. I'm not saying
I
that
agree,
matters.
dude. I was thinking the same thing. This feels worse than the first time.
Yeah, I'm not saying that matters, but like when the very first question, that presumably that's the one you're prepped for, you're like August some year, 2020, I think. It's like, okay.
Yeah, I know the exact date. Well, wait, no. Well, yeah, I know the exact date.
Yeah, I mean, the whole story about where his band was playing, that was all just in an answer to the question of what date did she, I think, for Aquaman, right? And then he didn't answer the date, right? Like, yeah.
I don't think he put a date in there.
Yeah, yeah.
Do
we
we
know
know
what-
Thank you for the very generous super chats. They are sidebarring a lot. What is actually happening when they do? Well, they are arguing about something, either what kind of questions they can ask or what kind of answers he can give or something right now.
Well, we've added one more thing for them to fight about in rebuttal, right? Which is that it's not rebutting. So
yeah,
you see more fighting on the edges in general. Not that that's what this is, but you see more of that just generally.
So far, it is rebutting. I mean, so
Yeah, no, this is fine on that. I'm not saying that's what that. I'm saying in terms of the volume, we know we've got the TMZ emergency stuff. That was one of the big sidebars, and we know that they can fight about rebutting, which they've done a couple of times.
So for the non-lawyers, is bringing him up here to try to say, hey, what my lawyer says doesn't count for what I say? Or
that's
why are they
what they're
bringing him
trying to
up?
do.
Broadly,
Yeah.
Okay.
broadly.
Yeah, and
I think
especially
he may
it's-
have just done that. I think that's it. I
Yeah.
think we may
Right.
be done
Okay.
with that.
Yeah, and you had to ask that question real carefully, and they did ask the question real carefully. It's like, when did you first learn about this statement? It's like, or when did you first see it? It's like, oh, I read it in the press
Lawsuit.
after it came. It's like, you don't want to ask the question like anything like, what did he tell you, or what did you tell him? Because then you're just done.
That's what Cross.
So-
They're going to swing at him. They are going to
We also
swing
have a
at
question
him
for
hard.
Nurse Liz.
Sorry.
What headphones do you use?
They're by a brand called Cohen. I don't recommend them. Don't buy them.
Okay.
Oh no.
What's the opposite of endorsement?
yeah, I'm about to lose my endorsement.
Conclusions of law says Hogue, you were right. Truth, not affirmative defense under.
I
Virginia
apologize,
law.
Mr. Depp. Could you please
California
continue?
law,
What
it's affirmative
happened
defense
after
to
Ms.
private
Heard
plaintiffs.
auditioned for Aquaman?
I'll finish this one later.
I was informed by Ms. Heard that the film was going to be shooting in Australia, and that was of concern to her, and because it was of concern to Warner Brothers. So she asked if I would, because I'd had a multi, for a few years I'd had a multi-film deal with Warner Brothers, and so we'd been in business together. So I knew these people. I'd been on films with them. So she asked me if I would speak to them. I made a phone call and I spoke to.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
I don't believe he's
Just saying he spoke to them is not
He was going
hearsay.
to say who he
Yeah.
spoke to.
All right, we'll see. Overruled at this point.
I spoke to the three upper echelon Warner executives: Kevin Tsujihara, Sue Kroll, and Greg Silverstein. And I told them that.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Yeah,
Next
that's
question.
fair.
What was the result of you speaking with those individuals?
There you go.
That gets the job done.
She got the movie.
Well,
Just say she got the movie.
I can only say that ultimately she did get the job in the film. So hopefully I suppose I had curbed their worries to some degree.
Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that she saw you consume 8 to 10 MDMA pills while you were in Australia in March of 2015?
Yes, I do remember that.
How
I
many
also
times?
remember her saying that I took a handful.
Objection beyond the scope. Question.
Sorry, that was extra
All
residue.
right, I'll sustain the
Extra
objection. Next
residue.
question.
How many times have you done MDMA?
Don't
in
bring
your
up
life, Mr.
drugs.
Depp?
We know him now, right? It's just
Yeah.
Actually, not that many times. I would say in my lifetime, maybe in my lifetime, MDMA 6, 7, maybe.
And how much MDMA have you done on those occasions?
Not enough to properly.
I know what he was going to say.
Well, not enough to properly experience what the chemicals are supposed to
The effect.
do
That's
to
what you're
you.
looking for.
Have you ever consumed 8 to 10 MDMA pills at once?
No, ma'am. No, I have not.
And why
I don't
is
think
that?
this was necessary.
I don't think so either.
Because I'd be dead.
I think it's a red
I'm
herring.
pretty sure I'd be dead.
Yeah.
Don't think
I
about
think one would
attorney-client
die.
privilege. Focus
Yes.
on the drugs.
Uh,
It's like throwing out
probably rather
meat.
quickly.
Yeah.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you some pictures from the home in Australia that Ms. Heard testified about.
Sure.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit
Can you please show us where you
1817,
kidnapped
which
her?
is already in evidence?
Can I be kidnapped there?
Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I do. That's the downstairs bar of the house we rented in Australia.
And can you please show the jury where you were sitting when Ms. Heard threw the 2 vodka bottles at you?
If I touch this thing, it'll make a
Yes,
mark.
it will.
Yes. Okay. So this chair, that one here, was over here. And it was in pretty much when I was turned around they were on a swivel. So when I was turned around towards the bar, I'm facing the bar. When I turned around this way, this chair here was in pretty much exactly this same position as this chair. It was when I was facing Miss Heard, who was, let's say she was, if you're looking at the photograph, she would be about here.
Could you draw a line in the direction where Ms. Heard was relative to where you were sitting?
Yes, absolutely. So if I'm sitting here, she was over here, back here.
Approximately how far away from Ms. Heard, from you was Ms. Heard, if you can recall?
I would say it was probably 10, 12, 15 feet, maybe 10 feet, 12 feet.
And approximately where was your hand when the vodka bottle hit it?
It was leaning. My arm was leaning on the marble bar, right there where the imaginary seat is, and leaning, kind of just leaning back and looking at Miss Heard. She just walked away with the second bottle. I mean, she walked this way when she threw the first bottle, which is actually visible in the background on the floor.
Allison Becca, thank you.
Could you please circle
Very
where the
generous.
first bottle
Oh,
is?
sorry, excuse me. Yeah. All that is the exploded first bottle that went past my head, and the second bottle hit right up here where my hand was resting on the marble bar.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1820? Mr. Depp, do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
This is behind that very bar.
And what do you see on the floor in this picture?
I see what looks to me like some kind of napkin. It looks sullied, soiled, blood, I don't know. And I see glass in the corner, blood obviously on the floor, and a towel leaning up on something.
Do you know how that bloody tissue got on the floor?
My best guess.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Do you know how the blood got on the floor, Mr. Depp?
I know how the blood got on the floor. It came from my dripping finger. So that's why the tissue is I'm 99.9% sure, since it is, looks like it's got blood on it as well, is what I held my finger with.
Do you see the wall on the left side of the photograph?
I do.
Was there a wall-mounted phone on that wall?
On the left side of the photo, no, I didn't. No, not that I recall. No.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 394, which is already in evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Depp, do you recognize this text message?
I do.
And what is this message?
It's a text to Dr. Kipper. I'm sorry, just reading through.
Sure.
Yeah, this is my text to Dr. Kipper, who had just happened to be in town, telling him that I've had it, and that I just lost a fingertip.
How long after your finger had been injured did you send this text message, if you can recall?
It's hard to tell, because when I look at the timestamp, it says delivered 3/7/2015, 5 o'clock. But I know that because of Australia time, it was the 8th, and it was probably, the whole thing lasted probably until about 2 p.m. Or so, when that was when Kipper was called. Jerry was brought in. Jerry Judge, sorry, excuse me.
So do you have an estimate as to how long after your finger had actually been injured that you sent this message?
I don't think it was very long. I think it was probably within the next, I'm sure it was in the next half hour or so. I would have had to sneak into a bathroom, lock myself in to type this out.
And how were you able to send this text message to Dr. Kipper in the state that you were in?
Well, he wasn't available at the time, so just sort of thumb your way through, don't you?
Do you guys think this is effective?
How long after sending this text message did you see Dr. Kipper?
I don't like this. I mean, I don't care. But
I don't recall.
I would have
but
skipped
I think it took them probably 30 minutes or more, 30 to 40 minutes to get there.
Unless they're
And
building.
what did Dr.
that I'm not aware
Kipper do
Right.
when he first arrived at the home?
Oh, the first thing he wanted to do was inspect the damage of my finger, and try and figure out exactly what had happened, how it happened.
And what did you tell Dr. Kipper about how your finger had been injured?
Objection, Your Honor.
May we approach?
Hearsay.
All
We've
right,
discussed
that's
this
fine.
several times.
That's fine.
Rottenborn has to let the jury know. We've discussed this several times, which is just don't do that stuff. That's so annoying to try a case like
It's
that.
petty. It's real
It's
petty.
the worst.
Let me
So
be
I
the
don't think
judge
this
of
is
my-
particularly effective. Personally, I think I would have skipped this. I think they can pull as many negative inferences from this as they could positive.
Well, maybe they really are just trying to bury the Waldman stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
That's their highest level of
muck up a lot of stuff, a lot of mud here.
I don't
for
think it's
them to go
useful.
after.
This isn't targeted. This is like, I don't know. I guess it's literally a rebuttal witness. Let's go through what they said about you, but I don't know.
Could this be they just wanted to remind, like, the most likable person here that everybody loves, like, one of their strongest arrows in their quiver is that it's Johnny, and they just wanted to get him up one more time before the trial ends? Could that be something you're thinking of?
Why wouldn't you do it last then?
That's what
That's
I
fair.
thought he was going to be
Yeah.
last. I thought
Yeah.
he was going to be last.
Well, I'm just trying to come up. Trying to give him the benefit of the doubt here. I'm trying to figure it out.
I don't know. It's not compelling testimony, I don't think. But people do like Johnny. Johnny's had a lot of good testimony this trial, and maybe something will pop up.
And if we're going through the run the clock theory, it's possible that the cross on this will be a bit lengthy potentially, maybe.
I don't know. What did Elaine run against Curry? 20 minutes, maybe something like that.
Maybe, yeah. That's stretching it, I think.
Yeah, I mean, she was definitely running around.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
She was running around. I could expand that up to about a half an hour.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I mean, she was going through a lot of stuff that she did not need to.
Yeah.
Before.
Mr. Depp, when Dr. Kipper was treating your finger, what did you tell him about how your finger became injured?
I told him that there was obviously, I mean, when you saw the damage in the house and everything, and the blood everywhere, I mean, obviously there was serious damage done. There would be no point in lying to the man. He'd been through it with me and Ms. Earl before. I told him that she had thrown a bottle of vodka and smashed and cut my finger off, the tip of my finger, but a good chunk. I miss it.
Mr. Depp, you heard Ms. Heard testify about an alleged incident of abuse on your honeymoon. Do you remember that?
I remember her testifying to that, yes.
And when did you and Ms. Heard go on your honeymoon together?
I believe it was somewhere in the neighborhood of August, because I had just finished the film. Maybe end of July, August. I'm not quite good on the exact date.
Do you recall the year?
It was
Why did they ask if he doesn't know?
15, I believe.
And where did you and Ms. Heard go on your honeymoon?
We took the Orient Express from Bangkok, Thailand to Singapore.
And what happened while you and Ms. Heard were together on the Orient Express?
There were times when it was very agreeable, very nice. And then there were times when something had become dissatisfactory for her, and she would start the rant, the blooming of a fight would be on deck there, and at one point, it didn't. I mean, I don't remember it lasting long at all. I just remember that I took a pretty good shot to the face, to the eye, to somewhere up here. So I had a bit of a shiner. But it all ended, and then everything got fine again, and we'd go to dinner, and it was all fine.
Did Ms. Heard ever apologize to you for giving you the shiner?
I don't recall.
Can we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 162, which is already in evidence?
Train picture.
So it's like, no, I didn't hit her.
Mr.
She
Depp,
actually
do you
hit me.
recognize this photograph?
Train
I do. It was with the chef and the maitre d' and the staff were asking if they could take a photo with us, and they've been very kind at giving us
He looks terrible in that
And
picture.
private dinner.
He does.
So where was this
We're
photograph
gonna
taken?
zoom in and
Doesn't
show
look
his
That
black
was in
eye.
that looks like it's in the, yes, that's towards the back of the Orient Express. That's in the back train bar compartment, and just out back you could smoke on the sort of caboose or whatever.
And what, if any, injuries do you have in this photograph?
I think the eye's a little bit bugged out, if you will. It's, yeah.
How did that happen?
Can you just explain that?
These things could happen very quickly if you disagreed.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive. She just asked, how did that happen?
I believe he was about to.
He's getting there.
Well, us state the objection.
Okay. So,
All right.
Mr.
Speed up.
Depp,
Speed it
specifically,
up,
how did
I
the
guess.
injury in this photograph occur?
Okay.
I'm sure it hit me.
Yeah, exactly. There's the
Well,
answer.
Is that better?
Does this picture accurately reflect what you looked like on that date?
Rick didn't like that aside.
I did actually. No, I was.
I don't look at myself much, but it certainly looks like me with a black eye. Yeah.
Does this picture appear to have been photoshopped in any way?
No, I think no. I think it would be difficult to photograph or to start getting into sort of digital processing with a number of people in the shot, especially in a wide shot.
Objection, expertise.
Could we please pull up
He
Plaintiff's
is an actor,
Exhibit
deals with this all the time.
1301, and
Marketing
this
think
is
so?
publicity photos a
one, Your
lot.
Honors, this is not in evidence.
It's
don't
more
think
than
he's
no one. I'm not saying he's actually an
editing
expert. But he's been told plenty of times
Mr.
that things
Depp, do you
can't be done
recognize
that he
what's
wants
reflected
done.
in this photograph?
Yes, this is the staff. It's the manager and his staff at the Raffles Hotel in Singapore. And before we left, they asked if they could take a photograph with us.
And when was this photograph taken?
Well, that would have been, we were off the Orient Express. We stayed in Raffles, I believe, a couple of days, few days. And then from there, we flew to San Francisco.
So this photograph was taken after the photograph we just looked at?
This photograph was taken after the photograph in the dining car of the train, yes.
Your Honor, I move Plaintiff's Exhibit 1301 into
Sorry,
evidence.
any objection?
Oh, happy honeymoon. So it's
Any,
31st of October.
any objection?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 1301 is in evidence, can be published to the jury.
Yeah, Johnny kind of seems like he's like
Mr. Depp,
essentially
what,
done.
if any, injuries do you see on your face in this photograph?
Yeah.
I see pretty much the same. I see that the area in here has been is swollen and yeah, there's a bit of a shiner there.
Thank you. We can take this down. Mr. Depp, do you recall Ms. Heard testifying that she punched you in the staircase incident because she thought of Kate Moss in the stairs?
You don't need to rehash
Do I
this.
remember her saying that?
Yes.
Yes, I do. 3 times. Yes, I do.
Why did they put him?
Do you have any understanding as to what Ms. Heard was referring to?
They didn't need to.
This is a
I-
blunder.
yes,
It's
I
a
do.
mistake.
And
As Kate Moss, Kate testified, it was many, many years ago. And exactly what happened is what she said.
Right, so you don't need to ask him.
I recall speaking with Ms. Hurd about that very incident because of the downpouring of rain, because it was raining very heavily that day that Kate slipped. And I recalled the story to her.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
may we approach Your Honor?
He's not really using it for the truth. He's just saying he told her the story. But I will say, the way he described the bruise on his face in the Orient Express and had a picture the day that he says it happened on their honeymoon and explained a story is how you explain how an injury occurs that's shown in a picture. Amber Heard wasn't able to do that with any of her. I had no clue like when this picture was taken versus her story. And she couldn't tell us it was exactly the day after or the day she was hit. They showed a progression of a bruise on his face. So I actually think that part of his testimony was effective. Besides that, it's been a struggle.
And also, it's consistent with the level of action he's describing.
Absolutely.
Please continue,
That's
Mr.
nice.
Depp. What did you tell Ms. Heard about the staircase, or Kate Moss?
I'll make it easy for Mr. Rottenborn.
Just call Mr. Rotten.
Miss Heard took the story and turned it into a very ugly incident, all in her mind. There was never a moment where I pushed Kate down any set of stairs, yet she's spewed this 3 times before.
Objection, Your Honor. Ms. Heard simply testified that she had heard a rumor, and that's
What's
not
a rumor?
responsible.
Rottenborn.
Either.
You can't
Sorry.
do that, dude. You can't testify during an
Misstates the
objection.
facts and evidence.
Overrule the objection.
No, you're misstating facts, dude.
Sorry, I was drawn by Mr. Rottenborn's.
Oh, no.
Okay, okay.
no.
I would instruct him to stop
was-
talking to
was
Mr.
it-
Rottenborn.
Come on, man.
You can't do
So
that.
Once or
what
twice, okay, but
specifically
now
had
he's
you actually
starting to
told
do a
Ms. Heard
little too
about
much.
Yeah.
the
I know
incident
he's
with
tired.
Miss Moss and the
Everybody's
stairs?
tired.
Very simply that we were in Jamaica. I had left our bungalow about 3 minutes prior to her. I was standing outside and suddenly rain starts just coming down like it's, monsoon. And then I remember looking and seeing Kate coming out the door, and there were 3 little wooden stairs, and she slipped, her legs went up, and she landed directly on her coccyx and her lower back. So, and she was obviously physically in pain, and she was hurt, she was crying. So I ran over and grabbed her to make sure she was all right. That's it. That's all I ever, that's the whole story. But then the rumor of it, I'd never heard a rumor of that before Miss Heard grabbed hold of it. It's like that. Sorry.
Mr. Depp, we heard testimony from Miss Heard's sister, Whitney, during this trial. Do you remember that?
All right, let's see if we can get somewhere here.
And how would you describe your relationship with Whitney when you were in a relationship with Miss Heard?
I liked Whitney very much. Initially, when I first met her, I liked her very much, and grew to love Whitney very much, because I always, it seemed, Whitney, Amber's sister, Whitney seemed to always get the sort of dirty end of the stick, and I I felt bad for her for that because it wasn't new.
Also, Whitney's
It
there
had been
today,
there for
I think.
life.
I thought I saw her
was-
there.
Seemed pretty obvious. So I took to
I would like to
Whitney,
see her reactions to this.
very, very quickly, very easily. She was a very sweet kid. She was wonderful.
What do you mean that Whitney got the dirty end of the stick?
Ooh.
It was a kind of a strange combination of loving sister, trusted sister and friend, and then lackey, and then, you know, either the punching bag or the dartboard, or the recipient of some rather demeaning and ugly words, or she would have wine thrown in her face.
And who was the source of those demeaning words and the wine that you just referenced?
That would be Amber Heard, her sister.
And how do you know that?
Well, I witnessed quite a lot of it. The wine in the face was something that happened in New York, which I think that even made it into the papers. I believe that even made it into the papers. It was in an elevator.
How did you first learn about that incident?
Miss Heard told me in detail.
What else did you observe of Miss Heard and her sister Whitney's interactions during your relationship with Miss Heard?
They were just constantly up and down, but I could sense, I could feel that Whitney was trying to please her sister, trying to be up to snuff, and it just seemed like she got shot down.
Objection, Your
time.
Honor. This has gone beyond the scope of the question or his foundation for knowledge of that.
Your Honor, I asked what he observed, between them. I think this is responsive to that.
And his testimony as to what Whitney felt is.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
He does feel like he's warming up.
Did you ever see Miss
started off
Heard
super
physically
slow.
attack Whitney?
No, I've never seen any full-on blowouts, physical blowouts between them. Tons of verbal
Objection
blowouts.
beyond the scope.
No, it's not. Go away.
I've certainly seen Miss Heard grab
Certainly
Whitney,
signaling that he doesn't like it.
push her around. There were a number. There were half a dozen times when some of us, whoever was in the general vicinity, would have to leave. This is at Orange, when Whitney and Amber were living at Orange. Whitney and her boyfriend at the time, Sean Krajewski, and we had to leave the apartment and wait in the car while they fought.
And when you say fought, do you mean
Physical.
physically or?
Physical.
Mm.
And when you
That
said
smirk, that
Miss Heard
smile.
would push Whitney around, do you mean that the physically push her or metaphorically?
Look at that smile. Oh my God.
Both.
Ugh. She is.
You heard
really
Whitney
smirking.
testify that she lived in Penthouse 4 at the Eastern Columbia
Looking back
building
at
for a
Whitney.
time, correct?
That is correct, yes.
How did Whitney come to live in Penthouse 4?
My recollection when Whitney first came to stay at the Eastern Columbia building in Penthouse 4 was she and her boyfriend, Sean, had broken up, and she needed a place to go. And so Amber asked if she could stay in penthouse 4, and I said, well, of course, of course, you know.
How long did Whitney live in penthouse 4?
It was well over a year, on and off.
Did you ever ask Whitney to move out of penthouse 4?
No, I did not, no.
Why did Whitney ultimately move out of penthouse 4?
Objection, foundation.
What?
It's his apartment, Your Honor. He was living there.
He was there.
Yeah.
Whitney moved out of penthouse 4 long before the marriage, and it was due to an argument that Ms. Heard and Whitney had, which had to do with Whitney working at the Art of Elysium with Jennifer Howell and those people. And Amber asked her to leave, get out.
Where did Whitney live when she moved out of penthouse 4?
My understanding is she went to live with Jennifer Howell.
Your Honor, I know you anticipated having a motion at noon.
You can keep going. That's
Okay.
fine. We can. How much longer in direct do you have?
I have a bit.
Okay, that's okay.
Mr. Depp, do you recall hearing testimony during Ms. Heard's case from Mr. Mandel?
Yes, I do.
And who is that?
The man who screwed me out of
Mr.
a lot of money.
Mandel is my former business manager of 17 and a half years, who at a certain point I discovered had been embezzling quite a lot of money. So I had to take action against him and he and my lawyer of 17 and a half years, as they were in cahoots, as it were. And
Jeez, that sucks.
so yes, Joel Mandel is and they settled their case with me. They made their settlement. But yes, it was that was a very, Joel Mandel is a very bitter man who ended up with a lot of money that I worked hard for over the years.
Do you recall Mr. Mandel testifying in this case that you do not spend very much money on charity?
That I don't, sorry?
That you do not spend very much money on charity?
Objection, Your Honor.
Smart approach. Okay.
Did you say that was Joel Mandel that said that?
He did say that.
Okay.
Yeah, he did say that. What's interesting about the Whitney Heard stuff is because of her limited testimony, probably because she didn't finish her depo. I don't think they ever asked, did Amber ever hit you, or was she ever physically violent with you? And so now this is the only testimony we have of that. And even though she was obviously favorable for Amber, there's nothing really to refute what Johnny is saying now about their physical relationship, which is interesting to me.
And that's the downside of her not sitting for a full deposition.
Exactly.
Sorry, buddy.
Really interesting.
So that's a good move by Johnny's team is to find some way of sort of making up for that.
Mr. Depp, just to remind you, my question was, what is your response to Mr. Mandel's testimony that you do not spend very much on charity?
My response to that is Mr. Mandel is a very bitter man. And one thing about that, myself personally, with regard to charity donations, sending money to a charity, I prefer, I would rather that my name were not on it. I don't want the name to be the important thing or the thing that people talk about. So when I donate money, I donate without my name being involved because I don't see that that's important, my name being there in terms of money. Now, if I am able to visit hospitals, or if I'm able to meet with Make-A-Wish children, I have held on to the relationships that I've held on to within the Make-A-Wish Foundation and the Children's Hospital and various other places. Then obviously my name is involved. When we held premieres in Leicester Square for several films, Charlie and the
Objection, Your Honor.
Chocolate Factory.
Again, beyond the scope of his response to Mr. Mandel's testimony.
I believe this is in response to Mr. Mandel.
I'll overrule the objection.
So basically, when it was a public, let's call it donation or whatever, I would talk to the studio. I would talk to Disney. I would talk to Warner Brothers. I would talk to whoever the studio was well before the premiere, and make the premiere a benefit that would, once we did what we did a benefit premiere for Great Ormond Street Hospital. We did a couple of benefit premieres for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. I mean, if you can turn a premiere with that many thousands and thousands and thousands of people there into a benefit, it works and it helps. But it wasn't presented under my name. You know, it was Disney's doing this or Warner Brothers is doing this. I'm not looking for the pat on the back, as it were. If I can make it happen, great. But I don't need the pat on the back. I don't need the adulation. I don't need the attention.
This feels consistent with his prior testimony.
Did you hear Ms. Heard testify that one of the charities she
And
donated
undermining
a
the
portion of your
narcissism
divorce
angle.
settlement to was the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles?
Yes.
What is your relationship with the CHLA?
Objection, Your Honor. Irrelevant to the
May
issue
we
we just
approach Your Honor?
discussed.
His relationship with CHLA, that's irrelevant?
I mean,
we're
they've
talking about
kind of
charitable
opened the door by
donations.
talking
Yeah.
about the charity aspects.
Yeah, and also it kind of has to do with the whole narcissism angle from Dr. Spiegel.
Yep, absolutely.
Also, do you guys know anybody that does like to have their name on charitable donations and pledges, even if they're not the one giving the money? I don't know if we've heard any of that throughout this trial, but Johnny's not in it for his name to be on it.
I couldn't imagine such a person.
Yeah, especially when like
What a-
some random
who would do
boyfriend's
that?
paying it for you.
Who would do that? Who would claim someone else's charitable donation for the public? Who would
Yeah,
walk around
nobody.
claiming that they have donated money when they
Yeah, no
haven't?
way. That doesn't happen. We can track stuff like that these days, so there's no way that happens.
There's absolutely, yeah. I mean, who would think that they could get away with that? Surely not anyone of any level of intelligence. We can go on. I could continue.
This is wild, man. This whole thing is just so wild.
This is day 22 of this trial. I've made up my mind.
And again, did we forget we're talking about defamation here? Because now we're getting into charitable like donations.
We definitely
like,
did
what-
long ago.
I don't know how all this stuff happened. Like, if I'm the judge, this could have been a 2-week trial if we would have focused on defamation. Like, it's 6 weeks because we're talking about all this other crap.
Yeah. I think the 6-week nature of it was a huge win for Team Johnny, right? I mean, we all know Johnny didn't do this for the money. I mean, I'm sure maybe he'll like it. Who doesn't like it? But the longer this is on, and the longer it's in the public light, the better it is for him. And so, yeah.
Well, I mean, it's true that when you have a storyline, the longer it gets extended, the more touch points that you have that you can test it, right? So the one that stays the most consistent is gonna be the one that is more trustworthy, and his has stayed completely consistent.
I absolutely believe that it taking 6 weeks and us talking about all this other stuff does make it seem more plausible that he's telling the truth and she's not, which is what they're trying to prove. But usually you're not allowed to use all this other stuff and all these, tangential conversations and witnesses that have nothing to do with the defamation to come in and prove I tell the truth and she lies. Usually you're not able to do that.
Mr. Depp, what is your relationship with the CHLA?
Very interesting case.
No, looks like they won the objection.
I've had a relationship with the CHLA for probably 20 years or so.
And what's just the nature of that relationship?
Well, essentially, sometimes there are Make-A-Wish kids who are in the hospital there, and that their wish is to.
Objection, Your Honor.
Your Honor, maybe.
Objection, Your Honor. Sympathetic
Another
to the jury.
approach. Objection, Your Honor. I don't like
The one-
him talking about actually
One of the
being
things-
charitable with the kids. Go ahead, Peter.
We, as lawyers, understand more than anybody is your time, right? So just because he's not giving, I mean, he is giving money, but even though he's not giving money in these instances, it is donating his time, which is worth a lot of money to go to the children's hospital, meet with these kids. Like, people would pay to do appearances as Jack Sparrow. My guess is he could make millions of dollars. And instead he's donating that time to go to the kids, to make a wish. And that matters to me. If you're going to say I don't do anything for charity and I do this, this is relevant at this point.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think that what I would like is for this attorney, I think Myers is her last name. God, I keep forgetting her name. But I would like for her to thread that needle to say, like, okay, so money, time, how much do you get paid for appearances, or do celebrities get paid for appearances? Yada 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 yada. Like that kind of thing. Ask a question or two on that, and then have you gotten paid for appearances? Okay, let's talk
Mr.
about
Depp, I'd like
your
to
time here.
take you back to exactly 6 years prior to this week, the week of May 21st through May 27th, 2016.
Okay.
Rottenborn one.
What happened at the
That
beginning
chair
of
was
that
really
week?
annoying me.
May 21st.
Excuse me, May 20th.
Mom, Dad.
May 20th. We're talking 2016 here.
Yes.
May 20th, the afternoon of May 20th, afternoon, evening. My mom made her exit. She'd been fighting cancer numerous times and for many years, and she fought all the way to the end. And so mother passed away on the 20th of May. Which does bring instant perspective into one's mind. I spoke to Amber that night. I called her on the telephone, explained to her that my mom had passed, Betty Sue had passed, and that I thought that the best thing we could do was to that I file for
Objection, Your Honor.
divorce.
Hearsay. What Mr. Depp told Ms. Heard.
We can move on, Your
Okay,
Honor.
yes, ma'am.
Mr. Depp, what happened at the end of that week on May 27th, 2016?
May 27th, my daughter's birthday. May 27th. I was not in Los Angeles. I was on tour, and that was when Miss Heard went for the restraining order. And oh yeah, also that was the day that Alice Through the Looking Glass, a film I'd done, was opening.
Did Miss Heard know that you were out of town on May 27th?
Yes.
And how would she have known that?
Well, I told her I was going on tour. I mean, that was well established.
How long were you going to be out of town on that tour?
2 to 3 months.
And did Miss Heard know how long you'd be out of town?
I don't know if she knew exactly how long I'd be out of town, but it was a pretty extensive tour of Europe.
How did Miss Heard's actions on May 27th, 2016 affect you?
Changed everything.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh, it didn't change
in this
everything?
lawsuit.
Sorry.
Sure, if you could wait till the objection, please.
Yes, I'm sorry. Tourette's.
Your
Sure.
Honor,
Don't
this
get
is
cute.
one of
It's
the
not,
key
it's not a good thing.
I agree.
Yeah, I whatever it is, he seems like he's ready
Which
for
we
this
can
to be over.
understand. The
Yeah,
jury
the only
probably feels the same way.
The only thing
Completely.
I'll give him, right, and that's what I mean. The only thing I'll give him is he probably knows how to read a room. He's been looking at the jury, and if the jury's been responding positively to that, to his like cheeky rudeness and insults, then
Yeah.
that's why
And
he's probably
continue.
leaning more into it. Yeah.
And I trust someone like him. He's got a good level of charisma.
Yeah.
I think we can all agree.
Yeah,
So I do
even if
trust his
every
ability to read the room.
yeah, even if every lawyer on this panel is cringing whenever we hear it, you know, but like
Yeah. Oh man.
Well, sure. If this, I assume this is coming at me. You have character witnesses to discuss the actual elements of the defamation and what they're talking about, not all of this other stuff. I mean, there's so much coming into this trial that has nothing to do with and your character. Most trials, you have like one person come up if they want to testify about your character. You don't have 2 weeks worth of people come up and testify about your character. It's very unusual. Anybody watching this trial and you go watch a normal trial, very unusual. We're limited to 2 before and after witnesses to talk about how things have affected our client. They'll literally limit the amount of witnesses we can call to individual specific topics, and there can be no overlap. That's not what we have here. It's very different.
And I'm replacing the pinned comment in the chat, guys. We have a link in the description there and in the pinned comment to for folks that are in the DMV area, the DC, Virginia, Maryland area, who, if you are available and you have the time and you're around and you want to, please consider holding a spot in line for one of our guys that are trying to get into the courtroom for the last couple of days, tomorrow and the next day. That's it. That's all we got for this trial. We definitely want to have our folks in there that can read the jury, get us the insight from that jury and see what's going on in there that we can't detect from here. It's very, very, important to get that kind of insight, and especially from folks that understand the process. So just wanted to let you guys know, and there's a link in the description as well. So if you're watching it live or during the replay, it's also there. And then I'm going to tweet it out too, because it's important.
Yeah, I'm hoping I can make it into the courthouse. Otherwise, this will have been a real lengthy trip to get back here for nothing.
Yeah, for sure.
Mr. Depp, what has it been like for you to listen to Ms. Heard's testimony at this trial?
I'm sorry.
What has it been like for you to listen to Ms. Heard's testimony at this trial?
Objection relevance, Your Honor.
Oh, overruled.
I mean, what's he gonna say? Just F that B?
Insane. It's insane to hear heinous accusations of violence, sexual violence, that she's attributed to me, that she's accused me of. I don't think anyone enjoys having to split themselves open and tell the truth. But
Rottenborn is going to try to twist this around too.
Just simply has to, because it's gotten out of
I
control.
would on cross.
With what time?
Yeah. He's giving a lot for them to do.
I mean, they've got to have at least 6 minutes left.
Ridiculous, humiliating, ludicrous, painful, savage, unimaginably brutal, cruel, and all false. All false.
What that does is make the jury know it's her or me. You have to decide, because this is what this did to me.
Oh, she did that to herself with the story.
Yeah.
She did. That was a cell phone.
Yeah, and we've been saying for a while that was a really bad place for her to be in, because her story is
No
so
human being
incredible.
is perfect, certainly not. None of us. But I have never in my life committed sexual battery, physical abuse, all these outlandish, outrageous stories of me committing these things and living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to bring the truth out. So this is not easy for any of us. I know that. But no matter what happens, I did get here and I did tell the truth, and I have spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back reluctantly for 6 years.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Did you want to take lunch at this point, or okay. All right, let's do that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take lunch this time. Do not discuss this case with anybody, and don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you. And don't break anything on your way out. Thank you.
Cute.
And don't steal the silverware.
All right. So just a reminder that since you are back on the stand, do not discuss this case with anybody, to include your attorneys at this point, okay? If you could just have a seat back there. We do have some other issues to take care of. Before we take care of the third-party motion, could I have attorneys come forward on our...
All right. Okay,
So we're going to hear the
sidebar.
TMZ stuff.
Maybe. I
Yep.
mean, we're going to hear a motion on it at least.
Yeah. That'll be fun.
Yeah. Yeah. At the very least, we will hear the conclusion of that.
Right.
Yeah, we will see.
I think that was huge for Johnny Depp at the end. I would not have let him testify that I came here to tell the truth. I told the truth. That's just bolstering yourself personally. I would have objected to that. But he got to come here and say that. And I think he's telling the jury basically, you will crush me if you rule in favor for her. So just be aware of that. He basically put a lot of pressure on the jury with those final statements that are usually not allowed. You're not supposed to be able to garner sympathy from the jury for their verdict. That's just not something that's supposed to come into play. And that's what that was, which is effective, I think. I think it's effective.
A lot of that was really should have been objected to and wasn't.
I agree.
I mean, it's great that they got it in there for the Depp team, but I'm just kind of wondering how they did.
I wonder how much of it.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I'll tell you what really worked for me, in terms of the sections here, is that as some of you may have already suspected, I thought Johnny Depp essentially saying he was an eyewitness to Whitney being a punching bag for Amber, was very effective in discounting Whitney's testimony to me. Again, all this is just coming into me. And so that gives me a reason to say, okay, there might be something more subtle or nefarious going on there, explains some of the contradictions, and discounts Whitney's testimony pretty good for me. I have to be honest.
And that was literally one of the questions that we got in the super chat. Like,
was it?
Maybe 30 minutes before was something about like, okay, now that Jennifer Howell's testimony was crap, what would you guys do to try to make up for that? And I said, find some way to discredit Whitney. And that's what they did.
Yeah.
So
and Whitney can't come back because she's already been dismissed, so she can't come back and say that didn't happen or my sister didn't abuse me. She's out. So uncontestable. Great.
Yeah, Whitney is not subject to recall.
No, she's not. They can. I mean, obviously, they
And
will
she's been
cross-examine
sitting there
her on
watching.
Yeah.
She has been. And that's the thing, is I want to know what her reactions were to all of that. Because, you know, the other day, what was it, James and Ian, were you there when she sat down? Oh,
Ian?
you're
Down,
muted.
yeah.
Sorry.
Oh,
okay. No, you're not. Wait.
Oh, Richard Burns here. And yes, I just said that, but yeah, you nailed it. I think that reduced Whitney's testimony substantially. And if there was anything that I liked about that testimony, it was that. I also actually did like the snark answer of, well, she hit me in the face, or whatever he wound up saying in response to that objection. I did not like, and I know it works well for the chat, and you're going to say we're just lawyers or whatever, or I'm just a lawyer. I felt he crossed the snark line a couple of times in this testimony, and I didn't like that.
I agree.
I would agree, and I think it's because he legitimately feels like he's done, and that's not to forgive it, but I do agree that there were a couple times that I would have much preferred him.
I don't know what the
that.
juror's response was, because the jurors.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I was just agreeing with you. Yes.
Oh, I think Ian's audio is cutting in and out.
Oh, okay. Oh, I can't see his face.
I think
either.
the jurors have really been.
Yeah.
Oh.
Here, I'll
I don't know.
switch it
I'm
up.
relying on Wi-Fi here. That's not mine.
Oh no.
Okay,
No.
I think as Ian tries to figure it out, I think to link what Ian was saying, and because I think we have some evidence of how the jury perceives Johnny based on, one, how snarky Johnny is continuing to be, based on the fact that we know it's not good, and two, how few objections the Amber Heard's team has been calling, even though they could. And I think they probably feel that the more that they've been disrupting his testimony, it's possible that the less the jury has been liking it. The jury doesn't like it when they don't let Johnny talk, or something like that. That could explain why these sort of kind of obvious objection points went unobjected to. That they were like, he's not going to say something too damaging here, and it's going to make us look like jerks if we don't let Johnny talk. Maybe.
It's too late for that. It's too late for that.
I mean, I
22,
agree.
Yeah, you can't let that kind of evidence in my opinion. After everybody's already felt like you've been a little too aggressive throughout the whole trial, now is not the time to take your foot off the gas and just let him blather on about how much this has crushed him and how it'll crush him if he doesn't win, basically.
Totally
To
fair.
the jury.
Totally
Yeah,
fair.
I mean, if they would have started like that, I could understand it, but
Well, what do you always say? Primacy and recency. You do it for the whole
Yeah.
court, but I think it worked well in that testimony. The Waldman stuff was at least interesting. They ran away from it as fast as they could, and then there was some meandering, but the end was powerful. And to me personally, again, I guess jurors can get hung up on things like I guess I can. I was waiting to see some reason to be able to discount Whitney, and I think he gave it to me.
There was one specific thing that you guys sort of commented on in the moment I wanted to go back to,
Okay.
where Johnny Depp is describing the things that Amber did to her sister. And there's a moment where we see Amber Heard on camera as he's talking about this. And she has
Smirking.
a look on her face that was described by, I believe, Alita as a smirk.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to go back to that because I don't know if I'm being unduly harsh here or overreading what I'm seeing. And I'm more than happy to be brought back to reality if that's the case. But I almost saw satisfaction, glee,
Mm-hmm.
pleasure.
Yep.
Um,
I saw
Pleasure.
all those things too.
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
I was
pleasure is
like,
right.
Satisfaction.
like a positive. The look on her face reminded me of someone who was remembering a very pleasant memory in their past. That kind of that smirk. It's like going back in your head and just remembering for a moment what it felt like to be there, like a knowing smile, and it made me feel very uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
I see
Yes.
it sometimes with criminal clients. Sometimes you've got clients who are violent and just like being violent. And, you have to tell them, like, listen, we're describing the robbery where you're alleged to have done, whatever. You need to not smile during that.
And
And
remember also,
that's
go ahead,
kind of
go
what
ahead.
it feels like.
I was just
I
gonna say,
suspect that the snark was. So I was trying to say this. I hope my internet connection is a little better. I suspect that the snark was playing okay with the jury. They've really been disliking Amber Heard and Amber Heard's side from my read on them. So unless something's changed, I haven't seen anything to move that sympathy needle back into Amber's favor. I don't like it because it's risky. But I mean, it may well have played okay with the jury.
I do agree. And the thing about going back to Kurt's point about the fact that it seemed like she had satisfaction, she was kind of reliving a memory of her kind of maybe being violent, maybe something, being aggressive in some way, and basically having this satisfaction in that memory. And it also lines up with what Dr. Anderson said about her, which is that she has a point of pride in using violence to win. And so for her, when she's been disrespected, when she feels like she's been disrespected, and that face that she made right there, as soon as, and I didn't quite like piece that fully together until Kurt started to describe her face, but it brought me right back to Dr. Anderson's testimony about that. And it almost made me think, she's remembering a moment where Whitney did something that disrespected her, and she put her back in her place.
Kurt's description was fantastic, because I agree with you that I didn't pick up on all that either. But it was. I don't know. She's an actress, I know, but it was a look that was like evil queen in like a heightened fantasy. It was like Snow White or something.
Yes.
And it's disturbing to look at that in that context, right? And yeah.
So I'm going to be the only one here. I'll take all the hate
No,
for it.
I'm happy, man. Give me a contra review, please. For the love of God.
I've said this for like the third. I've said this many a time. Please just don't read into this thing. They've been here for 4 weeks. She could have been laughing at whatever. And yes, I agree. Did it look bad? Didn't look good. But to assume and then to relate it to like criminal trials and criminal people who've gotten away with, like, it's kind of a bridge too far here. And I know that at this point in the trial, we all have basically our own biases or not necessarily biases, but we've come to conclusions on who is right or not. And that's fair. Just want to make sure that we don't read too much into things like expressions, especially in the courtroom for a long time about that. And yeah, that smirk was not good. I'm not saying that it was
not
that it was
fleeting, Mark. I mean,
and
I'm
it
with
certainly,
you. I'm with you.
It certainly played bad to the jury. I know, and I understand that there's counter arguments. I just really want to make sure that opinion is voiced here, because I don't want this whole panel just being like, yeah, she's evil. Like I don't think that that's.
I didn't
That's
say that.
not what
She
I'm
looked
saying.
evil.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that she is any of that stuff. What I'm saying is that this is a really bad facial expression to have in front of a jury, because the jury is going to be watching them, and whatever she's thinking, like she could be thinking, "Hey, I just heard a really great joke. I saw a really funny meme online."
What about
I just
anything
gotta
like that? You still got to control that, and I know it's
Yeah.
tough in a 6-week trial, but you.
I agree, and I also I just got a layman's perspective from Mr. Bites, and he said that he could not disagree with Mark more. Um, and he said that like it doesn't matter. That was like literally the worst. I mean, kind of what Ian was saying. Literally the worst time she looked like it was very off-putting to anyone and everyone. And the thing that I would add to it is the fact that she's not just like writing in her notes and smirking or like talking to her counsel and smirking. She's making eye contact. She's looking up at him and smirking, and then she's looking over at the attorney who's questioning and smirking. And that's the thing to me. And she's holding those faces throughout that entire time. That is the thing that is off-putting to me. It's not just a moment; it's the length of time that she's got it, and is throughout that entire time.
Here's something where it could be different, though. Here's something where it could be different, because it was something that we can't see that could totally change the mind of the jury, versus us sitting here, any layman watching. As much as the ultimate respect for Mr. Bites, my Greek brethren. She looked back over her left shoulder, right, and I as we see the camera pan, that's where Whitney Hurd is sitting. So the only way in which this is different is if she makes eye contact with Whitney Hurd and they both kind of roll their eyes and smirk like, he's a liar. We knew he was going to take the stand and say this. That changes things, I think, if that's what happens. But we don't know because we didn't see Whitney Hurd at the same time. But I did see Amber look this way, which is where Whitney Hurd. See, there's Whitney Hurd right there. She's literally sitting in the aisle all the way on the left of her side, which is Amber Hurd looking over. I think you said towards the lawyer. Whitney Hurd would literally be sitting right behind the lawyer. So same kind of spot. So if they make eye contact and they both smirk, to me, that's different. And if the jury can see that, they may say, okay, so they both obviously think this is a joke and Johnny's lying or whatever. That could change things to me. But again, we're not there, so it's really hard to pick up on this stuff.
And I will agree with the whole panel here that yes, that smirk looks real bad and plays terrible to the jury. And if I were her, if I were her attorney, I would be advising strongly, do not do that. It is bad. But I think that when we are all lawyers on this panel talking to often an audience of laymen, that I think us trying to, yes, that bias exists and we all have it. But I think that we can't just we should just advise about how often those looks can be portraying and we don't necessarily know the whole context.
Sure.
That's
sure,
all.
sure, sure.
I agree.
That's a fair point.
The smirk looked like Garno. That is totally agreed.
Yeah.
No,
No,
you could totally be right, Mark. You could
and let me
absolutely be
let me get the super chat really quick. Melistezi, thank you so much for the generous super chat. You must watch the feed from the courtroom where you can see her face the entire time Johnny is talking. Kurt is right. So and I thank you very much. That's very, very generous super chat. I really, really would like to hear from the guys in the courtroom. So far, I have not seen anything from DUI guy. I have not seen anything recent from James either. So I don't know. Maybe they're still in there to observe what's going on there right now. But the thing is, so she could be looking back at Whitney. She could be looking back at the attorney. Either way, the thing that I would be looking for is Whitney's face. And that's why I was saying I really want to see what Whitney is doing, how she is looking, because the other day when she sat down and she didn't expect that she was going to be sitting down in the gallery amongst the plebs, right? How she looked very, very uncomfortable and she was not controlling her face at all. So I'm wondering if she has the ability to control her face during these reaction times. you know, when she's sitting there in the gallery and not on the stand. Because if not, then it would be very, very telling if she's not returning,
Okay.
like Mark was saying, if she was not returning the glances.
Whitney's got
Well,
a very
Whitney-
particular resting expression. Like
But this is
her, and I'm not going to sort of go through the usual line on it, but you know, she looks angry when she's sitting there.
It's called an RBF.
Just
It,
well,
yeah, and
it's
I'm.
called
I
an,
mean,
I can call it that.
I'm trying
it's
to
an
be.
RBF. I know
But I
you
mean,
want to be
she looks
diplomatic. but-
angry at the best of times. I don't suspect that she was gonna, if the jury's looking her way, how they read
But-
that is going to be a tough question.
I don't know how but if the jury's already inclined to believe Johnny Depp, right? This is testimony where Johnny is saying that she's essentially Whitney is Amber's thrall, that Whitney is Reek from Game of Thrones. So if you're knowingly smirking at Whitney, I don't care what the response is. If I'm already thinking that Johnny is being sincere on the stand, so I agree with Mark. When this look started, I thought, well, maybe her face locked and she's trying not to make any changes in that particular look. But
God, I've done that. I hate that.
As for looking at Whitney, no, I mean locked. I mean like, okay, I know I've gotten myself in a face. I don't want to react too strongly to it, and I'm locking it. That's what I thought when it first started, and I guess it still could be that, but it held so long. I said, maybe not. But in that particular testimony, I don't know that knowing glances towards Whitney super helpful if the jury's into the testimony.
Yeah.
It's a bad look all around. I mean, you know, I think people are saying that I'm interpreting this as like it might be a good look for Amber. No, it is playing poorly in the court, and it is
no
bad.
Positivity.
Yeah. By the way, that was a DUI guy super chat, right? Somebody said DUI guy said something. I didn't.
I said that I was looking out for tweets from DUI guy and from James, and I haven't seen anything yet.
Oh, I was just saying the super chat referred to DUI guy. I didn't get a chance to read it.
Oh. And also, Peter, Mr. Bites wants to say that he, of course, will back you up no matter what you say because you are his Greek brother. So, you know,
Greeks invented loyalty, so that makes sense.
He came back in just to reiterate that, to make sure that you were aware.
Yeah. I mean, Mark is reasonable in providing the possibility that the reaction we're seeing may not be responsive to the testimony. It might be due to other factors, including tiredness and all the rest of it. So I'm here for a reminder of other possibilities. I suppose I'm less charitable to her than I might have been because I've been observing her for several days at this point, and like, yeah.
Yeah, it's fair. I mean,
I'm not as forgiving as I would have been on day one when I was much more forgiving.
And your description was really convincing too, Kurt. Like it was very, you know, it's very good.
The other thing I want to point out here is just in terms of positioning, because this courtroom feels a lot smaller when you're watching it on these cameras. The jury is actually a substantial distance away from Amber Heard.
Okay.
And so it's going to be hard for them to get a really good view of them. We get an excellent view with these cameras.
Understand, but I wanted to take up your motion.
But
I
yeah,
have
it's hard
read your motion.
I don't know
and
that
the
they're going to
declaration
be
and everything
able to see
attached
it
to
that
in all the
clearly. And
cases.
she may be blocked as well
And I
at
have
times
reviewed it,
by,
so I'd rather
you know,
not
lawyer
regurgitate
positioning and
that
so forth.
based on our time limit. But anything you wish to add to that is fine. If I could focus you a little
Please.
bit. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. And yes, sir.
So this is
As
TMZ's
far as
lawyer.
your comments about Virginia Rule of Evidence 2:508, that's a criminal rule of evidence. So that's not your
Understood, Your Honor.
not your strongest argument. And as far as what goes on is when or if the witness testifies, whether it's hearsay or it's third-party knowledge, that's something I'll deal with at trial. So again, not what I'm concerned with. As far as Supreme Court Rule 314, which I would like you to talk a little bit about that as far as intervention. And I got to tell you where I'm at right now. The concern, the issue I have with the argument is intervention obviously would make you a plaintiff or defendant in the case, and it has to deal with an issue that's germane to this case, and this is a defamation case. So if you could just tailor your argument to that issue, sir.
Sure, I'm happy to address the intervention. For the record, Your Honor, Charles Tobin from the law firm of Ballard Spahr.
Yes,
here
sir, Mr.
representing TMZ, which is the publisher of news and entertainment for the celebrity and entertainment industry. And Your Honor, we're seeking to intervene simply to protect the relationship between reporters and their sources when it comes to reporting news in the public interest. We, as the court noted, we really don't have a dog in this hunt as far as Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard. We're really here purely on the First Amendment based issue of reporters' privilege and reporters and their sources. Your Honor, the intervention rule, as the court is aware, allows intervention by anybody where the issue is germane to the subject matter of the proceeding. And certainly, Your Honor, the purported testimony, the proffered testimony of a former employee of TMZ who purports to be in a position to disclose confidential information learned during the operation of journalism, during his work as a journalist, is a germane issue that is being raised in this case. And Your Honor, we would point the court to the Tafts, Fletcher, Malden, and Reed versus Southern Bank and Trust case, 213 Virginia Circuit, Lexus, 253. It's a Norfolk Circuit Court decision from 2013. And there it was an interpleader action. The funds had been interpleaded into the court by two trust companies that were fighting over it. And the man who had sold his property, who had no interest in the funds themselves, intervened in the case because he was uncertain as to his liability for excess funds, which was an issue that was not directly in litigation between the two parties. It was not part of the cause of action between the two trusts fighting over the money that had been pleaded into the court. The circuit court held that certainly the rights of that man was going to be affected by the decision making in the case. He would be prejudiced if he didn't have an opportunity to intervene, and no party was in the position to assert his rights. And so similarly here, Your Honor, TMZ is a news organization. It routinely accepts information, as is common in journalism, under exchanges of promises of confidentiality. If it is not able to intervene in this action, and neither of the parties is going to be in a position to assert the reporter's privilege, it is TMZ's journalist privilege that we're talking about, then the rights are certainly going to be prejudiced.
But if the witness, in all the cases, and I reviewed the cases that you had, in those cases, the witness was compelled to testify and came and was forced to testify, so there was an issue about the privilege of the witness. It's my understanding in this case, this witness wants to testify and is not under subpoena.
He has been subpoenaed, Your Honor.
Are we subpoenaed?
But he's saying he wants to testify.
Ben Chu just said that's incorrect.
Yep, they're screwed.
Okay.
Your Honor, I have a copy of a subpoena that was entered last night compelling Mr. Tremaine to give testimony in this case. And so he is coming under a compulsion under subpoena.
And if he takes a stand and he asserts some sort of privilege, then that's something I will deal with at that time.
Sure, but I'm here because of the scenario where he may not assert that privilege.
Right,
Well, then,
exactly.
too bad,
And
so
that's-
sad.
You don't have that
that's
right.
what
I'm
saying in your
sorry.
cases that you showed
Sorry, Doug.
were the opposite, where they did assert the privilege.
Well, it is a unique situation.
Right,
where-
and I understand you might have some
No, it's not. Your case law sucks.
issues with a former employee, and you have some avenues.
This is one of
to
those regular people would never get
deal
this
with
to happen
that.
for them. But Johnny Depp can.
Once he testifies and the privilege is waived, we have lost our opportunity to intervene and
I
to
understand.
intercede.
All right.
And Your Honor, the privilege, I know, Your Honor, you said you read the case law.
I did.
Appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
But the privilege.
Did I call
has
this
been
yesterday?
recognized by the Virginia Supreme Court in the Brown case and applied by the circuit courts uniformly.
can't
It's a
tell
very
them until
important
she says it, Rob.
underpinning of the relationship between reporters and sources and reporters and the public without the ability to enforce its promises. By current employees or former employees, a news organization will have absolutely no control over being able to enforce its promises. And so we would ask the court to permit us to intervene and to assert the privilege that belongs to TMZ, which is the organization, after all, Your Honor, that would be responsible to the source if the privilege were waived.
All right, I understand, Mr. Tobin, your argument. I appreciate it very much. Okay, did the parties wish to be heard?
I appreciate it. Goodbye.
I think it would be dangerous for Amber Heard to
Good
make
morning,
a
good
supporting
afternoon,
position
Your
on this
Honor.
motion.
I'd like to begin where Your Honor began. As a threshold matter, the court should deny TMZ's motion to intervene. Intervention is not appropriate for the reasons suggested in Your Honor's questions. As Your Honor is well aware, intervention is only appropriate with leave of court where a third party seeks to, quote, file a pleading to intervene as a plaintiff or as a defendant to assert any claim or defense germane to the subject matter of the proceeding, unquote. Virginia Supreme Court Rule 3:14. As Mr. Tobin, to his credit, has conceded, TMZ is not asking to file a pleading. It cannot properly categorize itself either as plaintiff nor defendant, and it seeks to assert no claim or defense germane to the subject matter of this action. Moreover, even if the privilege were applicable, which is not the case here, the testimony intended is directly relevant and would outweigh any qualified privilege. Quote, an intervener must be asserting an interest that is part of the subject matter of the litigation, unquote. Hudson versus Jarrett, 269 Virginia 24/32. Here, as Mr. Tobin stated, TMZ seeks to protect potential information solicited from a third-party witness, which is in no way a matter before this court, citing Commonwealth versus Gill, 89 Virginia Circuit 323, a 2014 case denying a motion to intervene where the intervener filed it, quote, to protect a property right, not a matter before the court, unquote. The outcome of this trial will not affect TMZ, and it does not have a sufficient interest in the subject matter of this suit to intervene. See Texas Fletcher, Maiden and Reed PC versus Bank National Trust Co. 2013 Westlaw 5849140. Granting, and this is distinguishing it, granting the motion to intervene where the intervener's liability would be affected by the outcome of the litigation. Finally, Your Honor, TMZ lacks standing to object to testimony by a third party in this action because TMZ, as Your Honor pointed out, is not being compelled to testify. TMZ's reliance on the Philip Morris case for the proposition that the privilege cannot be circumvented by seeking confidential source information from an employee is inapposite. 36 VA Circuit at 1. For one thing, as noted in that case, there is no testimonial privilege akin to that enjoyed under the Fifth Amendment, which would allow a reporter to refuse to appear before a grand jury and answer questions. And Philip Morris, as Your Honor is aware, the party issued a third-party subpoena for records to trace confidential sources. Philip Morris is inapposite here, as that case related, as this case is related to witness testimony, not records. As Your Honor suggested, TMZ's quarrel, if any, is with Mr. Tremaine to the extent that he had an NDA that was enforceable, applicable, and that's not what we're hearing from Mr. Tobin. So to the extent that TMZ, which is not exactly Edward R. Murrow, Your Honor, to the extent they have a beef, as it were.
That was below the belt.
Beef,
You can't
it
judge
is
the
with
value of the
Mr.
news organization,
It is
Your
with
Honor.
Mr. Tremaine.
A little
It's
side eye,
not
but
with Mr.
not
Depp.
going to hurt anybody.
And they clearly do not have standing to assert or to intervene because they are not intervening as a party, plaintiff, or defendant. So we respectfully submit, to the extent the court disagrees, I can go into the arguments
That's
why
right,
the
sir.
privilege is inapplicable, but I will
All right,
reserve that.
Thank you. All right, yes.
Mike
Jane?
Qualia, thank you for the very generous super
I would
chat.
like to
We'll
weigh
address
in
it
from
later.
just a different perspective,
Okay.
and that is because we're trying to deal with some important issues of privilege, et cetera. But from our perspective, representing Ms. Hurd, we have issues with this witness separately, and I want to make them very clear for the record. This is
that
somebody
he
who
doesn't have
should have
first-person
been identified
knowledge.
in discovery,
Oh,
was
okay.
never. Second of all, it's not relevant whether, apparently what they're saying he's going to testify, and we have not had the opportunity to discover that, is he's going to claim that someone leaked to TMZ that Ms. Hurd was going to obtain the TRO on that Friday and also leak the video, the kitchen video with Mr. Depp being rather violent.
Someone, is that what we're gonna
And
I do think this
I'm
nukes
almost
her
certain
case.
he's not going to claim it's
If
Ms. Hurd.
TMZ
So
comes
I
and
think it's
says
never
that
going to come
Amber
in.
Heard leaked
Ms.
all this
Berhoff,
stuff.
I understand all that argument. Do you
hearsay.
have any argument as to
Yeah.
this particular?
Yep,
does.
shut her down.
No, my.
Okay, well, then we can address
Well,
you.
my-
This is like the last
Well,
desperate dying breath.
The prejudice
no.
versus the
That
probative
was
value.
savage.
I don't even see how he can come in.
That
on
was a
phone
judge.
issue.
That was GTFO in
That's
judge.
just not part of this motion at this time.
It was
Thank you, ma'am.
awesome.
All right,
Thank
Mr.
you,
Tobin,
bye.
your motion, you get the last word, sir.
Oh no.
Um,
Yeah.
The last dying
You know,
breath is yours, sir.
appreciate that the court shook your head when he made the snarky comment that this is not Edward R. Murrow. Obviously, the First Amendment applies to everybody, citizens, New York Times, or
Maybe Ben
TMZ.
just put that out there.
And this
for,
is a First
for some
Amendment
red
based
meat.
privilege.
I don't know.
Your Honor, the Philip Morris case is actually a
Oh,
very good
Amber's
case to
looking
answer your
kinda
Honor's
nervous.
question, about the intervention of somebody else in order to assert the privilege. Their ABC was a defendant in the case, and it moved in order to prevent other people, the phone company.
Ben
they were
couldn't
already in the
care
case.
less about the
I
shots
understand.
taken. I
There
think.
is no other
Like, look at his
mechanism,
face. He's like,
and
say what
so,
you want.
it would be an interesting procedural issue for appeal, Your Honor, whether a journalist,
Well, Ben
a
effectively
journalism
asked her, "Do you want me to
organization
go
or anybody
further? Do
else
I need
who's
to?"
a First
And she's like,
Amendment
"Nah."
holder
Did you
would be denied
anyone catch the
an
veiled
independent
threat?
constitutional.
It would be an
basis.
interesting issue on appeal.
I also, just for the record and for the
Side note,
merits of the case,
bad way to
if I
win a motion
understood,
argument
Mr.
is to
Chu
say that.
correctly, he said this is not an issue in the
Hate
litigation.
would have
This does not
hate to see
relate
anything
to
happen to your
the
judgeship.
litigation.
It would be
Well, it's
such
not
a
an
shame
issue
if
in
you
the
got
litigation. It's
overturned
not
on
part of
appeal.
a prima facie part of the defense, part of the allegation.
Look at that smirk.
It's impeachment evidence.
Look at that
It's
face.
collateral to the main
Oh my
case of the
God.
case.
Thank you, Court
Under
TV.
Trying
Brown
so
and
hard not to
Commonwealth
laugh.
decisions
It's
of
like-
the Virginia Supreme
So
Court,
that's
under the application
That
of
is not the
privilege.
expression
That
left on the
is-
judge.
Yes,
Look at the
we
judge
can
might have
read
made a
that.
decision already.
We can read
I
into
am
that, right,
so
Mark?
I am so
in this
freaking happy
case.
right
Just
now.
tell me when you're going to stop talking.
Again, it's not being compelled, it appears.
Well, he is appearing by
Again.
subpoena, and it is a compulsory process, and he will have an obligation unless he asserts privilege under oath. But it is our privilege,
Oh,
Your
God,
Honor.
she's
It's
doing
not
everything not to
an
smile.
employee, a loyal
Yep.
or a
It's
rogue
done.
employee's
It's
privilege
done.
to waive.
Tell the court
on
of
behalf
appeals.
of
Yeah.
his
She's
employer.
biting the sides
This
of her
is an
cheeks.
unusual situation.
It's not an unusual
But the
situation.
law, but the answers are there in the law.
Look at
It
Johnny.
is-
Tell me
it is a
about it.
First Amendment
She's over this
concern.
case.
It's
Look
not
at
the
Johnny
first
Depp.
unusual
Oh, this is
situation in this
fantastic.
case. I
Yep.
can
For either
tell you
of
for
us,
Mr. Tobin.
for anybody here, I'm sure.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you coming in today and I
you,
appreciate
Your
your
Honor.
arguments. Yes, sir.
I appreciate
Thank
your
you.
argument.
appreciate it.
All right, in
I
this
knew it.
matter,
As soon as she said
under
that's
Virginia Rules
that's a
Supreme
deadly
Court
line.
3:14, a new party may intervene as a plaintiff or defendant to assert any claim or defense germane to the subject matter of the proceeding. A new party may not intervene unless they assert some right involved in the underlying litigation. A party is not entitled to intervene merely because a byproduct of the litigation adversely impacts them.
Byproduct.
And the decision to allow intervention is within the broad discretion of the trial court. Here, the rights asserted are not germane to the trial. The central issues in this case are whether defendant defamed plaintiff and whether plaintiff defamed defendant through a theory of vicarious liability. The issue of the confidentiality of sources has not come up as in other cases cited by EHM, which is the corporation that TMZ belongs to, is under their umbrella. In Brown versus the Commonwealth, there was an attempt by the criminal defendant to subpoena institutions in order to obtain the name of the confidential source. When the author of the article was subpoenaed, she refused to identify her confidential source on the stand. And in this case, it appears that the witness is willing to state the name of the confidential source without being compelled voluntarily. Whether that breaches a non-disclosure agreement between Mr. Tremaine and EHM is not germane to this matter and can be litigated in a separate matter if EHM so chooses. And while breaches of contract must be taken seriously, and the court does, any alleged breach is not germane to the underlying litigation here. That contractual action has no bearing on this case and is thus not germane to this litigation. Therefore, I'll deny the non-party EHM Productions motion to intervene.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank
For
you.
the record, I've known Mr. Tobin for several years. I meant no snarkiness toward him.
Well, you're just a snarky guy.
I love it. That's
Oh,
amazing.
man.
Ashley, Mr.
Your Honor, I am concerned that we preserve the issue fully. And so.
For the record, yes,
For the
sir.
record. And so I would ask, may I have the opportunity to object when Mr. Tremaine
No,
is
you're not a-
questioned?
you're not a party.
Question
You're
my
not a party.
You're,
No.
no, sir, you're not a party to this case. However, I will
Nope.
note for the record your objection
she
to
just
this
said.
complete
Yes.
testimony on behalf of your client.
Right, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Your microphone.
Oh,
As
that
with
would have
the
been bad.
Hicksville,
He would have been sitting there.
Witness, Your Honor, I would ask that we could voir dire him before the jury. to find out when
What?
they contacted counsel and when
Reasonable
they became
question.
aware of it.
It's a reasonable
I
ask.
think also
In front of the
under
jury?
the circumstances,
No.
in fairness,
Before.
I
No,
think
before-
it's
before
good
the
to
jury.
ask him what he's going to claim.
Okay, but I'm not understanding the English
Okay,
language here. Is it
response.
before
Yeah,
mean in
that's
front
fine.
of?
Your Honor, I don't think that's.
I agree,
appropriate.
Hogue, it's
Certainly,
vague.
I don't think the proffer is necessary or appropriate in this case.
I'm not going to do a proffer in this matter.
Okay, well, never
All
mind,
right.
not so much.
Oh,
Judge, shut
Mr.
it
Ruttenberg,
down.
it's almost at lunch.
I know, I'm so sorry. But I truly am the messenger here because Mr. Murphy just informed me that he has to just clarify one thing about.
One clarification.
Okay, all right, okay.
Sure,
That's
whatever.
fine. I think we need Ms. Myers.
Yeah. By the way,
Yeah.
this is how Judge Askarati acts on the bench when she's not on camera. Like this is her demeanor and attitude. This little
I love it.
quip. It's awesome.
You're just a snarky guy.
That was
She's my
that was-
favorite.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're just a snarky guy.
Nice.
Man, I want the shirt.
Now I'm really glad I reviewed that motion yesterday. Oh, that was awesome.
Rob, you nailed it, buddy.
Yeah.
If you didn't watch Rob's live stream
Yep.
last night, he nailed it.
That judge's shit-eating grin, though, was worth the price of
Oh,
admission.
Oh
what a
God,
great
yeah.
camera shift.
Oh my
How
God.
she was just trying so hard not to laugh, even it seemed like she was
Yeah.
just like, yes, I will patiently hear you out, but I've made up my mind.
Yep.
You're full of shit.
Yep. I
Yep.
appreciate your arguments. They have no weight,
Yes.
but I will listen to you.
As soon as he finished and she said, I appreciate your argument, there was
Yeah,
something about
when-
that I was like, nope, she's not going with him.
Well,
She's
from
made
the
up her
very
mind.
beginning, she was like, "Well, you cited to this argument. That's in criminal court, so that's not your strongest argument." And then you cited
Not
here,
in
and that's not
subpoena.
applicable either.
All right, so
let's
to,
talk
and
about
to the
this part.
chat, this one's going to be very funny because Sean, potentially criminal, had an interesting prediction, and his prediction was, kind of conspiracy theory here. What if TMZ
All right,
doesn't own the
So
copyright?
court will be in recess. Let's come back at 2 so everybody gets an hour for lunch, okay?
Well, then
All right,
what?
2
I
o'clock.
mean, I don't know what do we do with
So
that?
we're getting another hour of lunch break to talk about more.
Then
Yay.
Well, the source could say they don't,
TMZ's in some hurt
because then they have fraudulent DMCA claims.
because they've been asserting
Ooh,
that
that's
copyright.
also true.
Yep,
Then they've
that's
got
what we were
lawsuit
talking about
coming out
last
of it.
night. Yeah, it was so much fun. Oh, this is awesome.
512F.
Now, TMZ in their motion, it should be noted, and their declaration already locked and loaded the Herd team with at least the notion that this individual doesn't have firsthand knowledge of any of this. So they'll have that ready for their
Yeah,
cross.
yeah. I mean, that's why the reason they wanted the proffer, because
Oh,
so that's a foundation,
makes sense.
objection foundation. How do you know? Which
Yep.
is fair enough.
And TMZ might be lying. I mean, they might be overstating their position.
Yeah, there you go. Much better.
We don't lie, right? I mean, that's an officer of the court. Might be overstating his position. We might a little extra relish on the hot dog.
Well, yeah. Might be somewhat exaggerating. And Elaine says, "We what was her? I want to like the exact quote. The paraphrase is, "We don't expect that he's going to testify that it came from Amber Heard." I'm like, are you sure you don't expect that? Because I
It was
don't know,
interesting that-
man.
It was interesting that she said someone like, well, you're not in front of the jury right now. You don't want that on TV. You don't even
it
want
on
to say
TV.
the word
That's-
Amber
yeah.
Heard right there.
That's why, like with that one, it's like one of those where Elaine, don't stand up, just sit down. Like, don't say anything, because anything you say at this point in time is going to look like you're on the bandwagon of trying to block information that looks like your client might have sent the video to TMZ.
Yeah.
It was this close. She almost said it. Like, there's a big pause before she's like, someone leaked this stuff. I'm like, I
Yeah,
mean,
we
presumably
know
he's
that.
going to say a name, right?
Hey, look, I'm as much a fan of the next guy as legal arguments to keep things out of court.
Yeah.
If the law supports it, the law supports it, right? So I don't object to her trying. It's just like, yeah, the judge is right. All the case law that exists, and we kind of read through it yesterday, and so I was open to a different argument, but all the case law spoke to people being compelled to reveal their sources. And so, yeah, they dropped a subpoena as like part of a legal
Yeah.
formality. But if this guy gets on and is like, yeah, I don't want to be here, I mean, that's a whole different problem. If this guy's like, yes, I want to tell you the things so very, very much about the things, like, yeah, you might have a breach of contract claim. That is distinctly not my problem.
Yeah.
So good luck on that. Let us know how it turns out.
As a corporate guy, right? As a corporate lawyer, I respect TMZ going up to bat on that, which is he was our employee. That's our privilege. It's not his. And I also respect the judge being like, sounds like a personal problem to me.
I'll give TMZ credit. His position on his motions papers was not inherently absurd.
It was
It
not.
was a reasonable legal position from square zero.
It's not his
Unfortunately for
privilege to waive.
him, the case law that exists does not ultimately support that position.
Yeah.
And this judge
Yep.
does not seem to be particularly inclined to extend the case law
to novel
this new
position.
bull position.
Yep.
So
It was funny. It was like the argument made sense until you actually looked at the cases he was citing, and you were like, "Hang
Yeah.
on, this case doesn't say what you think it says."
But they had some fun footnotes there, yeah.
And I also appreciated his last ditch effort at the end to say, Your Honor, when it comes up, can I object? And she basically turns to him and says, "Sir, this is a Wendy's."
Yeah,
she does. That's exactly. Did you not hear me talk about you not being a party? Did
Like,
you?
Did you miss that part?
You know that like not everyone can just like walk in here and object to things, right? Like you
Law
have to be
Tube-
a certain
Law
number
Tube is
of
going to
people.
control objections tomorrow.
Any
We got
corporate guy on
buttons
the
ready.
panel, every corporate guy on the panel knows that like you saw that and you're like, you know what? Okay, you're gonna get to go home to your boss and say like, I did what I could. I even asked them for this, you know. But it was never.
It was
gonna
the old
get that,
college
never.
try. It was the
Yeah,
old college
exactly.
try.
Are they
I
going to
do not-
reveal some
I do not
TMZ
disrespect
secrets?
TMZ for giving it a run.
I do love the Schadenfreude of the entire thing, because TMZ is just so happy all the time to have secrets spilled to them, just like all the time. They love the secrets, num num num. It's like their favorite thing, and the possibility that some of TMZ's secrets on how they do business might get exposed. It's like the Schadenfreude is very, very real in my mind. Schadenfreude is one of my favorite things.
Oh God,
And I'm here for it.
Look
I'm
how
eating it.
excited! Look how excited Kurt
I am so
is.
excited.
In
The
fact, if
Schadenfreude is very, very real. You don't have to have Spidey to analyze my facial emotions.
No, we
I'm
don't
pretty
need
on board
Spidey.
with the Schadenfreude.
Speaking of Kurt, I do want to say, if you want to see Kurt look this happy more often, we've covered Alita, we've covered Legalbytes. Now is the time to think about subscribing to Uncivil Law. Uncivil Law, how close
And
are you to 100,000 subscribers?
The other
Let
thing
me
people
just
need.
check. I think I was at 85. Yeah, that sounds about right.
All right, Alita, I have another demonstrative for Kurt here. Folks,
okay.
If you're in the chat, one, I understand there's
Love your
70,000 of
Yeah.
you. Two, I understand you didn't like my Care Bears
It's an interesting argument.
because you feel I'm a little
people
too old.
loved your Care Bears reference.
Yes, well, I want to have some more modern references. I just discovered actually that Kurt at Uncivil Law has commissioned to build a restaurant by architect Ted Mosby. If you look here,
Yep.
Ribtown is designed around our favorite uncivil lawyers emoji and favorite headpiece accoutrement. If you please do check this out. If he gets enough subscriptions and gets to that 100,000 subscriber amount, he might just build this restaurant shaped, in fact, like a cowboy hat. So if you're interested in doing that, or if you're interested in getting me to shut up, I really don't care which, go over to Uncivil Law, subscribe to his channel, and he can be this happy for you all the time. He is a joyous sunbeam if he gets to 100,000 subscribers. Otherwise, I can't make any promises.
Very
Thank
true.
you, Alita.
Very true. Very true. Yes, of course, of course. Thank you for your
I don't know
demonstrative.
who made
It
that
is,
drawing, but someone has finally distilled my dream.
also,
That's How I Met Your Mother, Kurt.
I was just reminded by my very own co-counsel that he stormed in here and he said, you know what? I was promised that at 85,000 subscribers, I was promised that Kurt would come in with a wig.
Oh, do you owe somebody a wig, Kurt?
Did I say that?
I think so.
Oh, I think it was that day.
I'm
though.
going
That's
to
always his
assume you
recollection.
did.
I think it was that day. We'll go back to the tape. We'll figure it
Runkle
out.
Bailey,
But-
do you have an objection if I show up wearing a hairstyle that's reminiscent of yours?
Oh, is that what we were talking about?
Yeah, that
Ian
was the
sitting in
the
court.
argument. Like,
Ian was
it's
sitting
like-
in court,
I got
and I
I
said,
got no
was the
beef with
thing
that.
people wanted me to cosplay as Runkle.
Ian,
And I
first
said I
of all,
wouldn't
want
I
to
mean,
know-
I've got a
I
sense of
said I
humor,
needed
so
his
go ahead.
permission.
Yeah,
Okay,
Ian, I
there we
want
Just
to
go.
so
know.
long as it doesn't actually require my hair, like so long as you're getting
No.
it somewhere else.
That's a different kind of bet, Mr. Bailey. That's a different kind of bet.
All right, I'll
do you ever
consider it.
do you ever get solicitations that say Mr. Bailey, Ian? I'm just curious.
I actually do, and it's really
Yeah,
been kind
figured.
of interesting because lawyers get a lot of scam emails, like a lot of scam emails.
Yes, we do.
And they're basically going things like, I have this really great case that you can totally win in 5 minutes. And
that what
all I
you're-
need is to, you sign up and then the other side will just pour money into your trust account, which then we'll expect you to send on.
Please tell me
right
where to
away.
send the
So
retainer.
this happens all
yes.
the time. And
Yeah.
tons of these are coming in for, Mr. Bailey, or even more entertaining, Mr. of the Bailey. I'm like, your scam
Like
game is
Lord.
weak.
Lord of the Bailey. Yeah, no, if I recall correctly, it was we're doing a Kurt subscription drive. You were
I'm
sitting there
definitely
in
buying
courtroom
Runkle
looking
one of
right
the
at
Scottish
you.
titles so he can be Lord Bailey.
Lord Bailey.
Yeah.
Lord of the Bailey.
And I said, "Would you? We'll get you looking like Ian out of honor because you looked so awesome up there in the courtroom." Yeah, like and subscribe to Kurt definitely. And I also understand. I'm very sorry to do this, folks. You know I hate to grift and I hate to try to get you guys to hit buttons. But I understand that there's a lot of you watching, and we have a very limited amount of likes on Legalbytes right now. So honestly, if you could help get Alita some likes, she runs on likes. She's a robot that runs only on likes. She doesn't sleep. She sometimes eats, but it's only salads and Kentucky Fried Chicken on
Oreos.
occasion. Yeah,
Like
and
salads and Oreos and
you're
coffee.
killing my argument. So salads and Oreos, maybe Oreo salad. But if you could put in some likes, I know it will help Alita get to the end of this day. I will shut up now because I feel like I've done enough grifting. But realistically, Kurt deserves to be at 100,000 subscribers. He looked so damn happy to see so much sadness in front of him. Give him that happiness again with a like and a subscribe over at his channel. I'll shut up for now. Thank you for putting up with me, chat and panelists.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, realistically, like the when I look at the like button to ratio to viewers, what I really love to see is if like at least half, if
Half
that's
is a good
possible,
number.
like half of the concurrent viewers have liked the video. That's like the goal for me.
Yeah, half's a good number. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's make it happen.
So
Get Alita to half. Get her to her goal.
yeah. So but of course, let's get Kurt to 100K. I mean, come on, he's so close. He's so close. We've got
I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Don't worry about it, Mark. By the way, I do have a demonstrative ready for you just later in the day.
Oh no! Oh no!
Something to look forward to.
I have to
Well,
start
the
saying
judge
things
has a
people like on
demonstrative
this
for the
panel.
TMZ lawyer.
So, and we'll get to some. I see folks in the chat saying tweets. We'll get to some tweets in a minute because he's
I'm sorry.
updating. So I want to make sure that I get him and I don't have to like wait for the next one. So first we'll get some super chats here. Don Hinton says, question, not to beat a dead horse, but when AH recorded and leaked the TMZ video, there was no agreement between AH and JD. She illegally recorded JD, then sold it to TMZ. So how can TMZ claim ownership of an illegal video? Well,
I don't think those
In
things
many
actually
places,
quite
you can
square.
be
the fact it's illegally recorded probably doesn't impact the copyright law analysis.
Somebody
because
has
it's federal.
copyright.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
somebody
it
has
can be
copyright on
both
its
illegal
creation.
and copyrighted at the same time. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And the thing is that well, actually, if it is revealed that she did record that, and she, well, I mean, we know
she recorded it, right?
We know that she recorded it
Yeah,
at this point.
yeah.
So yes, there's a statute of limitations. He can't sue her for it at this point, based on what I remember from the statute of limitations. But
Unless he can make a claim that he's just learning about who it is for the first time, so he can make some sort of like some sort of tolling argument to sue him for now.
I don't know if that's a winner,
Hey,
but
I'm just
I like.
saying,
But
I'm
I
open.
appreciate
I'm
it.
open to possibilities.
yeah. The Free
Yeah, why
Hawaiian says,
not?
question, please address the now basically verified fake 2AH photos by Runkle analysis. Can they still be proven fake? And what would be done with fake evidence received as evidence with regard to the jury?
I mean,
Well, do you know that you noticed they asked about Photoshop? Oh, Runkle, talk. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Camille Vasquez did put it to Amber Heard that these were photoshopped images, so that's already like been advanced. What I might like to see, if it was up to me, would be some sort of expert to go through and do some more detailed analysis than I could, because my analysis is like, I am a lawyer. I'm not a graphic designer by any stretch. Here's me just having a look at it. But an actual expert could tear this apart. And I've gotten some people who've sent me DMs going, look at all these different other ways to analyze it. And they all show the same thing, which is that these are the same picture minus some edits. So, but I mean, that evidence has been tendered. Like, it's been tendered as Amber Heard's evidence that these are different pictures. And so if the jury is convinced that these are in fact the same picture photo edited, well, then the only conclusion that they can draw from that is that Amber Heard has not been accurate. And they may have reasons for why her testimony has not been accurate. and those reasons may be very unfavorable to her claims. I think she hedged enough that she's probably not going to get busted on anything like perjury. But if I were her lawyers, I'd be very, very unhappy with the notion that I have been led to produce or to tender evidence as genuine, which is not. That's a place you never want to be as a lawyer. And I don't think they can get off record at this stage in the trial. Like that's just going to be a tire fire. But I mean, I think ultimately, if they can prove that, like if the Depp team can establish that, Amber Heard's gonna have a real bad time. So that's sort of my thoughts on it. And I'm not a local, I don't have the local jurisdiction, but that's kind of my read on that one.
Fabio Elias Rice Ritter says, what could be the strategic purpose for them to not object during Curry's testimony now? Objecting doesn't counter on their time, right? Love you guys. From please try to say it, from Brazil. From Pindamonhangaba. Sorry. I'm going to try it one more time.
Pindamonhangaba.
Sure.
Sounds right.
I get it.
Pindamonhangaba. 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 Is that correct?
That was better than mine. That was much better than mine. Well done, Alita.
Okay. Maybe I got it on like the 5th try. So what could be a strategic reason for them to not object? If they think that the jury's not paying attention, because sometimes that can wake up a jury too, and call attention to it if they are otherwise checked out. Brownwin Warwood says, question, are rebuttal witnesses only allowed to respond to things already brought in, or can they bring in new evidence and testimony? Thanks for streaming. Only allowed to respond to things. Yep.
But they can bring in new evidence while responding to something, which has happened a lot today, especially through Johnny.
Yep. Yes. Leon Holmer says, why do they not put Dr. Curry's report into evidence? Is that normal?
It's normal. The report doesn't come in.
Right. Yeah. Too much. There's hearsay in it. There's a lot of inadmissible evidence within a report for an expert. You never bring in the report.
Patricia McGreevy says, why can't people refer to notes? Thank you. It's supposed to be in their brains. That's why most reliable, because you want it to be sincere and real and accurate. And that's best when you can trust that it's actually coming from their brain and not from a piece of paper that they've been fed by someone
Also,
else.
because I can't cross-examine a piece of paper. That's also a problem. Like,
the
your
other
notes are a
thing,
piece of paper. I can't cross-examine that.
Yeah.
Fair point.
And even if you refresh your memory with your notes, you want to see the person try to answer it first. So.
Yeah. Kaylee Thomas says, can Elaine get in trouble due to her attitude to the judge?
Yes. I mean, not in a formal sense, but rule number 1 of litigation, don't irritate the judge. It will not help you. So, yes, in that sense.
Liz J says, question, should redirect have asked Curry to explain board certification? Question 2, will Elaine be in trouble for mentioning the time limit in front of the jury? I don't think she'll be in trouble. I think if anything, that puts her in a bad light. I don't know. No, I don't think so. Should redirect have asked Curry to explain board certification? No. It's because then it makes it a non-issue. Jack Hutchison says, do you think that the jury will care that Dr. Curry isn't board certified versus Dr. Karen, or that her solid rebuttal outweighs that? I think the fact that she's able to explain things in a way that people can understand is going to outweigh all of that.
Yeah. Yep. 100%.
Joshua Howell says, my wife Maddie is a huge fan and she recently enlisted me as well. Maddie is sadly feeling very unwell today. Any chance you could give her a shout out and wish that she gets better soon? Thanks for all the coverage. Yes, of course, Maddie. I'm so sorry to hear that you're not feeling well, and I hope that you feel better as soon as possible. All the prayers and vibes and happy good juju. Madhu says, which I'm glad that Joe's not here for that, because last time I said that he was like Jew, and I was like, it's not about Jews, Joe. He's Jewish, so that's why. Anyhow, it was actually a very funny exchange.
Wait, he had never heard juju before, or was he doing a bit?
He had never heard juju before. And
You never
actually,
know
it
with
turned into
Joe.
it turned into a very fun exchange between him and Legal Mindset, because they ended up just like shouting on top of each other. It was pretty funny, actually. I'm just gonna keep describing something that no one here was there for. Anyway, I'm gonna move on. Matthew says, "Can the jury review all the presented evidence during deliberation? If JH's declaration did make it to evidence, will they have access to it?"
Yes.
It's
Can
hard to
anybody
tell.
tell us on that? Rob,
Apparently,
do
they're
we
going to
know
have
if
a
it got in
laptop because
evidence?
we've already heard about the laptop with the videos.
I
and
haven't
stuff.
actually looked at that. I have to double check. I'll look
If
at
you
that
could
right
check, that would be awesome, because I'd love to know if something from Jennifer Howell got in.
Yeah.
I
Liz
checked. I
Olson-
couldn't find it this morning.
Okay.
They didn't have the records from yesterday up yet. So.
Okay. Liz Olson says, "What does the jury do while the
Yeah.
jury deliberates? Or what does the judge do while the jury deliberates? Everyone on this panel is awesome. Thanks for all you guys do." Thank you so much.
Probably
The
hear other
judge-
cases and other issues, other motions, because there's other things going on.
We've also had, we've also seen judges play
Yeah.
Jeopardy with the with jurors that were the reserve jurors that were not part of the deliberation.
Did see that, didn't we? I
Was
forgot
it-
about
that
that
was a new one?
completely.
I did not forget about that one. That was really fun. Sarah says, "Is the jury?" So they'll pass time sometimes in different ways, and they'll try to. But I would anticipate the Judge Oscarati probably tries to be very efficient with her time, given what we know about her. Sarah says, "Is the jury allowed to spend time together during breaks as long as they don't speak about the trial? Otherwise, it would be very lonely for them." No, I think that's correct. I think that they are allowed to talk to each other, just not about the trial. Miss Ron says, "Do U.S. jurors get compensation for serving? Australian jurors get a small amount of money to compensate loss of work time. That's about the same
Yeah.
as in the United States."
$30 a day.
Yep.
Totally worth
Cam-
it after 7 weeks. Let me tell you.
You're
Cam
raking it in.
Williamson says, "What, if any, important evidence was allowed in yesterday for AH side during that post-court day portion?"
Proffer was no evidence. Nothing went in the evidentiary record. That's for later.
And that was the point, is to say this is all the stuff that you didn't let in, and you should have, because it would have been really good for our case.
Would have looked so shiny and cool, but you got in the way.
Exactly. Kaidos says, "Instead of cross-examination, is AH team using sidebars to save time?" No. It's
Oh
yeah,
man.
same as before. Wildwoods Dreaming says, "What, if anyone's time does sidebar count towards?" None.
What if anyone?
Laura Lee, thanks so much for your very generous super chat. Says, "You guys, I love you, but this is winning testimony."
This is
Gotta
kind
be
of
that.
this is kind of what I was, we eventually came around on that. His snarkiness, at this point, I'm trusting his ability to read a room that he's in more than my ability to read a room that I'm not in. And so if he's choosing that snarkiness, it's probably because he knows, he sees the sympathy from the jury that he's getting. And so testifying the way he is good, despite us having misgivings with necessarily the information itself or even recalling him at all.
It's a great point.
I mean,
Yeah,
look,
and-
we're lawyers. We're never gonna like seeing that kind of thing that could possibly be misinterpreted. Like, "Oh no, risk." Like that's really what we're responding to.
Oh no,
Like,
risk is actually the legal motto. It's oh no, risk. We also have Parade of Horribles on the back. We'll get our shirts
Yes.
out. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
To Hogue,
Yeah.
I double checked the trial exhibit page. They have exhibits uploaded from yesterday and the ones that were introduced apparently this morning when I wasn't paying attention. But there is nothing from plaintiff's side.
I didn't hear them admit it. I don't think it's coming in.
Yeah, the last exhibits that were admitted on the plaintiff's side were May 17th.
Everybody kept saying that, but there was no way they would admit that in without talking about it with her. I mean, they would have to get it in through her.
What we're gonna do with what that is.
Yep. Nope. I don't think anything other than that video is in. So, all right.
Pointless, but yep, that's where we're at.
Timeout says, "Is it possible in one of the sidebars this week, JD side stipulated that they would call JD, which is why AH rested?" I suppose anything is possible.
That doesn't save them time. They're going to have to cross him. Why would they agree to that?
I don't know.
All right.
I don't know. Mrs. B says, "Question: Do the frequent sidebars have to do with time limitations? Whose time do objections count against?"
Nobody.
So none. No one's time. Gabby's a Ninja says, "Question: How is what he told Amber hearsay? If she can't say what he said to I'm not Muffin Man.
okay.
Okay, thank you. If she can't say what she said, what he said to her, and he can't say what he said to her, how do we know? How do we talk about conversations? Well, it's because it's the difference is, why are we talking about this person? Why are we talking about this conversation? What is the purpose of introducing the statement at all? Is it because of a present sense impression, or is it because you are trying to say this is what actually happened, for lack of a better description? Yeah. um Alicia Peterson says, do you guys think the jury sees Amber's makeup and lack of it when testifying? I can see it. I can't tell from that vantage point from the jury room. I mean, it seems like it's a much larger jury room than what it looks like on camera, but I can tell. I was thinking that too when I was looking at her face today, that I was like, oh, look, she's definitely wearing a full face of makeup again now that she's no longer on the stand.
And I just want to back up what Ian, I mean, Ian's not here, but he was saying that it is farther away than it appears. You know, Ian was saying earlier that is actually, she is sitting pretty far from him.
Yeah. Immersive IRL says, question 512F, hashtag, what if any entities have been found by a court to have made perjurious DMCA claims?
Yeah, so 512F was what I mentioned in sort of background or very briefly. It's a provision of the Digital Millennium Copyright Act that basically says if you falsely claim to have ownership of something, it can be a action against you. In reality, 512F is very, 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 very rarely used.
It's toothless.
So it's more of but yeah, that's another way of putting it, Rich. It's toothless.
Yeah,
so,
no, I'm agreeing. I'm agreeing with you entirely, Kurt. You and me are on the same page here.
Yeah, it's not really a thing. So it's mostly just a joke for my sake at anyone who caught it. So yay.
Funky Anouk says, question, why are expert witnesses not chosen by court? Because it is an adversarial process, and so both sides are going to pick their best person, and then essentially it's going to be whichever one is better is the one that the jury is going to pick. Marty X Marie says, does attorney-client privilege prevent AH's team from sharing about their experience working with her? I imagine they may want to try to defend the reputation after this trial is done. Yes. And she's the one that owns it. So they can't waive it. Only she can waive that privilege.
I mean, strictly speaking, no, because privilege technically only applies to like information provided by the client, not your own observations.
It's conversations. It's
good luck running that one.
Yeah, I don't know of too many lawyers that are going to be really willing to skirt that line.
No, it's not good
That'd
luck
get me
either.
fired from my old place.
It's very technical.
Even contemplating it.
Yeah.
I appreciate Kurt's creative arguments going on in these last time.
Yeah, Kurt's on it.
If you guys want, so we'll get this next super chat, but if somebody wants to pull up DUI guys tweets, I'm gonna need to step away for just a minute and then come back. If that's okay with you guys.
Works for me.
You'll be cool.
Are you picking them up?
Won't burn down without me. What's that?
Are you grabbing them, Kurt, or I can?
Oh, go for it, Rich.
All right, we'll do.
Okay. Okay, and then so I'll read this last one. La Pistolera says, question, can AH argue on appeal that the huge public interest in trial cannot give a fair trial and request judge only appeal?
No.
You could make that claim at this stage and then appeal a denial of that. But I don't think, but no. I mean, functionally, right? Am I on base on
the
this?
Public has a right to be interested. There's the right to public trial is presumed by the Constitution. There's a First Amendment right. So the fact that the public interested is not in and of itself going to get you anywhere. You have to show more. You have to show some sort of material impact in some way, which there's really no evidence for at this point.
All right, and with that,
I mean, we can all speculate,
right,
but no.
Oh, and one more before I go. Kristen H, thank you for the very generous super chat. Thank you for all your hard work and late nights to keep us informed. Thank you. You guys have the tweets up?
Yes, I'm ready to go.
All right, I will be right back.
All right, so he's done a billion of them. So I'm just going to read through them, and if you pop in, just chime in with whatever you got. So it starts about 27 minutes ago. Lots of juice coming up. Let's start with Dr. Curry's cross-examination. That whole thing about Curry having dinner with Depp really did not go very well with the jury, in my humble opinion. When you have nothing, attack the person. Elaine's courtroom playbook, says DUI guy. There is a common fallacy in logic that's called ad hominem. It literally means attacking the person. Not a very good strategy, and the jury did not seem to care. They did not take a single note about the dinner between Curry and Depp. When Elaine started down the path of dinner, Dr. Curry, JD turns to her and stares her down from his chair. He has a smirk on his face. Number 9, juror number 9, just simply stares blankly forward, not at the witness or at Elaine. 10 minutes into the cross-examination of Curry, the jury is still very attentive, but has taken 0 notes as far as I can see. Elaine complaining to Curry how about the fact that she's lacking on time was very rich. I was waiting for her to start complaining she's also hungry and would like to get to lunch. When Elaine started asking a question in mid-sentence, audibly said, never mind, I'm not going to ask that. Number 2 is seen visibly looking down, hiding a laughing face as best he can. I've noticed a pattern with him that he likes to laugh when something goofy happens in court. When Elaine brought up words like avoiding a conflict of interest and ethics, not a single juror was taking notes. Compared to when those same words were brought up on direct, the jurors were taking furious notes. During the deposition, objections right before redirect, Dr. Curry, number 2, is playing with his pen and is seen rubbing his eyes during the bench conference. The jury appears to look at Curry more during redirect exam than on the cross. Number 8 was looking at me and our bunch a lot today. I caught her glance several times. I'm sure she's wondering who the heck we are and why did we show up now and we keep showing up. Then he asked what time court resumes, and court said 2. Johnny appears to always get his coffee at 11 a.m. sharp, and it's always in the same mug. As soon as Johnny gets called to the stand, your whole room is moving and won't stop for obvious reasons. When Johnny testifies that he learned about the Waldman statement when he learned about the counterclaim, number 2 has an impressive look on his face, and everyone is writing stuff down. I don't know what to do with impressive look on his face.
I mean, does he mean impressed?
He might. Yeah, I mean, he's typing these fast. He's hammering these out like every 30 seconds here in the courtyard, I think. So, yeah, could be impressed. When JD testifies that when Amber said she did not have any assistance on getting the Aquaman role, and he said it was not true that she did not do it without his help, number 2 rubs his eye. Meanwhile, Amber Heard exchanges very nervous and tense looks with Elaine, appears displeased. And then we've got a lawyer pro tip when Johnny Depp's lawyer comes back from the BC after Rottenborn objects and says to the witness, please continue immediately after getting back to the podium. It's the best way to let the jury know that you've won the objection without telling them that you've won the objection.
Right.
BC is bench conference for anybody that was wondering. When JD says that he personally knows WB and spoke to 3 top execs, and after that Amber Heard got the role, number 1 is writing stuff down. When Johnny says, sorry, that was extra, I think it was like garnish or something, towards Rottenborn on the stand, number 9 is seen laughing.
Is that the residue comment? Was that the residue?
Yeah, it's the residue. Yeah, it's the residue comment. So he says number 9 is seen laughing. And I don't know, Ian might not be around. I think 9/I is the one that everybody that we know has reported as being essentially done and in the bag for Johnny here.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Ian. When Johnny testifies that he never took 8 to 10 pills of MDMA, every single juror is writing stuff down. After Johnny says that he did not take a sentence of MDMA, I think it's just getting garbled a little, and a question comes in of why not, and he answers he would die. The whole gallery chuckles. I assume it's that big section of MDMA. When JD testifies that there was no phone on the wall in the photo, Whitney clears her throat. Real quick comment and noticeable difference between Amber Heard's and Johnny Depp's testimony is that he doesn't stare down the jury. He looks at the floor or at the table. Today, he grabbed a tissue to wipe something off the table. When Johnny says he miss it, talking about the missing tip of his finger, numbers 2, 8, and 9 chuckle. I look at my notes. I realize I completely lost track of time watching Johnny Depp's testimony and did not take a single note in 15 minutes or so. Then he's got a picture of Whitney Heard. We'll do one quick refresh and see what else he's got here. After Rottenborn objects to something Johnny was saying, and Johnny replies with, is that better? Number 6 nods, challenging at Rottenborn. Number 9 smirks.
Okay.
When Johnny addresses the Kate Moss testimony, number 6 confidently, that's all we got. Number 9 smirks. Number 8 smiles. Whitney shifts uncomfortably. That's it. He's still updating because he's out in the courtyard, I think. But that's what we've got so far.
Hey, Colonel Kurtz.
Hey, what's up? How y'all doing?
Good.
Doing all right. Doing all right. So we're going through DUI guys' tweets.
Oh, okay.
But did you finish going through them?
Yeah, they're up to speed right now. He's doing one every 30 seconds or so, so you'll have 5 more in like 2 minutes.
I didn't hear. I missed that. Were there any big insights or observations?
I think broadly he says that they were listening intently when Hillary was direct and redirect, not listening.
Sorry.
Oh, what was that?
It's okay. She
Sounded
just
like
Amber Heard has joined the chat.
It seems like that to me sounds very indicative of a pet walking across a microphone.
Okay.
I'd like to be able to blame that on my cat, but I don't know what happened. I think I had a window open that just suddenly something came on. Anyway,
Sure.
sorry about that.
I assumed
No
it was
worries.
Marilyn Manson. It's no worries.
Team Tennessee, thank you very much for your super chat. Says if she didn't leak it, why would the AH team care? That's a good question.
Well, one of the reasons is a tabloid like TMZ and people who work for TMZ are often trying to look for angles in. This is true of every journalist. I'm not speaking of tabloids here. But if for some reason they thought that this person was going to lie on the stand or speak, or say things that would impugn Amber that they believe aren't to be true, they have reason that they still think the jury would believe that testimony. Now, do I think that's the case? No, but I think that that's a reasonable argument for why, even if you didn't leak it, why you wouldn't want to hear from someone who you feel might potentially say they leaked it.
All right. But yeah, and all I was saying on the tweets that we saw is they were paying more attention to Dr. Curry's direct and redirect rather than the cross, and everybody was intently following Johnny Depp. Mostly.
Yeah.
And a lot of chuckling from like 2, 6, and 9.
Yeah.
All right. Inger Johanna says Amber Heard went from resting B-face to actively smiling and smirking now. The shift in behavior does not look good. I don't think that's helping her.
No.
Smirking is just really, I mean, you would think that would be a basic thing that her lawyers would tell her, or maybe they are telling her, I guess, not to do it. But I screen recorded one particular point and put it on Twitter where Johnny Depp was talking about her abuse of her sister. And that's when the smirking was the worst. He was talking about her beating up the sister or whatever. And she's just smirking like that. So bad.
Agreed.
I was very uncomfortable.
I'm sure I'm sure she's been told she really feels like an out of control client.
Really? I mean, that's not surprising, I guess.
I mean, she's now sitting between lawyers as opposed to on her own, but by the exit.
I've decided I don't want her as a client anymore. I can't deal with this.
I don't know. I could still go for the $6 million.
I think that I can't imagine with her personality, I can't imagine what kind of abuse, verbal abuse or criticism her lawyers are getting. I would think that because lawyers, you take the brunt of it anyway, right? I mean, if a client is angry, then is that pretty common for lawyers to get attacked by their clients?
Yeah.
How honest do you want us to be?
I would think so. I don't know. I would think that happened a lot.
When things get tense, it's not hard for people to get mad at the lawyers.
Right.
Yeah, and I think we mostly agree here that the tactics that Amber Heard's team has been taking are ones that we might not have taken if we were in control of the case, and we kind of assume competency and that sort of level of professionalism from the other team. So I think we've mostly deduced we kind of feel that Amber is the things that are going on that we don't agree with. Amber has probably been strongly advocating to do, which in my mind goes to your point that I think you might be onto something here. That Amber might be. Anyway.
Let's get some more super chats here. Christy Connolly says, question, not sure if it's been asked. What if former TMZ employee that is testifying pulls out last minute at the threat of potentially getting sued by TMZ? Could that happen?
Sure.
It could happen.
If he's there voluntarily, yep. And I mean, they could say to him, "Hey, listen, you've got the privilege, um, and you've got a non-disclosure agreement. You got to think about that."
I think I think the attorney might be having a word with that client right about now. I would like to point out that technically qualifies as witness intimidation at this point, so there could be fun there too.
Yep, it's a very difficult. That's the sort of thing I would want to talk to a practice advisor before I tackled.
Yeah.
And just say, "Here's my problem. How do I deal with this without losing my, you know,
Call the
losing my
ethics hotline real
credentials?"
fast. How do I deal with this problem?
Yes. Yeah, for sure. Catalina Morton says, question, have any of you seen the alleged photos on Twitter of the perjury report that Waldman made with the LAPD against Amber? Didn't Heard's team say no such evidence existed? Am I falling for rumors? No, I have. My understanding is that those are real.
I
And
don't
those
think
were
Amber Heard's
released.
team contested that the perjury complaint was real. I think they were
He,
just
Rottenborn,
testifying the basis for it was not real.
I think Rottenborn actually said that that did not exist
Yeah, there's
Okay,
something
maybe.
in open court. Yeah, that's my understanding. So it is interesting that then that gets sprinkled around the internet.
So, would they have an obligation to correct the record if they've made that representation and they discover that in fact they were wrong?
I mean, they've made other misrepresentations on the record.
What's one more
At this
between
point.
friends?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's what I would hope for if we were talking about attorneys that have a strong backbone, a strong moral fiber. That's what I would hope for, because that shows character. But I don't know. Sam Johnson says, question, can AH lawyers ask her if she sent a video to TMZ, or do they want plausible deniability and will never ask?
They could ask, but yeah, do you want to ask that question? Because, like, yeah, probably didn't ask that question. Don't ask questions you don't want the answer to is always good advice.
Yeah, yeah. But there is also such a thing as willful ignorance. Sandra Ramirez says, do you think WH is the TMZ source and that's why they didn't use the JH statement? No. Because even if Whitney is the source, she had to have gotten it from Amber. But I don't see how that relates to the statement by Jennifer Howell, unless I'm missing something.
I don't see it either.
Yeah. Sneet Snert says, y'all inspired me to go into law. I do practice LSATs while watching these. LOL. I'll be moving back to CAD. Any CAD specific law school advice, Runkle? Oh, is Runkle here for this one?
I'm here.
Oh, good.
The LSAT is a brutal series of logic puzzles, and study the heck out of it. I used to teach the LSAT. I did quite well on it, although it's considered fairly gauche for lawyers to brag about a specific score. But keep in mind, the LSAT tests logical ability, not what you know. So that for the reading comprehension, they will intentionally try to trick you up by getting things wrong and they try to cover a variety of subjects. It's often a bad day if you actually get something where you know about the subject matter of the reading comprehension thing, because they will try to trick you with that. For the logic stuff, for every aspect of it, you should be, before you tackle the questions, you should be thinking about the sort of the prompt. So the question stem or the game itself, and doing a lot of pre-thinking about it. And ideally, you should have thought of a lot of answers before you get to the actual questions. Lots of people want to tackle the LSAT by sort of looking at the answers and then sort of trying to apply them to the question. That is exactly wrong. It's the wrong way to go about it. So the LSAT isn't insurmountable. It's very difficult, and there's a whole lot of stuff there, but it's also very learnable. So I'd say take the time, practice it, and if you get good, it is quite possible to improve your score quite noticeably on the LSAT.
I want to say something while the topic of law school is brought up. So I mentioned this on Twitter, but so I'm not a lawyer, never went to law school. I was an English professor for a while, and right now I'm doing YouTube. But when I was in my 20s, my whole family, they wanted me to go to law school. Everyone wanted a lawyer in the family, especially my grandparents, had never been to college. And back then, law school it was considered to be like the golden ticket. I think it's gotten tougher nowadays, but back then it was like if you were a lawyer, you just knew you were going to rake in the dough, or at least that was the opinion. So anyway, so I disappointed everybody. I didn't go to law school. Instead, I went to grad school for English to become an English teacher, which was not everyone's dream for me. So I'm saying that because my mom has been so thrilled that I have been on this program, and she's so thrilled that I'm getting mentioned as a part of LawTube, even though I'm not a lawyer. And so anyway, but the other day after I was on your show, she was like, "I'm just so proud of you. You're just holding your own with those lawyers." And
Aw.
I am, but
Yeah.
I thought that was really sweet. So I just wanted to thank you for having me on.
Of course.
Oh,
of course. And she's absolutely right. Your mom has every reason to be proud of you. You are holding your own with a bunch of sharks swimming around on stream. But no, absolutely. I think you've been doing a fantastic job, and there's a reason why I keep inviting you back every day. I love having you on, and I love the value that you bring to the live streams.
Well,
for
and I'm
sure.
sorry, thank you. And I'm sorry that I keep spoiling things for Hoke because I information. I just realized that the other day. I was like, oh man, I bet he hates it. Like every time I pop in, I'm just dropping, outside information.
I think you've been careful enough. I mean, look, I can't be a juror, right? Like, so the process here is to not dive into the primary source material and try to just let stuff that comes in glide off.
I don't know if you guys are big wrestling fans, but there is a strain of people who watch wrestling, and it's called #kayfabe only. Right? And kayfabe is the fake world of wrestling, and you don't read any of the backstage reports. You don't listen to any of the news. You only want the world of wrestling that is presented on the television program.
Oh, I love that.
And, yeah, exactly. So it's #kayfabe only, and that's how Rick wants to live this trial. It's just only within the bounds. And one thing
But
about the
I love it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna say I love it because he becomes like a bellwether for what the jury is thinking. So it's great. Back to you, Mark. What were you gonna?
I just want to say about the LSATs.
At least it's an interesting experience.
The best advice I got from the LSATs that worked incredibly for me, and I don't know if Ian, who test prepped it, would agree with this, but on the reading comprehension sections, they offer you a bunch of different, questions just all over the map. If you come up with a little symbol system for the type of questions, because there's only 6 or 7 types of questions. There's parallelism. There's, which type it is. If you go through and take the first 2 minutes to go through and read what the actual question prompt is and mark the type of question, whether it's an analogy or a parallelism or faulty, and then go back through and do only those questions at a time, you will able to put your brain in the same mindset that you don't have to go back and forth between types of questions. That absolutely helped me, and it was worth the 2 minutes time by far and made it a lot easier. I don't know if other people have used that, but it was a huge boon to me. And same with Ian, it's gauche to say, but I did well. I wouldn't be
You all are
giving
so much fancier than me.
What I would, the way I used to do them is just that if you've done enough of those, they're very much constructed prompts. They're not like the LSAT reading comprehension stuff is not, they don't just pull a book off a shelf. They're written by a team. And so after you've done a bunch of them, you start noticing okay, this part here is probably going to be a question. And so I read through everything, read through the thing and just flag stuff. Okay, they're comparing these two. One of these things is this way, one of these things is the other. I'll just mark that's a little comparison. And then when I get to the questions, I've been thinking about it. I've got this sort of structural notion. But when I hit that comparison question, I'm just like, right, that's this paragraph and good to go. You're going to need to figure out sort of strategies that work for you. The other thing I always caution people about is that I love being a lawyer, but I will tell you that there's a lot of people who hate it, and it's really easy for lawyers to box themselves into places where they don't want to be, especially if you've got huge debts and you got to pay those off whether or not you continue being a lawyer or not. So, I mean, think about what you want to do. A lot of the money has come out of law. The distribution of who gets paid what is very much uneven. So there's people who make huge money, and there's people who make surprisingly bad money in law. And, you got to think like, is this something I really want to do? Is this something I'm going to enjoy? Because if you're talking about working at a firm and you're going to be spending, your weekends and working late into the night working on stuff, you sure as heck better enjoy what you're doing. Otherwise, law's got a tremendous burnout rate. And so here in Canada, I always tell people the starting place is to read the Canadian Constitution. And I don't mean the Charter of Rights, I mean the whole Constitution, talking about we are a country and here's how we set up, our various and a lot of it is boring. But if you can get through it, you can get through law school. If you can't get through it and you hate that, you probably will struggle through law school and hate being a lawyer. And if you get to the end of, reading that, you've got all sorts of interesting questions and you're like, this is really neat. What about this thing? What about that thing? Then you've probably got the kind of mind where you're at least going to like playing with ideas. And when you're in law school, you also need to think like, am I going to enjoy where I'm setting myself up to be? Am I going to enjoy family law where I deal with people crying in my room and high stress situations all the time? And I never get a Christmas because every Christmas is going to be spent doing emergency custody fights. Is that something you want out of life? Do you want to do wills and estates? Do you want to do like, would you rather just,
Well, in
real
trust and
estate?
estates, are you okay with hearing about all of the childhood problems that happened from the beginning with brother and sister and stepsister? You know what I mean? Like
Yep.
those are all the kinds of things that like you get to really hear about. It's like all the issues from all over the years. Yeah. Or are you cool with being, being away from all the people and being like strictly like patents, like facts,
Well,
data.
and there are some really cool areas of law, like, and the problem is that a lot of the really cool stuff also probably includes some of the really boring stuff. Like,
Yeah,
you
always.
know, virtual legality. We're talking like a whole bunch of neat video game stuff.
I
And a whole lot
tried.
of it's going to be transactional stuff. So, the neat aspect of like a video, working for a video game company also means that you might end up hashing out commas in a contract. And, that think about that. Like, do you really want to spend um the lawyers I found who are happiest, some of them are people who are making less money than they could because they're doing stuff that matters to them. Some of them are people who have hammered out their own sort of niche. Um, it's so I
Do
just
you, do
I
you like the
don't
shade I'm
like
getting from
seeing
being
when
co-counsel?
people are unhappy. That's kind
Well,
of my
so
thing.
here's we'll leave it with the super chat. This is Duchess of Dissent says, I am a law professor and practicing lawyer. This is a stressful, difficult career, especially if you are a litigator. It needs to
Yep.
be a calling, what you have always wanted to do. And I completely agree. Regardless of what
Yeah.
area of law you do, generally speaking, it should be some kind of a calling.
For
This
the
was all
record,
to Colonel Kurtz's mom, right? We were all directing this as saying Kurtz took the right path. There's no money in
Yes.
law anymore, and everybody's burnt out. Kurtz was right.
So-
Okay.
Well, so one thing that's funny too is that my mom, when she was trying to get me to be a lawyer, she had me go and talk to a friend of hers who was a really successful attorney in town. And so I went, and the idea was that this person was going to convince me to go to law school.
oh, a practicing lawyer?
A practicing lawyer, right? And so I sat down with him, and he said, "Well, what are you thinking about doing other than law?" And I said, "Oh, I want to be a Shakespeare professor." And he said, "I think you should try to be a Shakespeare professor."
That's, I mean, any practicing lawyer, it's almost a joke. I actually get upset at them saying this to like first year associates and things, because everybody likes to put on a cynical air and is, oh, sorry that you're in the practice and all this stuff. But like practicing lawyer, you go and talk to them, most of them are going to say, what else you got going on?
Yeah. Yep.
Because it's a rough job. And by the way, Ian, I joked that you were casting shade at my job. Ian is 1,000% right. So much of my time is, no, it needs a semicolon, and describing the same indemnity provision that I've fought over for 20 years now. And just for the record, while you're evaluating this at home, I spent a lot of time on YouTube and making videos, which is not that. for a reason. Part of it's to market the firm, sure, but it's because I like it. And this is something different from that, most definitely.
Yep.
And
Yatsney or Jatsney says, assuming JD wins the case, do you think the same result would have occurred if the legal team switched sides, i.e. Rottenborn for JD and Chu for AH?
It's a hilarious question.
Lawyers have skills, but facts at the end of the day are gonna rule the day. That's what I'll say about that.
And as much
Kelsey
we're
Blanc?
talking about client-driven, they're
Yeah.
doing how the clients behave, it's very possible that the attorneys would behave differently, depending on who their client was.
Yeah. Kelsey Blanc says, can someone explain if Morgan Tremaine will be in any legal trouble after testifying? Wouldn't he be worried of being blacklisted as a journalist?
He might be done with it. He might be done with it. This cat might be over it.
yeah, I mean, journalism also has a lot of people who bow out. But I mean, I don't know what contractual agreements he's got. And so it's possible that he could be looking at a lawsuit at the end of the day.
Could be.
Well, they didn't cite any, which might have been useful. So they
Over
went
the
on
NDA,
they went on basic employee terms in that motion. So he'll be taking on risk.
I suspect that
Yeah.
there's a whole lot of employees at TMZ who are going to get told, "Hey, by the way, we've got a new agreement we want everyone to sign."
We got a new. That's exactly what'll happen.
Well said, Ian.
Oh, man. And also, we've got James from court here. James, how's it going?
Hey, how are y'all?
Good. So there's been a lot going on in the court today. Can you tell us? My number one question is, what was Whitney Henriquez's face looking like when Amber was making some faces when Johnny was talking about Whitney and Amber's relationship?
Yeah, so I could only see the back of her head, to be honest,
Right.
but it was doing a lot of movement. I will say that her hair was, and then the lawyer would make a lot of shake heads, like she'd shake her head a lot and she'd write stuff down and show it over to Whitney. So there was definitely, I mean, they were definitely trying to make the appearance like they didn't like, what Johnny was talking about.
Yeah. By the way, Noli Marie, thank you very much for the very generous super chat. Okay, so you were sitting behind Whitney today then?
Yeah.
Sounds like.
Oh yeah, directly behind her. Okay, so I will say it's interesting. Ever since that one day that she sat next to me and that picture came out, they never put her in that row anymore. She now always sits with the lawyers or the front.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, so
And
she
I
was.
wonder. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say. So yeah, she was in the front today.
Okay. So I was going to say, I wonder if that was because they decided, well, she's no longer subject to recall. She's not going to be testifying anymore. It's not like she can get information from people. And so, they can kind of consider her part of the legal team as a result. I don't know. I'm very curious as to how they determine who's part of the legal team and who's not. If Eve Barlow wasn't, and then she was kicked out for that. I'm not sure. But anyhow, so what else could you glean from the testimony today from the jury? How were they interested in what Johnny was saying? Were they interested in, I mean, who else did we see testify today? Oh, Kate Moss.
Kate Moss. I mean, I
Yeah.
think we started out strong. I think it definitely was interesting. There was not a sleepy eye for sure when Kate Moss was testifying. I mean, even though that was quick and there was no cross, I think it was critical. It basically refuted everything Amber had said. They made the point that she said it 3 times, so, and then for Kate Moss to basically say that Johnny not only helped her after that, but had nothing bad to say said nothing about him being violent or aggressive, anything towards her or that she knew of. I mean, it basically cut through everything Amber's team has said, because Amber didn't have any Johnny's friends to come forward and say, oh yeah, I've witnessed Johnny beat a woman before, or Johnny's ex-girlfriends to say, yeah, there was a time where he threw, I mean, besides the one woman who said that she threw the bottle in the direction of a group of people and it probably had nothing to do with her because he was actually having a fight with them. You know what I mean? Besides for that one time, it's not like, Amber brought another ex-girlfriend that had said, oh yeah, he like threw a bottle at me or hit me in the face or something. So I think having Kate Moss there and someone, and I said this earlier, you know, because half of the jury is over the age of 45, Kate Moss is someone who they'll be very familiar with. They'll remember her very well. I think that's like,
ouch.
no, I'm sorry. It's just like, to me, no, anyway, I don't, you know
He's
what I
kidding.
mean.
He's
But like,
kidding.
you know,
He's
the
just giving you a
younger,
hard time.
some of the juries, like in their young, like 20, 21, they probably won't know. She's not like Kendall, you know, Kendall Jenner or something like that. But like, she was of a certain generation. So like the people who like on the jury who remember her will see her and be like, wow, like that brings back memories. And I think there's a level of credibility, you know, even though she's a supermodel and stuff, I think she's always, you know, had a very classy career and things like that. Maybe, I don't know.
James, you just
This
hurt
this
Rob
makes
in
me
the most
sad.
painful way.
Oh
This
no,
makes me
Rob,
sad.
I'm sorry.
Kate Moss was like, I mean, she was the supermodel. Like,
What in like the
Mark
80s
Robin
or the
Rick are
90s? In like the
sad.
90s, right? Oh, sorry.
Yes, the before times. That's right.
I'm sorry, that was before iPhones, okay? There was no Twitter.
Oh my God,
I mean, iPhones were not that long
There was
ago.
no Twitter. Prehistory to James is there was no Twitter. Thank you.
James,
Oh,
James,
wow.
see, I come from the day when we used to have to bring quarters with us to school to call our parents afterwards on what we used to have
Even
as
I
a
remember that.
payphone.
Even I do remember that.
Even
What's a
Alita
quarter?
jumps in to make us feel worse.
Just
Sorry.
dial collect.
No, because usually the divide is between me and you guys, but on that one I'm like, no, I'm with you guys on that
Yeah,
one.
the collect one call. Like,
Yeah,
you
just
have a
dial
call
collect
from-
and then.
Yeah. Hey mom, please come pick me up.
Yep. Yeah, that's how you get out of the quarter. Just call collect and say your name is hi mom, pick me up.
Yep.
Okay, so James, how did the jury respond when Johnny said basically Mr. Rotten ... born? How did he respond? How did they respond to that?
Not much. I mean, I think that was just one of his, you know, I think the audience responded more to that, you know, that was
Okay.
kind of like for, you know, his theatrics. The jurors who like him, I think that'll be something that it'll just be like, you know, oh, haha, that was a funny Johnny move. But again, they're a very serious jury, and I think they want to be very professional and take it, you know, as serious that they can. So they don't do a lot of expressions unless it's something that's like, you know, something that they see as completely unbelievable or it really touches them emotionally in some ways. Like juror 8 today nodded and smiled when Johnny was talking about how he donates to charity and doesn't really care about his name. That's why it's not all over the place that he's donating, you know, all his like $100,000, $10,000 or whatever, because that doesn't matter. She really liked that and smiled. But so it's very sparing that they'll really make facial expressions, you know, especially a time like that, which seems to be more for like, you know, his kind of like persona.
Yeah. Okay. So, because we were starting to get concerned that the his quips and his responses were maybe getting a little bit too far out there for what could play for a jury. But I don't know if there was any kind of a reaction that you could see from the jury as those continued. Like, was he reading the room with the jury, or was he just kind of getting ahead of himself there?
Well, he wasn't staring them down. I can say
Well,
that.
that's true.
That's a start. And no, I mean, I don't think he was. He doesn't do a great job at reacting, like especially in court when he's sitting there. You know how he just doodles and stuff. Like they do look at him because they want to see his reactions, and I don't think, you know, he'll stare people down sometimes, kind of menacingly. He'll kind of, you know, give people dirty looks like the lawyers and stuff. So, oh, are we starting back up?
Yeah,
I think
James,
so.
get back in court.
Oh shoot.
Do you need
Okay,
to
I
get
gotta
back
go.
in there?
All right, I gotta run
Okay.
back in there. All right, I'll talk to you
All right.
after.
See you, James.
Bye.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye,
Bye.
James. Thank you.
Bye. Bye.
Bye. All right. Will you save time to cross JD or TMZ guy? That's a good question here. MSC LRHD says, how much of this is normal during trial? Finding the Hicksville witness testimony yesterday, this TMZ lawyer's motion, etc. Well, the TMZ thing is going to be not exactly a normal thing, right? Because
Oh, that was so
that's
much
a
fun.
That's a
that was
celebrity
so much
element.
fun. And the salaciousness that motion got filed within 24 hours. Oh, that was
Yeah.
great.
But the
Camilla
Totally makes-
Hicksville
Pliskova?
thing happening. Hicksville happening thing
Yeah.
is pretty
Yeah,
regular occurrence.
That's fairly normal. Although it shouldn't be, because I would have thought that somebody would have done some discovery, some subpoenas
cross-examination.
to that company to be like, who there
Thank you, Your Honor.
was here during the incident that we can talk to.
This is actually great PR for TMZ.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to start with the honeymoon that you and Miss Heard took in late July
Okay,
2015.
Certainly.
You testify that you took a train ride from Bangkok to Singapore. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you claim that on this train ride that Miss Heard hit you in the face, correct?
Yes.
And left a black eye, correct?
Yes.
And Michelle, could you please pull up PX 162?
Is that already in evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Published to the jury?
Thank you. Mr. Depp, this is the picture that your counsel showed you both in your prior, or showed you this morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that mark under your left eye is what you claim to be a black eye caused by Miss Heard, correct?
Seems to be there's some scratches around my nose as well.
Okay. All right. But that it's your left eye, the one close to the chef. That's what you says your black eye, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was the picture your team chose to show you, right? Let's pull up exhibit 1905, Michelle, please.
I'm sorry, which number was it?
This is a new exhibit, Your Honor, 1905.
That's defendants?
Defendants exhibit 1905.
Okay, thank you.
Ask for permission to publish, Your Honor.
Oh, you want to put it in evidence? Okay, any objection to 1905?
With the comments, we have no objection to the photograph itself. We would ask the comments be redacted as hearsay.
Well, I'd like to at least question the witness about the
I
comments.
have no objection to the photograph being published.
Okay, well, let's wait a minute. Mr. Depp, you see here, these are 4 pictures of you, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and below it, they indicate that they were taken on July 24th, 2015 in Bangkok, Thailand, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
In Bangkok, Thailand, so before the train ride.
Correct, before the train ride, because you
Yeah.
didn't get on the train ride till the 25th, is that right?
I somewhere in that area, I guess.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish this to the jury.
If it's just the photographs, we have no
All
objection.
right, if you want to redact the, just have the photographs in it?
Sure. We'll do 1905.
5, just with redaction, sure it'll be fine. I think there's still some on the bottom. I'm just
redact that. Yeah. Thank you, Michelle.
All right, publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, could you please scroll down to the bottom 2 pictures there? Mr. Depp, in these pictures that were taken before you got on the train ride for your honeymoon, where you claim that Miss Heard hit you and gave you a black eye, you have the exact same shadow or sunburn or mark under your left eye. The exact same mark, don't you?
That's the when you get a side light, you see the occipital bone. So that is the exact area.
Yep. And it's actually
a side light will cause that.
Yeah,
Did he
well,
say
the picture's not
occipital
being
bone?
taken from the side, is it? It's
Yeah.
being taken
No,
head
no,
on,
no, no,
isn't it?
no. The lens in front.
Yeah.
The light on the side.
Right.
Will cause that occipital bone, I believe it's called,
Mhm.
to appear sunken. And
Just like lights on the side of a train car, correct?
Objection
well,
calls for
You
speculation.
can take
Yep.
that down, Michelle.
that was in fact in the dark.
Sus-
I had a
sus-
chef, I
sustain.
had people on either
Yeah,
side. of me, so
Johnny,
I
you don't need
see where the
to
light
talk.
flows
Johnny,
from
she's
the
sustained the
side there.
objection.
Mr. Depp, if you could wait for the next question. Next question.
Next question.
Sorry.
Even the picture your team chose to show you on that train isn't accurate, is it? Let's pull up.
Objection
exhibit-
calls for
let-
speculation.
Let's pull up exhibit 1859, please.
1859, is that in evidence? or-
No, Your Honor.
See, Johnny, expert on photoshopping, still photography, and also on
Mr.
lighting
Depp,
for
this is
still
this
photography.
is the
Yeah.
same picture or the same
Did he never direct?
exact same
Maybe?
scene displayed in PX 162 that you looked at this morning, correct?
That looks like my face has been, the eyes have been photoshopped.
Oh, okay. So this post from the Eastern and Oriental Express's Facebook page, you're saying that that's photoshopped?
Is
Let's
that from
pull
their
them up side
page?
by
I would,
side.
sure, why wouldn't they?
Let's pull them up side by side, please. Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of this exhibit. We can just have the pictures. We don't need the.
Any objection to the picture?
Objection, lack of foundation, lack of authentication.
Is that you in the photo, Mr. Depp?
It is me, but it's clearly.
Your
it's
Honor,
been-
I'd move
it's
to strike
been-
anything after that, first of all, and would ask for admission of this photograph.
All right, just a photograph?
Yep.
You're gonna,
We maintain our lack of authentication, lack of foundation.
all right, over objection, I'll allow 1859. in
Thank you, Your Honor.
evidence.
Michelle, could I please get you to,
You need to redact it first.
we actually have one, it's, that will admit or ask to be admitted as 1858. That is just the picture.
I already have 18.
Okay, so we'll call this 1859 then.
So this is 1859.
Yeah, we just need to,
Okay.
we'll fix that exhibit sticker on the bottom and get you that correct 1859.
1859.
And Michelle, what I'd like to ask you to do, please, is to put the picture displayed as 1859, just was admitted into evidence, next to PX 162 that was shown to Mr. Depp this morning.
Okay, you can pop those, they're both in evidence.
Can you try to make them the same size, please? This is the exact same picture, isn't it, Mr. Depp?
With radically different quality. And
No, you answered my question.
He is.
how do you know I wasn't done?
Oh, I hate
You
this.
answered my
Rotten Born is
question, sir.
scoring
Thank
so
you.
many points.
Appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Mr. Depp, you had that, whatever mark it is, whether it's a sunburn, whether it's a shadow, whether it's the light reflecting, you had that same mark on your eye before you got on that train.
Well, it's pretty difficult to get a sunburn on a train. And
let's
in
go
the
to-
photographs with the child, I don't look particularly sunburned. Can we see those again?
Let's pull up exhibit one. Actually, no, let's talk about Australia for a little bit.
Yeah, why did we put him on?
You testified that you've never done ecstasy more than a handful of times in your life, correct?
6, 7 times.
Now, you heard Miss Heard's testimony. You've been sitting here. I know you didn't look at her, but you heard her testimony. And
Oh, I
you heard her.
heard.
You didn't hear her say you ingested 8 to 10 all at once. She said she came down after being apart from you for some time, and there were 8 to 10 gone from the bag. correct?
Objection form,
What?
compound.
And misrepresents
Sustained.
testimony.
Oh.
I also heard
Yeah.
Ms. Schultz say I reached into a bag and threw and poured a bunch of
Oh my
Yep.
God, this is
MDMA
a
down
train
my
wreck.
mouth.
This is a train wreck.
Correct. That's right. She
A
didn't say you poured
handful.
10 at one time, did she?
No, she said a handful,
Okay.
which is more than 10, I believe.
Okay. The fact is, Mr. Depp, you were asking for ecstasy.
actually two
You who
different
have only done
stories.
it 6 times in your life.
Okay.
You were asking for ecstasy and cocaine within minutes of being admitted to the hospital. after suffering your finger injury, weren't you?
Objection compound.
I don't recall that I was
Overruled.
Let's
begging
pull up.
for any drugs.
Yeah, let's pull up plaintiffs or exhibit 393, please. You just said you don't recall you were begging for any drugs.
No, I don't,
that-
but I do
okay.
recall being in great pain and great distress, so
Okay.
I could have asked for a teddy bear as well.
Okay. So this has been admitted, Your Honor.
This is an evidence, okay? We publish.
And if you can blow up the text, please, Michelle. In this text message, Mr. Depp, you are, after you suffered your finger injury, you just testified you don't recall asking for any drugs. You're texting Nathan Holmes, your personal assistant, need more Whitey stuff ASAP, brother man, and the e-business. Now, we went over this in your cross-examination, didn't we?
If you say so, sir.
And
Objection,
Whitey
not true
stuff is
rebuttal.
cocaine,
I would say.
and the e-business is ecstasy. You
Yeah,
already
quite
testified.
likely, yes.
Okay.
So
You
I
can take that
didn't
down.
recall that.
Thank you.
But,
Can you pull up exhibit 1817, please? This is a picture that you were shown this morning, Mr. Depp.
yes.
And you kind of made some illustrations on the picture and gave your account of what you see here. Mr. Depp, you testified previously that the vodka bottle that you allege cut off your finger was a handle of vodka, correct?
Yes.
You've already
the
testified to that,
second
correct?
bottle, there was a handle on that bottle,
Right.
yes.
This bottle, whatever it is, to the extent it's glass at all, that's in the corner of this room, that's not a handle of vodka.
Objection calls for speculation.
I think you'll find that I said 2 bottles.
Well, actually,
From-
what you testified to this morning, Mr. Depp, was that the bottle in the corner was the handle, and there is no other bottle in the picture, is there?
No, that's not what I testified. I testified that, may I touch the screen?
Yes.
This is glass. This is glass.
Yep. And that's
Okay.
not a handle. Neither of those are handles of vodka.
It's that big, it's broken. The handle's up the top on those vodka bottles, sir.
Yeah.
I mean,
And none, if you combine all that glass on the floor, that doesn't make up the amount of glass in a handle of vodka, does it?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm not a,
When there's objection, hold on.
Stop talking.
There is no
Stop
picture
talking.
of a handle of vodka broken on that floor, is there, Mr. Depp?
no, I don't see it. I see glass under this chair here.
Well, you testified this morning that you did see it, so it's good to get that clarification. Let's move
No, I
on.
didn't say I saw it.
You also testified this morning that yeah, and I want to get this, I want to make sure that we're on the same page here. You
I don't think we
testified
will be.
earlier this morning that there was no phone in the bar area downstairs. Is that what you testified to?
I don't recall a phone in the bar area.
Okay.
I don't recall a Bakelite phone in the bar area where I.
Okay.
No.
Let's pull up, Michelle, please, UK day 3, page 421. Mr. Depp, we've done this drill before. This is your testimony from the UK, correct?
Can I please have? I think this is okay. I don't think this is that bad.
This is very effective cross-examination. They're really hurting him. This is not good.
Testimony
This
of
is bad.
Here,
I'm
you can have my
interested
copy.
to hear about that.
Yeah, I'm in between both.
Mr. Depp, you remember giving testimony in the UK trial?
I'm closest
for
to
several
Rob.
days, correct?
Okay, so yeah, okay, yeah.
Yep.
So I
And
do
if-
remember a telephone in the bar area, and this
Yeah, well,
telephone you picked up was made of Bakelite.
This is my turn to do this, Mr. Depp.
I'm sorry.
On page 421, line 19, you were asked the question, and this telephone that you picked up was made of, I'm sorry, I'm going to go up line 15. Question, at one stage when you were in the kitchen screaming at Miss Heard, you picked up a wall-mounted telephone. Do you remember a telephone in the kitchen? Answer, no ma'am, I remember a telephone in the bar area. Question, and this telephone that you picked up was made of Bakelite. Do you know what I mean by that? A retro telephone, wall-mounted but retro. Answer, it was a wall-mounted telephone, but it was not Bakelite. It was a modern phone. It was plastic. Question, a phone that was a wall-mounted phone that was picked up, can you scroll down, please? Question, a phone that was a wall-mounted phone that was picked up by you, held in your right hand, and you were repeatedly smashing it against the wall in your right hand. Answer, that is possible. But I do not, if that is the case, I do not believe I spent very much time on the phone. I remember ripping the phone off the wall. That was your
phone
testimony,
exists.
correct?
It seems it would be yes.
Thank you. Answer my question. Thank you. Sorry. Mr. Depp, you've claimed before.
That's fine.
You've said,
That's good cross.
if I'm angry and I've got to lash out or hit somebody, I'm going to do it. And I don't care what the repercussions are. Anger doesn't pay rent. It's got to go. It's got to be evicted. You've said that before, haven't you?
Have you a quote from me somewhere saying that?
That's my question to you. You've said that before, haven't you? Well, actually, let's
Got a
refresh your
rebuttal.
recollection. Can you pull up
Be great.
the Ghost in the Machine article, please?
Possibly about paparazzis.
Sure, they're okay to punch.
This is not an overreaction.
Mr. Depp, you see the picture of you on the lower left.
Yes.
Appears to be shirtless and wearing a crown, I believe. You see the long paragraph
Bratton's
above
punchy,
that
man.
that starts with "in the Mark
He's
Hotel."
good.
Yes,
You see
yes,
that?
yes.
And
it
at
is.
the bottom of
He
that,
has slowed it down.
does
He
this
has
refresh
become a
your
lot more
recollection
effective
that
and a
you
lot less
said,
aggressive.
I have a lot of love inside me and a lot of anger inside me as well. If I love somebody, then I'm going to love them. If I'm angry and I've got to lash out or hit somebody, I'm going to do it. And I don't care what the repercussions are. Anger doesn't pay rent. It's got to go. It's got to be evicted. Did I read that right?
You did read that right, yes.
Thank you. You can take that down, Michelle, please. Now, Mr. Depp, you've also claimed that you've said before that if you want to be with a woman sexually, that she is rightfully yours, haven't you?
Could you repeat that?
And you've also said that with
Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, that if you want to be with a woman sexually, that she is rightfully yours.
That's ludicrous.
You've also said that with respect to women that you want to be with, you've remarked, I need, I want, I take, haven't you?
Equally as ludicrous, no.
Can you pull up DX 883, please?
Uh-oh.
Walked into that one, Johnny.
You can
Yeah.
prove it to I've never said those words. There's not
Don't
enough
stop
hubris
talking,
in
Johnny.
me to say
By the way, I'm thinking about jurors number
Yeah.
3 and number 8.
Not-
Jurors
is it
3
It
and
is
8.
not admitted yet.
Okay, 883.
Mr. Depp, these are text messages from you to Stephen Deuters on February 22nd, 2017, correct?
This looks nothing like me. You might have mistaken.
Mr. Depp, we can show the full unredacted. You've looked at a number of text messages in this case, and the words him as the identifier, that's you, correct? In every text message we've seen in this case.
Yeah, sure. It still doesn't mean it hasn't been screwed with. That's not anything that I've ever said or written.
You want to see the whole
These
thing
fake
unredacted?
text
We can
messages?
look
That's
at
what he's
that.
saying?
No, because you
Yeah.
typed it up
Yep,
last
that's what he
night.
said.
No.
Yeah. I
He's
can
all
assure
over
you
the
I
place.
didn't type
He
it
is
up last
all
night,
over the
Mr.
place.
Depp. Your Honor, I'd move for
This
the admission
is-
of Exhibit 883.
All right, any objection?
Objection on relevance grounds, Your Honor.
This is where it would be helpful to bring in the metadata expert after this.
Yeah, but these text messages aren't faked. I mean, we
Yeah,
don't really
and
think
to the-
that,
to
do we?
the-
I mean, if we think there are
No.
photos that are fake that are coming from Amber's phone, what about text messages coming from
The
Amber's
text
phone?
messages were image extractions. I mean, there's no way. There really is no way. And to the people in the chat that are like flipping out at me saying that I'm overreacting on this one, no, I'm thinking about jurors number 3, who has been stone faced the entire time, and juror 8, who has been really reactive to basically anybody. Any salacious communication or dialogue back and forth, she's drawn to. So there was almost no benefit to putting Johnny back on the stand and only possible downsides. And this is
Yeah.
Johnny going sideways. When Johnny's arguing with Rottenborn's scoring points. He has lowered his tempo. He has become a lot more effective in cross-examination. And Johnny is looking like the bad person in this cross, questioning the authenticity of documents, etc. This is good cross-examination. This is the first time that Rottenborn has scored points.
Thank you. Mr. Depp, you're aware that these are text messages. You can see the bottom right where it says Depp and then it has a number, 8129. Those are produced by you in this litigation. You understand that, right?
I understand that.
Okay. All right. Michelle, could you please, let's take a look at the top text first.
They're his productions.
Mr.
Yeah.
Depp, on
God's
February
sake.
22nd,
Nick Meta, thank you.
2017,
Very
you
generous. of you.
texted Mr. Duders, right, exactly. Molly's pussy is rightfully mine. Should I not just bust in and remove its hinges tonight? Did I read that right?
You read it right.
And the one beneath that, you say, I want to change her understanding of what it is like to be thrashed about like a pleading mackerel. And then in all caps, you write, I need, I want, I take. Did I read that right?
You read it right, but I did not write that.
Oh my God.
Perhaps someone else.
You wrote
had
every
my
other
phone.
text that you produced that came from you in this litigation, didn't you?
Not necessarily. Sometimes you give your phone to people and they
Now,
text
when you
from
got
it.
off that plane
Excuse me?
from
Somebody else did it.
Boston,
I'm sorry?
when you got off the plane from Boston, you knew Miss Heard was angry with you, didn't you?
It was pretty much a given.
Objection, calls for speculation.
And you understood her to be angry, right?
She was always angry, yes.
And you asked Mr. Duders, same person, you can take this down, Michelle, please, thank you. Same person that you texted in that last exhibit. You asked Mr. Duders to communicate with her on your behalf, correct?
I don't know what you're talking about. You'll have to explain.
You asked Mr. Duders to communicate with Miss Heard by text to speak to her about the incident, correct?
About what incident?
To speak to her about the plane flight.
The plane?
The Boston plane.
The Boston plane. So you're saying that I influenced Mr. Duders. I told him that he had to write this and I had told him that he had to write that. Is that what you're saying?
No. It wasn't uncommon for Mr. Duders to text to communicate with Miss Heard on your behalf, correct?
Objection, calls for speculation.
He was your personal assistant. Mr. Duders was your personal
They're trying to
assistant,
squeeze in
correct?
some
I have
Duders
two personal assistants.
messages of some kind.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Here's one.
attribute
Yeah.
those to him.
Yeah.
Look out,
Mr.
Johnny.
Duders
There's a
was
bus
one of
coming
them
your way.
yesterday.
Right, and
Yeah.
it wasn't uncommon for you to ask Mr. Duders to
Molly was
communicate
obviously
with Miss Heard
ecstasy
on your
reference.
behalf,
I
correct?
don't-
It wasn't uncommon for any of them to communicate with Miss Heard on my behalf if I were on set or unavailable or any of that.
Or if Miss Heard and you had a fight, you would sometimes have them
Right,
communicate
Molly
with
is in
Miss Heard
tonight.
on your behalf, correct?
I think my crew caught on very quickly that
Just a yes or no,
would
Mr.
be
Depp.
necessary for them to.
No, just a yes or no. It was not uncommon after
Objection,
you and Miss
Your
Heard
Honor.
had
I'd ask that he be allowed to finish his
a
answer.
yes or no question, Your Honor.
All right. Go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Wasn't uncommon for you to have one of your personal assistants communicate with Miss Heard after you and her had a fight.
I disagree because you're insinuating that I had them do it, and you don't know that.
After the Boston plane flight, you had Mr. Duders communicate with Miss Heard, correct?
When I'm asked what to do, I said placate her, just placate her like we always do.
And you told him, send her whatever message you need to send to
I'm
placate her,
sorry, he's
correct?
sorry, he feels bad, yes, because any other answer, it would turn into World War III.
Okay. Can you pull up Exhibit 229, please?
It's going to be a heck of a hearsay fight, I think.
Your Honor, I think you know where I'm going here, and based on Mr. Depp's testimony, I'd ask move for the admission of Exhibit 229.
I just don't
Your
see
Honor,
that
I-
this is really
can we
just
please approach?
face. I understand it doesn't look great, but it's not. Well, you can tell me later. Now, as some people are saying in the chat, the Duders text, if that's what we're about to see, they're not going to look good for Johnny. This is probably one of the weaker points. This came up in the UK trial as well, about something about kicking Amber.
Mr. Depp, you were pretty angry after Miss Heard got her temporary restraining order, weren't you?
Angry. I was more than anything. I was hurt.
And you testified earlier this morning. You claimed that you somehow were responsible for her getting the role with Warner Brothers, correct? That's what you testified to this morning. You also tried to get her fired from Aquaman, didn't you? After the temporary restraining order.
So they didn't get that Duder stuff in.
Okay.
Which question would you like me to handle first?
One question, sir. You tried to get her fired from the Aquaman after the temporary restraining order, didn't you?
Well, what is related to the story about me getting?
It just
her...
yes or no, Mr. Depp. I don't.
So
I didn't
life
ask
does
what
not
related
come down to
what
yes or
story
no at all
related to.
times. I can't please you with a yes or a no every single time.
It's a yes or no question, Mr. Depp. You tried to get Ms. Heard fired, didn't you?
Answer's no.
All right, let's pull up Exhibit 821.
Sarah Walcazi, thank you. Very, very generous of you.
We can absolutely say that this won't change the
That
outcome.
means
This is
it's
what
fired?
effective cross looks like.
This
This
is
is what effective cross
This
looks
is a text message that
Yeah.
you had with your sister.
And this is
Kristen
why they shouldn't have
Dombrowski,
put him up
who's
there.
the first witness in this case.
I'm not as sure as you, Mark.
Warner Brothers, you can't fire Amber.
This is a text message you had with her on June 4th, 2016, isn't it?
June 4th, yes.
Your Honor, move for the admission of Exhibit 821 as redacted.
Any objection?
We would object on relevance grounds, Your Honor.
I'll overrule that objection. 821 in evidence.
I'm glad that everybody can see the Molly thing was about drugs. That was ridiculous. They put that in there as being about a woman.
And on June 4th, 2016, Mr. Depp, you texted your sister, I want her replaced on that WB film.
That doesn't mean
Did I
that he
read that
actually
right?
took any steps to make it happen.
Her is referring to Amber, right?
That's correct.
And WB is Warner Brothers, correct?
Again, correct, yes.
And then after you sent this text to your sister, following the temporary restraining order, you reached out to Guy Silverstein to have him fire Amber, correct?
Who?
It's Greg Silverstein, I'm sorry.
I don't recall reaching out to Greg Silverstein.
You reached out to Sue Crawl to get him to
Particularly.
fire Miss Heard, right?
I had vetted Miss Heard. And I had vetted Miss Heard.
Mr. Depp, you got your chance
Warner
to speak
Brothers
this morning.
had,
Your Honor,
Warner
I-
Brothers
All right.
had two franchises.
Mr. Depp, if you could just answer the question, sir. Next question.
You reached out to Greg Silverstein to get him to try to get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
Asked and answered.
Excuse me?
Asked and answered.
It's a yes or no question that he hasn't answered, yes or no.
He did answer that one. He said no.
Yes or no, sir? You reached out to Greg Silverstein to try to get Amber fired from Aquaman.
Second half of your question is wrong, sir.
You
I
reached out to Sue
them
Crawl.
because I vetted her.
No, Mr. Depp. You reached out to Sue
What
Crawl
would you
to
like?
get
I
her
don't
to try to get her to help you get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
No.
And you reached out to Kevin Sujihara to try to get him to help you get Amber fired from Aquaman, didn't you?
No.
Can you pull up Exhibit 857, please? Mr. Depp, this is a text message that you sent to Christian Carino on August 15th, 2016, correct?
This is already in evidence, correct? Or is it 857?
Parts of it are,
Oh, so not this.
not this
Well,
version.
this can't be 857 then, no. Don't.
850, sorry.
Mr. Ron, but you can't do this to me.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Understood. We'll call it 857.
You can't do this to me, counselor.
Okay. All right. Yes, sir. Thank you.
My apologies, Your Honor. Mr. Depp, you sent this text to Christian Carino on August 15th?
I most certainly did.
Okay. And in this text that you sent to Christian Carino is the person who used to be Amber's agent and then was your agent for a time, correct?
That is correct.
And in this text, Your Honor, permission to publish, please.
You want to put in evidence
Yeah,
first?
move for admission of
Any
857A.
objection?
No objection.
All right, 857A, as redacted, will be in evidence.
XCP RTP, thank you for the
Your Honor.
generous super chat.
And in this text, Mr. Depp, you said, she's begging for total global humiliation. She's going to get it. I'm going to need your texts about San Francisco, brother. I'm even sorry to ask, but she sucked Mollusk's crooked dick and he gave her some shitty lawyers. I have no mercy, no fear, and not an ounce of emotion, or what I once thought was love for this gold-digging, low-level, dime a dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market.
I mean, he's telling
I'm
the
so
truth.
fucking happy she wants to go to fight this out.
Yeah.
She will hit the wall hard, and I cannot wait to have this waste of a cum guzzler out of my life. I met a fucking sublime little Russian here, which made me realize the time I blew on
This
that
was already
50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her
This
with a
almost-
goddamn
This was,
glove.
but now you're letting him.
I can only
repeat it
hope
all
that
in front
karma
of the jury.
kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Sorry, man, but now I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face.
After she's already
I'll
tried
show
to
him
kill
things
him.
he's never seen before,
So
like the other side of his dick when I slice it off. Did I read that right?
You did.
Now,
If the jury is
not long
supportive of
after
him
this-
before this point, they recognize that this is August
Not long after this,
2016.
you met
Wonder
Mr.
who
Wall
Mollusk would be.
late summer or
It's
fall
Elon Musk.
2016, correct?
Definitely Elon Musk.
Yeah, September,
I
October.
think he
somewhere
was
in there, whatever.
faking.
And he's been your
ignorance.
attorney since
Yeah, yeah,
then,
yeah.
correct?
No, I know. I'm just pointing it out in case
And
anybody else
you
had
met
any
with
real
him
question.
with the Daily Mail in London
was
in
playing a little
February
coy there.
2020, didn't you?
I'm sorry, again?
You and Mr. Waldman together met with the Daily Mail in London in February
He already
2020,
tried to
didn't you?
destroy him publicly, so of course he's angry.
Are you asking
Yeah,
But
but
also,
me a
he's
question?
made
If the
Johnny
jury-
angry so he can try to
about
snoop
my
around for
attorney and I?
privilege. This is their move.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that you two
He's
met
got
with
Johnny on
people
tilt.
from the Daily Mail in
Weird.
London in February 2020.
Was that during the London trial?
No,
No?
in February.
I don't recall it though.
Okay.
I don't.
To the extent Mr. Waldman testified that you did, you don't dispute that, correct?
I just don't recall it.
Okay. You don't disagree with Mr. Waldman's testimony that you and he met with people from the Daily Mail in London in February 2020, correct?
If that's Mr. Waldman's testimony, then,
That's Mr. Waldman's
but
testimony.
I just didn't necessarily know who these people were,
Right.
I guess.
The same month that the Daily Mail released alleged tapes between you and Amber.
Objection
Correct.
calls for speculation.
Alleged?
Lack of personal knowledge.
Alleged.
I'll sustain.
It's a weird alleged.
Now,
Yeah.
Mr. Depp, you testified, and I wrote it down before lunch. You said, Ms. Myers asked you something about, how does it feel to make you, or how does it feel to be here? You said, I've been living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to get the truth out. Remember saying that?
Yes.
You also said, I've spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back. Something to that effect. You remember saying that?
Yes.
And you've claimed several times in this proceeding, Mr. Depp, that this trial is your first chance to tell your story, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
But that's just not true, is it, Mr. Depp? That's not
I
true.
like the line.
They're going to talk
You gotta
about the Sun
recognize the
case.
game.
It's true.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. The fact is, Mr. Depp, when Dan Wooten wrote an article that was published in The Sun calling you a wife beater, you brought a lawsuit against The Sun in June of 2018, correct?
Yep.
Yes, I put
And that was 6 months before Ms. Heard ever wrote her op-ed, correct?
I don't know.
And in the summer of 2020, there was a several-week trial in London against The Sun, correct?
Ms. Heard was not a party to that trial. Was she?
Not my
Or was
question,
that-
Mr. Depp. In the article that The Sun wrote that you sued over, you sued for Mr. Wooten calling you a wife beater, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustain. Next question.
And in the trial that you subsequently brought You called a lot of witnesses, right?
Oh, sidebar, sidebar,
I don't know
sidebar,
what a
sidebar.
lot is.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Many people testified on both sides of the trial, correct?
Yes, many people.
And many exhibits were introduced, correct?
Like a trial, yes.
And you, just like in this trial, you were on the stand for several days in that trial, correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
This is impermissible
And
inference.
that trial involved the
Get
same
up.
factual issues that you were
Ooh.
litigating
Get
with
up.
your
Gotta
lawyers,
object.
whether you
Objection
committed
calls
domestic
for
abuse
illegal.
against Amber Heard.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
Yeah, where were you, Camille?
You
Come
brought
on.
that case against the
It's
son
not Camille.
because you were angry at the son for calling you a wife beater, correct?
Yeah, that's
And you
probably a pretty good reason.
And you went through that trial in London, correct?
I did indeed, yes.
Mr. Depp, you've already had a chance to tell your story, haven't you?
No, there
Objection,
were
ask the
limited
answer.
limitations in the UK trial.
Overruled. Okay.
No further questions.
All right. Redirect. Thank you.
Oh God, please clean this up.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Certainly that
Mr.
last
Depp,
part is definitely clean upable.
Mr. Rottenborn asked you some questions about the UK trial. Why do you feel that this is the first time that you've actually had an opportunity to tell your story and, as you said, get off, get the load off your back?
Either.
Don't like this at all.
As the UK trial
It feels weak.
was
This is all sorts of danger
me
moment right
suing
here.
Dan Wooten.
He might
and
literally
his
say he
son
lost
for
this.
defamation for calling
He's all over
me,
the place.
He is, and the thing is, he's
If he
he's
loses the
opening
trial,
doors
this
further
is the
for
moment
son.
when he's losing it.
The UK have different, well, there are different laws, there are different ways they handle things. There are also
Oh my God, why did you
limitations
do this?
in
I still don't see how
uh,
anybody thinks him though.
evidence.
His case.
Some
Why
things
are
can
you
be brought
letting-
up, some things cannot be
Your Honor,
brought
they
up,
said
and
it calls
Mr.
for legal
Rottenborn.
conclusion. He's talking about limitations in evidence in the English.
Your Honor, he's talking about his experience testifying.
Overruled.
You brought it, Rottenborn.
You'll be okay.
Did he just say you'll
Yes,
be okay?
He did.
There is a very, everything is quite boxed in with regard to what can be said, what can be spoken about. So, Ms. Heard provided information to the son as their star witness, but the case was not brought against Ms. Heard. It was brought against the Sun newspaper, journal, whatever it is.
Mr. Rottenborn referenced that you were on the stand for multiple days.
4.5, I believe, yes.
Yeah. What was the nature of that examination? Or excuse me, who was conducting that examination of you?
Why does it matter?
QC Sasha Was,
And whose attorney was that?
the Sun.
Can we please pull up DX 857A?
Did they feel like they had to go into this today? Like the Sun litigation?
Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing this text message?
I don't know what's going
When
on.
Mr. Rottenborn was questioning you?
Oh, yes.
What's
I
up
do.
with, do you know who examined you in London?
Can you explain what you're conveying to Mr. Carino in this text message?
I'm in total shock that this is happening to me, that my entire life on the planet has been brought to the head of a pin.
That's right.
All this completely, utterly false information. So I am, yeah, when you're accused of horrific acts and things that you have not done, when it's actually some very ugly things that are going out there into the world about you on a nonstop basis by Ms. Heard and her team, you have a tendency as humans to get very, very irate and angry, not to the point where you go out and hurt someone, not to the point even where you assault a cabinet. But you do get irate. You do wonder why this person is doing this to me. So yeah, many things go through your head. And then you've got your family, you've got your kids, you've got your parent. My mom, thankfully, didn't get to read any of this because that would have killed her. But my father, my family, everyone that I've met, the people that have supported me, suddenly I'm scum. Why? Never had to happen. One little lie. So yes, very angry.
Could we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 821?
That's totally understandable.
I think his big strength is that he's very emotionally compelling.
Yep.
And
Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing
He comes across as
text
very
message,
sincere.
Yes.
when Mr.
I
Blackburn was
disagree,
asking
but we'll
questions?
talk.
Yes, he loves this one, yes.
Yes. Would you
All
care
right.
to explain what you're trying to convey in this text message?
Well, Warner Brothers was about to find themselves in quite a dilemma as the person that they had just cast.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation as to what Warner Brothers knew or thought.
Fair point.
All right, we could just wait for the question. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Mr. Depp, without explaining what Warner Brothers felt, why did you send this text message to your sister? And what were, excuse me, strike that. What were you trying to convey to your sister when you sent this text message?
Honestly, I felt responsibility for having gone to those people and painted such a beautiful picture.
Objection. Hearsay, Your Honor. Now he's talking about what he said to Warner Brothers.
Oh, come on.
Please continue.
That's not hearsay.
So sorry, you can please continue.
I felt it was my responsibility to get the truth to Warner Brothers about what they were going to end up facing down the line, which is 2 franchises that would be causing problems for one another, especially as any news, any press, any media that came out about me at that time had been turned into, I was Charles Manson, I was the worst thing on earth, and they just kept coming. It was like a nonstop
Make it
fire.
stop.
So my responsibility, after having painted a beautiful picture of her for them, was to tell them, I think you better.
Objection, Your Honor.
You don't think it's compelling what he's saying? No.
What he claims.
No, I
he
think
told
this is
Warner
bad.
Brothers or wanted to.
For this part, I'm not
He's
as
saying
convinced.
what he wanted to tell them.
Yeah,
He's
at
not
this
saying what he
moment,
actually
he's-
told them.
I'll sustain the objection. Next
Hearing
question.
what his feelings.
Mr. Depp, you mentioned 2 franchise films with Warner Brothers. What 2 franchise films are you referring to?
There was Aquaman, Aquaman and Fantastic Beasts, the one that I was in.
And why did you feel a responsibility with respect to those 2 franchise films?
Warner Brothers was starting to get quite upset about some of the things that were being said about me in the press that were constant hit pieces. On one level, yes, it's just acting, it's just movies, but it's business and it's your word. And I had given my word to them, and I had to I felt responsible that I had to tell them exactly what was going on, and that it was going to end up ugly.
And which of those two film franchises were you a part of?
I'm sorry.
Which of those two film franchises were you a part of?
I was in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and I was in the Fantastic Beasts: The Crimes of Grindelwald.
Could we please pull up DX 883? Now, Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing these text messages during Mr. Ronborn's examination?
Oh God, yeah, yes, I remember.
And you didn't seem to recall these text messages, is that fair?
It truly is fair. It's not.
You know, redacting
Here's
live on
any-
screen
I
isn't
don't know
super
who Molly
effective.
Winnie, I don't know about these.
Do you have any understanding of what you're referring to in this text
That's
message?
hilarious.
Or these two text messages?
No.
Redacting after
I-
publication.
honestly, if somebody else had borrowed my phone or something and made this text to Stephen, possibly. But I don't understand the. I don't have that kind of.
See, maybe people need to know the rule that if a text is
hang
sent,
on, oh, hang on. You're
hubris or-
super loud. Can you unmute yourself? I've got to adjust you. Sorry. Came in really hot.
It's quite
No. It's okay. It's
grotesque
okay.
text.
Nate pulled a Rob. Nate pulled a
Can we
Rob.
take that down, please?
Okay, there you go.
Can we
Okay,
please
now you're
pull
good.
up defendants
yeah, I was
exhibit
just saying the rule of
1821?
evidence is that if a text message is sent from your phone or your email, it's presumed that you sent it. So
Yeah.
Except in this
Yeah, I
case,
didn't-
Amber, we know she's diabolical enough to have,
Do you recognize
sent
this
fake
document?
messages.
That is behind the
I hear
bar,
you.
yes.
Okay, and do you see Mr. Ronborn asked you some questions about whether there was a telephone
Yes,
in
and now
Australia.
I see a telephone there now.
And
I do,
did you
I really
recall that
do.
telephone being there?
I don't recall the telephone being there, but I can see it now.
Can we please pull up defendants exhibit 1820? Do you recall me showing you this text message earlier on? Or excuse me, do you recall
yes,
me
of
showing you
course.
this picture
Yes.
during your examination?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And I think I asked you whether you recall a phone being mounted on the wall in the left of this picture. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And what was your answer to that?
No.
Mr. Depp, Mr. Rottenborn asked you some questions about your honeymoon. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And I believe you had testified that you and Miss Heard were on the Orient Express together.
That's correct, yes.
Where had you been prior to being on the Orient Express?
We had been in Australia. And then made it over to Thailand to catch the Orient Express.
If we could bring up the plaintiff's exhibit 162 again. Mr. Depp, do you know who took this picture?
Malcolm Connolly.
And despite what Mr. Rottenborn showed you about the picture of you prior to this, do you see a bruise on your face in this picture?
I see like what looks like a pretty decent shiner and a kind of a scratched up nose, yes.
And do you recall how you got the scratches and the shiner?
There was a very brief freak out that Miss Heard had in our cabin just before this dinner. I can't remember why, but there were many. I remember taking the photograph, though. I mean, I remember being there. I remember meeting the chef. And I mean, the quality of the photo's not great. The quality of the other photo that he showed is just prettied up.
Mr. Depp, did you ever physically abuse Miss Heard during your relationship?
Never. Never.
No further questions.
All right, sir, you can have a seat next to your attorneys. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Strange.
Thank you.
So that was a
Your
thing.
next witness.
They cleaned up.
I don't think
cleaned
it was
out.
that bad. I know I'm in the minority,
I
but
think that. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I don't
think
think it
it's
was as bad as others on the panel are
Mr.
saying
Depp calls
either.
Morgan Tremaine.
All
It was
right.
horrible. It's just strange.
It was bad. It
It
was
wasn't
bad. It
as
wasn't
bad as it could be, but it was
was
a
bad.
step backwards,
what does this
and
do
it was
to hurt
totally
hurt his,
unnecessary.
what does it do
It
to
wasn't.
hurt his position?
I
or
don't think.
impeachment?
It doesn't advance the
I don't
ball.
think.
Substantively,
that-
very little, but it makes
Yeah.
me
I don't think
reconsider whether he's
Amber's
a
going
truth
to
teller.
win.
This because you're not
Yeah,
at this point. You're
I
not.
don't
You're
think
not trying to
Amber's
get the
going to win
50-50.
as
At this
a
point, you're not
result
trying
of
to.
this, but
Yeah, at this time, you're not going to. You're trying to argue for the 50-50 jurors, and I think that hurts you on the 50-50 juror. Like, oh, it's kind of crazy.
I don't think he looked sincere or that he was telling the truth. It looked like he was trying to equivocate and justify every little thing.
Yeah, I'm with Hope
I
with
see
this.
that. I see that.
I think the redirect was good,
Good
like
afternoon,
helped.
Mr. Tremaine.
Hello?
Absolutely.
Would you
This is
please state your
TMZ.
full name for the record?
Morgan Cliff
I
Tremaine.
think the emotion comes off as
And what do you do
sincere.
for
I
a
think
living?
that what he
Okay,
was
guys,
saying
hang
comes
on.
off as
Let's
produce
talk
sincere,
more.
events
Let's
and
talk more
that's
later.
kind of a
Guys, too much conversation. Sorry.
And in 2016, what
let's
did
talk
you
more.
do for a living?
I worked as the field assignment
Later.
manager at TMZ.
What is TMZ?
TMZ is an entertainment news website and television show.
And what were your responsibilities as a field assignment manager for TMZ?
I was the go-between the news desk in the office and the reporters in the field, which you might know as paparazzi.
Approximately how many paparazzis were you in charge of?
At the time, it was about 20 in LA, a handful, maybe 3 in New York, and then 1 in DC.
And what were your responsibilities specifically as to the paparazzi?
It would be to dispatch paparazzi to various locations based on tips or just direction dictated by having a list of sort of hotspots where celebrities would be.
And how were those tips received?
They were received either through tips that we received through our tip line or directly through news producers in the office.
Allison, Becca, thank you.
And were tips frequently
Very, very
received
generous,
directly
thank you.
from sources?
Very often the case, yeah.
And who were the type of sources that TMZ received tips from?
They would receive tips from, oftentimes it would be publicists, managers, agents, or B-list celebrities.
Lawyers?
And lawyers, definitely.
How are tips verified?
Tips are verified by an extensive process. If they come in through our tip line, we have to verify who sent it, that that the source is truthful, and so they have to add their contact information, which is a field in that
It does look like hipster Malfoy.
on that website for like name, phone number, things like that.
What Malfoy did when he
And
grabbed
how
it,
long
right?
did that process typically take?
If we receive a tip through the tip line, it could take a while because that would need to be, if it was a tip, we would need to verify it. If it was media, such as photos or videos, that would need to be extensively verified to ensure that the person sending it is the copyright holder and that we would have the legal ability to air it and distribute it.
And while working for TMZ, were you involved in any assignments related to Ms. Heard?
I was.
What was the first time you recall working on an assignment related to Ms. Heard?
I believe it was May 27th, 2016.
And what was your role in that assignment?
For that, Ms. Heard was filing a restraining order at a courthouse in downtown Los Angeles. So I dispatched camera people to that location.
Under what circumstances would you normally send paparazzi to a courthouse?
Only if we had been informed prior. It's not by any means a celebrity hotspot. We would only ever send people there if we had been tipped off that something was occurring and there was somebody present there.
And what footage was TMZ trying to capture at the LA courthouse on May 27th, 2016?
We were trying to capture Amber leaving the courthouse and an alleged bruise on the right side of her face.
What was your team of paparazzi supposed to do while they were at the LA courthouse on May 27th, 2016?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay and foundation.
What were they supposed to do?
Right. She's asking for, I don't think. there's a
Asking instructions for the
foundation.
I'll
agent,
overrule
right?
the objection at this point.
Yeah, but no.
Go ahead, Mr. Tremaine.
Can you state the question again?
What was your team of paparazzi supposed to do while they were at the Los Angeles courthouse on May 27th, 2016?
Their objective was to capture her leaving the courthouse, and then she was going to sort of stop and turn towards the camera to display the bruise on the right side of her face, the alleged bruise.
Did your team of videographers get the shot of Amber Heard?
We did.
What is the difference between receiving a tip from a news producer and any other source?
If it's any other source, it would have to be verified by copyright. If it was anything that was received directly through a news producer, then they go through that process to verify the source.
Did you do anything to verify the tip on May 27th, 2016 related to Amber Heard?
I did not,
Why not?
because it had come directly from a news producer.
Does that mean it had been verified?
It means that they had verified that tip and deemed that it was credible, and therefore a camera person needed to be dispatched.
After May 27th, 2016, were you involved in any other assignments related to Amber Heard?
Yes.
Can you tell me about those assignments?
The next one would have been August 6th, 2016, where she was giving a deposition.
So what did you do in relation to that tip?
I dispatched camera people to a parking lot adjacent to a law office in which she would be arriving to, so we could get the footage of her arriving for the deposition.
So what did you do in relation to that tip?
I dispatched camera people to a parking lot adjacent to a law office in which she would be arriving to, so we could get the footage of her arriving for the deposition.
Do you typically send paparazzis to parking lots of law offices?
No, not at all.
Did you get the shot of Miss Heard on August 6, 2016?
We did.
After August 6, 2016, were you involved in any other stories involving Miss Heard?
Yes, I was.
And what story was that?
On the 12th, we received a video depicting Johnny Depp slamming some cabinets that was captured by Ms. Heard.
And what day was that?
I believe that was the August 12th
Of 2016?
of 2016, yes.
Can you describe to the jury how you received the video on August 12, 2016?
Yes, the video was sent in through our email tip line, which is an email distribution that goes to all the producers and to myself as the field assignment manager, because it often included celebrity locations. It came in as I recall,
Objection, hearsay.
He's just describing how it came in.
I think he's about to reveal hearsay, Your Honor.
I'll overrule for now. We'll see where it goes.
Please continue.
So I received that email, and it included a link from some unknown Dropbox type public website in which it contained that
Objection, Your
video.
Honor, hearsay. He's about to describe what comes from the Dropbox website, and that's.
So far, he just said what's a link from a Dropbox. We'll see the next question. Go ahead, next question.
So you received a link. What was in that link?
In that link was the video of Johnny Depp smashing the cabinets.
And you received this video in your inbox, correct?
I did.
What did you do once you received that video?
We downloaded it. We alerted the web editor who was sitting next to me at the time. We downloaded it, and then were instructed by the news producer to do what we call slap bumpers and a bug on it, which is putting the dun 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 at the beginning end, and then putting a translucent watermark over it, which indicates copyright ownership.
That's not how copyright works.
No, it's not.
After you
But
did that, was it posted?
It was posted. Yes. It
Where was it posted?
was posted to
Mark, can you
tmz.com.
unmute yourself again. I need to adjust your volume. Thank you.
Did you do anything else related to Amber Heard on August 12, 2016?
Yes, I received a tip that Amber Heard would be arriving at LAX, and so I dispatched camera people to film that exit, or her arrival to LAX rather.
And why did you do that?
I was instructed to.
How long does it take to post a story after media's been received by TMZ?
After media's been received, it could take any length of time depending on who owns the copyright.
How does TMZ obtain copyright over images and videos?
The only way to obtain copyright over media would be if we shot it ourselves, if it was sent to the tip line, source verified that it was from the original copyright owner, and then either purchased from that person or given to us. And then the third option would be if it was directly given to us by the copyright holder, like a direct source.
And how long does it take to copyright something TMZ has received through the tip line?
It can take a while because you have to extensively verify that that person owns the copyright. And then possibly, it depends also if you can even get in contact with the person because they might not be super responsive immediately via phone or email that they provided. And then potentially you'd have to enter a negotiation with our clips and clearances department to figure out the cost of that media.
How long does it take for TMZ to obtain a copyright over something received directly from a source?
Something in the realm of 15 minutes just to do what I described
gonna
before,
need
which
his
is putting
theory on
bumpers
why
and a
it's
bug on
Amber
something and write the article and post it. It's pretty fast.
How much time had passed from the time you received the kitchen cabinet video to the time it was posted on TMZ?
About 15 minutes.
Did any other tabloids other than TMZ post this video?
No,
Objection leading and cause for hearsay.
Did any other tabloids?
Overrule.
Mr. Tremaine, go ahead.
No, they did not.
And why not?
Because it was a TMZ exclusive.
And what does that mean?
It means the TMZ owns the copyright to it. So it can't be distributed by any other media source without backlinking to TMZ. And they wouldn't be able to upload that media without getting a copyright strike.
Have you seen the kitchen cabinet video that was played in this trial?
I have, yes.
How does that video that was played in this trial compare to the one you received on August 12, 2016?
When I had clicked the direct link that we received and watched the video in its entirety, it was much shorter than the video we had received, than the video that's been played in this trial. There was a bit at the beginning that was played here in which Ms. Heard is seemingly sort of setting up the camera and getting into position. And then there's a bit at the end where she's seemingly snickering and looks at the camera. That part was not present in what we received.
Yeah, right.
Did
No
TMZ
shit.
edit the video?
No, not even a little.
Thanks, Juliana Parra.
When
Very
we
generous
receive
of you.
something and it's edited, there's a clear indicator because there's sort of a journalistic practice that uses when there's an edit, you do what's called like a white flash transition, which covers the entire screen with white to very clearly indicate to everybody there was an edit here for time or whatever, just to make it a little more compelling. But in this case, it was not edited as I was staring at the machine that edited it and present for the entirety of receipt to publishing.
When was the next time you worked on an assignment related to Amber Heard?
It was, well, there was the time where we went to the airport. And then the day after that, because she had flown in for the deposition, because I think the first time didn't work out. So she was arriving again for the deposition in that same parking lot adjacent to a law office.
And what's that, August 13th, 2016?
That was August 13th, yeah.
And what was your assignment on August 13th, 2016?
To dispatch camera people to that parking lot at a specific time in order to film Amber Heard arriving for the deposition.
How did you know that tip was legitimate?
It came from a news producer.
While you worked at TMZ, did you ever receive any communications from Mr. Depp or his camp?
I did not.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
You
Cross-examination.
can ask the question.
Yes. So
Just implication.
how do you know
Yeah.
what video was shown at this trial?
I was alerted by a friend that that TMZ was being kind of talked about in this trial, and so I had seen a clip of that.
So you watched some of this trial?
Correct.
Okay. When did you first reach out to counsel?
I had that
for
thought
Mr.
too.
Depp?
I believe that was 6 days ago, whatever that date would be. I'd have to do that.
All right. And then you received a subpoena, I think yesterday, in care of your attorney, Cindy Hickox, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Cindy Hickox represents Christy Dombrowski, Kate James, Robin Baum. and
Objection,
Debbie
Your Honor.
Lloyd. Were you aware
Calls
of
for
that?
speculation.
Overruled.
Were you aware of that?
No.
Now, if you don't have information that's helpful to this case, then you wouldn't be a witness, correct?
Speculation.
Objection. Calls for
can't.
speculation.
Sustained. Sustained. Next question.
I'm not aware.
Okay, you know this case is being televised, right?
I am aware that there are cameras.
And so this gets you your 15 minutes of fame, doesn't it?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative.
I can ask that question.
Overruled.
So
I mean, he did
stand to gain
laugh.
nothing from this. I'm actually putting myself kind of in a target of TMZ,
There
a
you
very
go.
litigious
Good answer.
organization, and I'm not seeking any 15 minutes here. Though you're welcome to speculate. I could say the same thing by taking Amber Heard as a client for you.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, hardly. I find that to be purely logical. Thank you.
Now, are you aware that
Ben
Mr.
Chu
Depp's
liked that.
attorneys were
He did.
well
He
aware
thought that was
of
funny.
the TRO that was going to be presented on May 27th?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Were you aware of that?
Lack of foundation.
Overruled if you can answer it.
Can you restate the question?
Were you aware that Mr. Depp's divorce attorneys were aware that Amber Heard was going in to seek a TRO on May 27th?
I don't think I understand the question. I don't think so, no.
Okay.
It's
Do
kind of a
you
complicated question.
know whether Blair Burke, one of Mr. Depp's divorce attorneys, had a very close relationship with TMZ at that time?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Overruled. If he knows.
I was not aware of that.
Okay, and when you said that you were dispatched twice, once to film Amber in a parking lot for the deposition, and then it didn't work out, and so you had to do it another time. How did you know it didn't work out?
Because TMZ.com posted an article saying as much.
Okay.
And
do you
I was
know-
not dispatched.
Do you
I
know
worked in the office.
why the deposition did not work out?
I'd have to reference the article, I forget.
So do you know?
I didn't write that story. I wasn't involved in the
Do
actual
you know
journalism of that.
which side? Do you know which side would have known or not known whether that deposition was going to work out? In other words, the people representing Mr. Depp or the people representing Ms. Heard?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. And then the video clip. You don't know who provided that, correct?
Correct. Not testifying to
I
that.
have no further.
All right, redirect.
Mr. Tremaine, why did you contact me in relation to this case?
I saw that there was a discrepancy with like the video that was shown here and the video that I know I had received. So I had no interest in testifying. I had reached out simply to maybe try to help with the timeline of things or help with the case in any way, just by virtue of understanding the timeline of the stories that were published and kind of how that can be unclear. But I had no idea I'd be on the stand.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, sir, you're free to go.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. You have another witness. Okay.
Mr. Depp calls Brian Newmeister, Your Honor.
All right, Brian
Oh,
Newmeister.
metadata.
He has not been sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case on penalty of law?
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Newmeister.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
It's Norbert
Norbert, Brian, I go by Brian, Bryan, Neumeister, Neumeister.
Could you start by describing your educational background, please?
My educational background, well, I graduated from Cal State University Northridge 42 years ago with a degree in political science. From then on, I've been working professionally in photography, totally unrelated, for the past 42 years. And that would also include videography, audio, and a few other different binary related tasks.
Where do you currently work?
I own USA Forensic.
What is USA Forensic?
USA Forensic is a digital forensics company. We are boutique. We're very small. We work. We have offices in Grosse Pointe Farms, Michigan, and in Phoenix, Arizona. We work with varying types of clients because to us, data is data and it takes no side. So we can be ending up working for prosecution, defense, law enforcement, the Innocence Project. We have a contract with the Department of Defense. We do classified and unclassified work. We've done classified work with various agencies. We've worked with DOJ, and I've worked in 23 countries as a photographer.
What's your title at USA Forensic?
CEO.
Did you also found USA Forensic?
Originally, in around 1990, it was called Skymeister. And that is because of the amount of helicopter photography time I have. About 10 years ago, we changed it to USA Forensic while still doing a lot of the same tasks.
And you described, I think, some of the entities that you work with. What kind of work do you do for those entities that you mentioned?
We do audio forensics, which is clarifying audio, for example, sting operations or audio that may have been picked up on surveillance or any other type of recording, removing background sounds. Video clarification, we do a lot of work with Axon cameras.
Checked on relevance based on the discussion we had earlier. This experience has absolutely nothing to do with anything.
All right, do you have an objection to him being moved in as an expert in the field?
Well, she hasn't moved yet. I'm objecting to the relevance of the testimony on the subject matter right now.
I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Go ahead, Mr. Neumeister, you can continue.
Where I left off is we do a lot of work with Axon police cameras because they don't really handle low lux levels or low light levels very well. So we clean up, we are beta testers for a program called Input Ace, which is part of the Axon company used by police officers. We clarify their cameras to better see what happened at night, for example, in different scenes. We do the same with surveillance cameras, any kind of camera, cell phone cameras. We also do cell phone forensics, computer forensics, and cell tower forensics, along with photographic forensics.
What types of cases do you work on?
It can be anything from Fortune 500s to it can be anything from a pro per, which is a person that's actually just representing themselves in a smaller case, to a lot of homicide cases, defamation. It could be any kind of case that requires cell phone extractions or computer extractions. Could be money laundering, could be the Department of Defense identifying a voice, that type of thing. Satellite imagery, basically anything with binary information.
Have you been retained as an expert before?
Oh, yes. I would say we average about 150 to 200 cases a year. In the last 4 years, we've done over 600 cases, and that would be in U.S. federal courts, U.S. district courts, various state courts throughout the United States. We just wrapped up a case that was an overseas case, wrapped up yesterday. We do U.S. military court. We have a case coming up in front of the U.S. Supreme Court. So it's really varied. I've done quite a few U.S. district court cases.
Have you testified as an expert in digital forensics before?
Yes. And what people sometimes don't understand is only about 2% of all cases go to trial. So 98% of the time, you're actually just doing the forensic work and getting it to the parties. And as we say, data is data. It really doesn't take a side. We don't have a narrative. So Very often it's just providing the data for the attorneys to work with or the parties.
Have you ever been excluded from testifying as an expert regarding any work that you performed?
No, but you have to take into account that sometimes there might be curbs put on what, for example, in this trial, there's certain boundaries. Or if you're working with a pro per or with a attorney that is not very familiar with electronics. And the thing is, again, they teach Latin in law school, not binary. And binary is the universal language these days. So sometimes in the legal system, it's a little bit hard to explain to attorneys what exactly we're doing. So we try to break it down and make that work.
What is digital forensics?
Digital forensics is anything that you are using, like your television set, your cell phone, your computer, anything that runs off of binary information that has coding in it.
How long have you worked in digital forensics?
Well, I actually started off in analog, so it's been 40 some odd years. I started off as a cameraman. My first cameras were film cameras. When I was a kid, my dad was a director of sales and sales service administration for the NBC television network on the West Coast. So I grew up around television cameras. My first cameras were cameras people might not have heard of, Leica, Hasselblad, cameras like that. I trained with some of the best photographers around at the time, William Wallner, Niall Latham, really excellent photographers. And I started shooting videotape from helicopters, and I logged about 14,700 hours of video. And at that time, oddly enough, since we were the only helicopter, a television helicopter, we were the only helicopter in Phoenix. At the time, the sheriff's department did not have a helicopter. The police department did not have a helicopter, nor did Aerovac. So we ended up doubling up, being a news crew as well as an air rescue crew. So as far as forensics, analog probably from 1980 to 1990 and digital from 1990 through current.
How'd you get started in it?
Really by osmosis. I started in the production field. I usually don't do that much TV work anymore. I did shoot part of an episode, a program called Planet Earth for the BBC last year. I don't normally do television anymore. It's just 99% forensics. But I got started because very often as working in a helicopter, we'd be asked to work for a police department in a rescue or a chase or whatever the situation might be. And since I'd be videotaping it, they would ask me to break it down frame by frame and analyzing it using what's called a time-based corrector in the day. And so word got out that I could do unusual things because I'm pretty good with machines. And it just ended up, more and more people started calling and it just became a full-time job.
Have you received any professional certifications in forensics?
Yes, but again, most hackers and people who do interesting work don't have any certifications because the certification is usually like a week-long course. I've been doing this stuff 42 years. My partner, Matt Erickson, he's actually a
Objection, Your Honor, to the partner who's not testifying to
Oh,
these
all right.
qualifications.
Thank
on
you,
relevance.
Detective Seeds.
Objection. Yep.
Detective
Mr.
Seeds,
Newmaster,
thank
can
you.
describe
Very
which
generous.
professional certifications you have received?
for cell phones, Oxygen, which is a program similar to Celebrite. But these are programs that are used by law enforcement and by private parties to extract data from cell phones that has been deleted or which is critical in a lot of cases, deleted data, or just to what we call image a cell phone. In other words, get every bit of data that's possible on a cell phone. And again, every cell phone is different. The next would be in cell tower forensics.
Are you a member of any professional associations in your field?
Yes, the IEEE, which is the International Engineering Society. And the reason I belong to that is about 40% of the world's white papers on electronics are published through IEEE. So they have a huge database on anything from microwave technology to telephone transmission technology. Anything that I might work with, they might have a white paper on it. Also, with the Audio Engineering Society, AES, I a member of that. I lecture to AES. Uh, there's a few others, but again, they're just mainly to have a repository of information.
Have you received any honors or awards?
Yes, I've received about 80 honors and awards. I have for videography, I've got a total of 12 Emmy Award statues, but I've been the principal in 39 Emmy Awards, which means I've written the music for the program, and the program has won the Emmy Award for music, but it was given to the production company, which happens a lot. I won for best editing. I won for best ACE editing, which is computer editing. Best sound. I've done the music to a piece that won the Golden Lion at the Cannes Film Festival. I've done music to a piece that won the gold at the Calgary Film Festival. I've got a lot of awards from Associated Press and different companies from doing documentaries and news.
Have you published any works in the field of digital forensics?
Yes, and they're mostly articles, about a half dozen of them or so. We don't have much time, and I don't usually do it, but it was basically on most of my work deals around clarifying or authenticating. So it was basically the things I published were on clarification of digital files.
Have you appeared on TV as an expert in digital forensics?
Yes.
Where?
CBS, NBC, ABC, BBC, Discovery Channel, a number of different things.
Any particular examples of things that you've spoken on TV about?
Boston bombings, how the frame averaging was done on that, sort of things like that. Again, we get calls a lot, but I don't speak specifically about cases. I just speak about technology.
Have you given any public lectures in the field of digital forensics?
Yes, we get asked quite often, but due to our schedule, it's a little rough. We do what's called Inns of Court. We speak in front of private investigator groups. We do attorneys continuing legal education. Audio Engineering Society. We try to do a few a year, and that's about what our schedules will allow given our time.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd like to tender Mr. Neumeister as an expert in the field of digital forensics.
Any objection?
No objection,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
so moved.
Mr. Neumeister, turning to the work you've done in this case, what have you done?
I was asked to analyze the photographs of reported injuries to Miss Heard.
And what was the purpose of that analysis?
To authenticate photos or to review and see if they were altered in any way.
What did you analyze to reach your opinions?
Well, I analyzed groups of photos that were submitted by Ms. Heard's legal team.
What work did you do to analyze those photographs?
Well, normally you start off by looking at what's called the EXIF data. The EXIF data is the binary data that's encoded into a photograph. It tells you, for example, if the flash fired, what the operating software version was of the cell phone or camera that shot a photo, what type of lens was used, what the f-stop was. There's literally about 1,000 lines of code in the EXIF data on a JPEG photo. So we would start with an EXIF editor or an EXIF viewer.
Anything else that you looked at?
Yes, when we're dealing with RGB cameras, which are red, green, and blue channel cameras, which would be a cell phone or a basic home camera. They're based on RGB channels. We would do four types of scopes. We would do a vector scope. We do a luminance scope. We do a waveform scope, and then what's called an RGB parade. And those scopes analyze different things. The vector scope analyzes where the different types of colors are headed in, for example, it's broken up into reds, magenta, different areas on a scope. We would take a look at that to see if there's anything out of the normal for the type of camera being used. In other words, would there be above a certain percentage of chroma? And chroma means color saturation.
Objection, Your Honor. Outside the scope, we can approach.
All right,
Like,
one approach.
I'm seeing a lot of messages in the chat about those text messages being incoming as opposed to outgoing on Johnny Depp for Johnny Depp. Those could have also been obtained from Stephen Duder's phone because they may have. I don't know if they requested discovery from Stephen Duder's as well, in which case those would have been incoming for Stephen Duder's and still Johnny Depp's text messages. So I see a lot about that. I don't. I would maybe if I see the screenshot of it or something, take a look at it again. Maybe I would think otherwise. But at this point, I don't see the same level of significance that I think a lot of people in the chat are putting on that. Well,
Wendy's right. Wendy's Cafe is right.
Yep.
We have other advice for people planning to do crimes, by the way. Stick around.
Well, we don't give legal advice, however, on this channel or on any of our channels.
But
So do keep that in mind. But
I'm hoping
general life advice.
I'm hoping
General
no
life.
lawyer gives advice on how to do crimes.
Also true.
Mr. Neumeister, based on the analysis you performed in this case, have you formed any opinions?
Pardon?
Based on the analysis you've done in this case, have you formed any opinions?
Yes.
What are they?
Well, three basic ones. One is quite a number of the photos have been through a photo, at least one, possibly two.
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation, which photos is he referring to? We have to go through this one by one.
One's in evidence. Mr. Neumeister, in terms of the photos that you looked at and that you formed opinions about, do you understand if they've been submitted as evidence in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And what conclusions have you formed about those?
Same objection, Your Honor. That doesn't cure the issue of the objection. We have to go through this. Which photos is she talking about? Which one's in evidence? What exhibit numbers? That's the basis of the
We're
objection.
talking generally about opinions right now, Your Honor, and we're going to get into some specifics.
I think we have to go straight to specifics.
Okay. Mr. Neumeister, have you prepared a demonstrative that aids in your testimony with respect to any of the photos that you looked at in this case?
Yes.
I'd like to pull up plaintiff's 1303, Your Honor, if I might approach.
Your Honor, I would again object. We can approach to discuss
Okay,
it.
I'll approach.
Conclusions of law says Hogue. You were right. Truth, not affirmative defense under Virginia law, but California law, it's affirmative defense as to private plaintiffs when Chu argues Depp is. Why not make an argument for California substantive law? Because we're in Virginia. That's the simple answer.
I don't even know what the question was, to be honest with you, but I appreciate the answer. Yes, we're in Virginia.
As long as it starts
I got
out
you
with you're
covered.
right.
Yep. I
I
got
was
you
catching
covered
up
there.
and Alita was all over it. So
Yep.
good times.
Thomas Cairn says, can new demos be presented during closing? If they are created. Actually, yeah. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you usually want to show them to the
Tom,
adversary.
can we pull up Defendant's
Yeah.
Exhibit 170A, which has been admitted into evidence?
So she's not allowed to use the general.
Mr. Neumeister,
or the demonstrative.
does this photo appear to be one that you have analyzed as part of your analysis in this case?
At least,
There
yeah.
were many versions of this photo. I would say there were dozens of different versions with different chromatic values, different file sizes, different physical sizes. Some had been through Photos 1 or Photos 3, which are photo editing software programs.
Oh, that's good.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to show Mr. Neumeister's demonstrative plaintiff's exhibit 1303.
All right, any other objection?
I would object again, Your Honor, because the photograph in 170A is not in evidence. Or, yeah, I mean, the photograph is in evidence. None of the photographs he wishes to show the jury are in evidence.
1303 is in evidence over objection. Not in evidence, I'm sorry, as a demonstrative.
Just as a demonstrative.
I'm sorry.
Can we go to
Publish in
1303,
history.
please? And Mr. Neumeister, what does this demonstrative show about the photos that you analyzed?
Well, they appear to be similar. However, if you look below at the file sizes, one on the left is 712 kilobytes. The one in the middle is 489 kilobytes. And the one on the right is 524 kilobytes. Now, what's unusual about that is these photos will not digitally fingerprint with each other. They won't hash. In other words, forensically, they don't match. But the thing is, you could say, well, it was sent through email, maybe it's a different size. The file sizes, for example, would be possibly, you can select the file size, you send a photo, but there's no way to authenticate any photo that was presented in the way the evidence was collected.
And so what conclusions do you draw from that?
Well, this is just three of many of the same type of photos that are all different sizes and have different chromatic, which means color.
Objection, Your Honor. We just had a ruling on this.
All right, sustained objection.
Mr. Neumeister, stick to your opinions that relate specifically to what you analyzed about the EXIF data, please.
All three of these photos had to go through some type of transformation to change sizes.
We can take that one down.
But
you mentioned
it could just be compression,
photos
right?
1.5 and photos 3.0 earlier, I believe.
Photos.
What is that?
Photos 3 and Photos 1.5 are editing programs that Macintosh or Apple put out with their product. It's for editing photos.
Can we leave
In other words, you would
the
put a
camera
photo
right on
in,
Amber Heard's face during this
and you would change
testimony?
the colors, or you would crop it, or you would clarify it
Yeah.
by enhancing, for example, the sharpening, or you could darken it. But when you save a photo through an editing program, you leave a mark on the EXIF data.
Can you unmute yourself?
And what
real
is the
quick?
EXIF data?
The EXIF data is the data that is embedded in a photograph that tells you a lot about the photograph. And again, in the early days when we were using film cameras, you would write down the f-stop, which is the light setting. You would write the type of lens you use, the time of day, the type of film stock, the type of filters you're using. Now with digital cameras, that's done electronically. And there's about 1,000 lines of code, of which 50 are probably important, that tell you what the camera was doing.
So what's the significance of EXIF data in your photo analysis?
Well, in this situation, I can see that normally where the operating system of the camera would be, which means the version that of operating system the phone is running on, it would normally say something like, I'll just throw out an arbitrary number, 9.1.3 operating system for iOS, which is Apple's iPhone operating system. Instead of saying that, it says software Photos 3.0 or Photos 1.0. That means that the photo had to be rendered, which means composited together in an editing program.
Did you prepare a demonstrative that shows some of your analysis of some of the EXIF data of the photos in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay, can we pull up 1304, please? Your Honor, may I approach? You okay?
So far, so good.
I mean, I think the best testimony was I just can't authenticate any of this. Right?
I'll walk the jury through it a little
Permission
more.
to publish as a demonstrative, Your Honor.
Any objection? Any objection, Mr.
I'm sorry,
Murphy?
Your Honor. My
It was just to
co-counsel's talking.
publish
I'm
it
so sorry.
as a demonstrative.
No objections demonstrative.
All right, thank you. We'll publish it as 1304, just as a demonstrative.
And Mr. Neumeister, are these images in this demonstrative excerpts from the report you prepared in this case?
Yes, they are.
And what do they show?
On this particular photo and on all of them, it shows the first few lines of EXIF data, the ones that would be most important for this photograph. So for example, things you would see, the very top line would be the make of phone. It's an Apple iPhone 6. And then the resolution is 72 pixels per inch, 72 to 1. And instead, where it says software on a normal iPhone photo, it would, instead of saying photos 3, it would say the software version, for example, 9.3.1. And then you've got the date and the time of the photo below that, which is really easy to change in an EXIF editor. And below that, you have things like the like the flash. You've got the exposure type, how long the exposure was. So what you just highlighted there again was the date and time. So that's universal time code minus whatever area you're in the world.
Anything else you want to show us with this demonstrative?
Yeah, just below that, if you look, there's some things that would say, for example, a directly photographed image. That is not going to be necessarily accurate once it's been through an editor. It will always pretty much say that. So when you're looking at scene type or auto exposure, these are things that that really don't matter all that much. What would matter is, for example, if you're taking notes, the focal length would be important. The pattern of metering, things like that to a photographer would be important. And again, this is just a few lines, and the reason I put these in there was just to explain a bit what EXIF data is. The actual thing I'm trying to point out is the fact that instead of an operating system, it shows the editing program that was used on this photo.
Are there additional photos that you did this analysis for?
Yes, many.
Can we scroll to the next page, please, Tom? Is there anything about this photo that you noted as part of your analysis, Mr. Neumeister?
Yes, again, it's you know, right there, you've got photos 3.0 on that particular photo. And I think, you know, we pretty much covered what the stuff is, but again, you see the photos 3.0.
Is that a redaction?
And again, this could not come out of an iPhone this way. This would go into a computer, be edited and rendered through the photo editor. And this would then be embedded in the EXIF data.
Do you have other photos in this demonstrative?
Yes.
All right, can we scroll to the next page?
Same thing. You've got up here in the top, you've got the photos 3.0, and this is throughout a lot of the photos that are in evidence, or versions of the photos in evidence, were gone through photos 3.0 or photos 1.5, an earlier version.
Can we scroll to the next page, please, Tom? And what about this one?
Same thing, photos 3.0. And again, in a photo editing app, you can do an awful lot of things. So when you see photos 3.0, first of all, you know it's not anywhere near an original. There's going to be compression artifacts because it's a JPEG file.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Can we move on to the next page of this demonstrative, please?
And again, same thing. You've got the photos app.
Okay. And I believe there's one final photo in this demonstrative. What about this one?
Again, if you look up there, it says photos 3.0 on that particular photo.
All right, we can take that one down. Your Honor, I have a little bit left. I don't know if you wanted to.
All right, you want to take our afternoon? Let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess. Just do not discuss the case and don't do any outside research. Thank you.
All right. See you, Wingnam. Thank you so much for this very generous super chat. It says, regarding the rightfully mine message, the direction is incoming. Him, Johnny Depp, is quoted as the owner, and Stephen Deuters is just listed as one of the participants. It's kind of weird, though. Him is listed thrice, but the lawyer did state him as referring to JD.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know that we have enough information to read that mechanical report accurately. I know it says incoming, but it lists everybody at the same place. And we don't know what phone grabbed those messages. So I understand why it looks bad. It might be bad, but I don't know that we can just say, "Ha, got them." That they're reading it wrong.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if it might be possible to play the clip I posted in private chat, because I think the audience's reactions are interesting.
So
Whose
good.
video is it? I
This
just want
is
to make sure I
mine.
don't get a copyright claim on.
It's mine. Well, it's a
It's on
clip
your
of
channel?
us, so it's yours.
It's clipped. It's your clip. It's clipped
yours.
of you.
Are you going to strike yourself, Alita?
Whose channel is it?
It's on your channel. It's a
Oh,
clip.
okay.
Your channel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry,
doesn't matter. It might be on my channel. I'm not sure.
Okay, let me see here.
Kurt doesn't know where he put it.
I didn't really put it anywhere, so I'm not technically sure where it exists.
Okay, give me 1 second here. Sorry. I just need to make sure that I'm capturing these here while I. 1 second. Talk amongst
Have we
yourselves.
talked about the fact that the judge entered an order on Amber Heard's motion to seal records related to the jurors' identities?
No. What happened?
So Amber Heard filed a motion to seal the identities of the jurors' information and identifiers, seal records relating to their identities, and Judge Ascarati granted the motion on the 18th and 16th, two separate motions, one that was more specific, granting all information and sealing it for a year, and the other one that just sealed all identifiers.
Now, Rob, will that bind a juror from wanting to come out directly by themselves, voluntarily?
No, it won't, because the jury is actually not subject to this particular order.
Okay.
Alrighty. Do you want me to play it?
Yep. Turn on the audio and watch the audience. See if LawTube has some thoughts about this clip.
Okay.
You know this case is being televised, right?
I am aware that there are cameras.
And so this gets you your 15 minutes of fame. doesn't it?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
I can ask that question.
Oh, ruled.
So
I mean, he did
stand to gain
laugh.
nothing from this. I'm actually putting
Yeah, but how's
myself
that overruled?
kind of in the target of TMZ,
There you
a
go.
very litigious
Good answer.
organization.
This is
and
great
I'm not
commentary, I have to
seeking
say.
any 15 minutes here. Though you're welcome to speculate. I could say the same thing by taking Amber Heard as a client for you. Hardly. I find that to be purely logical.
Now, are you aware that Mr. Jeffs
All right.
End of clip.
Fun.
I thought the DUI guy might have some thoughts regarding this piece of testimony. Maybe he'd like to comment more about it at some point in the future. Just really subtle reaction. Not sure he picked up on it. But,
Yeah, it's
he
very
seems to have some
YouTuber with a
thoughts.
red arrow somewhere, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, that is one of those things about having cameras in the courtroom, and you can also sometimes pick up the audience reactions.
So I'm interested to hear, going back to the Johnny Depp cross-exam earlier, I'm interested to hear why, Hogue, you thought that was pretty damaging.
Sure. Yeah. Well, so until we get to this point in time, we've got a pretty clear story that we can tell ourselves that Amber Heard is an exaggerator and Johnny Depp is a truth teller, sincere. I don't care so much about the substance of what was said on the stand today. What I saw was a man that was making somewhat, in my mind, in my eyes, ludicrous claims about, oh, that photo, I don't know what that is. I didn't write these things. I don't know what that is. All these kinds of very defensive justification examples that made him look very, 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 very shifty to me in that spot. Once you bring that into play, and then you really think about what we're watching, which is a he said, she said, where you have to believe in the sincerity of one party or another. I look at that and say, if Johnny loses on I'm the sincere truth teller at some point, if he just loses some of that faith, you bring in every juror that has a propensity to go the other direction, everybody that's looking at this thing from that point of view. And I don't think he added anything to his direct, with the exception of Whitney. I thought he discounted Whitney pretty good, which was important to me. Outside of that, what I was so disturbed is too strong, but watching that testimony is just, I don't know, for the first time in 7 weeks of calendar time, looking at him and thinking this could be a liar. I mean, like this guy could be out there exaggerating much more than I've given him credit for. He's a better actor than Amber Heard. And realistically, I think
If you're responding to these things in a way that I find ludicrous, we've got a problem. I thought redirect helped him out. And I don't know that it buries him. I mean, in a couple hours later, I'm thinking about it. And you still have Amber Heard as a problem. But remember what I said at the start of this, which is muddy middle goes to Amber. And what I would say writ large is when Johnny Depp responds that way, I think you could argue the muddy middle has returned to the playing field after being kicked out for 3 weeks. And that's an interesting evolution of the case to me. That's where I come at it from.
How could Johnny Depp's team have better, I guess, prepared him for that, or how would
Don't
that
put
have
him up.
better been handled? Don't go ahead. Don't call him.
Don't
Don't put him
up.
up as the answer. He doesn't get
You
enough
didn't-
out of
you-
it.
You didn't need to. That was an own goal. Like you had him testify. You had Amber's credibility just slaughtered in front of the jury right there in the last few days. You had Amber supporting witnesses' credibility slaughtered right in front of the jury in the past few days. If anything, the jury had placed a great deal of time between Johnny Depp's original testimony and today's date. So as far as closing argument is concerned, you can rephrase, reframe, and perfect some of the inconsistencies that he testified to back then. You put him up now. And the other thing is you give Rottenborn a second shot at him. And I'll tell you this, you give an attorney, an experienced litigator, one shot at cross, and they're going to hit it. But you give them 2 shots at the same witness, cross-examination, they're going to change, they're going to adapt, and Rottenborn proved to be extremely effective at that. It was all risk and very little reward. I just didn't see why you did it.
And this was kind of what we were talking about during Johnny's direct when he took the stand for the first time. We're not really getting anything out of this. Like he's not coming off incredibly. It didn't add much. And kind of I think what we were all thinking in the back of our mind is, and now he's going to be susceptible to cross, which is, as we watched, it was more negative than putting him back up was positive.
Yeah, and chat responding to me on all this. I'm not claiming to be the final arbiter of what a juror is going to think of these things. I'm just trying to tell you how I responded to them. I'm also not trying to tell you that Johnny's credibility is gone with the wind forevermore. I'm saying that it was really the first time in a while when I looked at that and said, man, maybe that guy could be lying. And I don't know that I'd really valued that position before I watched him do that cross-examination response. That opens doors to people's minds, right? And if somebody is remotely close to the fence or feels uneasy about hammering Amber Heard on this, it's easy enough for 7 Virginians to say, screw you both, muddy middle, I have no idea, get out of here, Hollywood. It really is.
Yeah, and I don't, as a layperson, I didn't feel that the cross-examination was that bad. But I will say that you have a good point and some good points there. And when you talk about the muddy middle, I have a good friend of mine who's been following this trial, was not following the case before the trial, so she's like you, Hogue. And I really respect her opinion. And I talked to her a couple of days ago. I said, well, how's it going? And I thought that she would say, oh, I think Johnny Depp's just, totally running away with this. And she said, well, I'm totally on his side and everything. But there's some times that I look at him, especially when he's talking about the substance abuse issue or some of the texts or some of the other things. And it's just like, come on, level with us, get real.
Yeah.
And so, I think that's an interesting perspective.
Yeah, and I think because I alienated myself from chat this morning, maybe I'll.
We do that all the time.
Yeah, I know, but I
Take
like
your
to play
turn.
both sides of the fence here. Right, this time I'm going to be on the side of chat. Is that, I think I'm closer to you, Kurtz, on this. I do think the testimony was not good, and as a lawyer, I would have been like, this is docked points for me. But we're now in week 7 of this trial, functionally speaking, and I think there aren't going to be a lot of jurors on the fence. And that sort of testimony is only going to be persuasive to people who are on the fence.
That's true.
And so it's very possible that meant nothing to anyone. But I do think that it was absolutely kind of an own goal. It was an unforced error. Whether or not it actually has an effect, who knows.
Right. And I do think that, and I don't think that the text that where he's talking about, where he's telling Christian Carino, his agent, how much he hates her and he can't wait for the it's paraphrasing, but the breath of life to leave her or whatever. I understand that sounds bad, but at the same time, I'm hoping that the jurors will remember that these texts are coming from a man who's just endured years of abuse, infidelity with different men, and that this woman had just tried to destroy him publicly in front of everyone with the fake domestic violence claims. So I think that those kinds of things, like the mean texts, the angry texts, I think those are easier to overlook than what you were talking about, Hogue, where it seems like sometimes there might be some dissembling.
It's dissembling is a great word, right? And the substance, you're right to call out. Maybe it's not that important. We'd seen that bad text before. We can understand it, or better said, we can frame it in the story that you just told, which is if we believe Johnny Depp, it's a part of this kind of cascading series of events. It's him sitting on the stand in front of me in the room, and I'm like, man, you got to admit some of this, and that's what I was thinking. Again, I'm not the final arbiter of all this.
Yeah.
Chat, you can keep yelling at me. It's a-okay with me. But I just want to tell you what I'm thinking because I think that's what I'm here for.
Well, and a lot of people are, and just to speak to the chat as well, a lot of other people are thinking that too. So, go ahead, I'm sorry.
How is Ian talking?
I think your Wi-Fi connection isn't good, Ian, unfortunately.
I'm sure he's saying something great, though.
No, I know.
I can hear him from the next room. His analysis is fantastic. Like I can hear
Oh
him.
no, that's always how it happens.
It's wonderful. He's brilliant. He's spot on. So good points, Ian.
Nailed it, Ian. Subscribe to Uncle the Bailey.
Well, and I was just saying, I really appreciate Hogue's perspective, and I appreciate the dissenting perspectives. And I was trying to tell people this on Twitter earlier today because I was really upset about what I thought was the Jennifer Howell fiasco yesterday. And there are people in Depp supporter world who don't want to hear negative perspectives. And I just want to say, like, you're not doing yourself a favor because there are a number of people who are going to feel the same way as Hogue and who are going to feel the same way as others about this. And so it's good to know, it's good to hear that perspective. So
I still think I like Johnny's case better. I just I worry about the person that wasn't convinced, and I think that's strong enough because I don't even know the worst outcome might be a hung jury, and that's been in play the entire time because of the nature of this case. So I mean, I just look at that and say that was, I'm going to say, a fiasco. Doesn't mean the case is over, but in terms of moving the needle, that the door was kicked wide open for someone that's already inclined to go through it.
Hung juries in civil cases, though, are pretty unusual.
Yeah,
I don't think that they will have
only
moved
7 of
the or changed the outcome. Oh, what's that? Oh, yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with the net.
I like it because it looks like Ian's talking psychically to us.
Andrea Burkhart, by the way, did a really great.
Oh,
yeah, the Wi-Fi here is not great.
Man.
I know, come out and it's gone. I think this is an interesting question that Mike Quagley is bringing up here in the super chat. Is look, also another perspective is that whether or not the negative to JD's credibility is worth the minus time. I think the answer to it though is I don't know what else Amber Heard's side is going to spend better time on.
You talk about leverage in baseball, right? You talk about what your high leverage innings are. What could get better leverage than Johnny Depp?
Right. This is what they should be saving their time for is things like that.
I'm sorry, Ian.
Oh,
It's my fault. It's my damn office.
Are you sabotaging him?
Rob, you need to upgrade your broadband, man.
You guys could just be on the same cam. Just saying. Look like buddies.
It's possible. He's
Well,
welcome.
I just wanted to say real quick that Andrea Burkhart has a great video out on the Jennifer Howell situation yesterday, and those of us who thought that was a missed opportunity on the part of Depp's team, check out Andrea's video because I think she explains that really well. And again, not trying to be negative, and I totally support Depp, and I think he's probably going to win, but there are some negative realities at times to deal with here.
Well, and that's sometimes what we have to do is in looking at this in a very clear-headed way is to be very sober about the things that are going wrong. I mean, because otherwise you don't want to end up blindsided when you get to a verdict. You want to know what's going well, what's not going well.
And if you're looking for some high points from that Jennifer Howell testimony, there was one that was very interesting to me is that at the end, I don't know how it remained in, but it was just Howell just being really mad that she talked for 3.5 hours with the other side and only got 20 minutes here, and then it just like abruptly cuts. Like it lets you know that there was disputes during the deposition, right, and stuff that exists that didn't get in, which I think was interesting. I mean, there's no way that if I were on Amber's side, I would have let that come in, and I don't know how it got in, but that was a very interesting part of Jennifer Howell's deposition. It just ended kind of on this like fight.
Very weird ending.
Yeah,
I think some of us who have followed this case for a long time, who know how much more there was that we were hoping she would say or be allowed to say, were disappointed. But I totally hear what you're saying. That I'm glad to get that perspective of someone who was fresh and wasn't expecting what some of us were. Unfortunately,
well, and I knew, I had heard what she was supposedly going to testify to, but at least for the jurors, they saw that there was something more. Whether or not they know what that something more is, they know that there was something more, and that person was not happy about it.
And Johnny did get in, as I said at the time, relevant Whitney testimony that helped me at least discount Whitney's testimony to the point where I can say, okay, I can now imagine a subservient relationship that results in a kind of weird corroboration, and I can discount all of that. So that part of Johnny's testimony was useful, but I would have preferred if that was all they did. I don't actually know why they went for the Orient Express punch. I don't know why they combated the MDMA pills. I don't know why they went down these roads when, I mean, I guess you don't know exactly what your witness is going to do on the stand, but it just resulted in, I love that word, dissembling.
Yeah, that was a great word.
I am an English
coming from an English professor. Yeah, I was going to say. Did you do Shakespeare, by the way? You talked about
I did not end up. I ended up specializing in Mary Shelley, but when I got into it, I thought I was going to do Shakespeare, and then I ended up wanting to do a little bit later. So that was my dissertation was on Mary Shelley and horror films.
Oh,
I'd read that.
Okay. We're friends.
Believe me, it would bore the hell out of you. So
well, I don't know. I don't know.
Anyway, sorry. Yeah, that was something that came up earlier that I was interested in.
Yes.
I know you're doing all sorts of back end stuff, but I don't know that we've heard from you about what you thought of Johnny Depp.
I think that it was bad, definitely bad. It drew blood from his side, from his testimony, but I don't think that it was as bad as I think a lot of other folks on the panel were thinking, or their impressions were.
When he comes back,
I mean, because well, for one thing, we already know about the bad texts of, her being a witch and burn her at the stake and all that kind of stuff. We already know about that. Granted, it's been a while since we heard those. So, having those that kind of style of text messaging come back up again, it was kind of like a little bit of a smack in the face at first. But then, as he's explaining, hey, I was going through a really rough time at this point. I was very justifiably angry. Then it was like, okay, yeah, that's right. He also was going through divorce. He also was, being dragged through the mud publicly around the world. That long text message that was like a paragraph of text message, I was like, okay, that I can actually, oddly enough, forgive. As terrible as that language can kind of sound, he also is very metaphorical. All of those memories kind of came back when he explained that. So that didn't feel so damaging. The part of him saying that text wasn't me, I'm on the fence about it because I don't really like that explanation. I much prefer for there to be like a justification of that was me, but this is another way of explaining it. But at the same time, that is also the very first time that he has said something like that wasn't me. So there's a part of me that's also more willing to believe okay,
to give him credit.
He has never, he's never cashed in that token, so to speak. So it's not,
and it's entirely conceivable based on what we know, or what I think we know about Amber Heard. It's actually, in this instance, this is one of those cases where truth is stranger than fiction, and there are things that Amber has done in this case that are just unbelievable. So it's not beyond the pale that she might have sent a fake text. I just don't know if it didn't come off well, him saying that. But then,
well, it's right after ocular cavity, and yes, I see chat yelling incoming. I already talked about this. It's a weird description of the text. Yeah. We can't know what that means, and honestly, it would be a major violation for them to present it separately. Not that they wouldn't do it, okay, but it would be a problem for the lawyers to have presented it in a wrong way that way.
All right,
Ian.
ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Hi, everybody.
May we approach for just one moment?
Okay.
Okay, and then they are immediately approaching the judge to have a conference.
Yeah, they're
So-
fighting about these photos. Fighting
Yeah, so about the
photos.
guys on the stand right now, I'm interested. So his argument is he's saying these could have been doctored with because their extension means Photos version 3, right? But isn't Photos just the default Apple storage?
Yeah, I have a
for
question because
photos?
I crop everything when I put it on, let's say, Twitter.
Yeah.
Like, is that
So-
enough to get that designation changed?
Yeah, exactly. And I'm not sure about that. I wonder if they'll talk about that more.
I'd love to see it on cross, just to understand.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know enough about it to know. You know.
Yes, Your Honor. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Thanks, Beck.
I think that's why the photo editing stuff is so huge, because if they can start establishing fake photo editing, then fake text becomes real plausible.
Sure.
Fake everything becomes plausible at that point.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm interested in watching this, definitely.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, you can be seated. Your next question.
Thank you. Mr. Newmeister, do you have another demonstrative prepared that shows a photo with EXIF data reflecting that it was saved in Photos 3?
Correct. Photos 3, yes.
Your Honor, we have a video of these photos, and we're happy to play it once so that council can review, if that's all right.
Okay.
Hey, Britt. What does that mean? I saw that.
Mr. Bites just came in because he wants to be a total co-counsel. He reminded me of how one of the things that was so compelling to the jury in the O.J. Simpson case was the fact that they didn't disprove the DNA, but they just put enough doubt into the case as to the DNA. I also reminded him that that's a criminal case and not a civil case. A few differences, but that was it. But that's it. It's an interesting point from a layman's perspective.
So you decide.
Why can't you give Mr. Bites the win? Just give him the win. You know he probably never gets another one.
No, but that is a good point. It's a very good point. That if they have enough doubt in this particular case as to the validity of those photos and everything else with the metadata, yeah, no, absolutely. Then they could decide to just toss out everything. Also, Allison Becca, thank you so much for your generous super chat. Thank you. No, but I do think that is a good point. But I also wanted to issue caveats because there are some differences, and I want people to have all of the points if they're gonna analyze any point that we put out there.
Just let Hubstron be right. Just give the layman a win. Give the layman.
I let him win a lot, you guys.
I love that it's still the letting him win thing.
Yep.
No, I'm kidding.
Let's be
I'm
honest. That's how
kidding.
it goes. Come on.
No. He does legitimately win from time to time. Many times, guys.
I just
don't
like to
read
hear
too
about
much
the
into my
bites
words.
sidebars here.
All right, we took care of that, Your
All right,
Honor.
thank you.
May we publish, or would you like to see it?
I'd just like to see it first.
Okay. And what's demonstrative is this going to be then?
This is plaintiff's 1305, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Could you play it? There you go.
Subject to your honor's ruling, that's not.
All right, so 13, marked as played as 1305 and used as demonstrative, you can publish to the jury.
Mr. Newmeister, we're going to go ahead and play the demonstrative that you prepared, and then after the jury's had a chance to see it, if you want to explain to them what the demonstrative shows, that would be great.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you publish it? No, yes.
Can we lower the super chat so I can see the little? I think it was
Mr.
just showing
Newmeister,
different systems.
what was depicted in that video?
The same photo treated two different ways. One was marked with the original or with the operating system from an iPhone, which is iOS 9.3.1 on that particular photo. The one that says 9.3.1, there's a graphic below indicating it. The second photo is marked Photos 3, and it looks quite a bit different.
And just, Tom, could we pull up defendant 708? Mr. Newmeister, does the image in defendant 708 appear to be similar, same photo as what was depicted in your demonstrative?
Actually it's the Photos 3.0 edit version.
Thank you. We can take that one down, Tom. Mr. Newmeister, have you also formed an opinion about defendants exhibits 712 and 713?
Correct.
Did you prepare a demonstrative that shows?
This is the best one.
I can show you if you'd like, Your Honor.
Yeah, this is the best one.
Was this the one Ian was doing?
The light, yeah.
Okay.
The exact same photo. I have high hopes for this demonstrative, and I hope I'm not let down.
Rob,
Careful.
I feel like I'm riding the roller coaster with you down there.
Yeah.
I'm so emotional right now.
You're invested.
Yeah, this is someone who's been in the courtroom, you know,
Mm-hmm.
feeling that energy.
That's why I love to hear from Rob. Rob, have you been in this specific courtroom as a litigant?
Yeah.
All right.
One of my favorite cases I ever tried was before the previous Chief Judge, Judge White, in this courtroom.
I love it.
All right. Could we pull up plaintiff's exhibit 1306, Tom? And Your Honor, this is another video that, can you pause that, please? This is another video that we prepared. It's not published yet, so I'm happy to play it once through. So that
I would just request, what exhibits are they? Sorry, Your Honor. What exhibits are these that are in this video? It doesn't say. I don't know.
Yeah, I tried to get my question out a moment ago. Defendant 712 and 713, Your Honor.
Okay, 1306 then will be a demonstrative as identified.
Hopefully there's not too much background noise. I stepped outside so that I could
And
be on
if
my
we can
cell.
go ahead and play that, please. Tom?
I don't hear any background noise. Ian.
Okay, that's good.
Oh, look, it's very dramatic. Look at that.
And Mr. Newmeister, what's your, what do we see here in this demonstrative?
There's exhibit 712, I believe you have. I'm not sure the date's number, 712 and 713. They're two separate exhibits, except it's the exact same photograph that's been, one's been edited, one hasn't, or I can't say that one hasn't, but the colors have been modified in an editor.
Objection, Your Honor. Beyond the scope of your ruling, talking about colors. It keeps happening.
Thank you. Mr. Newmeister, did you form an opinion in this case about the authenticity of the photos that you reviewed of Ms. Heard?
Well, first of all, nobody can identify the authenticity of the photos, of any of the photos, marked photos 3, photos 1, or just marked with the operating system number. And the reason is the manner of collection. So these came from an iTunes backup. Now, what is an iTunes backup?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm sorry. You're beyond the scope of your ruling. EXIF metadata, this keeps happening.
Your Honor, may I approach on this one?
I'm curious as to
Sorry,
why
what is the objection here?
Yeah, I'm curious as to why it sounds like the judges ruled on this, which is a fair objection from their side, but why?
I think because you can tell the photo's been edited, but you cannot testify that there's actually been color editing. So you can say manipulation. Yeah.
Right. Is he just
Right, and you don't need to because
metadata
you're
analysis?
But the objection seemed to come up in terms of where the source was, that it came from the.
Why is she laughing? Does she not realize how serious this particular?
Yeah, this is not laughing time. This is serious business time.
Well, they submitted 2 photos into evidence. They told us they were different. They were asked about them. They said that was different.
Yeah.
And what's really funny is you don't need an expert to say, you know what, you can't get hair to do that twice. So, I mean, it was obvious from the get-go.
Yeah, but having the expert helps. You know.
Well, so, Mr. Newmeister, without going into the specifics, what's your opinion about the authenticity of the photos you received from Ms. Heard?
Based on the way they were collected, there would be
Objection, Your Honor. We just ruled on this.
I framed my question, I thought, Your Honor, to avoid the issue that you're concerned about. Mr. Newmeister, what's your opinion about the authenticity here?
There's no way for any forensic expert to validate any of these photos.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
There you go.
Here's some stuff that looks shady. Nobody can tell you they're authentic. I'm out.
Good afternoon, Mr. Newmeister.
Good afternoon.
Your only degree is in political science, correct?
42 years ago, correct.
And you have no degree whatsoever from any academic institution in computer science, correct?
That's correct.
And you have no certifications in computer forensics, correct?
That's correct.
Midnight
Both are
Joker,
really common
very
in the
generous of
computer.
you. Thank you.
And thank you for giving me some props, Midnight Joker.
From the opinions you've testified today, you relied on no data except for the embedded EXIF metadata to support those opinions, correct?
Incorrect.
What other data did you rely on for the opinions you've testified to today?
I was trying to explain
Yep.
that you kept
What
objecting.
other data did you rely on for the actual opinions
Whoa.
you've been able to testify to today besides EXIF metadata?
The type of extraction that was performed? You're asking the question.
For the actual
that,
opinions you testified to?
that is what I would use. I would also use vector scopes.
Objection, Your Honor, that was not responsive to my question, Your Honor.
If you want to approach.
I don't know
Don't
what's
ask
going
a
on with
stupid
this
question.
cross-examiner.
Don't ask a stupid question. That was a dumb question. You said, what
That
other
was a
things have
dumb
you
question,
used to
and you're
rely
looking
on?
like
And
an
he
a-hole.
started answering.
Well, and the witness
but I
actually told him it was dumb. You objected every time I tried to answer this, and now you're asking it, so you're going to get all that information you wanted to object to.
But
What
I
did they think?
Yeah. Is he trying to say that he's only limited to analyzing the metadata of it and he is relying on other things other than the metadata?
Sir, you can
to
answer
reach
that
his
question.
conclusion? Is that what he's going
Pardon?
after?
You can
Maybe.
answer the question.
Can you restate the question?
I don't recall a question, Your Honor.
He doesn't want to ask it.
I don't
Maybe
want to
we
restate
can
the
realizes what he
question.
just did.
They could
Read
redirect.
it back.
Yeah.
No.
No, okay.
What was the
Y'all are right.
question, Judy?
Bail out. Bail out.
I believe the question was, what methodology did I use to make my findings?
Judy's voice has changed. That's,
Oh, God, Judge.
Sorry.
is that correct,
Awesome.
Judy?
The witness is questioning himself.
Well, I mean, Amber Heard's
This
attorney
is-
just realized he was in a shitty situation. He was
Yeah,
like,
he
hit
tried
the
to
bail
bail
button, hit the
out.
bail button.
Yeah. Stenographer's
Abort
gonna get him
button
on that.
failed.
That's
we-
fine.
Have we seen this
Okay.
attorney before? I feel like this is a new
So-
face.
It's not baby.
When
Rotten
you're
one, it's
analyzing
like baby
No, it's
baby
video
not.
or photo, In this
Objection to
case,
video, Your Honor, that's beyond the scope.
What you just asked him.
That is what it is. He's
All right,
only
you could
supposed
just
to be
answer the
analyzing
question,
metadata.
sir.
That's like what he's
when
hanging
you're
his hat on.
analyzing a photo, a digital photo, you look at the EXIF data, you use a vector scope, you can use a Pantone chart if that's available, and that should be done, but that's a whole different deal. If I go into that, you'll object to it. So you'd also use a waveform scope. You would use an RGB parade. You can use a histogram, though in this case, it's not really all that relevant.
You are not offering any opinions that any photograph in this case was intentionally modified by Ms. Hurd, correct?
I'm just stating the fact that photographs were modified.
But so you are not offering any opinion that any photograph in this case was intentionally modified by Ms. Hurd, correct?
That's correct.
Can you please pull up Exhibit 170A?
I love how the witness is
Is that
measuring his
defendant's
tension.
170?
Defendant's
You know,
170,
he
yes,
wants
Your
to,
Honor.
blow up.
So you offer testimony regarding this photograph during the direct examination, right, Mr. Neumeister? That's a yes or no, sir.
The photograph like that, I don't exactly remember the photograph. There's so many different versions of this photograph, but yes, I talked about that particular photograph.
But do you recall being deposed in this matter?
Yes.
You were under oath?
Yes.
And that was on April 6, 2022?
I believe.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, but Chicken Coop, you can edit.
So,
in
Mr.
photos,
Neumeister, if you
right?
could please turn to page
It's technically an edit.
76. And when I say pages, those are the little pages in the 4 boxes, not the
Oh,
page
gotcha.
at the top. And do you see page 76, line 3? You were asked on April 6th, anywhere in your April 1st, 2022 expert disclosure, do you offer any opinions regarding the authenticity or lack of authenticity of the specific photograph produced as ALH 7101? Response, can I refer to my report to see if that specific number is in the report? Yes. Response, not that specific photo. I just grabbed 3 out of the batch. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you please pull up Exhibit 517 or Defendants 517?
Thank you.
You are not offering any opinions regarding this specific photograph, right, Mr. Neumeister?
That's correct. My testimony's been limited here.
And you are not offering any opinion that any photograph was visually doctored by Amber, correct?
Not by, I can't put the person who might have done it.
Well, you're not offering an opinion that a photo was visually doctored by anybody, are you?
I'd have to see each photo. There's no way to authenticate any of these photos based on what I received.
So you testified about Photos 3. Do you recall that testimony?
Correct.
Yeah, Photos 3 is a photo editing and photo sorting application, correct?
It's a photo editor and photo sorter, as are a number of editors.
So when you reference Photos 3.0, you never did any independent strike that, Your Honor. So when the software of a photograph in the EXIF metadata says Photos 3.0, that could be just saying that the photo was saved in Photos 3.0, correct?
Unless you looked at a scope of the photos, that would tell you that the parameters of the photo do not meet that of the cell phone that it was taken on.
But the notation Photos 3.0 in the software EXIF metadata, that does not in and of itself mean that the photo was edited in Photos 3.0, correct?
It means that you've recompressed the photo and it will not hash or digitally fingerprint with the original photo.
But it does not mean in and of itself that it was visually edited in any way in Photos 3.0, correct?
Again, it's not the same photo because you're using lossy compression once you save it. So you have changed the photo.
So it sounds like we were right on that, Rick. That like, if
So
you
if you
profit
could
at
please
all,
turn
you
to
save it
page
for the 3 years.
233 of that transcript.
Well, that diminishes the testimony somewhat.
Yeah.
And line 20, do you see question? When it says exit software, okay, Photos 3.0, on to 234. That's just saying it was saved in Photos 3.0, right? Response, saved in 3.0. That's correct. Question, that notation in and of itself does not mean that the photo was edited in 3.0, right? Answer, that's correct. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
A file has not changed visually just because it has been processed through Photos 3.0, correct?
That's incorrect.
Can you look at page 128 of your deposition, please?
This is a tough cross. This
The
is
bottom,
super technical
line 20,
information.
question, you see, question, but the file changed visually just because it has been processed through Photos 3.0. Answer, you know, obviously I understand what you're asking. From a technical point, yes, because of the compression. You get down to scopes and artifacts, yes, it has changed. Was it intentionally changed? We don't know. In other words, did somebody save it in there and just save the photo? We don't know. Did I read that correctly?
That's correct. But again, it says here.
That was my question, Mr. Newmeister.
Okay.
So if the EXIF metadata software field lists the software as iOS, you have no reason to dispute that, correct?
Incorrect.
Well, isn't data data? That's what you testified to, right?
It's very simple to modify EXIF data. I mean,
Did you
can do
find
it on your
any
cell
evidence
phone.
in this case of actual modification of EXIF metadata?
You can't authenticate any of these photos because of the way they were.
That wasn't my question, Mr. Newmeister. Did you find any evidence of any modification of EXIF metadata of any photograph in this case?
You didn't listen to my answer. My answer is there is no way to know because of the way the files were presented.
So you found, but you found no actual evidence of it, correct?
That no one could.
I'm not
either
asking
way.
if anyone else could, Mr. Newmeister. I'm asking, did you yourself find, you found no evidence of any modification of EXIF metadata of any photograph in this case, correct?
Now, I understand trying to control the narrative, but there's no way to answer that scientifically because given the evidence we were given, there is no way to positively or negatively answer that. It's not a question that can be answered.
It is a question, Mr. Newmeister. The question is, did you yourself, you found no affirmative evidence of any modification of software EXIF metadata of any photograph in this case, correct? You found no actual evidence of that, did you?
No one could tell either way because
I'm not asking about anyone else, Mr. Newmeister. I'm asking about you.
Keep pushing back, dude. You're doing good.
Did you found no evidence of that, did you?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
He's not answered what he found, Your Honor.
Overruled.
there's not a way to answer that the way you're asking the question. You have to restate it you're trying to control
Your Honor,
the
he's not
narrative.
responding to the
I mean,
question.
could you just answer yes or no, sir, to the question?
It's not a yes or no question.
Did you, yes or no, you found no evidence of EXIF metadata modification of any photograph in this case, correct?
That's incorrect.
Okay.
It's a bogus question.
I think he's going to live in the space that says when you change the program, it counts as modification and just stick
It
with
is your opinion that the metadata of all photographs of purported injuries that Ms. Heard has identified as her trial exhibits do not indicate that the photographs went through a photo editing application, correct?
Well, first of all, that's not a yes or no question because a lot of the exhibits that you have put up, they're not photographs. They're screen grabs, and they've been changed from a Apple format, which is JPEG, JPEG, to a JPG Microsoft format. So you have actually changed the exemplars. You've changed the data yourselves. We actually ran EXIF data on some of your own examples that you've entered into evidence. They are not photos from an iPhone. Those were edited in on a PC.
I'm going to hand up a page from your
Thank you,
disclosure.
Joel.
See you, Mark.
Joe Lita, thanks.
I actually think this expert's holding on really well.
Yeah, he's doing a really, really good job.
Yes, he's being very technical and very precise, which is kind of what you expect from an expert. And I get where they're trying to go, but they're not asking the right questions to get to what they need to with this expert.
Yeah, they're trying to say no one manually modified the things to trick you. But yeah, the demonstratives, to me, the testimony almost doesn't matter because the demonstrative is so strong.
Yes, sir.
So it's
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's really obvious that there's something funky with those pictures.
bare minimum, you can't exit this testimony without being like, there's something hinky going on, right?
So do you see on page 8 of your disclosure, Mr. Newmeister, it states, quote, the metadata of all of the photographs of purported injuries that Ms. Hurd has identified as her trial exhibits do not indicate that the photographs went through a photo editing application. Did I read that correct?
That's correct.
No
But
further,
we're talking
no further
exit
questions,
data.
Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
I love Judge Ascarati. Like, okay, let's go. Redirect.
Mr. Newmeister.
Yeah,
um,
no,
A moment
wonderful.
ago, Mr. Murphy was asking you some questions about your opinion about the trial exhibits that Ms. Hurd has offered in this matter. And he asked you about your opinion that they don't indicate that they've gone through a photo editing application. What can you tell us about that?
Well, first of all, on this last exhibit, it says metadata, not EXIF data. So that's two different things altogether. We're talking EXIF data. And on the report, I put metadata because I was requested to cover meta and EXIF data. So it's taken out of context. The EXIF data is the data based that's embedded in the photo. Metadata can be the file data about the file itself, two different things. So the way the data was collected, it was an iTunes backup is a backup.
Objection, Your Honor. Backups outside the scope of Your Honor's ruling beyond exit metadata.
I think you opened the door on the.
Overruled the objection.
Thank you,
Well,
Helen.
sir.
Go ahead, Brian.
Nice.
An
my
iTunes
gosh,
backup is only a backup of things that are on an iPhone that have not been deleted. It does not have the critical operating system. It doesn't have any of the files that would validate the path of a photograph in that phone. It does not have a lot of the log files. It does not have the Knowledge C database, which talks about usage of the phone and the patterns of how data was handled. All it is the photos you decided to save, not the photos you deleted. So it's a very limited database. Without the system registry or without the system operating system, there's no way to tell because it's very easy to modify a photo on a phone and have it just read iOS 9.3.1. But with the actual phone, if you were able to get a hold of the actual phone, and in 95% of all cases we work, we have the actual phones. It doesn't matter if the phones are 10 years old or 20 years old, or I mean, not 20 years old, but 10 years old. The reason is if people have something they want to keep as evidence, they don't throw out their phones. They don't recycle their phones. They save their phones. So people ask how we're doing phones on 13-year-old cases because people do not throw out evidence. They keep the phone. So in a situation like this, there are no forensic extractions. In fact, the extractions we were provided were backups of iTunes, just exports. So it's third generation, and there is no way to verify the file paths and the history of any single photo that we've looked at.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You can have a seat in the courtroom or you're free to go.
Thank you very much.
All right,
That's
next witness.
the one question. Open that door and just let him slaughter it.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't think we've heard.
We call Beverly Leonard by video link.
I need the TV. All right, just give us a moment to get the TV up.
I thought photo guy was good. I still think the most important thing he said was I can't authenticate anything at all. Nobody else sees anything on the screen, do they?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Sorry, I'm here. I'm monitoring. I'm just.
Live view.
Oh no!
No. I think
No.
this might be okay. They're setting
No,
up a live
no,
link.
I think this is
Setting up a live
someone
link, Alita.
who's remoting in.
Yeah, it's.
Is it
it's-
okay?
Don't panic
Okay.
just yet.
Sorry.
Don't panic. Keep your
I'm like,
towel.
not another thing.
Yes, keep your towel close
I'm-
by.
I'm-
You're a hoopy frude. It's all good.
I'm here,
I
guys.
knew
Just so
you'd pick
that you
that one
know.
up.
Of course, Ian. I'll knock that one out of the park every time. I think it's just they gave us a direct feed of the live link. So yeah, no, I thought photo guy was fine. I've also got another program that will go unnamed on another feed here. I'll make sure.
The network that shall not be named.
Well, no. I mean, I don't. Who knows where I'm getting this other
I
information?
know.
I'm just saying that
kidding.
I'm observing in a different manner. They're not quite, chat. They're not up on this different network necessarily that we might be referring to. I think we're just getting a direct feed. Okay, the judge is talking.
Okay.
Okay, they're doing their count to 5 right now.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I can hear it.
all right, there she is. So she just popped in on her live link.
All right, your first question. Thank you very much.
Oh no.
I also just want to note that there's a couple of jurors who I got the impression are possibly technically savvy. And the reason why I say that is remember that the stats guy who went in about, his history with Unix and all of that? A couple of them really sat up and were taking notice of that. My read is that they might actually have some connection to tech or at least an interest in it. So if that's the case, I think that that's even better for that last bit of evidence.
Okay, so just so you guys know, I've got another channel that I'm looking at with the same live situation. Theirs is not up.
Okay, this is the lady that works at the airport. Hold on. This is the lady that works at the airport. She observed Amber with a traveling companion.
Oh my God, this is so frustrating.
In lieu of trial, there's only one thing for it. It's uncivil law karaoke happy hour now.
No.
So I'm going to be doing that for a while.
She witnessed Amber Heard pull something from her traveling companion's neck, and she stood up to break up a fight.
Oh, this is the Tastia Van Ree stuff. Damn it.
Every now and then I get a little bit lonely. Never coming back. Turn around.
Do you want to turn up the volume on yours, Rick, so we can at least
I
hear
could
it?
try.
That was very dangerous, Alita, because Kurt was just about to crank the volume on his mic.
Kurt, let's listen in, Kurt.
She had reached up and grabbed her arm.
Can you hear this at all?
pulled her
Yeah,
neck
I can hear
above
it.
her, and then I observed her having it in her hand. She seemed to be not very steady on her feet. Her eyes were blurry and watery, and I could smell alcohol.
What was Ms. Heard's traveling companion's reaction to being assaulted by Ms. Heard?
Objection, relevance? I'll sustain objection.
On relevance?
Yes. Okay.
What did Ms. Heard's traveling companion do?
She raised her hands in what appeared to be a defensive manner, but other than that, she was pretty stoic and didn't really respond much. Her stature was 2 or 3 inches taller than Ms. Heard, so she didn't really need to have to defend herself.
How would you describe Ms. Heard's demeanor when you stepped in between Ms. Heard and her traveling companion?
She was somewhat dismissive. She just said, we're just having an argument. We're fine. Because I was asking if they were okay. Are you okay? Is there anything wrong? What's going on? And
Objection, hearsay. Just objection, hearsay to what she said.
All right. I'll sustain objection. Next question.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on Ms. Heard's traveling companion?
She had abrasion on the side of her neck where the necklace was, like a rope burn from the chain as it was removed.
How did you come to testify in this trial?
I became aware of this situation, specifically this trial, because I was sent an email anonymously. I don't even know who it came from, asking.
Objection, hearsay.
Right. I'll sustain the objection.
How would you generally describe Ms. Heard's behavior on the occasion you met her in 2009?
Objection, Your Honor, I already asked and answered the specifics.
No.
Oh, is this sidebar?
No, it just froze.
Okay.
Sorry.
Ms. McLennan, when did you contact counsel for Mr. Depp?
I can't believe
Late
this.
last
This is
night.
like
Late last night. And this happened in 2009, correct? Yes. 13 years.
ჩემთვის სილამაზე იწყება ძლიერი, ჯანსაღი თვით, პამპენის აქტიური პროვი ფორმულით,
Was being televised.
ხო ჯან
Yes. And so you know that if you have something that might be significant to say, that way you can get on television, right? No, I had no desire to be on television. I actually waited for a call and wondered why I hadn't been contacted. All right, but you you reached out and contacted them last night, correct? Yes.
Okay.
Yes. All right. Thank you. I have no further.
All right, any redirect?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thanks, Ms. Leonard. You're free to sign off. Thank you.
All right.
All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
Alita, I'm sharing one now if it helps.
Can you send me the link to this, or can you drop it in the?
I did. It's in the.
Oh,
it's in
you
the
did.
private.
You did. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You can take it over. I'm not trying to take over your stream.
No. Oh, no. I appreciate you sharing it.
Yeah, I was looking around for one that worked that wasn't a place we don't like.
Yeah. I appreciate that. Thank you. This is like the live stream from hell right now. Okay.
I can always go back to singing.
No. This is
Always an
fine.
option.
Okay. Here we go. Thank you, Rick.
Yeah, no problem.
Is there no audio of like the court?
It's a sidebar.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
okay.
usually we hear background noise or stuff.
I have to say, I've been streaming from some weird places for this trial. You can see that's the dumpster next to me. This is where I'm getting signal.
Probably a
zooming
metaphor there
inside
somewhere.
StreamYards? I didn't know you could do
Why
that.
are you throwing shade on my office?
I mean,
Everybody needs a dumpster, Rob. Everybody needs a dumpster.
That's true.
Okay,
Everyone needs a dumpster.
we can write that
Besides,
children's
he's-
book together, Rob.
Oh my god, that'd be a good one.
And Alita, someday you're gonna have to teach me how to zoom in on a streamed feed on.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
awesome. How do you do that?
I'm
Hang
just
on,
zooming
I've
in
got
on
a
the
good title
page.
for the book. Everyone needs a
Oh, that makes
dumpster, and
sense.
Amber Heard legal team lights to light it on fire.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think this might be where Amber Heard is getting some of her arguments from.
Oh no! Come on.
No, they'd be
now.
better if they came from my dumpster.
Is that Natalie?
Even when I zoom in, I still
Hi,
can't get rid
Natalie.
of the top bars.
Hey guys,
Good to
Hi.
see you.
nice to see you too.
Whew. All right.
We're working through some technical fun this afternoon.
Oh Lord,
Yes,
Who's this
we
guy in the
are.
back with the pink tie?
I'm a little bit behind. I'm just now on Johnny's cross, so
Oh,
I'll
you're in
Okay.
an
guys-
enjoyable time of the day.
Okay, calm down, take deep breaths. You'll make it through the cross.
You can listen
That's
to
when
Rob's
I was
commentary.
I gave up on it, and I was like, I'm gonna come talk to Legalbytes and
That
Code.
was the logical way of doing it, and I wish I had done the same.
Well, in fairness, so does Johnny Depp's team.
Yeah.
Allison,
Uh,
whoops. Allison
you
Becca.
can-
Thanks so much for the very generous super chat. Thank you. We love you too.
All right. Hopefully audio comes back now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're still on track to have closing arguments on Friday morning. But the plaintiff only has one more witness in rebuttal. And then since we have a counterclaim, the defense has a chance to have rebuttal for their counterclaim. And so you'll hear the remaining witnesses tomorrow on that. So since we don't have anything further today, I'm going to go ahead and release you at this point. Do not discuss the case with anybody. Don't do any outside research. And we'll see you back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Okay?
Early release and a short. That can't be that long of a day tomorrow.
Yeah, whose
right?
clock did we just burn?
Well, that'll be
for their rebuttal.
Not much.
that'll be an hour of Johnny's time, but he has plenty, and they can't have more than an hour and a half.
Rick, they might have split it because if they have one more witness and they go into rebuttal, they could possibly say, we'll put our final witness on, and then that kind of puts it on you guys to have your witness ready. Do we just want to start tomorrow? I don't know.
Okay. But
and then for the record, charge the plaintiff the remaining time till 5:30. The plaintiff has 7 hours and 8 minutes left as of this moment, and the defendant has 1 hour and 16 minutes left, right? So we're on the same page. Okay, and jury instructions, we get clean copies today?
Yes, Your Honor. So I think we just received their comments around noon today, but we've had someone not in the court who's been looking at those and I think has narrowed down the areas of disagreement and either is sending or has sent to Sammy an email that sets forth the few remaining issues of disagreement. But largely, I think we're mostly there, but I haven't had a chance to read what they said.
Mostly, okay. So I have everything. So I don't have everything quite yet. Then
it's not finalized.
Okay, but I will get it sometime this evening.
There.
We have an hour now. You can stay in the courtroom and work it out. How about that?
We're happy to address those.
Folks,
I think
we are right at the edge of time.
Opportunity to see what we sent them our comments 2 days ago. We just got it.
I understand, but we have some extra time right now, so nobody leaves until I get my jury instructions. How's that?
Outstanding.
We'll do that, and the verdict form also, and then.
So you guys aren't going anywhere.
I love her. That was
I'll tell
fantastic.
you exactly what he's saying. Sammy, what are you saying here?
I love this judge so much.
Oh, yes, we got the 3 jury instructions that are under advisement, so we'll address those tomorrow as well, okay? And we'll work
I
on
need to
Sammy's
convince her to
penmanship.
move to Canada.
All right, anything else?
So to be clear, Your Honor wants to hear the disputes right now or tomorrow?
We could, I don't think you know what the disputes are yet.
Right.
So I'll hear the disputes tomorrow. Well, yeah, we could do those at some point tomorrow. Sounds like we're gonna have some extra time tomorrow. So we'll take care of those tomorrow, but I want everything today. I want to know what those disputes are and have what you have clean.
And
already.
that's what I'm saying. I think that by 5, you will get what the disputes are.
Okay, for everything, right? Okay, so just stay here until
For
we get
both.
all that
Yeah.
for everything. Okay,
Sure.
great. Anything else then?
No,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
we'll
Thank
see you in the morning.
Thank you.
You guys aren't allowed
We
to
need
leave.
to
I'm
we need to
leaving, but you guys
finalize
aren't allowed to leave.
tomorrow. We need to finalize tomorrow. There is no time left.
My audio cut out. Did she basically say I'm going to lock you in the courtroom till you guys resolve your ish?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Pretty much.
That is what she said.
I will turn this car around.
You guys, you can't leave until you hand me jury instructions.
Everyone who's going to leave the courtroom, raise your hand. Not so fast. Yeah.
She hasn't said that she needs jury instructions. She just needs the conflicts about jury instructions.
Yes. But she also asked, she asked for the clean proposals as well.
Yeah,
So-
she didn't have the jury instructions at all.
Yeah. Well, she's gone over a bunch of them, but she wants clean proposals of the disputed instructions.
She's like, if you're going to make me be mommy to you children, I'm going to actually have to go through this in our ABCs and we'll figure it out.
It would be fun if they.
Let's not make Judge Mommy a thing.
No, I didn't mean it that way.
Thank
Rob
Mithra.
isn't
Thank you very much
careful
for
with his
your generous
nickname.
super chat. They said, I hate U.S. law. How the hell is unauthenticated data allowed? That would be prejudicial, no? Well, it's not always a huge issue in a case, but in a situation like this, in this case, the authentication of this data is a big issue. And this has been something that they've been dancing around between the two sides for months, actually, really. November 30th is when this stuff was supposed to be provided to the forensic analyst to authenticate the data. And he said that he's not able to. So the remedy for that is that he's able to testify in front of the jury and to explain to them none of these photos that you've seen coming from Amber Heard's side are trustworthy. You cannot trust that any of them are what you think that they are.
Yeah, well, the demonstrative that I think Ian had a video on of them putting the two photos over each other is so good. You entered that as two pieces of evidence. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I mean, and I've made this point before, like I'm a target shooter. One of the things that you want to do is repeated action and also just staying still. And when you're looking through a scope, you can be really clear at how difficult it is to stay still from 1 second to another. You got your heartbeat, you've got muscle twitches, you've got all of these things. You cannot take the exact same photo twice. It's just not, you certainly can't take the photo, turn on a light, and then take the photo again. It's just not going to be possible. So
yeah, the hairs.
I don't see any. Yeah, the little tiny wispy hairs which blow around at the, it's just, I don't see that there's a plausible explanation for those two being different photos, as opposed to one photo edited a couple of ways.
Alita, I'm going to turn off my feed. You're not using mine, right?
No, yeah, I've got mine.
Just wanted to make sure.
Yes, thank you.
Johnny Depp left, but Amber Heard's still there for some reason.
Oh, this is kind of what's been happening lately. Is he's left before she has.
Maybe she really wants to be there as part of the jury instruction negotiation.
I don't know.
Oh, I thought she was just waiting for the crowd to die out a little because they keep booing her.
Could be that too.
That also could be the case.
Yeah. Well.
So I wanted to ask you guys, because I kind of, again, I'm behind, but I was watching his testimony and the way she was just staring at him. Do you guys have any thoughts on that? Did you like, it was different this time than other times because she was staring and kind of like smirking at him and laughing at some of the stuff he was doing. Was that just me that noticed that?
No, we were definitely discussing it earlier as well. That was a big that was a big point of discussion that we had earlier, because it looked like she was smirking. You're exactly right. She looked like she was smirking. She looked satisfied. She looked like she was here we go.
Is there a lawnmower at someone's house or something? Because I was like,
I think that's got to be Ian, right? It sounds like Ian.
It's not me. It's usually
like
me.
who has a foghorn? You know, so I'm trying to figure it out.
Sorry, I'm trying to do several things at once here.
Yeah,
we know.
I know. Sorry, guys.
Spinning plates. No, we get it. You don't have to stop apologizing.
I believe I'm on mute, but I don't know if the mute's working properly.
Okay.
Because we were getting the lawnmower.
Sorry, to answer your question, Natalie. Yes, we were talking about this. We were definitely discussing this quite vigorously about the fact that she looked like she was not only smirking, she looked like she was kind of satisfied. She looked like it was very strange the way that she was looking at him, looking back either at the attorney that was asking questions or maybe at her sister Whitney, who was in that general direction. It's kind of hard to tell from the angle of the camera. But no, we definitely were noticing that earlier. And sort of trying to figure out, like, was Whitney like matching her? Was Whitney matching her like gaze? Was she matching her expressions? Because if she was, then it kind of looks like, oh, get a load of this guy. He really thinks that this is, like he really thinks that this is what actually happened, right? Like I abused you. Get a load of him. He's full of crap, right? But otherwise, if she wasn't able to, if she didn't meet Whitney's gaze, or if Whitney didn't return that same gaze and that same sort of expression, then it's like, this is just Amber making faces, and it looks highly, highly questionable.
Yeah, it was creeping me out, man. I even like
all of us
like,
the same.
Yeah, I was like, I even tweeted out like, does she like still want him or something? Like, I don't know. It was just weird. It's a weird way to look at somebody who you said abused you, but that's just me. Okay.
I'm still sticking with she looked like she was remembering the incident and felt satisfied by it.
It looked like that. I think that's fair. It looked like that. It looked like a bunch of things to me. She was gazing at him. It was just so weird.
And I
To
think
be
she
fair,
probably
Natalie,
does still want to be with him. I think so. Why not?
To be fair, Natalie, you may have watched it on a different feed and gotten a little bit more Amber Heard than we did.
Oh, okay. What I was watching was a split screen, so it literally looked like she's staring at him as he's testifying. Just the way that it worked out with the split screen, and it was just creeping me out, you know.
Totally fair.
That's an
Yeah,
interesting
we didn't run a
point.
split screen here, so you might have a little more info than us on that.
Yes. So should we? Okay. So that last bit of testimony that we heard before we finally got the court feedback up, and it was just a sidebar, and then the court let everybody go. So there was a little bit there. That was apparently the police officer and the Tasia Van Ree incident, right?
She said she worked for the airport. I don't know if that's airport security. She said she says she was in baggage claim when she saw Amber Heard and her traveling companion. She observed Amber Heard, what she described as taking something off her neck, presumably in some kind of violent fashion, although I don't know that was explicit. She then got up and approached them to do what she thought would be to stop a fight.
Okay. And then she wasn't allowed to testify further, which
I didn't catch much of other substance, but I have to admit I was a little distracted trying to get volumes up and relaying information. It was a technical
nightmare
issue there for a second.
Yeah. Agreed. We've got
It was
Ian
explicit,
back here. So I can bring everybody's volumes back up now that we're not worrying about a
Chat, if
court
she
feed
explicitly
here.
said that, I apologize. It really was a moment of distraction while we're trying to get the stream back up.
Yep. Yes, it was. Righty. Sorry, I'm also bringing up everybody's volume so that we can not cause everyone to be straining their
Yeah,
voices.
I gotta get Ian back to the house at some point so he can get some rest.
Okay. Now
that's probably a thing.
Rob just got really loud.
Yeah, really. It wasn't my fault. I didn't do
I know.
it.
Is it? Do you have a new fancy microphone that adjusts its mic gain?
No.
Okay. I was gonna say that might be. Sometimes I have a roaming mic gain. Actually, I pretty much always have a roaming mic gain. So anyhow, that might be your issue here, but I guess not. Anyhow, okay. What a day!
Yeah, on a number of levels.
So airport security baggage claim. She saw an incident basically with Amber Heard and Tasia Van Ree, was not allowed to testify that she arrested her or anything after that, which is what would have come in if she could have testified to the entire incident. So that looks like that got squashed. It probably was the reason for that probably was because it was the probative value was outweighed by the prejudicial nature of that bit of detail.
It was very short.
My guess. Yes. So, anyhow, any other thoughts on today's testimony? What
Data
about
Guy was fine.
the metadata expert?
Data Guy was fine. I think the most important thing he said is you can't authenticate any of this, which to me allows the jury to be like, do you have any doubts on this at all? Indulge them. And I think that's effective to some extent.
Yeah, and I mean, the jury hopefully will be concluding, hey, those images are real similar, and we can't tell if they were faked. We got a notion about whether that was the case.
Yeah. Any other thoughts from anybody else on Mr. Neumeister, the metadata expert?
He fought off Baby Rottenborn very well.
Yes.
It was slightly strange in terms of his credentials for what he was testifying to.
You mean not having certifications of any kind?
Or like really a computer science knowledge of any kind. I mean,
I don't know. Computer science to me is one of those areas where you really can, grow in it yourself, especially when he's talking about those decades. I mean, he got his degree in what, 1979?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I and that's not to forgive for an expert witness testifying in a major trial. I'm just saying, I work in, I'm a lawyer for tech companies and things, and there's a lot of people that are essentially, I taught myself in my garage.
Yeah, there's a lot of heavy hitters who have no professional designations at all. And it's like, so what did you do? Well, I invented this. And how did you learn to do it? I started programming on a, crappy computer.
Didn't Bill Gates not go to college or finish college? He didn't graduate.
He dropped out.
Yeah.
Dropped out of
Same thing
Harvard.
with Zuckerberg.
Yeah, a lot of them
I feel
dropped out.
that's one of those that's one of those fields where the general public is okay with you having self-taught knowledge or apprenticeship type of knowledge.
And companies are too. They say, "Show me." They give you.
And
a
in
test.
this particular area, Northern Virginia, I mean, I'm currently in the defense contractor corridor, Dallas corridor. I mean, there are so many tech people who do not have degrees, do not have formal anything. They really run the risk of someone on the jury not having a degree, and they just try to insult the hell out of them.
Perhaps. Yeah, and Chad, it's not about lawyers thinking they need certifications. It's what do jurors know? I mean, like that's
Right.
why it's so important for what Rob just said, because they presented that in cross because, hey, you're not certified, you have nothing to back this up. Sounds a little weird. It does, but I really do think this particular space, you can expect that kind of CV.
True. Any other thoughts on today? Overall, positive, negative? Did it
Was
help
Curry
Johnny?
today?
Did it hurt Johnny? Did it help
Curry
Amber
was
Heard?
great today.
It's been a day. Curry was today, right?
Curry was today.
She was amazing.
Curry
Yes.
was great.
I think, I guess because it happened so early in the morning, but I think Kate Moss was great. I think that was
That
great.
was
Moss
very
was
short
great.
to the point. I liked it.
Yeah.
Man, I would love more witnesses that are like, bam, and I'm out.
Oh, yeah.
And there was no cross. So she wasn't impeached at all. Just he didn't push me down the stairs. Amber Heard said he pushed me down the stairs, or she heard a rumor, and he didn't push me down the stairs.
Kate Moss without a cross.
Yeah, no cross. And I also thought that aside from we had Dr. Curry, Kate Moss, there was another the lady who had the statement. Did that statement come in? Her pre-recorded deposition testimony was played. I'm just
Jennifer Howell?
Jennifer Howell, thank you.
That was yesterday.
Yeah, we don't know.
Yeah, that was yesterday. Hey, Natalie, it was.
Jeez, I thought that was today. Okay, wow. So
These have been long days.
yeah, did the statement from Howell come in? Say it again.
It sounds more like you thought today was yesterday.
No, because I saw Kate Moss today, right?
You did.
Yeah, no, I saw Kate Moss. I watched Dr. Curry. I watched most of Johnny's cross up until Johnny's cross. I haven't gotten to his redirect if there was one, and I haven't seen anything after that. But since you guys saw that yesterday, did her statement come in or just her deposition testimony?
We don't think her statement came in.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any kind of confirmation that her statement or the email that was referenced or the letter that was referenced, that those came in, that those were actually entered into evidence. I don't know. They may have been, but I'm not sure.
We got a big TMZ fight throughout the day.
I saw
Yes.
that.
That was fun.
And then it turned out to be for not too many fireworks. I was kind of
I
expecting
thought the
more.
TMZ guy is great. You just have to put the puzzle pieces together.
You just had to do two together.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why they didn't ask him the ultimate question. Maybe that they were trying to get around issues on a NDA to like save him a little bit, or
I think it's foundation. He can't say Amber Heard. What he can say is he got a video, he submitted it, it went up in 15 minutes. He can say in his experience that's only for direct sources, which I think is good enough.
Yeah, I mean, I'm there. Maybe he doesn't know.
I mean, he can't. He did testify that he can't say who it came from, but he gives us like all the breadcrumbs that you can get all the way to the witch's house, and you just have to open the door.
That's what
So
Golden's for. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
that's
TMZ
fair.
guy did it. And what's interesting is that if you knew that was the testimony in advance, I mean, does TMZ's motion make even less sense?
It's kind of what Brenna Hoff was saying. She was like, I really don't have a dog in this fight, but why are we fighting this out if it's not really going to be probative of anything? And the judge just kind of dismissed her. But that's the point she was trying to make, which was basically like, you're not really going to get anything from this, but we'll see.
I did. I mean,
I did too. And I think
Amber
it's
planted stuff.
Darcy
Or
Sharon, thank
someone-
you so much. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. No,
No,
I
no,
was
no.
saying that.
Finish
Or
it.
someone team Amber. The jury doesn't have to believe that it came from Amber directly, but that it came from somebody from her team with her authorization. That
Yes.
could be enough that, you have been defaming this man from day one. So
If TMZ believes they had the copyright in 15 minutes because they have a standard disclaimer that says if you're the source, you hand it over when you hand it over to us.
then that's Amber or Amber's team or somebody that TMZ trusts to have just handed over the copyright.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
Darcy Sharon, thank you so much for your generous super chat. She said, despite Kate Moss's testimony being short, I think it was effective and memorable. It brought home that Amber Heard repeatedly lied about that event and that JD was loving and compassionate towards Kate for 4 years. I think jurors will remember that. And that's the thing, is that it might seem counterintuitive, but sometimes the better testimony is the short and sweet one, because it is so easy to remember exactly what she testified to. She didn't throw a bunch of spaghetti at the wall and you have to figure out which piece is stuck. You know exactly what she testified to, and it's very easy to remember. Like, as soon as somebody says Kate Moss, and you're like, okay, I remember. Stairs, it was storming, she was in sandals, she hurt her back, he came back and helped her out, he was sweet for 4 years. Boom. It's much easier to remember that than going through a long winding narrative of someone else going through what happened in, on March 21st, 2016, or in Hicksville, or in all these other places.
Yeah.
So yeah. It's
See you guys. Yep, I got to
see you,
get him and
Rob.
take Rian back. He's going to get some sleep, and then he's going to be at the courthouse tomorrow.
All right.
Oh, he's going tomorrow?
Awesome.
Good times.
That's the plan. So we'll get
All
him
right. Good luck.
See you guys.
See you, Rob. So yeah, no, I think that was it was exactly what her testimony needed to be. Nothing more, nothing less.
TMZ guy I thought was compelling.
Yeah.
I really think it was a good day for Johnny Depp, but for Johnny Depp.
So was Johnny Depp bad on cross?
To say.
Yeah.
He did not. Well, so first off, when he was on direct, it took me a minute to remember back a month ago, but halfway through, I did remember that he did start off slow, and then he eventually warmed up into his direct examination. But it did take some questions for him to have a little bit of a rough start, and then once he got going, he was warmed up. Then he did really well. Here, he didn't have quite as much time for that warm up, but he eventually got there. But it took like half of his direct to get there. But he did have some good points that he made before that point. And talking about Whitney, the whole thing about, that we were talking about when we were talking most recently about Amber Heard's facial expressions during that time, they did not help. And the fact that Whitney is there in the courtroom, who can be observed by the jury, whether she realizes or not, that would be very interesting to find out as well. Now,
I could see her in the feed I was watching, so they panned to her a couple times.
They did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
and she looks upset actually, and a little, excuse me for the expression, a little haggard, like a little. I don't know how to exactly describe it, but kind of like very tired and upset.
Yeah, it's trying. It's a trying thing to sit there.
Yeah,
and watch
it's
your sister.
understandable. I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, that's okay. That's a good point, because I do remember some flashes back to her throughout the day. I just didn't know about during those times, but that's good. That's good to hear from a different feed. And I know we get a lot of commentary from folks in the chat asking if we can use a split screen. There are certain feeds that are blacklisted from this live stream because I don't want to get an improper DMCA.
No problem.
Yeah, exactly. So it sometimes limits some of the things that we see when we are live from here, but at the same time, we got to do what we got to do.
Integrity is integrity. I wouldn't stream from that particular channel either, but I was watching it, and and that's what I got out of it. So I can tell you what I saw. At least you get that.
There you go. We'll have correspondence from other streams.
Yes. So anyhow, but the problem is that when he got to cross-examination, I don't know if maybe he's just mentally checked out, or he's just mentally drained from this whole trial. I mean, it's been 6 weeks at this point. It's more 6.5 weeks if you include the break, right? He seemed like he was mentally kind of done, and so Rottenborn was getting under his skin a little bit more easily than I would have liked to have seen.
Okay, fair.
So he some of his responses were not that great. Now, folks on the panel, I think, were reacting quite a bit to his responses. I don't think that they were quite so bad as what a lot of folks were vocalizing during his cross-examination. but I still think that it was one of those times where, you know, Amber Heard drew blood from Johnny Depp in a situation where they didn't really need him to. Maybe, possibly, I don't know. I mean, that's a judgment call, because after Jennifer Howell, they didn't have anybody to sort of question Whitney's credibility. And I guess maybe they determined that the way that they wanted to do that was to have Johnny up on the stand to talk about Whitney's credibility and Whitney's relationship with Amber as well. So maybe that was just kind of the risk that they ran, but I don't know. Maybe they could have used some more time to prepare him for cross-examination coming into that, to go over some more things. Maybe they figured that they had already prepared him the first time around. They didn't need to do it again. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but this also coincided with a time when Rottenborn has recently found his stride in cross-examinations. He started off very rough in his cross-examinations. He was not very effective. He was not very tight in his questioning. In recent days, he's gotten much tighter, and I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that he understands that he's had a time limit that he is on, so he has to get in there, get out, and that actually has made him much more effective in cross-examinations. Unfortunately for Johnny Depp's team. Now, before today, I still think that his cross-examinations, generally speaking, have not brought out too much damaging stuff for Johnny Depp's side to really change the momentum in the case. But today he was able to draw more blood out of Johnny, and I'm still not exactly sure where that's exactly going to end up sitting on the other side of this. I don't know.
Did Johnny come across angry?
He came across as deceptive to me.
Not good.
He says,
Not
well,
good.
you know, the shadow hits in a specific way. So one of the things
I think that's where I clicked out when he was talking about, the spotlight here and the cameras there.
So he does like 4 of those of various degrees. And all I said when I responded to that is like, look, this was really the first time in a long time where I said, you know, maybe that guy's lying or lying about certain aspects of this. And that changes the equation when you're evaluating what you heard from everybody. And I just thought that was a mistake. I thought that was a really harmful portion of the testimony, but the substance of it didn't matter. But I wouldn't have brought up the Orient Express. I wouldn't have brought up the MDMA tablets. I would have brought up Whitney. I thought that was useful. And I would have brought up Waldman because I thought that was useful and they didn't get caught in a trap. So those are, correct me if I'm wrong, litigators, but if you only bring up 2 topics, they can only cross on those 2 topics, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
So I would have gone way down.
Unless when you're talking about going outside the scope of direct, you can't avoid like the meat and potatoes of the claim or like what goes to the heart of the claim on direct, and then because you have bad things about it and then try to avoid it on cross.
Right.
Sometimes judges will allow them to go outside the scope. If it's like, say it's like a defamation action and you only ask about like how they met and just kind of move on from there, right? But for the most part, you have to stay within the scope of the direct examination. So it might have been good to constrain themselves. And I wonder if, and that's probably why I started to lose interest and decided to come over here, but I wonder if they could have called someone else for these issues on their rebuttal case. As in, did you need to put Johnny back on the stand? Because Johnny stepped off the stand after their initial case looking pretty good. And then after Amber, he looked even better. And it's kind of like you're snatching, victory from the jaws
from the jaws of victory.
Yes. Defeat from the jaws of victory.
Other way around. I'm putting the emphasis on the wrong syllable. You're snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. Like you're looking pretty good. And if it was me, I would not have put him back on the stand. It's just too much. Being subject to cross-examination again is just not a good idea.
Yeah. And that was my concern with putting him back on as well. I'm wondering who they're planning to put on tomorrow, because I figured the data expert might be tomorrow, Dr. Curry might be tomorrow, but we saw them.
I tend to agree with Alita though on balance. I didn't find his testimony to be particularly harmful. Maybe I agree more. It just didn't really do anything, and I felt like his charms weren't as effective the first time around. Felt wandering, especially on the cross-examination. And we're talking about the UK case and talking about that way more than seems appropriate.
It was like watching,
I'm not sure why.
I don't know, like Pirates of the Caribbean 4.
There you go.
You get the same principal players, but it just doesn't feel the same.
Well, and the other thing, well, I did like, there was one thing he said that I really enjoyed. That's when he said that he missed the tip of his finger. And I just thought that was so endearing. Because, you know, like, yes, when I lost the tip of my finger, I miss it. It's funny, but it's just like, this is still a serious case. And like we know you have an affinity for dark humor, and maybe just too much of it might come across the wrong way to the jury. So maybe, just in doses. He's doing good. He's holding it. I thought physically throughout the trial, he started looking better. He was looking really haggard like the first couple days. And now he's been looking like well rested and with the hair pulled back. He looks nice. So just let him sit there and come across nice. But from what I saw, it was, I'm going to be honest, it was boring me. And that's why I came over here with you guys. I was like, they'll be having fun over there. And so I gave up on it. But
that's another point.
I'm sad to hear it did not turn out so great for him.
That is another point right there that you just said, is that the cross-examination also could have been meandering enough that the jury was checked out. That is also a possibility. Because, like I like to say, if a tree falls in the woods and there's no one there to hear, it doesn't make a sound. If evidence comes out in front of the jury and they're asleep, is it really entered into evidence?
You're right there, but I really thought, I mean, as long as we give credit to people, I thought Rottenborn was fantastic at that cross-examination, and I thought he had a lot of energy. So I don't know what the jury did. I don't. But it was at least in the moment to me dramatic, and Rottenborn was his usual aggressive self. You don't have to like him or what he represents, but he was very effective.
Yeah, I'm always happy to see an attorney doing a good job, and I think I only get upset with the parties when I don't think the attorney's doing a good job or as good as they could potentially do. So it doesn't matter what side you're on. If he did an effective cross, I'm excited to watch it. But goodness gracious, I was getting bored. But I'll go back to it later.
Yeah. So I we'll see. I mean, we'll see how that turns out. But other than that, was there anything else during Johnny Depp's part? I feel like that Orient Express exchange was not good. That part was not good.
Can you remind me of that?
The one with the photos about the eye in the shadow.
Oh, yes.
That was not good. I think that his point about the text messages that he maintained were not his. He had never seen those before. He didn't know what those were. That's the first time that we've ever gotten that kind of a response from him. And I know I said this earlier, but the fact that we've never heard that kind of reasoning or excuse, if you want to put it that way, that in the moment I was willing to say, okay, you've never used that chip before. Maybe you can use it once.
Alita, I like that argument. I didn't think it at all. I think it's compelling. I mean, I will take that under consideration. I do. I like that argument.
Yeah. Because it's like it's different from Amber Heard's side, which for everything that was bad, she said that wasn't me.
Ever. Never did anything ever at all.
Yeah, I'm this perfect soul. That was not me.
Which is a really good point. I'll tell you this though, because juries are strange beasts. They could see something like that and say, because they maybe already hate Amber so much. Okay, if she wants to say everything is faked, right? Well, we'll give him one where he says it's fake, even if they don't believe him, because it's the only time he said it. Sometimes they'll be like that. They'll be like, well, I'll just think it's fake. I just watched not a case of mine, a coworker's trial that he got a not guilty in, and I will do each other a favor and go speak to each other's juries. For some reason, if it's not the exact attorney who was in the trial, they'll talk to you, right? And so I talked to the jury, and they said, oh, we thought he did it, but then we also thought the victim faked the pictures, so we found him not guilty. And that's a weird thing to say, but that's what the jurors said, right? Because jurors will punish things when they're like, is this some hanky-panky on the other side? Is the prosecution maybe doing something they shouldn't do, or the defense doing something they shouldn't do? They will anti-factually punish the other side with a certain verdict. Nullification, it happens. So
every time you talk about jurors, Natalie, I get more and more frightened. It's crazy.
You should be afraid, and that's why everyone should be afraid going into jury trials. They're very, you all have your right to your jury trial, but if your attorney is counseling you on this plea or this settlement, give it some serious consideration, because jurors don't always listen to the jury instructions. They make their own conclusions from the evidence that they hear. They do, and there's nothing you can do about it. They do whatever they want to do behind closed doors.
Well, Natalie,
And that's why I just
oh yeah, I'm
said
sorry, Ryan, go.
there's a real limit. I mean, we do a lot of imagining ourselves as being the jurors. And here's, you know, you think we're trying to guess, and we do this in court. The teams do it during the breaks. It's possible. It's impossible not to do it, but we really have no idea. We don't know what the personalities are, what their hangups are, you know. There is a school of thought that jurors make up their minds day one, and I don't mean by the end of day one either, but very early.
You mean by the end of opening?
Guys,
They
I'm
just
so
look-
sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. Please excuse me. I'm sorry, but your chat is screaming this, and I feel like maybe I should. They're all saying the texts are incoming.
Okay.
The texts are incoming.
Yes.
Not outgoing. I don't know.
Okay, all right. Let me talk about this
analysis.
again.
We've
We've
talked about this several times today.
Okay.
I
The report,
Sorry.
the report says
No,
incoming.
that's okay. That's okay.
The report says incoming. It also lists all of the recipients of email or of texts on the side. In my best estimation, incoming means that is the text information going from the phone into whatever collection device they're using. But either way, if the lawyer submitted something wrongly like that, that's a very bad thing. But we should not jump to that assumption. You can't read it how you think you're reading it. We at least have to take into consideration that they aren't just lying, and that was indeed received by Johnny Depp because he's in a list of potential recipients, or that was sent by Johnny Depp because he's in a list of potential recipients on that line. And that's not a normal interface for the phone. That, to me, I read that as incoming from our collection device. That's just what I see.
Yeah, it's ambiguous at this point as to
Ambiguous.
what that actually means.
But it's a bad thing if they just submitted it as a lie. So I mean, we'll see.
They're very upset about it, and I was like, I have to.
What is very upset about it?
They're very upset about it. Okay, sorry.
No. That's okay. That's okay.
It's all right. I got Hogue is not a good thinker, which is fair. I mean, hey, it's fine. I don't look that you could be right. I'm not saying you're not right. I'm saying that you can't just assume that you can read that thing when we weren't guided through it.
Got it.
Yes. Agreed. 100%. So those text messages, but honestly, like the incoming, outgoing, those text messages, those are about the Molly situation. He's even if those were from him and he's talking about taking Molly, her, you know what, bull is rightfully mine. That also is yes, it sounds bad. Yes, it sounds kind of gross, especially coming from a female perspective. But we've seen other bad texts from Johnny before. So to me, it's not like this is something exactly new, right? We've seen the burner and throw her body in the trunk of a Honda kind of text. So it's not exactly shocking that Johnny uses very colorful language when he's talking about things that are, I guess, emotional on one side or another. And there were other text messages that were about. There was another one that was like a very long paragraph, about Amber Heard and doing all kinds of things with the mollusk, and but that was around the time of the divorce and the TRO and all that kind of stuff too. So it's like when he explained it that way, I was like, I mean, it's not good. I don't like it, but I can also see somebody being in a very emotional state and venting to someone privately about that.
And it's also not him saying I beat up on Amber Heard.
Exactly.
He never.
And it's not directed at her. It's not something that she ever would have seen outside of the context of this litigation.
Right.
Dane Mithra, thank you very much for your generous super chat. Says, meh, like they didn't submit identical photos as different exhibits. One, I or both edited.
So let's talk about that, because I think that's a great point. I hear you on the emails. I'll look at the evidence again, but I just don't know that we can be so sure on the incoming outgoing distinction. But this I wanted to ask Natalie, because Natalie just said, hey, jurors sometimes punish people that do bad things. Were you able to see the data guys demonstratives today, Natalie, or since you
No, can you because I came up with
quick.
I think he came right afterwards.
Real quick, he comes in and says I can't authenticate it in the photos predominantly, but he also has demonstratives, one of which is 2 pieces of evidence that Amber Heard had submitted as different times. You might remember these photos. And they ostensibly show a bruise. One shows much less of one. And the demonstrative slides them over each other and says they're identical. And that one of these is an edited photo that you've submitted as 2 different pieces of evidence into the court record. That goes in. I mean, like, that was shown to the jury. It is obviously true. That was done.
That's what you guys were talking about as I came in, with like hair sticking up and stuff like that. You guys were saying like an identical photo is an identical photo.
Right, because she has like little strands of hair, and it's like it's in different places on her shirt, and you can see it's exactly the same. Only one has been, I don't know. He wasn't allowed to actually testify to this. One has a heightened red, like
Sure.
it's been increased on the red spectrum, so the bruise pops. Yeah.
Someone says to show it to me, but that's asking a lot, guys. That's asking.
Can we pull up the demonstrative?
That's
I
a
don't
lot.
know.
Like, unless you guys like have the exact timestamp, I shouldn't be making anyone do any extra work. I'm just dropping in here to say hi to you guys.
If someone else can find it, I'm happy to share it. I'm managing a few things.
I can see you over there just working. I know the look. We all know the look, right? You are over there getting
see
it
you, Ron.
done. What happened, Ron?
Thank you. Yeah, I guess Ron is out.
might have signaled us and I
No,
missed
thank
it.
you. And I God,
cut him
that
off
was my biggest concern, was like having this prominent RBF on my face as I'm trying to focus on a number of things happening.
Spin those
behind
plates,
the scenes.
Alita. Spin those plates. I can go look to see if somebody has an archived live stream already up, and I know where the demonstrative was in the testimony.
Yeah.
So I'll go look. Now you can
I
move
know
on to
the
what I'm
picture
doing.
you're talking about, because they previewed it in the cross, where they're like, this one's super red on the cheek and the other one is not as red.
Exactly.
And so you edited this, and she's like, no, I just took this photograph in different lighting. They're different photos. They're in different lighting. So I
That's
do
the one.
remember that. Like, I do remember the context of what you're talking about. But if you're telling me an expert came in and went zoop and said, these are the same photo, that would blow my mind. That
They
would
did.
absolutely blow my mind.
That is the thing they did. So let me see if I can find
1
it.
hour and 1 hour, 45 minutes ago.
Okay.
Oh,
So
in your own
from this
stream?
live stream.
Yeah.
In your own stream? Okay.
I suppose so.
I'm sorry,
right.
Ron. I think I cut Ron off, and that made him get up out of here, and I'm sorry.
No. Sometimes folks have things that prop up and they need to go and take care of.
I apologize to the chat. I'm sorry.
No. So Runkle did a video on the picture yesterday, some folks are saying.
Yes, Ian did an analysis of this particular photo.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay. So
I'm
maybe we
gonna
could
watch
find
that.
his video too. That's another possibility. Otherwise, I'm gonna get some super chat questions. You guys okay with that?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
Yes,
Let me
your
just
rule.
save this here. Alrighty. William Kelly says, what are your favorite pizza toppings?
Ooh,
I love that.
sausage and pepperoni.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good.
Bacon
I'm
is
a
good.
veggie pizza.
Bacon.
I'm a veggie pizza girl.
I kind of like the combo everything.
Mm.
It's just everything, all
Love that.
all on it. Nate,
Mhm.
what's your favorite pizza topping?
Pineapple.
Really?
Oh,
You're a pineapple on
Nah,
pizza guy?
nah, I'm
Being
not a pineapple
different.
pizza guy. I'm not a pineapple. I'm a pepperoni and sausage guy. But I know, like, there's so many people out there who hate pineapple on pizza. I don't mind it, but there's so many people who hate it. But that's okay.
If it's done well, it's okay. Like if it's grilled, but if it's just like the sweet stuff that just put on there, it's nah.
I'm not gonna lie. I could go for a pepperoni pizza right now.
Pepperoni's good, yeah. Pepperoni.
I
That's
hate pineapple pizza, but my husband loves it. He absolutely adores it. I hate it. Sorry.
Pepperoni? Oh,
Pineapple on pizza.
Pineapple,
Hate
yeah.
it. I'm a purist. Yeah.
Yeah. Me too. Me too. Okay, let's get another question here. Oliver Charles says, "How important is physical appearance in jury trials? Clothes, weight, hair, etc." I think weight. I don't know. I guess it could make a difference. It depends on the claims involved, and I don't know. But I that's the one that I want to like disregard the most. But realistically, I'm not sure based on like statistics or data on that. Clothes, hair, those things are matters of choice that people will read into, and can make some subtle cues. I can see an issue like thinking back on weight. I think I can see an issue of weight coming in if you're talking about like say like a sexual harassment claim or something along those lines where some level of attractiveness might be at issue or something. But even still, I don't like it.
Was the question about attorneys or just everyone, like the litigants?
I think that the question was about, well, it just says appearance in jury trials. So
Oh.
I'm thinking parties is what I'm thinking.
Parties. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Conservative business attire. It's the way to go.
Generally
Clothes
speaking.
are very important. Clothes are super duper important. So weight, body type, and height matters a lot to criminal defendants. So if you're a super big Black guy, it's going to be a little tougher for you when it comes to violent allegations versus if maybe you're slimmer. It's take the same race, but if you're slimmer, shorter, you might be seen as a bit less aggressive. With hair, in more conservative places, dreadlocks are usually associated with criminality in more conservative areas. I've practiced in both conservative and progressive areas, I would say, of this state. And tattoos are hugely important. As Nate knows, visible tattoos
Oh
are
my
just
God.
they're just on men and women. They're just going to prejudice you against many juries, no matter where you are.
Anything on the face, because for some reason people think if you get a tattoo on the face, you're guilty of whatever they say you did. You are guilty. It's like
General
tattoo.
advice. General advice.
Guilty.
No tattoos on the face.
Maybe no face tattoos if you ever plan to
Just like
find yourself in a
period.
courtroom.
No, you'll hear all the jurors like he just looks guilty. Like we've ever such evidence.
Oh,
just the face
no.
Take
tattoo.
it from your friendly neighborhood defense attorney. Please, get whatever you want on your body, but if you think you'd ever end up in a courtroom, please don't get any tattoos on your face. And please, while litigation is going on, please don't start getting more, which is something that happened to me. So-
Yeah.
All right, I got it, Alita.
Okay, cool. Let me just get this super chat real
Yes.
quick. Kirby A, thank you so much for your generous super chat. Says, me as a juror, expert shows pics edited, 2 exact same pic entered as 2 separate photos. Cross won't actually let expert answer except for a yes, no on a non-yes or no question. Me, okay, if AH didn't edit, then crossing lawyer did. Here's your sword to fall on. I mean, that's a fair point. That somebody would have. And here's another one. Matt Pelzer, thanks so much for your generous super chat. Says, I think you're underselling how bad photo expert was for Amber Heard.
Oh,
if
yeah,
I'm on the jury, I hear her photos are BS and AH and lawyers lying for a month plus. That's a very good point. I mean, and that is all she has. That's all she has if you think about it, really.
That's true.
Yeah, no. And here's the clip, Natalie.
Oh, I'm
This is
excited.
his, this is his demonstrative.
Oh, that's so nice. Ian did a good job.
Oh, they're the same
Wow.
photo.
Yeah, it's the same photo. Ian
Do
did a
it
really good job.
again.
Yeah,
Do
so
it again.
he didn't need to show it, or he didn't need to say it, but he was able to show it.
That's amazing. Yeah.
Yep, it just keeps going.
It's the same photo.
Even the strands of hair are the same. Like you can tell this is the same photo. But I think their expert more essentially chewed them
Look
up.
at Elaine's face. Oh, Elaine, you did your best.
Elaine, you have a trash client. We love you.
Yeah,
I wouldn't go that far.
Hard.
Elaine's got to figure out what hearsay is.
I wouldn't go so far as to say I love you. Not
Yeah,
not
she-
after some of the stuff that she said and done in the courtroom.
The
But-
edge rather
Here's
sad
the-
face.
TMZ guy got the best of her, didn't he?
Yeah.
Can I just see
You
that
did.
one more
You
time? That was
did.
so satisfying. Oh my God. The way they just overlapped. Yeah, you're right. The little wisps of hair were exactly the same. I just,
Oh yeah.
you
And
tried.
they got asked and they tried to defend it. 2 different photos. I mean, it's like, no, not now. Like back when they were. when
Oh,
she
yeah,
was
okay,
this,
okay.
Yeah.
Mhm. Oh, I
Oh.
thought after this they tried to.
No.
No, that's to me. Okay, so here's the thing. Even if Johnny wasn't great, to me today is the end of Amber Heard's case. I
Yeah.
don't know. It's just over. That's
Because of
it.
photo guy.
Oh, this and also I think the whole Kate Moss down the stairs, because to me the
Yeah.
reason Kate Moss down the stairs is so significant to me
Yeah.
is because it really seems you're just trying to trash this guy, right? And
point.
for this woman to go out of her way from the UK to testify, and she can't get a single person, not even from LA, to testify live. But
Yeah.
he gets people from the UK to come in and testify. It makes me think, you know what? Everyone's tired of you. Everyone is over you. And it just doesn't matter to me what Johnny said when Kate Moss is like, he never pushed me down the stairs. In fact, he was lovely and he helped me. And it's just like it's like you have a twisted mind. You're taking a story of a boyfriend basically rescuing his girlfriend, and you're turning it into a situation of DV. And I also thought Dr. Curry was wonderful.
Yes.
She was great.
Yes.
Oh yeah, Dr.
And
Curry was good.
let me get a couple super chats real quick, and then I'm
Ooh,
going to join you
sure.
on that, Natalie. K Bragg says, as a layperson, first off, thank you for this very generous super chat. Very, very kind of you. As a layperson on Cross, it looked like Rottenborn was beating up on a broken man about mean texts sent to friends about a woman who lied and called him a DV and SAer. Most normies haven't forgotten the evil cackling nor her weird smirking during his testimony. Also, very good points. Very good points. And sometimes for us, we are looking at this as lawyers, as practitioners, because we want the perfect case. We want to see the perfect case. So when we see these kinds of issues, like we're frustrated, right? We're getting so angry. We're getting amped up about this kind of stuff. But sometimes it also helps to take back the scope a little bit and to see it from that perspective and in the context of everything that we've heard so far. Thane Mithra, also thank you for this very generous super chat, says another meh. Elaine had a choice to pick a client. She chose fame, which was an interesting quip coming from the TMZ guy also.
Yeah.
I would defend her. I would have definitely took Amber as a client if she came and she's like, I need. I would have taken it.
Also, I have $6 million. Yeah.
That's assuming you actually get paid. I mean, keep in mind.
No, she's paying them. They're on retainer. They're not. This is not. They're on retainer.
Okay. I mean, I don't know why you're so confident about that, given her pledged versus donate testimony. But okay.
Because most lawyers are dumb. I think most of the number one thing as a lawyer, is get your money from your client up front.
The green case.
I never want to impugn the other, fellow members of the bar. But you never know. Just because someone is in a big case does not necessarily mean that they have all of their ducks in a row. There is always a possibility that someone could, fall back on certain
That's
responsibilities or certain things. You know what I mean? So you never know. And yeah. So I hope that they are getting paid for the work that they are putting in for it, because otherwise they are just absolutely getting their asses handed to them in a lot of ways. But no, I think that was a very interesting quip by the TMZ guy when he was like, I'm not doing this here for fame. I'm actually putting myself at risk. Also, arguably, that logic could be applied to you, Elaine. That was very, very.
Emily D.
interesting.
Baker lost it on stream. I went and watched her reaction. She had a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, I'm sure.
By her own admission, she was dead there for a while.
Yes, I can see that.
I was like in between court hearings and caught wind of it and like got to watch that little tiny portion. And I was like, oh, this is good. That is satisfying.
That was good. That was good.
On Natalie's note, and on the note of that other super chat that we got earlier too, that is a very important point, is to take back the scope. I mean, when we're looking at this through microscopes right now, but at the end of the day, take a step back and look at the overall momentum that has been happening in this case. The things that have been going on over the last couple of days, what we have seen so far is essentially Johnny Depp's team dismantling Amber Heard's team that she has tried to sort of build up a case in her case in chief. And they haven't been able to do it particularly well. And it's not necessarily because the attorneys are bad at what they do, but it's also because they have to deal with bad facts, right? You can only do such a good job of a case if you don't really have good facts to deal with. So already the case that they were able to build in her case in chief was not really that strong. And then what they did was they had expert after expert after expert dismantling her case in chief, kind of moving backwards. And so things were moving in a very good momentum in the last couple of days for Johnny's side before they put him on today and before they had his cross-examination. So, at the end of the day, yes, he's the most important witness here for his side, of course, because his character is important. His credibility is important, more important than really anybody else's for his side. However, we also have spent quite a few days with him. You can kind of compare your notes from back then to today and kind of get a feel for where he might be coming from. The jury might be doing a little bit of that at this point. And also then taking a look at everything else that Amber Heard's side has been able to put together. This may be the end of Amber Heard's case.
I think it's over.
Even with Johnny, even with Johnny falling down a few times today in some of his responses. Okay, so maybe the Orient Express photo, maybe that one isn't exactly what Johnny wants the jury to believe it is. But let's look at all of the other allegations that Amber has made against him for DV and SV in this case. Do you honestly believe that her allegations in those other incidents were true?
Right.
But the thing is that we don't got to believe them all. I just got to believe one. And I think that's the uphill battle for the Depp side. So don't get me wrong, I agree with you, but I still think the bar is so low for Amber to win. It's just you can never really be sure,
Here's my thought on that. I agree. Yes, you only have to believe one, but you have to believe one strongly enough to disregard all of the other lies from the boy who cried wolf.
Very good counterpoint. Very good counterpoint.
I think that's so true.
You have to have either one bullseye or you have to have enough that get close enough to the center that if you have one that's kind of off the mark, that you're like, I don't care. I don't care.
Yeah. No, that's what I was talking about with jury nullification, where it could be like, yeah, well, maybe he did slap her that one time in the Bahamas or whatever. I'm just making up a location and an incident because there's so many here, right?
Yeah.
But the rest of these are BS. And so I'm not going to give her anything, and I'm going to find that she's liable.
Also, some members of the jury are probably saying, I wish I had slapped her across the face.
And that's really, really bad that she's just an unsympathetic character. But I don't think you have to get in. Sorry. Oh, go ahead.
No, you should go ahead. I was interrupting you.
I was just saying that I don't think that we even have to get to nullification here, because I think that the everything in the totality is so fantastical that it's almost impossible to pick out what could be true, because the allegations are fantastical. Many of them have been debunked. The evidence for it has been called into question as possibly doctored, that her side is just not credible. And so it's possible that the jury has every legal reason to throw out any of her allegations as true, and therefore find that she knowingly lied or willfully lied with malice, right? And find in favor of Mr. Depp.
You know what, Natalie? Oh, no, dude. Alita wants to get to super chat.
Sorry. Yeah, let me get this one, and then we'll continue. Ignajara says, "Thank you for your generous super chat." Says, "Image and sound design student and professional video editor here. If you are going to manipulate evidence, at least find a very unethical professional to do it." Jesus, greetings from Argentina. Big fan of the streams. Hey,
That's good.
welcome.
12-year-old.
Bienvenidos.
They could have done better.
Yeah, I mean, it really does look like someone put it in Instagram and then turned up the contrast. Like, that's what it looks like. But
Right?
I can't
As people that make thumbnails, it's like, oh, I know how to do that, but it's not tricky.
Right.
And then
Yeah.
Thane Mithra, thank you again for your generous super chat. Respectfully, shish kebab. Disregard all Amber's lies, lack of evidence, and believe her. Everyone else is a liar. Her case was over the moment she was skewered on cross. Also
Yeah,
agreed. In
I
order to
agree.
believe her, you have to disregard everyone else, including her in the audio tapes. So
You know what? But that's the big question now I would like to ask you guys. It's not how would you, we all know how to close for Johnny, right? Matter of fact, they could pay me to go close for Johnny for free right now, and I'd give them a hell of a show. But how would you close for Amber? That's the skill. That's the true lawyering test, right? Johnny's an easy close. Amber is the test. Where would you go? Because don't forget, you got to now weave this in two different directions. Number one, you got to kind of please the client who wants to be this innocent child and he's the abuser and I'm all innocent. But then you got to try to win your case. So how do you do that in a way that satisfies both those things?
I go and make the closing argument I need to make about muddy middles and whatnot. After that, the case is done. Whatever.
muddy middles, and then saying, something along the lines of like, you don't have to like her to think that she's a victim of DV, or something along those lines.
I don't like her. Let me tell you how I don't like her.
But
sometimes those closings work. I don't even like my client. Sometimes that works.
But in order for that to work, though, the jury has to have some empathy for the lawyers, or they have to like the lawyers at least a little bit. And I don't think anybody likes these lawyers on her side based on what we've heard from the jury.
We already know what Rottenborn's plan is because he's set it up at various points for 6 weeks. There's going to be a huge section with a giant American flag waving behind him, a copy of the Constitution in his hand, and he's going to read out loud from the First Amendment and talk about the importance of being able to have opinions in this great nation of ours. And when is it more appropriate to have an opinion than when you think you're being abused in your own home? I mean, we're going to have a whole thing on the First Amendment versus defamation law. It's going to be a giant section of the closing.
But even though we haven't heard anything about the First Amendment throughout this trial, so that would be a big
on the First Amendment.
You're arguing law to the jury, though. It's like you're first.
I'm
arguing
law. The
patriotism.
spirit of freedom of
Patriotism.
speech draped in a freaking American
and you got
flag.
perfect timing for it. Memorial Day is coming up Monday, and
Memorial
what are
Day
those?
weekend.
What are those troops fighting for that we honor
our
on Monday?
They're fighting
freedom.
So I won't get defamed.
First
That's
Amendment.
Why. So if you defend,
honor the truth by siding with Amber Heard.
Nate, I'm willing to bet you there's a large portion on the First Amendment, American values, and some version of patriotism in this closing argument.
That's a huge mistake because they haven't done that at all through any of the witnesses.
No.
Rottenborn drops it in all of his little crosses. He does.
I'm gonna plagiarize all of you by going last. And so the way I think that I would close for Amber is that I would, first of all, you need to humanize your client a lot at this point because she's become, am I echoing, guys? I feel like I am.
A little bit.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
No, I'm hearing a little bit of an echo from her.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I hear it too. Okay, let me turn myself down. But the way in which I would humanize her is first I would start out with, you heard testimony. I would almost like recruit the witnesses from the other side. So you've heard testimony that Amber Heard had an abusive upbringing with her father, right? That she was raised in a household of chaos and physical and emotional abuse, that she fought and struggled to dig herself out of that. And she won herself a spot in Hollywood and she meets Johnny Depp. And so she doesn't recognize a healthy relationship when she gets there. And here she knows this man now who has these massive addictions issues, hearkening back to the time that she was with her father. And she sees what she thinks is emotional abuse and what she thinks is physical abuse. And she believes this because this is what she was raised as. And this is something that she fights to stay in because this is all that she knows. And I would go through incident after incident. Then you heard from each of these experts on our side and theirs. You know, one thing that they agreed on, that Amber Heard has mental health issues. And so either you believe she has post-traumatic stress disorder or borderline personality disorder or depression or HPD or bipolar disorder, whatever you believe, she has serious mental health issues. And so when she came out of that relationship, she honestly believed that she had been abused by Johnny Depp. Was she perfect? No. Did she act reactively when she anticipated that Johnny was about to abuse her? No. But did she lie when she told them that him being extremely drunk, extremely intoxicated and inebriated, yelling and screaming at her, crashing pots and pans, and putting his hands on her constituted abuse? No, that was her genuine belief, and that was her opinion. And we don't punish people for opinions in this country. And it's a blurry line between blah, 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 and this and that. And that's how I would defend her.
You know that was a good that was a good impromptu closing, because you've got people in the chat saying, "Stop! He's giving them ideas."
So many ideas.
Natalie, 3 cheers to you. You almost convinced me.
Just delete this when you go to like when it like YouTube lets you like delete a little portion. Just take this, guys. Don't tell anybody. Just delete this portion. Okay.
It's
just us right here.
And the 50,000 of you.
I think it's just between us, guys, and then we'll delete everything. Okay.
Well, I mean, I still will say though that even as phenomenal as that was, they run into the issue with having the story of comparing
reality
it to her childhood. That they've spent zero time with Amber talking about her childhood, and it's because of the PTSD issue. Because
we might get some broken horses.
If they go too hard, on her rough childhood, then the question comes up, oh, how come your PTSD isn't from your childhood? How come it's from the hoax claim issue?
Well, you know what? I think they have an out. And their out is like exactly what you guys have been talking about: mutual abuse, the muddy middle, and the perfect victim. And everybody's kind of touched on those 3 things, right? The muddy middle, that's what Alita was saying. It was all, they survived each other. That's the theme. They survived each other. It wasn't just one side surviving, they survived each other. Then you got them, then you have exactly the not perfect victim, right? People expect, and that's grabs in me, people expect victims of domestic violence to be perfect, right? She's got to do everything right, document everything, blah, blah, blah. How many times has it happened? How many women have been, how many women have been said they don't believe because a man takes them into a back room and it's only him and her, and it's his word versus her word, and minding opposite of the time, we said it's her word, right? It's his word. Now we say it's her word, and what happened? She's being skewered because she has a story to tell, and people don't like that story. And I would go right into that. If you're looking for the perfect victim, you'll never find it, and we'll never have a DV issue. So you go from perfect, and that's the theme: muddy middle, perfect victim, and then we close the door with we have 2 stories here. We have 2 very broken people, but at the end of the day, it's not what he believes, it's not what that person believes, it's what really happened. Both of them said they hate each other. Both of them said this was a toxic relationship. Both of them wanted out. And now only one of them wants to, and now they both want to be paid. Send them both home with nothing. That would be essentially my closing. Now, it may not work.
I love playing devil's advocate.
I don't think
I have a counter.
Are you going to abandon their
that.
countersuit in the closing?
Yes. I would abandon the countersuit right now and tomorrow for rebuttal. I would be working on getting this jury to not give Depp money. That hour I have left would not be for rebuttal. It would be trying to put witnesses on to try to get me out of paying him money, because I think as of today, if that jury goes into the back, they're paying Johnny Depp. She is losing this case.
I agree. Totally.
I like the ideas of Nate and Natalie. They're a good duo.
Team up. Yeah.
Team up.
No,
new attorneys for Amber Heard.
Those are good. I still think we're going to get some cloak to the American flag stuff, Nate.
You got to get the cloak to the American flag in there. You got to get that part.
Let me get a couple super chats here, because we've got some very generous ones here. Kirby A, thank you for the very generous super chat. Says, for bites to Uber Eats ham and pineapple pizza to the whole panel. 2 for Nate. Pine mag apple. Oh my gosh. And Britt Cormier, thank you so much for your very generous super chat. Says, Natalie, my rebuttal to your closing: we do not punish people for their opinion, but we do award them for telling lies. You saw the evidence that the pictures are the same. She knew they were the same, but she told you they were different times along those lines. Yes.
And I see you cheating on me, Brett. Britt's always with an uncivil too. When Brett's cheating on us,
Britt's everywhere.
That's true. She's over there too.
We love hangouts and headlines.
I love Britt.
Britt. Oh, Britt, did you see? She sent the email to everybody. That email was so. Thanks again, Britt, for that email. That was amazing.
Such a kind email to all of us. Thane Mithra, thank you for your generous super chat. Says LMAO, imperfect victim would apply to Depp. That close that would sink her. This is exactly thank you for bringing up my rebuttal to Nate, is that I would get right up there and say, you're like, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let's talk about imperfect victims. Let's talk about how there are almost no resources for male DV victims in this country. Let's talk about the stigma of a male domestic violence victim. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about how imperfect it is to be a man in a domestic violence relationship.
Preach, girl, preach.
Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah,
And then
you
get them riled
preaching.
up like, yeah, this is sexism.
The whole reason that all of our closings can be rebutted is because Amber's case sucks. You know, that's just what it is.
I don't believe my close is gonna win her the case.
But it's the best we can come up with. It's really tough.
Hey, it might buy you an hour of jury deliberation. You got that going for you.
Yeah.
Guys, I gotta go. I gotta go. But thank you so much.
Thank you, Natalie.
Good night, everybody.
Natalie, it was lovely having you. Oh, by the way, guys, before you go, last I checked, Natalie was at like 91,000 subscribers. We need to get her to 100,000. We need another 100K club. We're trying to get Kurt there too. Kurt, he's at like 86,000. Natalie's like 91, 92, something like that. Let's get them both to 100K. Let's get this whole all of LawTube in the silver play button crowd. Let's do it. Please. You heard her closing. You heard her. You know her brain.
Yeah.
You know her beautiful lawyer brain. Go down in the description below. She's linked down in the description below. And please subscribe to her channel. You get all kinds of content like that. She has such great content on all kinds of cases, like this one, like Justice Smollett, like a lot of criminal defense kind of stuff, because she's a criminal defense attorney. Please do everyone here a favor and subscribe to her channel. Watch her stuff. Like her videos. Please. Let's get her to 100K.
Thank you.
You're
Bye,
welcome.
guys.
Bye, Natalie. And Kurt, we got to get you to 100K. I know we've been pushing for you all day.
I have more pictures of cowboy hats.
I would appreciate more pictures of cowboy hats. Yes, we can have all the pictures. We are at 86.4.
All right.
With a little luck and a little bit of dedication, maybe we can make 90 today.
Ooh, that would be awesome. That would be a good thing. Now I have to do this, Alita. I'm not going to go big. We've done it already big twice today. We're going to go small. We're going to chat with you just a little bit. Alita's at 248,000 subscribers plus 250,000. A fantastic goal for the trial is within reach basically right now. If you go and hit that subscribe button,
a couple of you got to go. Just if you just think you didn't hit it, just go check it and hit it.
Yeah, just go make sure, because if you just hit that button, 248,000 becomes 250,000. And how cool would that be to be hanging out with Legalbytes with Alita for 7 weeks, and to have her go from let's say
48,
about 40, right? About
48, I think.
Yeah, it was in the 40s.
A few weeks before trial started, when I started really digging into this case ahead of trial, to get really situated with it, I was at like 43, like just under 43.
Yeah. So what a success story, and so well deserved for our fearless leader here at Legalbytes, Alita. Press that subscribe button, press that like button. That's an earnest plea. No Care Bears, no How I Met Your Mother references, no Micro Machines, nothing else. I see 249. I'm going to auctioneer this. Alita, put your number up. Alita, put your live number up.
My live number. Okay. All right. Yeah, I guess I can do that here. Let me see here. I'll share my screen again.
Folks.
Then we'll put Rick's live number up and see what we can do about that.
No, we're good.
Rick is over 100, right?
This isn't about me. Yeah, I'm set. Look at this. 249, 172. This is like a slot machine, right? You want that endorphin up? You want to help see Alita go up? Look at these numbers. This is great. This is fantastic. And I am so happy to see this. 250,000.
That's an amazing accomplishment.
How awesome will that be?
And on top of that, you've done so much work too. Like I know how much it must be so hard to do it. Oh my god,
ridiculous amount of work.
It has definitely been quite a bit of work.
You've got to teach me the secret to your energy, please. Please.
Oh, thank you guys.
Alita's amazing, and a lot of people ask me this. I get DMs asking about you, Alita. And they say essentially, what's she really like? All right, what is she like behind the scenes? Is she like, being mean to you? Is she bossing people around? Well, okay, Alita. Let me say that I'm making genteel some of the language of the questions on these kinds of things. DMs. You know how they are. And every single time I say, Alita is the nicest possible person in the world who is working so hard to achieve this dream. Yeah. And this stuff is hard. She is grinding out And I know you guys hate this kind of stuff, but 250 was in the back of my head. And I think I've even said it out loud a couple times. I thought that was the outside
Yeah, chance.
of what we could get this channel to in this trial.
You
And we're
did.
about to hit it right now looking at this number.
I
You
didn't
did.
even think 200 was going to happen. Like,
No.
I didn't even, like, I was like, maybe 100.
Yeah, no. After the first week, I know we were like 200, but then after like week 3, I was like, yeah, you're gonna hit 250 easy.
Well,
It-
I
That's
mean,
what Nate told
I'm
me,
glad
and I
you're
told
here.
him no way. It looks like
Yeah,
lost my
I
bet.
told him. I said she's gonna hit 250. It was
I'm
because
just-
the daily recaps and the high quality.
The
Hell, I
recap.
watch. I watch like every day, and then I watch the recaps to get caught up. So I was
Alina,
like,
you've never
if
told
I
us.
love it that much.
Do you have a time turner or a clone like Multiplicity? How do the recaps happen?
I
I know,
don't
it's
have either of those, but I do have a very good editor who is also very dedicated to the channel and to the project. And he's fantastic.
How many kilometers are you going to run for 250? Do we get a bonus of some kind?
250.
I have committed only to up to a 50K because I didn't anticipate any of this happening really.
50K is far.
I don't know, man. I mean, I'm gonna have to do something.
Look at that last 28-day growth. Look at that chart. Look
I
at that graph.
know.
Put down the
Yeah.
super chat for a second.
Yeah.
Put down the super chat for a second. We need to see the chart. Look at this chart.
Yeah,
Look at this
It's
chart.
fantastic.
that's
It's
amazing.
been
28
the best.
days. 28
amazing.
days.
28.
But guys,
Yeah.
we can't slow down the number. We don't want to just be looking at the number and not answering super chats and talking
All right,
law
you can
to
put
you.
this.
Here,
you can
let
put-
me-
Right
you can
this
put the
second,
chat
we need
back
to
up.
accelerate this.
Let
We
me
need
get-
to, we need to get up and going. We need to get
Let me
Aaliyah
get this
over
one
that
here.
250,000, or I'm not going to stop talking until we do. I can talk about a lot of stuff. Are you familiar with the science fiction television program The Expanse? It's a fantastic
about The
enterprise
Expanse.
sci-fi
I've
channel.
heard it's actually
Everybody
really
says
good.
The Expanse is good, and
It's
I
really fantastic.
I
Let's
watched the
discuss
first
The
2
Expanse.
episodes. My
Yeah.
God.
Let me jump in here really quick. Kartoffel Salat, thank you very much for this generous super chat. Says, let me quickly interrupt the scheduled programming. Sub to Hogue. Well, and maybe for the rest of the panel.
Not
It's
what we're
well
doing
worth
here.
it. H&H is becoming must-see morning coffee, well, afternoon for me programming. I
That's
completely
true.
agree.
H&H is really good, right? Yeah. In the
Oh,
early
yeah.
morning.
That's-
yeah.
First, I got my routine. I go from legal mindset to Hogue, the legal bite. So that's like my morning trend. I was like, okay.
Then we
I
go
like
to
Somebody
my
wants
channel.
some loot boxes. What kind of loot boxes do you want? Do you want to talk about gambling and loot boxes? I can do a virtual legality episode for you. What will get you to hit that subscribe button right now so that we can get about 500 more subscribers and knock Alita over 250,000? You want to hear me sing Les Mis today? I was saving it for tomorrow. I will do that for you right now. I will discuss the
I'd
entire
love to hear
plot
some Les
synopsis.
Mis, Richard. That sounds
Les
great.
Mis is actually not bad.
Well, that's what
I have 3 minutes before I have to go feed children. So
Nate has
I'm
3
gonna jump
minutes.
out.
You have
Yeah,
to get
before I
this
have to
number
feed
above that
children.
number before Nate has to go
3
feed his
minutes.
children.
I could sing memory.
His children will die if you
No,
don't get above this number.
They're like
This,
sitting
what's
here
the
standing in
National
front of
Lampoon
me.
cover?
They're like standing
Oh,
in
you
front of me, like
guys.
6 o'clock. They're like, it's almost 6. So please let me be here for this. Just
Yes,
hit the
Nate,
button.
let Nate be here for this.
Nate's
Let
children
Nate be
will
here for this.
starve if you don't give them their 500 subscribers.
Oh, you guys, don't say that.
Oh my goodness.
Don Jenkins, thank you so much for this generous super chat. He says, Hogue, go Bucks. Best 50 I ever spent. Love you guys.
Oh.
People, Ohio State fans, I love them. They like to give me super chats now that make me say things like "Go Buckeyes."
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Oh,
it's a good
no.
time.
And also, people are saying that they don't see Natalie Lawyer Chick in the description. I'm also going
What?
to edit that right
Oh.
now.
The lawyer chick?
Yeah, I need
Well,
to.
you already
I
got
need
to see how awesomely smart Natalie is. She is so impressive
Yeah.
every time I'm on a channel with her. Absolutely. Go subscribe to Natalie. I think it's Nat the lawyer chick. Am I getting that right?
I think Natalie. Lawyer
Natalie.
Chick.
Natalie
I'm
Lawyer Chick.
also
Maybe
updating
that's her
right
Twitter
now.
handle.
I am updating the where. Okay, sorry. I'm updating the
No.
description right now so that we can. Oh, it's YouTube is kind of funny sometimes.
Sometimes.
Look, Nate's looking at his watch.
There we
He's
go.
looking at his
Natalie
watch.
Lawyer
Yeah,
Chick.
well,
Here we go.
you know, I'm like, because
Okay,
they've
now
been
she's
waiting
updated.
patiently, so I'm like, I gotta go at 6, but I'm going to be back though. I'll be back. I'm
Yeah.
just making mac
Yeah,
and
that's
cheese.
fine.
7 minutes. I'm probably just gonna turn camera off.
Yeah,
I'm
Nate,
gonna
if
compare
you need to go, you need to go. That's okay.
Oh,
But
no, I'm
Natalie
gonna-
Lawyer
but
Chick is
I-
now in the description below as well.
You guys
So
remember when we were popping champagne for 100,000?
We
Oh,
did.
yeah,
I
yeah.
get
That was
the
like
clappers back out.
That feels like so long ago, right? That feels like a lifetime ago.
I don't remember my life before this trial. Did I have a life?
The day after the jury verdict's going to be weird.
It's going to be very weird. I think we're all going to feel a little bit lost. I think weey'll find our way onto a live stream at some point.
I figure we got another week of Johnny Depp content. We get to go through all the stuff, the evidence they didn't see, and we get to go through the UK case. There's another week of Johnny Depp's content to be had.
Before I get, it's exactly 6 o'clock now. Before I get out of here,
yeah.
One last question: do we get a verdict before next week, or if it goes to the jury Friday? If we get it Friday, do we get it Friday or do it go to the next week?
I'm saying Friday.
Friday?
I think we'll get a verdict on Friday.
I
don't
think
think Friday.
Tuesday.
There's just so much to go through, right?
Mhm.
Unless they're baked in. But yeah, I think next week.
After 6 weeks.
Is it? So you think it's gonna be like OJ, where they're just go in there and be like, we're good, we know. All right.
Yeah, it's my working bet.
See. All right, guys. I'll see you guys a little later.
All right,
good.
Nate.
So I can get some more questions.
Yeah, wait, let's do questions. Let's do questions.
All right, questions.
It's the final countdown.
Or we can sing Care Bear countdown. I mean, it's really up to anybody else.
We can
That was, of
also,
course, the main
yes,
theme.
we can Arrested Development this. Twiggish says, Hogue, what if any Care Bear would you be?
Well, I said I was a Care Bear cousin. I always liked Lionheart. Thank you for asking. I really appreciate that. If you want me to sing Forest of Feelings, you can help us get up above these numbers. I tell you.
Murga says, I almost feel like AH team are on JD's team. They're messing the case up on purpose. Thoughts? No.
No.
No, they have an ethical responsibility not to do that. Elizabeth Brewer says, for Hogue, Disney adult here, what is your favorite ride/park?
Well, I can cheat and say my favorite park is Epcot in the 1980s and 1990s. That's no longer the case. My current favorite ride is probably Expedition Everest. Or Kilimanjaro Safaris. I like the Animal Kingdom.
I do like Animal Kingdom. It's underrated.
My favorite, I'm trying to think. Oh, I've got a lot of options. I grew up at Disneyland, basically. So there's a lot of options, but I miss the old Soarin' Over California. I loved that ride.
Because it got replaced with Soarin' Over the World?
Soarin' Over the World, and it's a terrible CGI mess. Whereas before it was filmed with like real film. So it's like now it's like you can notice it, especially when you're over the Taj Mahal and you're like, this is fake. I can tell. I don't like it.
I got to be honest with you. The soaring mechanism has never worked for me. I've never been very convinced that I'm flying or otherwise enjoying myself on a swing set. But no, my favorite ride used to be Horizons in Epcot. And I could go on like a 2-3 hour screed about how great Horizons was and how a shame it is that the Epcot entire kind of ride experience has been changed out for thrill rides over educational rides. I mean, I can do that, but I won't have to if you continue to like and subscribe to this channel, because this channel deserves your subscription support. And I really don't want to have to just talk about Epcot rides for like 3 hours.
Well, I can also say that I did have a chance this last summer to go on the new Millennium Falcon ride at Disneyland, and that was awesome. I absolutely loved that. I loved that so much. Also the Guardians of the Galaxy ride. That was my first time going on it because I hadn't been in a while.
The Tower of Terror that they took away, that one?
Yes. Okay. Yes. I love the old Tower of Terror.
Well, they took away Tower of Terror in Anaheim and they replaced it with Guardians of the Galaxy. They took away Universe of Energy in Florida and they replaced it with Guardians of the Galaxy. Those are not the same rides. They're just the same themes.
Yep. Elizabeth B says, in general, how would losing a huge public case like this affect a lawyer's career, if at all? Thanks for being awesome /share Bear Hogue. I think that it honestly, you as an attorney on this case, you still get bragging rights because you put on a tough case in front of the world stage. That is a difficult thing to do, and there's so many things that you can learn from that experience and be able to instruct others afterwards.
Your public profile is going to go so high regardless. Ben Rottenborn looked good today. Elaine often doesn't trip over her questions.
That's a very diplomatic way of putting that, but yes, I agree. Rottenborn, generally speaking, has been, especially the further on that we've gone in this trial, he has kind of found his speed and found his pace. I think. Yeah. Ashley says, is it typical for a client to give so many notes to their attorneys? It seems like Amber Heard does it continually. She might be on the verge of harassing her attorneys with those notes. It could be, or maybe she's just passing notes. I don't know. If I were the attorney on that case, it depends on what the substance of those notes are. If it's just a question, or if it's something like I'm really nervous or something like that, like those are fine. But if she is trying to order them around, that is the kind of thing that would get me annoyed very quickly. Don't tell me how to do my damn job.
Figment for the win. Imagination.
Ooh, there you go.
Imagination. That's right. You're going to get stuck with more Epcot songs. Oh, maybe it went up for that. We'll just test this number. We'll see.
Makiwana says, do you think AH can redeem herself after this? In terms of the lawsuit, I don't think so. I think her credibility is shot. That's just me.
I think she can redeem herself. It might be 3 decades from now.
Oh, yeah. In terms of the public, yes. Okay. In terms of the public, yes, she has to go through a gamut of contrition first. But I can see a world where she is able to learn from everything, come on the other side with a massive lesson. Pretty sure people will unsub at 250. No, please don't do that.
They're just playing with us. They're toying with us.
Toying with us. But yeah, no, I could see a world where she actually does is able to come out on the other side a long time from now. Okay. Next question is D-Tunit 11 says, can they show clips of the 3 very different testimonies regarding the stair incident? Amber's depo, Amber's testimony, Whitney's testimony. Well, they can't just show Amber's deposition, because that's the only way that you get a deposition in is through an impeachment, essentially, because she's there to testify in person. You can't just like take both like that.
Yeah.
Because a deposition comes in as testimony only if the witness is unavailable, and she's been in the courtroom every day there, so that's not really going to fly on its own. So you'll never have a situation where you have deposition testimony and a witness in person, both of them coming in. That's just very duplicative, unless it's for the limited purpose of impeachment. And for the closing, they're not going to show clips of anyone's testimony. They are going to describe it. They're going to talk about it. They're going to summarize it. They're going to compare it to other people's testimonies. And what the jury can do is refer back to their notes that they've been taking over the last 6 or 7 weeks. So, yeah. Hello, world. 305 says, apologies if this was covered. I'm behind. Why didn't Whitney finish her deposition? And when and how is this permissible? Thank you again. I think the reasoning that was at least stated for why she couldn't continue was because she wasn't feeling well. Whether or not you believe that, I will leave up to you. But ultimately, the opposing side, so Johnny Depp's side, did not have an opportunity to at least finish the deposition on their side. I don't know if they even got to start. I think that from what I've heard, I think it's correct that they didn't even get to start it. So there's that. Now, as for why is this permissible? Well, the result of that is that, generally speaking, she's not allowed to testify in court. Now, obviously, you guys saw that she did, in fact, testify in court. We don't know what those conversations were between the two parties' attorneys and between the judge as to that particular issue. But my guess is that the judge probably determined that there is some prior testimony that they can rely on for impeachment, and that she is allowed to testify as to a limited issue having to do with whatever it is that she covered in her deposition.
If there's a written order on that, I'd love to read it someday.
Yes, that would be very, very interesting. But it still is a little bit shady. I'm not sure exactly how I feel about her being able to still testify, because it feels like they're rewarding some dirty behavior from Amber Heard's legal team. I don't like it. I don't like gamesmanship when it comes to discovery, and I don't like rewarding it either.
That's true.
Yeah. JDJ07 Black says, can you try to say the name of the Welsh town of... No. No, I can't. Love your excellent coverage. This is it's incredible that there are towns that are named this.
You don't want to give what? What is this? Lanfair, Pwllgwyn, Gilgoggery, Trwyn-Drob, Willanti, Salio, Gogogoch?
It's go go go. I know the end of it. It's go go go.
There you go.
Because
How do they add the
I've heard it
CH in
pronounced.
there?
I've heard it pronounced by a weatherman once.
Oh,
really?
Yeah.
That's incredible. I would love to see the proper pronunciation
Man,
of this
can you
actually in
imagine-
practice.
Can you imagine Welsh weathermen with that? I guess you just memorize how they sound.
I guess. I don't know. But that's pretty incredible. That there are places that are like that. Dahlia J. Velen translations, or Dahlia, sorry. Hi, everyone. I'm pronouncing it like Lithuanian. Hi, everyone. Question: can the jury deliver the verdict right after the closing arguments on Friday, or do the jurors have to spend a minimum time deliberating? Thank you for your coverage and
No
commentaries.
minimum. 1 minute.
Straw poll. Everybody, Johnny, 50 million, 50 million. All right.
Great. Just go in, walk around the table, just walk right back out. We're done.
They could toss a ball around, toss a conch, a shell. They could do whatever they want, however they want to go about it. They can play, a game of beer pong if they want.
Well, so they have 4 hours of closing. So that implies to me they're doing that in the morning, and then they're handing it to the jury in the afternoon.
Yep.
They're going to have an afternoon to think about it. Kurt thinks they'll solve this issue during that deliberation time.
They get it for lunch. So they get it. Let's say they come back at 1 o'clock. They have till 5:30. That's 4.5 hours to resolve all their differences. No problem.
4.5 hours. Kurt says no problem.
All right.
6 weeks of this bullshit.
We've been having fun talking about it.
I'm not sure they've been having fun about not talking about it. They're literally
Yeah,
the
no.
only people in the country who can't talk about it.
I know, it's so true. Tabusi says, question: how often is there genuine animosity between two legal teams, or is it friendly outside the court? In this case, what's the guess? I have seen both. I have seen situations where I absolutely detest my opposing counsel because I hate their tactics and I hate their style and I hate having to deal with them because every single time it is a street fight. I have those kinds of opposing counsels as well. At the same time, I have also had other cases where I have had someone who was very friendly on the other side of the ledger. And it actually even caught me off guard because I had an opposing counsel that was like, hey, yeah, so let's exchange cards and this was not in any kind of a romantic way, but just kind of like let's become friends kind of thing, like through this whole process. And I was like, I don't want to be your friend. You're opposing counsel.
Well, not during the process, and certainly not when negotiating deals. Some opposing counsels are actual legitimate assholes. Some are doing the job, and the reason you can become friends is because you know the job at that point, right? You know what it takes. You know the ins and outs. You talk about disclosure schedules or whatever, and you can go from there. I think we have to pause though, Alita, if I'm reading the number right.
Almost, I suppose. Almost.
You're in there.
Or you can do a super chat between now and then, but if we're in the middle one, we have to pause.
I guess we will have to pause. We're 10 away right now. This is incredible. You
10
guys,
subscribers. Do you want to be in that group of 10 that put the leader?
You want to be there when you can say, I knew her when, and I was one of the first 250,000.
Before her red diamond play button?
5 million. I was there. I was there as part of the
red
first
diamond
1%.
play button. You can see you were in the first 250.
is there such a thing as a red diamond?
Oh
play
yeah,
button?
there is.
There's
Alita.
a
We'll
red
talk
diamond play
about it
button, yeah. I think
offline.
it's 50 million, but yes.
I think it's
that's
Or is it 10
insane.
million?
Okay, no,
might
I
be
was like,
100.
There it is.
there we go.
Woo-hoo.
Crazy. Thank you guys.
It's a
Thank you, thank you.
celebration.
This is wild. It's totally insane.
Speech.
The fact that we're at 250,000 subscribers, a quarter of a million. I can't wrap my brain around that, you guys. I honestly can't. It's crazy. It's wild. I like real talk. I was working in a normal firm in 2020. The pandemic happened. I lost my job. I knew I was likely to go overseas with Mr. Bytes for his work. And we were kind of in this place of trying to figure out what are we going to do with my job? Am I going to stay behind while you go overseas? Am I going to try to negotiate something, to work remotely or something like that? And credit to Mr. Bites. This was his idea, that he was like, I've overheard you explaining law to people now that you've been working from home. And I really do think that you have the ability to do this for people out on YouTube. And I think that you could do a good job of it. And at first I thought he was insane, but then I was like, well, maybe. And the fact that there are over 250,000 people that have watched something on this channel and have decided that they are okay with watching more, is they've just decided, yep, I want to come back for more stuff.
I dare say they're better than okay.
It's absolutely beyond me. And I'm incredibly overwhelmed, and I am at times at a loss for words for it too, because I
just wanted to pop in for the celebration.
Thank you.
Yay. Hey, Ron.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you. I guess I should probably put us back on the screen here like this. Yeah,
it's a measure. It's a measure of your professionalism and the fine quality of your content.
Thank you. Thank you. I truly.
When are you going to hit 300? When are you going to hit 300? When do you think you're going to hit 300? It never ends.
It never ends.
You're not Bill Belichick. We have to be able to enjoy at least one milestone before we start trying to get to the next one.
But one of the things that I did tell Mr. Bites, when I kind of wrapped my brain around, like, okay, I'm gonna do this. If I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do it real.
Not like some people.
Yeah, but like I knew I was gonna give it everything. Kurt, thank you so much for this. You didn't have to do that. Thank you so much. This is so kind and so
that's
generous
from all of us.
you.
That's from all of us.
Yes, we all take Kurt's donation. We have pledged to be equal with Kurt.
As I was saying in my super chat, I think when I first met you, I think you had 3K or something around that number. I met you through Nate the Lawyer.
Yeah.
And
Nate the Lawyer is so the man in this spot.
He introduced us. He introduced you to LawTube.
Yeah.
And your first couple videos basically were doing collabs with Nate and I, as we were kind of doing that weekly thing for a while. And I've known you since then, and you've always produced wonderful content, and you're just a very friendly, engaging person on a personal level.
Can I? Yeah, I you're really right. I'm being. I don't watch stuff like this. I don't listen to podcasts. I don't watch explainer videos. So by virtue of participating in this, because if I can see my own face, then I'll do almost anything, right? I've had a chance to really listen to Alita. You're really good. You're really good at this. You have tremendous breadth of knowledge for someone who is 26.
Older than that, but thank you.
I'm very impressed by the quality of the content, the way you manage the group in a very low key way. Plus, unlike Nick, you're not an alcoholic, which I think is, I think it's a nice, or if you are, you're hiding it very, very well, which is
coffeeholic.
So you do deserve this. And, I'm delighted for you. And I hope that you continue to go. I know you're getting married soon. So, that's it pretty much at this point.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And let me read the super chat from us. I'm gonna do the thing where you read the handwritten card from the friend in front of everyone. He says, a great friend, a great collaborator, a great voice, a kind person, a supporter, a confidant, and an inspiration. Been there since under 5K. Always appreciate you. You deserve it. The best is yet to come. Kurt, thank you. This is so kind of you. I really appreciate it. And thank you, Ron, for your kind words too. Thank you, Rick, for always being like the world's best hype man as well. Thank you to everybody in the chat. I'm truly overwhelmed. And the thing that I told Mr. Bites when I decided, okay, I'm gonna go for it, was I told him, I was like, okay, I may be a complete phony. I feel like a phony sometimes, everybody goes through that at some point, right? Where you're like, I'm not sure, I'm putting myself out there. Who am I talking to? Is anybody even listening to me? But I basically told him, I said, the way that I was going to think of it was, I took it as the first 100,000. I was like, there are 100,000 people out there that I'm sure will be my friends at some point. It's just a matter of finding them. And so the fact that I have managed to find 250,000 people to be my friend and to listen to a lot of the conversations that we have on this channel, to talk about the law, talk about some of the other stuff that comes up with it, sometimes ethical and moral conversations, and we're talking about sometimes medicine and psychology and those kinds of things that they interact with this whole topic, with this area of life. Essentially, law touches our lives in an everyday kind of way, whether we realize it or not. And I'm just so grateful that so many people have agreed to come and hang out with us while we try to work our way through the law in all the different ways that it shows up in our everyday world. So yeah.
Well,
bravo.
Ron, you said it great. Kurt, obviously, it's amazing. You said it great. I'm usually hype manning here, and I know I've said it before. But the reason I'm here, people ask this in chat, what is he doing here? He's got his own channel and things like that, is I want there to be more folks like Alita, but also just more Alita. And I want her to be a voice and a power on YouTube. And she honestly didn't need my help to do that. But I'm very glad that I was able to be at least a little bit helpful to that project. And it's so well-deserved. And I feel so strongly about the good you're putting into the world and what you're doing here. And I could not be more happy for you, Alita.
Thank you. And I've said before, Rick was my first collab. Kurt and Nate were my second collab, because both of them were together. So I mean, these are guys that have
and
been
we're
here
leaving
since the very
someone.
beginning, really.
We're leaving out some very important people, though. Johnny Depp.
Absolutely.
And Amber Heard. Without their wretched, super wealthy white trash lifestyles,
well, I wouldn't.
Where would any of us be today? Really, they've made it worthwhile for us to pretend to be engaged in an intellectual and academic and professional exercise while wallowing in the worst supermarket tabloid garbage you could possibly imagine. No, well, actually, that's not true. Unfortunately, there's much worse out there. But we do owe them a tremendous thanks, and this will always be, at least it was better this than another Rittenhouse.
Very, very true. No, I absolutely. I am. It's weird because it's there's a personal celebration here, and there's a lot of tragedy that we're talking about, the things that these two individuals have gone through, regardless of whether you are a fan of Amber Heard or not. I personally am not, but at the same time, I can also recognize that she has also been through some other version of hell. Some of it, a lot of it probably self-inflicted, but a lot of it also not. So I that's the part that leaves me a little bit conflicted here, is like, we're also, seeing all of this massive growth with something that is very serious and very, very, very tragic as well, that people have gone through what they've gone through. But I am very grateful that people have trusted us to help sort of tell the story, and to, or maybe not tell the story, but to translate the story, I guess is a better way to put it. So that people can understand the process of what's going on, and follow along for the ride as well. So yeah, I'm very grateful for this trial, for giving us the opportunity to use our skills for that. So yeah. Anyhow, thank you guys.
Now what? Where do we go from here?
I guess we got some super chats.
Exactly.
Do it.
I think my mom's
I think we're going to 1 million with Emily D. Baker leading the way. We're going to 1 million.
Hey, I what a role model to follow after, right?
You guys are nuts. See you later.
See you, Ron.
All right. See you, Ron. So yeah, crazy day. It got a little rough in the middle there with some back end issues, but holy cow!
Alita, I have to be honest. In terms of troubleshooting, can you turn your speakers up? We'll see if it rolls.
I mean, we were able to at least listen to part of it. But yes, thank you guys. Thank you. Okay, let's get some more question super chats here. Tabusi says, how often is there genuine
Reddit.
animosity? We talked about this one. Mama Justice says, might have been asked, can they rest today and close tomorrow to be nice to the jury, or do they have to close on Friday? They could if they want to, but it looks like they didn't want to.
I think the judge said that you had till Friday, and it wouldn't have been fair to try to like jump the gun for whoever's prepping closing. So it's Friday.
Yeah. Flutterfly says, Namaste from India. Silly question. No such thing on this channel. But how does the court know if the jury is being sincere and not following social media and news that can potentially influence their decision? Love to your entire panel for being amazing legal tutors. Well, we don't, unfortunately. Tea drinking Will. Sorry.
Tea drinking King Will.
Congrats on 250K. Thank you. Watching from Hong Kong. Oh, I love Hong Kong. It's such a great city. I've been there multiple times. I love that city. Question: if you can choose one, argue. Oh, actually, hey, speaking of which, this mug is from Hong Kong. You can see the boats right there. Hey. Anyhow. Question: if you can choose one, argue before Supreme Court or Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard, what else is on the legal career bucket list?
I mean, Supreme Court without even thinking about it twice. I'd rather do the Supreme Court than just about anything.
To argue before the Supreme Court.
That'd be pretty badass.
I think it would be.
I think my dream job for that reason is basically Solicitor General. It's like I just want to argue before a Supreme Court all the time.
Makes sense.
I'm not gonna lie. I think it's kind of this. I like my channel. I feel called to talk about this stuff and have conversations about it, and I'm really enjoying the process.
I have to say, doing this channel, I feel like this is the most like right fit for me that I have ever felt in my life in any kind of a job. I've loved aspects of litigation. I've hated other aspects of litigation, but I love being able to teach and explain and instruct in a lot of ways. And I love the fact that I'm able to do that in such a grassroots way on this channel too. Because, on my mom's side, my mom grew up with refugee parents. Her dad died when she was very young. And so growing up in a very vulnerable kind of household, I understand what it's like when you don't have resources to certain things in life that can help you when you are at risk. And I've always kind of had that at the back of my mind, when I even decided to go to law school in the first place, it was one of those things. And that was one of the things that was most attractive to me to starting a YouTube channel in the first place, is to make law more digestible for everyone. Because like I said before, it really does impact everyone, regardless of how much you know about it. So if I can do that in an entertaining way that folks will actually decide to, eat the dessert that has veggies hidden in them, I would love to do that.
I just have this image of Legalbytes actually being like little vitamin pills that you're shoving into mashed potatoes. And
not vitamin pills, but it's a zucchini pizza. It's some mashed beets and brownies that actually can taste very good.
I'll take your word.
I've tried them. There are some good recipes out there. Not all of them are good, but so yeah. But basically, that's where that is. Zhang Li Wu says, question, and sorry if this has been answered already before, but how many jurors need to be on JD's side for him to win? All of them or the majority? All of them. In order for him to win against Amber Heard's counterclaim, only need one, basically, right? Because she needs all of them in order for her to win on her counterclaims. But if we're talking about his counterclaims, all of them need to side with him. Alexander Jr. says, could the attorneys tell the witness that if he gets sued, JD would pay for it to have the witness testify? Heard you like Brazilian cities. Love from Hagaruna, Brazil. Hagaruna, Brazil. I think that's how you pronounce it. I hope
so. Could he have told the TMZ witness that we'll indemnify you for legal expenses in this testifying?
That I don't know, because that does start to sound a little bit like bribery.
It does sound a little bit like bribery.
And
so I don't know the answer to that.
But I that could skirt the line though, because to say like that this is something that would harm him if he comes. Yeah, I don't know.
You could make the argument. I think it's gonna depend on like ethics precedent and like your particular bar's opinions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joy Daily Gaming.
Because I know on the federal level, it's written only bribery for like a witness is written only to get them to give false testimony. So you can give money, technically under the federal law, you can give them money as long as you're not doing it to procure false testimony. So yeah, you have to go read your laws very carefully in the ethics guidelines on that one.
You have to be very careful.
And it could differ state by state too. Real Midori says, may I ask, what do international lawyers do? Is it a thing I once thought about pursuing when I was an international student at a U.S. college? I did recently hear an aside from several people saying that international is the greatest fiction in the world because it.
I was going to say, I will tell you the first day of taking international law studies in law school, which is a class I took, I believe the professor goes up to the whiteboard and says, international law is a fiction. Like that's the first day. But that doesn't mean that there aren't interactions and things that you can do in that field. It's just that at the end of the day, it's sovereigns that may or may not listen to the things that they say that they'll listen to.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. I know nothing says if JD was so bad as it's been insinuated, wouldn't it be really hard for him to sustain lies about what happened? By the way, first time playing Stormer?
First time paying.
Streamer.
First time paying a streamer.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. I'm very honored. by that. So to sustain lies about what happened. So that means just following
So
your
they're saying
logic.
he's got memory problems. They're saying he's got cognitive difficulties, right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't we expect more contradictions if he's such a mess?
Yes.
I think.
Yes. No, of course. Yeah,
fair point.
it would mean that he would have a much harder time with keeping up with various lies, especially over time. No, that's a fantastic point. Kai says, I love hearing the panel's opinions, even if I don't always agree. How often do your opinions change after having the night to think about testimony? Honestly, I have had several times where I was thinking one thing while we were right here on the live stream. And then when I sat down to do the recap, I was like, yeah, actually, I'm thinking a little bit differently. This was not as bad as I thought. And then also, this was not as good as I thought. There have been multiple times.
Just like anything else in life. Absolutely.
Yep. Vivi Poo says he looks like the Silver Surfer. Oh, that must have been the TMZ guy. Duchailu says, is it just me, or is that expert making Amber Heard's side really take a defensive stance like abnormally? This is probably talking about the metadata expert.
Yes. Yeah, he fought hard against that lawyer.
Yep. M says this pretty much kills the counterclaim. Proves part of it is a hoax. It looks a lot like it.
Makes the counterclaim look hard.
Yep. Bear Luna says, question, do you think Amber Heard tried to hide the juror's identity to try to get their vote? Maybe she's trying to bribe them.
They won't know about it.
That she tried to hide the juror's identity. Well, the juror's identity is supposed to stay hidden anyway. They're supposed to remain as anonymous as possible, reasonably speaking, because of course the courtroom is also open to people.
Virginia releases names afterwards. If their team, Amber Heard's team, put in a motion to seal the names for a year and to seal other aspects of their.
I see. I missed
but
that.
the thing is that the jury doesn't know that exists, and they were not going to be told.
Fair point. Tea Drinking Will says, I feel like panel is connecting everyone around the world with this coverage. Would be fun and interesting to see geographic distribution of the viewership to see how you all are connecting us all around the world. Well, I can tell you that my when I last looked at my metrics, I think like right around half is in the United States. And then the rest is like the UK, Australia, Canada, Germany, and then like it goes down the list like from there. I mean that's like it starts from the biggest percentages and then goes on down from there. But we've had if you pop in first thing that when we start these live streams in the mornings, people all over the world chiming in saying where they're coming from. It's incredible. Venegor 10 says if 1 in 3 current viewers subscribe to Kurt, he'd reach 100K. Get to it, people. Also, Digital Forensic Guy needs more love. He nailed her picks. He actually did. You're right. You're right. You're absolutely right.
I always worry about the balance of such things, but I have really been looking to make this a full-time career, and so at the risk of being slightly selfish, I would really appreciate it if everyone can help subscribe and get me over to 100,000. It was sort of my tentative goal of where I wanted to sort of cut the cord between me and my main job, and I'm giving up a fairly notable amount of money, but I just can't do that job anymore. I've been broken. I've talked about mental health issues. I don't need to go into it. But I would really appreciate your support, and I really appreciate everyone's support of everyone on this channel and of the LawTube community in general. I am ever grateful for this community, and it's pretty awesome. My only hope in the long term is somehow we can get one of those, houses where we'll like all live and like set up, streaming rooms and crap, because that'd be fun. So like we have to pick a location where we can all live at the same time.
Yes. Yes.
LawTube House would just to be clear, LawTube House would get viewers.
It would.
Kurt, I can't improve on that, man. Like and subscribe to him. Awesome.
Agreed.
Stuff.
And I'll just the thing that I will add to that is, we've had a lot of memes of Rick being the goose to my Maverick, right? Because he's been here every single day, pretty much every single minute, except for a few times when he's actually had to go and
had to practice some law there occasionally.
Well, right behind him has been Kurt. Kurt has been here basically every step of the way as well. And that is despite the fact that at the end of day one, he actually said on the live stream, "You're really going to do this for 6 weeks? Well, I'll check in on you from time to time, see how you're doing." And yet he came back every day. And part of it is because I mean, this case is fascinating, but part of it is because he's a really, really good friend as well. And he has been a fantastic friend, a very loyal friend. He's one of those guys that I can have a frank conversation with him and he can take it totally respectfully. And that's one of the things that I really love about him. Along with the fact that he's got such a big brain, and he really cares about getting things right. And that is not to say that he cares about being right, because he is one of the first people that will say that will take ownership when he has something wrong. And that is one of the most important things about a person on their way to the Platonic ideal of a capital T truth, right? That at the end of the day, you want someone that is willing to be wrong so that they can end up getting it right later on down the line.
Kurt, you get to be the wingman that survives. So we'll call you Iceman.
Yes. Yes. We'll call you Iceman. There you go. But yes, I cannot say that, enough. I know that some folks in the chat, we got some ruffled feathers with Kurt's statements, but you know what? He is my friend, and he has a particular sense of humor that I can appreciate. I can't state it enough. You go to his channel, your brain will grow. You will learn so much about the law day in and day out, because that is, I go to his channel and I go to Rick's channel to learn stuff. I'm not kidding you. Like, that's where I go and I'm like, I didn't actually know this thing. Okay. Now I know where I need to brush up on some of my legal knowledge. But yes, absolutely. Anyhow, so yeah, go and subscribe to him. Please do, because YouTube should have more of Kurt's brain all over it. In a good way. Sorry.
I like it.
I didn't mean that to seem gruesome. No. I mean, Kurt's brain leaving its mark with intelligence is what I meant.
No, I think I thought very well said. And yeah, we passed one that I want to talk about. I meant to announce it earlier. It was about the journalist that's supposed to be on headlines tomorrow. So I think most of you probably know this already. I know Alita knows it. But I'll answer that super chat. Yeah. So is Hogue having a journalist from The Guardian on his stream tomorrow? Yeah, it's going to be the journalist that wrote the big "Me Too is Dead If You Don't Listen to Amber Heard" article. And she wanted to be on the channel. I am very sorry to say, I tweeted this out while we were streaming today, and I put it on my community tab. I'm very sorry to say that she backed out for scheduling conflict.
Mm-hmm.
And I know some of the people have been on there, not harassing exactly, but suggesting it was for some other reason. We have no reason to believe that. I had a perfectly genteel conversation with her. Those kinds of things happen. effectively got a better offer in that time slot. It's totally fine. And we'll see if we can reschedule. But I'm very sorry to say she will not be on tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that too.
I was looking forward to it. So
yeah, me too. Me too. That was going to be a really good conversation. Connie Van Loo, thank you so much for your generous super chat. Says, you three other musketeers, friends forever. Agreed. Absolutely agreed.
Friends forever. That's Saved by the Bell.
There you go.
I'm bringing in the classic.
Weren't you the one that was resistant to LawTube karaoke when Rob was talking about it before?
Yeah,
And
well,
you've
I got to play a little hard to get
singing.
with Rob. He's always trying to get me to sing. Rob's not here. So
I sing on my
man.
channel.
Yeah. Yes. The number one place for LawTube karaoke.
I mean, on my
Kurt's
channel, I did threaten to start a rap career. I had a whole video about it because I was up at 4 a.m. after having not slept for 2 nights straight, and it's one of those 4 a.m. thoughts. And I was like, there's this whole genre of rap called nerdcore, which is about nerdy subject of rap. I'm like, I could be MC Uncivil because hey, that's a great rap name, right? Uncivil is a rap name.
You say nerd rap? Is this like Hamilton? I mean, is that
it's somewhat something along those lines, maybe. Yeah.
Right.
So, but I mean, it's Harry Potter and Star Wars and it's anime. It's all kinds of crap. I was like, so I could be MC Uncivil, and I was like, I could have a rap career, and I already have album ideas because I can just have albums named after a justice or something. So it can be like decisions from that justice. So it can be O.W. Holmes album.
Yeah.
R.B. Ginsburg album. So I already got album ideas. I was like, it's great.
Wicked.
Yeah, exactly. Very, very good. Yes. So
Wicked be Filbert.
Yeah,
we got commerce in the house.
That's right.
Don't trust lawyers to try to be cool, guys.
I think everybody that's still with us right now knows we are very much not cool.
He's whack, yo.
Yep.
Yeah. So there's a latent threat for me to start a rap career. So get me over 100,000 so we can get that rap career started.
Love it.
Oh yes, let's do it, guys. And I'm seeing he's at 87.1K. So we're moving it. We're moving the needle. Let's get him there. Rachel Hernandez says, oh, I'm sorry. I think I just got rid of another one that had a question. CM says, was it a motion from Amber Heard's team to withhold the jury info for 1 year or forever? Or was it something granted already? Seems sus. Oh, yeah. So that's the one that we were just talking about. Yeah, that's right. Right now it says, why did Amber Heard ask to have the jury sealed for a year? How does that help our case? Yep. We just responded to that basically. And in the meantime, I'll pull up another one. Rachel Hernandez says text messages on JD Cross show as incoming text messages, but Mr. Rotten made it sound like he wrote them when he didn't. Molly text. Yeah, we talked about that a little bit earlier.
I've been looking at various bits of the documentation behind the scenes. I will note that we don't, for whatever reason, it got admitted in evidence as not the same way that the other texts did. We don't get to see the far left columns, which appear to identify exactly where the device is coming from. So the folks that are saying these things might be right. There's other weird things in the evidence as presented today, including 2 different times noted for the text messages. So you might be right, but we really have to kind of suss out exactly what that thing says, because it's not, even though you think it is, it's not the same as the other documentation. I will get off my high horse.
Thank you, Katie Napoleon. Hey, a fellow Lithuanian. I know it's funny because when you mention that you're Lithuanian on a live stream, you get people coming out of the woodwork, because it's one of those, I like to call it tiny country syndrome. That when that's part of your ethnicity is a tiny country, you tend to find people that are that are from there all over the place. In fact, there was one time Mr. Bites and I were in Paris, actually two times during that trip. I overheard people speaking Lithuanian and got really excited and offered to take a photo of them on top of the Eiffel Tower for them and everything. Anyhow, we find each other is the main point. It's a mafia. It's really what it is.
You have to be pure Lithuanian to be part of the mafia?
No, not at all. Okay. Andrea Swift says, hi, Emily from the UK. Question: how will they have enough time for their rebuttal? Will they get given extra time?
They don't have enough time for their rebuttal.
Yeah, that is the answer.
How much time do they have left? An hour? What was it? An hour 8, or was it? What was an hour something? Wasn't it?
Did she say today?
Yeah, she did say at the end of the day. She said exactly what the number was. She said exactly what the number was. I thought maybe it was an hour 8 or something ridiculous like that. It's like, well, good times.
There's no rebuttal there. So essentially what's going to happen is most likely Judge Oscarati will allow them to do a very minimal cross-examination if they run out of time on the other witnesses who Johnny is putting on for rebuttal.
People
if there
are saying
are,
hour 16,
1 hour
hour
15.
Yeah,
1
I
hour.
knew it was something around there. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, what do you do with 75 minutes? Well,
Yeah, and then how much time does Johnny have? Folks in the chat? Let us
7
know.
hours plus.
Yeah.
Oh wow. So different.
He's not going to spend it all.
709. Okay. 709 I'm seeing. So yeah. So basically what's going to happen is if and when they run out of time during the rebuttal, which is tomorrow's the last day of testimony anyway. So we'll see how that goes. Essentially Judge Oscarati would probably allow them 5 to 10 minutes on a cross-examination just to give them the ability to use their right to
Wait a
cross-examine.
minute. Is this chat right from KL Elf that just came in? Can you do this one that says Hogue, baby Rottenborn?
Oh, that just came in?
Yeah, it's 6:44 p.m. HOEG, baby Rottenborn.
Let me see here.
If you can't, forget it. I didn't.
No. It's fine. Is it a super chat or a regular chat?
No, it's normal.
Normal chat.
Yeah.
Where is, okay, I'm just trying to find, what does it say?
Well, I can just read it. It's okay.
Okay.
It says, Hogue, baby Rottenborn went to the University of Michigan Law School. He's been practicing about 17 years. Any guesses at how long I've been practicing, having graduated from the University of Michigan Law School?
Are you classmates?
I think we're classmates.
Oh, no.
I think we graduated. If that is right, we graduated from the University of Michigan Law School in the same year.
So he's not so much of a baby.
Well, I'm baby fit.
17 years.
So baby Rottenborn is more my age.
It's because Hogue is a prodigy, man.
Yeah,
it's true.
I can be baby Hogue if you want. It's Rottenborn's in the first chair, and so
you can be baby Hogue. You can appear on my rap album.
All right, cool. Put me down as baby Hogue.
DJ Uncivil and baby Hogue.
I think I want a rap career. I'm gonna have to go by Cash Money. We'll talk it through, Kurt.
Yeah. Kai says, question, is it bad that they have so much time and only one witness left? Even with counterclaim rebuttal, AH only has 1 hour. How many people can they even call?
One.
I mean, they could
call
have
depositions. They could get like 3 in there.
Yeah, I would say up to 3. I mean, think of Kate Moss. That was very short, right? They could do something like that. That would be particularly short. Letitia M says, hello, everyone. Do not change anything. You are la creme de la creme, and we love you, especially Hogue. Do you think AH team can call JD again during their rebuttal? Well,
no,
they didn't need to because Johnny did. Yeah, but after that, I don't see them calling him again, even if they did have time for it. I wouldn't see them doing it because they literally just had an opportunity to cross-examine him and to ask whatever questions they needed of him.
I guess I wonder, they could bring him up for the Waldman stuff. They could wait and plan another Waldman strike.
He just testified to the Waldman stuff, so that falls within the scope of cross. If they had an opportunity to cross on that, I don't see them being able to bring it up.
All right.
That T in Tennessee says, I agree with you about him owning drugs and alcohol. Isn't it the same with her? She drinks and does them as well. And does it make them both more likely to abuse and not just Jay? Yeah.
I mean, probably.
What's good for the goose is good for the gander, so to speak.
Oh, good. Other text people are saying that he graduated 2 years before me. So that would not make us classmates. It would make it a little ironic me calling him baby Rottenborn, but what are you going to do?
But if he graduated 2 years before you still would have been law school at the same time.
Yeah, he would have been a 3L. I would have been 1L.
No matter how you slice it, it is terribly ironic for me to be calling him baby Rottenborn.
Yes, we know how young you are.
I'm not. That's not the point. It's just it's not so much about our relative age against him. It's his relative age against Rottenborn, I think.
That is where the baby comes from. It's not about us. It's not about us. We're not so vain.
Yes. Yes.
I'm a little vain.
We don't think that this song is about us.
No.
Kathy Stapp our Kathy out 40 says, "Am I the only one who thinks Amber Heard's smirks are an attempt at intimidation? The only way she has to control the situation. Amber Heard needs to feel in control."
Let's
Maybe.
do benefit of the doubt. And it's not intimidation. She's just trying to control her face. And it takes a lot of concentration in litigation setting. It's hard. If we want to give benefit of the doubt, I don't believe this, by the way.
You're just making arguments that you don't believe, which is typical of lawyers.
Well, look, if you can't engage in a little sophistry, why did you go to law school?
I think we should award her Johnny Depp's Island, and she should go there and stay there alone forever.
There you go. And M says, "What happens tomorrow if Amber Heard's team runs out, but JD's has time left? They can bring more witnesses." Yeah, they could. They could rebuttal witnesses. Sure. Luna says, "How will they fill the day tomorrow if Amber Heard's time to bring rebuttal witnesses and they run out of the time?" Then Amber doesn't get to bring rebuttal witnesses. That's it.
I think it was how they will fill the day tomorrow. So if it's one witness from Johnny and then she has an hour and 15 in rebuttal, it has a real likelihood of being a short day tomorrow, like a real likelihood.
I can't say I would have a problem with that. Mindy T says, "What do witnesses on WebEx see, the judge or the lawyer?" I would say probably both.
Yeah,
probably both.
You kind of get the little video, and then you get the video of the lawyer in their corner, which means that's what they're seeing. I don't know if they see the judge.
Yeah, that's a fair point. At the very least, the lawyer.
You see that podium shot.
Mm-hmm. Ava Ravitch says, "Both JD and AH have been smirking and laughing at inappropriate times, but it's only been brought up as a negative for AH. It kind of seems like a double standard."
It was freaking me out.
I've called out JD. I've called out JD smirks. You can go check the tape.
Fair. Oslef says, question, "Will sidebar conversations ever be disclosed or are they locked away forever? Missed most of today because of a long day at work. Much love from the UK."
They should be in the trial. They should be in the trial transcripts whenever they're released.
Yeah. So you could end up releasing those as well. Erica Ribeiro Sampaio says, "What comes next? And is time still an issue for Amber Heard?" Time is very much an issue. It's very much an issue. And what comes next? Tomorrow, ostensibly a witness or two. I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly what they might say. I've heard rumors about this Moscow flight attendant. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of a fun mystery if you think about it. They have one witness left. You presume they're going to give them the old American Idol final song slot to really belt them home. So the family's all excited after the big show. What is it? Who is it? Who could possibly be in that last slot?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Lauren Fairbanks says, "Why has Amber Heard's legal team not tried to humanize her more? It seems like they can't find a witness to say that they like her." I think that your second statement actually answers your first question.
It's rare that they include the answer in the super chat. Yeah.
Lexi Autumn Stab says, "Do closing arguments count within the remaining time? I.e., if Amber Heard's side has an hour left, but also wants rebuttal witnesses, will it be crammed?" So closing arguments are separate. I think they both have about 2 hours.
Disappointingly, they do seem to be separate. Makes me sad, but that's where we are.
I think that is fair. However, I do think that is actually fair, because regardless of how the testimony goes, they need to have a closing argument. Both sides need to have a closing argument. So
you could have had a closing argument. You had 61 hours.
I'm seeing this chat about a Moscow mule, and I'm just remembering. I love Elaineisms because she inquired of Dr. Curry if there was an actual mule there.
I'm not sure. Yeah, it just wasn't exactly what she meant to say.
I want to see someone at the courthouse bringing a mule outside to go
with the Soviet flags on it with a Soviet album playing. That'd be good. Yeah, put a mule.
Go next to the inflatable
USSR album playing. That'd be good. Yeah.
Yep.
The circus on Friday, I suspect, will be substantial.
Nocturnal Soundscape says, "Did you notice Camille reach over and calm JD when baby Rottenborn, not baby Rottenborn, but the baby Rottenborn, I know exactly who you're talking about, was harassing the forensics guy. JD was so annoyed with that clown. I did not notice that."
Yeah, we didn't see that. I have no doubt that's how that interaction would go.
Cameron Weeks says, "Could Amber as rebuttal tomorrow be bad for her?"
And put Amber up?
Because everything else has been. Why not?
That would be terrible. Give her another chance to give a different version of events.
I don't know. Could you think any worse of Amber? Maybe.
I think there's always somewhere lower. Yeah. I mean, we're not quite in Saddam Hussein territory, so there's definitely room to go.
Ask her about the photos that were just shown in that demonstrative today. See how that goes. See the response that you got from that. I don't know. You know, there are things that you could ask her to make her squirm. Stasi Holhauser says, do you think JD's team looks at social media to get information that people see like on here? Something they might not have caught? Yes, 100% they do.
Looks like, yeah, that's how they got Morgan Knight, right? Or Mark Knight, or the guy with the trailers.
Morgan. Yes, Morgan Knight. Yes.
He's a fun
100%.
guy.
100% they do, because that's what anyone would do in this kind of a case, right? If you're thinking about all of the resources that are at your disposal. Tanner Wambui says, just a thought, what if Johnny is a real victim and feels the need to defend himself in his testimony? Love your channel.
I think we're there.
Yeah, I'm convinced. John Travers says, is it game over for JD? Was this a good day for JD or AH? I wouldn't say that it's game over. I think that we've had some really good momentum before today, before he got on the stand.
Yeah.
And even after him, that metadata expert was fantastic. And maybe, there's also something that we could point out too, is that the primacy and recency effect. Maybe that's why they wanted to have him back on the stand, maybe to talk about Whitney, to have somebody to discredit Whitney, but knowing that there was a big risk in him and the way that he could come across, that maybe they wanted to kind of put him in the middle, buttress him in between a bunch of experts that are taking down the other experts. Maybe we'll see someone like Isaac Baruch come back tomorrow. I don't know.
Cool.
That would be, what a closer, right? Start with him and end with him. That'd be amazing. Much love to Kurt. Thanks for sharing a little bit. Everyone should subscribe to Uncivil Law. I 100% agree. Let's get him to 100K. Please, please, please. Bronwyn Warwood says, what is the difference between submitting something as a demonstrative and submitting it as evidence? Thanks for sharing your varying opinions with us. Well, a demonstrative is, it's basically just used to illustrate the evidence in the case. Whereas bringing something into evidence is bringing it into evidence, so that means that the jury can take it with them into the jury deliberation room. They can't do it with just any old demonstrative. However, you can create a demonstrative in front of the jury and then oftentimes move it into evidence as well, so that they can then take it.
Another distinction is that demonstratives are often created and manufactured by the attorneys, as opposed to evidence, which obviously isn't. It's stuff that pre-exists the case, and you're submitting it. So the demonstrative is used by the juries, created to help explain the evidence in a way that would be helpful. So, like example, had a timeline been submitted, that would have been really great. I mean, there's obviously no timeline that exists somewhere in the broad wide world. That doesn't really make sense. Right. But, if they brought in a timeline, be like, okay, jury, we're going to put it on a scale for you to see everything. That's a demonstrative. So there you go.
Yes. And so a situation where a demonstrative could potentially come in as evidence would be if that was created in front of the jury through the witness. So, as an example, when Isaac Baruch was making dots on the penthouse blueprints, potentially something like that, if there's enough there, potentially you could move that in as evidence. At least an argument could be made for that. Ophelia the Fair says, any bets on how long the jury deliberates? Well, we've said between a day and a week. My money's on Tuesday.
Only from on Friday.
Yeah. Naima Sawyer Dimsky says, question, especially for Nate and Nat. I'm so sorry that neither of them are here. How much do you think Elaine mispronouncing Camille's name alone is sticking in the jury's mind? I'd be simmering. Vasquez. Well, the only thing about that is that she has been also mispronouncing literally everyone's name, to include Amica Cream, also known as Arnica Cream.
To include the Umbrella Man.
Yeah.
Yes.
He was the Umbrella Guy suddenly. Or no, the other way around. Sorry.
He is the Umbrella Guy, but she's been calling him the Umbrella Man. Yes, she mispronounces pretty much everything. And it makes me mad. it makes me mad because especially, and I will say, okay, so then kind of countering my counter argument, when you have opposing counsel, you should know their damn name. It's just a matter of respect to because undoubtedly she's been interacting with the attorneys on the other side of the ledger. You've been sharing emails, you've been having phone calls. Like this is like she's not some new person in your life. Pronounce the damn name right. It's just a matter of respect. That's for me, and that's coming from being someone who doesn't have a very typical name in the United States, and having had a bit of patience for that, because I have to, and it's also understandable. Not a lot of people have come across a name like mine, but a name like Vasquez is a very common name in the United States. So I feel like I'm much less forgiving on mispronouncing a name like that.
When she can't pronounce it, it sounds like she can't remember the name of the help.
Yeah.
It does have a very sort of elitist vibe to it.
That's another, yes, exactly. Yeah, yes. It's weird, but the way that her tone is when she says it. Yeah. Sarah C. Studio says made the Moss stairs sound like it was a tall staircase. JD said it was 3 wooden steps, like from a stoop, just another exaggeration. Yep. Could be. Alex Lapole says, question, I don't know if this is asked and answered, but why would Amber Heard's team steal the jury information for a year? Are they worried about someone bribing the jury? By the way, love all of your commentary. You are all rock stars.
We can go public in the bribing time frame. This is for the year after the court case.
It's not about bribing. Honestly, I almost wonder, it almost feels like they're trying to say they don't want any of these jurors going out and talking about the case afterwards.
They don't want people finding him. Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Right. So what Rob said, was it Rob? I don't know. The days are blending. The Virginia rule, or maybe it was you, Kurt, that they publish juror names after most cases. That would allow the media to go find them, offer them deals, whatever. In this case, now the juror would actually have to go and do the work. Now that work consists of, hello, friendly agent person. Yes, I would like you to get me in touch with people that would be interested in hearing my story.
Yeah.
Once they get out, assuming they have no idea what happened, they will see the level of cultural interest in what they just did.
I think they might have some clues to that.
Yeah.
I think so too.
Just going into
Just
the
going to
courtroom.
lunch. Jaspreet Boular says, you guys were concerned when JD was going to explain why he brought the case stateside. Could you please explain why?
I was concerned that he was going to start talking about how he lost the Sun case.
Yeah.
Is what I was concerned about at the moment. Because that's the one thing it's clear that they haven't technically gotten in. Although I think a reasonable juror has noted how this all was put in front of them.
Yeah. And the part where I had a total panic attack was the first couple of questions they asked Johnny Depp on redirect about the statements from Waldman. Because, all this time, because Waldman can't answer those questions because of attorney-client privilege, right? That's why when you have that deposition and he's like, I can't answer so many questions because it's protected by attorney-client privilege. You know who can waive the attorney-client privilege? The client. So
who can waive it accidentally?
I was panicked that somehow he was going to say, well, I never told Mr. Waldman, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, because suddenly now this becomes a rich territory for us to ask all the things you did talk to him about. I was having a total damn panic attack. Fortunately, that didn't happen. So, that was good news.
It is true that the more he says about what he said or didn't say to Adam Waldman, or that Adam Waldman said or didn't say to him, the more you indicate that, the more you kind of like start to maybe not like take off the armor, but the armor starts to kind of shake a little bit. And that gets very nerve-wracking for any lawyer to be like, oh no, you can't put it back on with super glue.
The tendency when you beat that privilege is for some adjudicative body to say you can't use it as both a shield and sword.
Yeah.
So then it busts open.
Yeah, there's a real possibility of the entire privilege going poof. And so I had a existential crisis.
A little bit, yeah. And honestly, if they were to get in the verdict for the UK trial, I think that the biggest problem with that for Johnny Depp's team is that honestly, it could go either way. If they have the ability to explain, which he actually was able to actually get in, like that was a completely different case. It was different laws, different facts. I mean, it almost sounded like that's the explanations that we've been giving on this channel. I'm like, Johnny, were you listening to the way that we've been rattling that off? But he was kind of explaining some of the differences between that case and this case. And yes, it was very nerve-wracking. But he ended up kind of getting that out there. Even with that, if you get the verdict in, it's such a mixed bag. It's such a huge risk as to how the jury's going to take that, because they could take that and say he was wronged, or they could take that and say, oh, we should follow that ruling because someone else has already decided this. Maybe that judge knows better than we do. Ugh. So many different ways that can go. And honestly, even from Amber Heard's perspective, like it's not even necessarily a good thing for them to know about it because of the fact that they could take it one way or another. So even if I'm Amber Heard's lawyer, I don't even necessarily want to focus on the UK trial unless it's a res judicata kind of issue or claim preclusion.
Yeah.
So yeah. Helen M says, do you think JD's anger is because he's not been able to tell his truth for so long and it has just come out after that line of questioning and cross? I think he's been angry about the fact that he has been dragged through the mud for so many years and in such a vicious and horrible way. And it's and he talked about it, how I do believe him when he says, I had to look at my family and I had to have them look at me with all of these claims. It was one of those things that he said before, like I had given advice and counsel to people before on all kinds of things. And now they had to look at me and question my judgment and my character because of these allegations. All of those are all things that can really, really upset a person over the long term, especially. So yeah. And I do also think that as exhausted as we are on this end of this trial, it is 10 times more exhausting to be somebody that is actually active in that case, whether you are one of the attorneys or whether you're the client or even some of the witnesses, if they've been involved quite a bit. It's a very exhausting process to go through, but I think most of all for the client, because it's not just physically exhausting, it's mentally, emotionally draining. You're spending all this money. You don't know what's going to happen. There's all this anxiety. There are many reasons for him to be exhausted and angry right now.
This process has been going on a long time, man. And a lot of money and a lot of frustration, man.
Yeah.
It says something about his character. He stayed on this long.
Yes. Anastasia R says, can you go over the scope of what Amber Heard's team will be able to bring up during the rebuttal of the counterclaim tomorrow? How limited will it be? Well, they've only got an hour. I don't know if they're going to get to it.
Hour 16 minutes. Good luck.
Yeah. Yep. Rebecca Wingo says, question, can JD call AH as a rebuttal witness? I think we answered that. Building Your Case says, question, what did you think of JD talking at the end of direct, talking about listening to AH on the stand? I was not a JD fan before trial. This made me cry.
I thought it was a good ending.
Yeah, no, I do agree. I think that his redirect was actually pretty good. He was able to clean up some stuff by having some room to explain and contextualize, and that's exactly what you want to be able to do on a good redirect. Yeah. So yeah, no, I thought it was good. He was able to bring out the emotion, and he always does well when it comes to bringing out the emotion. Debbie Dolan says, question, could the fact that she didn't know to use the right kind of files for photos be used to show they weren't doctored in closing? No, she could have had a best friend that helped her.
She also could be lying. So.
Could she be lying? I don't know.
You don't need me to tell you that.
I don't know, man. She's been so credible up to this point. I don't know why you'd say that.
And if she says programs, but it's really just the cropping feature, and you just don't know.
Mary Lou Howarth says, do you think the lawyers are already working on their appeals? By the way, love watching all of you and thank you for all you do. Thank you. And thank you for watching.
Someone's writing something in the background, probably.
Probably.
But the appeal doc itself is very short. Hey, we're appealing. And then they work on the explanation.
True. Rebecca Still says, very important question. What would your death row meal be? What would
turkey dinner? Like Thanksgiving turkey dinner?
Yeah. Yeah, like the full everything. Just everything. That's not a bad idea. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I would
I'm
do.
happy to be the only answer here.
Yeah. I don't want to copy you, but
I can do other meals. Like a Memorial Day barbecue, hamburgers, hot dogs, potato salad, macaroni salad, corn on the cob. Could do that.
I'm half tempted to just decline it completely because I think it's part of making them feel better. It's like, well,
Kurt
we're
wants
gonna
to leave them with spite.
Spite is spite. Yeah. Nothing.
How dare you?
Nothing sounding promising.
Oh, I love it.
You can have a last dinner of my bile. How about that?
No. Liam Smith says, question, do you think the jury might be offended by the way the defense team tried to pull the wool over their eyes with their shady experts? I would be. If they read it that way.
Certain aspects of it. I just have trouble guessing which. I suspect they're on Johnny's side, but I don't know that for sure.
Yeah. Well, and they could be looking at them as already skeptical of somebody being a hired gun, in which case they don't feel like they're trying to pull the wool over their eyes, because then they're like, I understand what you're trying to do here and you're trying to make your best argument and I respect that. However, I disagree.
Exactly.
There's also that possibility. So
yeah. Their experts were worse than Johnny's, though. No question.
True. Zach Frisch says, did you guys see Hogue legally gave his channel to the German government the other day? Ha, love the covers, guys. Did you really do that?
So one of the super chats came in. So I actually have a lot of German super chatters over on Hangouts and Headlines. I think it's a good time for them. And I love it. One of them had me read some German, and it was translated for me as, Hogue gifts this stream. I think it was not the channel. Maybe it was the channel to the German government. And I got a sad story for you all. Contracts, including commitments to sell, require a meeting of the minds. And I had no idea what I was saying. Sorry.
That is also very true. Very true. Sorry to the German government, but it's not going to work.
Yeah. Well, we can collaborate, get in touch. My DMs.
Make your best offer. Make your best offer, Deutschland. Janet Dick says, what's the possibility of Amber Heard's team running out of time and not being able to redirect on their rebuttal?
Really good.
High possibility. Like very high possibility.
Yeah. Hey, I'm impressed by the Heard team getting to the last day with hours left. All right.
I am too. I thought they were going to run out very quickly today. Ariel says, can Judge A point out, or legal team, again, that AH refused to hand her phone over for text message reviews?
Could be an instruction. Yeah. We don't really know how that settled in instruction land.
The jury instructions will be fun.
I don't think that the Judge Escarati is going to go that far. I think that's going to be a little bit too prejudicial for that particular issue. But I think that ultimately what she's going to instruct them is to say, yes, this is what happened. The photos were not able to be in Johnny Depp's hands. She'll probably put it as neutrally as possible. The photos were not able to be in Johnny Depp's hands soon enough in order for the forensic analysis to happen. And this is the issues that they ran into when they did try to do the forensic analysis on the materials that they had. And so therefore, you can draw all reasonable inferences as a result.
Yeah, all I really want to see in the jury instructions is a no inferences on attorney-client privilege instruction, but we'll see.
Yes. Coffee Chris says, who's playing Elaine Vasquez, etc. on the Hulu OG?
We can't cast the whole case, but maybe we can pick one person.
Yeah.
Who
would play Elaine?
A CGI resurrection of Walter Matthau to play Ben Chu.
I mean, Jack Nicholson to play Richard Marx, 100%, because he's him. He is him.
There you go.
That would be absolutely perfect.
Kurt, you have any nominees for this?
Amber Heard. I mean, she needs a career, so why not?
Amber Heard in the role of Amber Heard.
Hopefully she
Presumably
can play
Amber
that
Heard.
role
The
well
role
enough.
that she was most decidedly born to play.
Oh man. Oh man. Sam Brown says, question, is Amber Heard relaxed because she will appeal?
Not a high percentage process. It's not what relaxes you usually.
No, yeah. Shay Ashcraft says, my coworkers and I listen to you guys every day. Love the unbiased and explanatory commentary. Regarding the text with Stephen, who is Molly? Was he referring to Molly the drug? Are those texts relevant? Those are questions that are left to be ambiguous at this point.
Did he write them? Why are there 2 times in the texts? Is it Molly a person or a drug? We haven't been introduced to know Molly. Weird sequence of events.
Which one sent them? Which one received them in that interaction between himself and Stephen Duders? We do not know.
When you redact that much and it's like a 5-person participants on the chat, I can't even read the thing.
I do love the real-time redactions. I particularly love it when it's already on the screen and you can see them trying to redact out information.
Getting rid of the cell phone numbers live. It's like, oh, I hope nobody.
Well, that's okay. We got a
call
blue
those.
pen. We're marking it out.
Great. Big Chunga says, what are the 3 best pieces of evidence for each case? Ooh.
Johnny said I like the cops.
The cop
Cops
body
are pretty
camera
good.
footage.
Cops are pretty good.
Body camera footage specifically, because that corroborates the cops who corroborate the story against everybody else in Amber Heard's camp.
I'm going to go with Dr. Curry.
Yeah, it's got to be
just
Curry,
in general. And then I think the best evidence for Johnny Depp is Amber Heard's testimony.
Maybe the butler is the next best.
Yeah, butler's good.
That's pretty good.
He was okay for me. He didn't really move the needle. Alejandro is better than Ben King.
Who's Alejandro again?
Alejandro is video deposition from a car that begins moving at the end. Who's vaping?
The reason why is because he was very relatable and he was very a very sympathetic witness, but also very trustworthy in the way that he came across. And in ways that he says, look, I look at her eyes. I don't see any injuries. I don't see anything. Like, this is part of my job. This is what I do as part of my job.
Okay.
So yeah. I found him to be a very credible a witness. Ian Kelly says, how is this allowed to be presented as a fact for this case? The love, anger, and rent quote is from 17 years ago. Does not equal Amber Heard's case.
Goes to bias. Right. If you have a grudge from 17 years ago, it might affect your testimony today.
Possibly. Dancing Beagle says, most effective witness of the day. Why? Most effective witness of the day would be.
I actually really like TMZ.
TMZ was good.
Dr. Curry's the right answer, but I want to go off the
Curry.
beaten path. TMZ.
Dr. Curry was pretty ferocious. She's a really good expert. She needs to teach the course, and Dr. Hugh needs to go to her course on like how to be likable and how to deal with tough cross-exam questions and just destroy everything before you.
You can totally see the generational split, though, even in the practice of like medicine, psychology, and psychiatry, because Hughes is on the board. She's the old guard, and like they keep impugning how like young and how she only been doing this for 10 years. Dr. Curry is.
10 years feels like a long time to me.
10 years feels totally sufficient. I'm just saying, like, you can see the split.
I just thought of something. You know who I would like to see play as Elaine Bredehoft? Kate McKinnon.
No. Okay.
Isn't she significantly younger than Elaine? Am I not thinking of the right person?
Yeah, but you could put makeup on her.
Okay.
You could put Amica cream.
It does everything.
Does everything.
It
Makes
does.
you look
it
older,
does.
makes you look
give
younger.
Her the haircut and everything.
It's the
But
Bruce kit. It's the Bruce Heiden kit. It's all the things.
Yeah.
I like this super chat.
For Cormier, I cannot believe I have to explain this to a bunch of lawyers. Death row meal, never-ending super salad and breadsticks from Olive Garden.
Britt brings in the old I wish for unlimited wishes, Jeannie.
There you go. And then you just get to eat forever and ever.
Forever. Amen. And you got past the state. The state goes, darn it, they keep picking that one.
Let's say if they never ending pasta bowl, because that's pretty bad.
Yeah.
What if any way to get 15 minutes of fame? Amen to that.
Yeah, you can be a witness. You can take on a popular client or an infamous client. You can do all sorts of things.
Why does Kurt call Hogue Rich and others say Rick? Elainism?
Because as I've always talked to folks in LawTube and elsewise, I basically respond to all variations of Richard. So it's whatever you feel like calling me. I think mostly I go by Rick, but the entire internet calls me Hogue at this point. So really
Hogue
anything
is probably
works.
the right answer.
Ingrid B says, unfortunately, I believe the texts were incoming for Stephen Deuters, him being Johnny in Stephen's phone. So these texts were received by Deuters.
It was Deuters' phone doing the extraction. And that's how he presented it. I don't know.
Soul Charmer says, does the Virginia court have something like the prim instruction to the jury when in a deadlock?
I'm sure they do.
Is that like get on with it?
Yeah, it's like your last resort charge. I'm trying to think of what else is called. But yeah, I'm sure they do.
Okay.
Jafar says, can't a lawyer get in trouble for submitting evidence to the court that is false?
If they know it's false.
Yeah. Yes, they can.
Although the Virginia ethics rules are fairly charitable about this to lawyers. Under the Virginia ethics rules, you have to have actual knowledge of falsity, which is pretty hard because you have to have basically been there or something. It can't just be contradictory. You have to have actual knowledge. So it's pretty hard. So you can get away with a lot under the Virginia ethics rules.
Fair point. Brian Stengel says, question, how do these witnesses not lose their minds when they try to answer a question and get stopped constantly by the person asking the question? I don't know, man.
Yeah, like on Cross. Yeah.
I think so. I think it's a good point. Ian Kelly says, correction, 27 years ago. Quote is from 1995, even longer.
My goodness.
Wow. Elena,
1997 was 5 years ago.
It feels that way, Kurt. I hear you.
It does.
2022 minus 5 is 1997.
The lawyer math checks out.
It does. Lawyer math does check out. Elena Chu says, why do I feel like the what if any virus has spread to all the other attorneys, JD's team included? The thing is, what if any on its own is not bad. It has just been overused to such an extent that you hear it everywhere, even in the limited use by other attorneys. So we did hear it from other attorneys today. I think Camille said it once, maybe one of the other male attorneys today said it. I definitely heard it a couple times. And now it's become this alarm for me too. That's every time it comes up, it's it's jarring. Most jarring when it's Elaine saying it because it's been her tone that has been, I don't know, just the way that she said it this whole time.
It's the lady from Office Space. Yeah. Intertech, please hold. Intertech, please hold. Intertech, please hold.
Yeah, I think I told you the story. I used it in a completely improper way. I had to recorrect or redraft my email. It's what that if any doesn't make any sense there. I'm just used to thinking it now.
Yeah, she has poisoned my mind. There's got to be a cause of damages in here somewhere.
Intentional infliction of emotional distress upon the entire world.
Ooh, those liabilities could get high.
World versus.
Justin Schwake.
Okay.
Justin Schwake says, important question. Who decides where the jury's lunch comes from? Do they have a limit to how much they can order? Does it come from some crappy courthouse cafeteria? I don't know the answer to these questions.
Depends on the court, depends on the day.
I have a suspicion that they probably are able to go to the cafeteria and also have their lunch brought with them as well. So I think that there are multiple possibilities here for what they can do for lunch. There's also Uber Eats in the area.
Sign as you go outside, Johnny Depp juror seeking caviar, and see how that works out.
Oh no, no
we'll
one
for
falls
Johnny
that trap.
For food.
Yeah, no.
We'll render justice for food.
McD says, don't you think JD did well to avoid the Waldman countersuit issue?
Yes.
JD set the bar high, so I guess everyone is going to look for fault, makes him human.
He did well to avoid Waldman.
And to be fair, we also are going to be looking for what is the ideal situation here? And so, we are going to nitpick. This is one of the things that lawyers notoriously do. This is why sometimes marrying a lawyer is not the most fun thing to do. But it's because we have a tendency to look for vulnerabilities when there's an idea that's put out there, or when there's a situation that's put out there, and it's not to be nitpicky, but actually to try to find the best possible alternative. So that's why a lot of times when we look very critical at a lot of the things that are going on here, it's just because we want to see the ideal. We want to see it. We have that image in our brains and we really want to see it.
We can get pretty annoying. I did a headline today on my channel that was pretty positive. It was about how this trial could potentially lead to more men's victims coming out and talking about their survivorship, getting redress, do these kinds of things. And I go through it like I always do, and I'm nitpicking some of the. I'm saying, these statistics. This is a little bit false. They're playing with these things, this thing. I got a bunch of comments. It's like, why are you doing that to this article? It's on the side that you like. It's like I do it to everything. That's the only way you can get fair.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
There's a somewhat disturbing question, but it's like, yeah, shouldn't you do it? Yeah.
Almost Brave says, if Johnny Depp's team can show that the Molly texts were received, can that be stated in closing to reinforce that JD denied them? If Johnny Depp's team can show that the Molly texts were received, can that be stated in closing to reinforce that JD denied that? I mean, they would be showing that during his redirect. They would have done that during his redirect if they were going to show that. I suppose that they can point to those indications in the closing argument, but if that's not something that the jury has been walked through by a witness, I don't exactly trust them doing that in the closing argument, and for that to be compelling or convincing to a jury. Eric Dory says, congrats on 250K. Since Hogue is a gamer, how about a follow-up video to your WADA vid with Carl Jobst? I would love to do another video with Carl Jobst. That was awesome. I did a really great collaboration with him last November. And it was really
Am I invited
fun.
to that one? That super chat was odd. Since I'm a gamer, Alita should go back on with Carl Jobst.
Yeah. I see the logic. It's circuitous, but it's there. I could pull on the thread. Luz Ramos Torres says, question/comment. What will happen if her sister calls the JD team and wants to tell the truth? Love the stenographer's reactions.
I guess you could recall her. Well, no, it's technically not true. You'd have to. Well, I don't know what you'd do at this point, to be honest. It's not going to happen.
She would have to be brought up essentially to say everything that I said on the stand.
Everything I said is full of bullshit. I mean, on the plus side, even though she's been hearing the case, which is the concern, the concern is fundamentally that she would have been exposed by the case, but she's making statements so against interests. I think you can blow past everything and still get her on the stand to do that.
I'm trying to figure out what the internet reaction would be to the Depp team's final witness they call Whitney. That would get weird.
It would get very weird very quickly. Janie Kennedy says, highlight of the day. P.S. would love to see the horse Kurt is sitting on. Hashtag karaoke with Court. Highlight of the day.
You had a cowboy hat on, Kurt.
Yeah, I thought maybe it was a high horse I rode in kind of thing.
No, not a high horse. Cowboy hat.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. A favorite highlight of the day. What was the highlight of the day?
Ended.
Well, there was some good early stuff.
TMZ, I got a cool motion fight with a brand new lawyer. I got
Darky comment that made Emily Baker have fun.
Yeah, I got a zinger or two.
That I will say that quip by the TMZ guy was pretty funny, and to hear Elaine try to come back from that was a little bit humorous, because
watching Johnny Depp's side of the bench react was fun.
She's in this like hellfire damnation higher than mighty kind of mode, and then to have it just flipped right back on her is just like
You're
it was
a selfish beast that wants fame and attention, aren't you? Also, you look like a Harry Potter character.
Exactly, and you sound like one too. Freddie Michael Voorhees says, question, I don't know if you answered my question yesterday as I had to go, but Hogue, why no hat merch? I like hats. Kurt has a great hat too, and congrats, Alita. Thank you.
Honestly, I have been burning the candle at both ends, and merch is on the list, but like literally every minute that I'm not asleep, I am doing things right now.
Yep. Music Rewind Podcast says, congrats again. In the subscribers question for Richard, yesterday he was 50-50 for Amber winning. Has today's witnesses changed his mind?
I didn't say I was 50-50 for Amber winning. In fact, I said that Johnny Depp was still more likely to win. I said it's possible that a 50-50 juror could go for Amber Heard at this point in time. I still think it's more likely that Johnny can win. I think Johnny had a bad cross, which could be a worry. But you do have a lot of good presentment of Dr. Curry's testimony and the TMZ guy and the data guy. It was a good day for Johnny Depp. I'd have him at, I don't know, 65, 70.
Yeah.
And the other 30% really isn't like win for Amber. It's more like hung jury.
Or just mutual loss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Andres Balodis says, can Amber Heard face jail time for giving false evidence since they were modified, proven by the exit data challenges? Senior software dev here. I don't think so. Probably not. Eric Jensen says, Amber Heard defense on close. The case comes down to, did Johnny abuse Amber? Johnny abused drugs throughout the relationship. Drug abuse is a form of IPV. Therefore, Johnny abused Amber. If I was a juror, I might agree. Thoughts? Drug abuse is not a form of IPV, though. There has been no testimony to suggest that. Dr. Spiegler tried to kind of sort of get there, but he was summarily taken down by basically everyone that followed.
All the experts, everybody that ever watched him, probably former patients. He tried to say just essentially drinking makes you an IPV abuser. Eating candy in court makes you an IPV abuser. He had a long litany of things that could have done that, but he's wrong.
Yeah. Helen Jackson, I'm sending you treat money because I think you have done a fantastic job explaining everything. I am having my last chemo today, so we'll also be having a treat. Congratulations! Oh my God, what a huge battle for you. And
that is a treat.
Yes. All the best power to you, power and strength and health. And I hope you never have to deal with that ever again. And I wish you many, many, many years of health and happiness and love. Thank you, Helen. Thank you. Eric Jensen.
I oppose cancer.
Oh, got that one. Yes.
Kurt going out on a limb.
Abhinav Nandwani says, hi from India. Chances of JD winning as of now, I still think they're pretty good.
Yeah.
Got 65, 70.
Dodman says, can we get the muffin a YouTube channel? That would be the ultimate troll.
We should just create a muffin channel, never any content. Just hold it out there. And this is just call it it's muffin time. It's got the muffin. And see what happens.
Should we try that? Just to see what happens? That would be the greatest meme move ever.
If you weren't happy with one silver play button, you can get a second silver play button for the muffin channel with no content. That's where we're at.
YouTube is going to demand a content upload to get that silver play button, but maybe we could figure something out.
We may have to upload a short video.
It's just a long video of like muffins baking.
Or maybe we can get a GoPro at the counter of a muffin shop and just at the muffins, and they come in and take out the muffins as go. It's just they owe muffins. That can be the video.
Actually, the very first video could be the exchange between Elaine and Amber Heard, or Elaine and Dr. Curry about the muffins, and then everything else can be like muffin baking videos.
Muffin baking, baskets of muffins, just slow panning shots with some like Google royalty free music.
We'll turn it into like a muffin baking music channel, like that, like background music, like streaming for 12 hours or something.
Sleepy time muffin tunes. Yeah. Muffin music for whatever muffin mood you're in.
ASMR muffin baking sounds. I don't know. I'm just throwing out somebody ideas.
Well, you could do it. No,
I love it when we get to hour 11. I truly do.
If you have muffin video ideas, please tweet at us.
We got DMs.
Oh man, I think it's a fantastic idea. Stevens says, why don't I hear commentary on the hairstyle and outfit choices of the men, aka JD, in this trial? Truly curious why. I love you guys. We have been. Honestly, it's because he has been very consistent. And I talked about, actually, plug to my aesthetics and fashion choices in the courtroom video. I don't know if it's linked in this description, but it's on the channel. I uploaded it over the break, right before the break ended, actually, talking all about courtroom fashion, what to do, what not to do, men and women. I talked about Johnny Depp as well. And the big thing is that for him in the beginning, I didn't like the long hair was very much in his face. It was much more of a rocker style, but like for coming into the courtroom, I didn't quite like it. Ever since he put his hair back in the ponytail, everything was perfect. His suits have always been great. They don't look like he doesn't look like he's wearing his wealth. However, he looks like he is dressing with the respect that he thinks is owed to the courtroom and to the judicial process, which I think is perfect. So he's not dressing like he's dressing with the level of like the level of fanciness, I guess you could say, that you would expect of someone with that wealth, but he's not flaunting it, which is important. Now, on the other hand, he has been consistent. So there hasn't really been anything to talk about except for his ties. That's the only thing that's really changed. And those haven't been particularly noticeable, right? So there's just been less to talk about. It's kind of like red carpet fashion at the Oscars.
exactly.
You spend 2 minutes looking at the tuxes of the guys, and the rest of the time is talking about all these different ball gowns by Oscar de la Renta and whoever else. You know what I mean? Like so that also is kind of how fashion kind of ends up being talked about anyway. But also he's just given us less material to talk about because he's been consistent. Don Hinton says, I'm homebound recovering from cancer surgery and radiation treatments myself. So I really appreciate being able to spend my days with all of you. Don, thank you so much for choosing to spend your days with us. And I hope that we have been able to be at least some form of a comfort or a help to you while you are recovering. And I wish you all the best recovery, the best health, wealth, and love and everything. And I hope that you're able to make a full recovery and then some, and to have, many, many wonderful, happy, healthy years ahead of you. Right, we got this one. Franny T says they don't want to rest today because what if any other witnesses like the airport lady come forward? Congrats on 250K. What you said is touching. Thank you so much. I've heard reports about the airport lady. I haven't heard any kind of confirmation about her coming in. We'll see. Maybe that's one thing. Maybe that's a reason why they decided not to end things just yet, is because they're waiting out on something like that, I guess. Could be. No AHFR says if it turns out, or Noah FR, sorry. If it turns out that the messages were indeed not sent by Depp, do Depp's lawyers have a chance to address that? The way that they would find out that the messages are not sent by Depp is through another witness. So they would have the ability to address that through another witness. But if there is no other witness, then neither of these things happen that we're describing. Allison Becca says, they did not cross JD on Waldman. Thoughts? I think that they may have looked at that as a sandpit that they would have fallen into.
They tried to get him on the meeting with the Daily Mail, and they asked what was discussed, and they asked how they discussed it. And they tried to trap him and they gave up. Hey, Joe.
True. Hey, how's it going?
Thank God. How are you? Can't complain.
Doing all right. We're just going through some remaining super chats. I've got about an hour to go through around 50. So I think
you get, rumor has it you get a congratulations.
Yes, she does.
Thank you.
Yeah. So when's the big day?
You called it. You were the one who called it. 250K by the end of this trial. I did not believe you. I thought you were crazy when you said that. I actually did. I was like, Joe is he's just making numbers up.
I still think he's crazy, but for other reasons.
Yeah. We don't have to get him off the hook that easily.
That's true. But as it turns out, you were correct.
I see more. I see more there. I think you can hit 300 before the sentence. But
I still think that's insane, but I appreciate it. And I'm so thrilled with all of the people that have decided to come and hang out with us. So
yeah. Well, congratulations. You deserve every single bit of it, and 10 times as big as that. So
thank you.
Yeah, I only wish that your channel should just explode it all the further. So God bless you.
Likewise. How did your live stream go today?
It was peaceful. What do you want
What
me
an
to say?
interesting adjective.
I don't know.
What do you want me to say?
What were your thoughts? What were your thoughts from the trial today?
Oh, I thought you were asking me like how many streamers I had there.
No,
I was like it was nice and
that's inside
quiet.
baseball.
It was like nice and quiet. There was like 1,000 of us there. We're hanging out all day. It was good. It was nice. Is everyone here all doom and gloom because of the Johnny Depp cross?
Not really. Initially, maybe kind of, sort of, but actually, I was much less doom and gloom than I think everybody else was in the moment. And the more that I've really thought about it, the more I'm like, okay, that's like one sore spot today, but everything else has been really good. They have still effectively dismantled Amber Heard's entire case, in my opinion.
Dismantled is putting it mildly. Putting it very, very mildly, because I mean, she blew herself up on the stand today. They blew up her photos. They blew up. I mean, they blew up everything about her narrative. And at the end of the day, if it's a he said, she said, so his credibility took a mild hit today. Basically, that's it. It was nothing about SA or DV or anything like that. He basically was caught lying, and that hurts his credibility a little bit. But his credibility is still like 50 times as high as hers. So,
at the risk of asking an obvious question, what did you think the lie that he got caught out on was?
So he kept trying to say that he didn't say this or he didn't say that. And I will tell you this: I know that those text messages, he was denying this and that. He seemed to be squirming. He seemed to be uncomfortable. It seemed as if he was masking. That's how he came across in the moment. Now I will say this much. A lot of people are talking about how it was the inbound versus outgoing. I'm sure you heard about this by now.
Oh, yes. Our chat has been adamant.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, and Umbrella Guy covered it and really exposed that it was like a group chat. And if they can, I'm really hopeful that if they can actually get someone on the stand who can establish that was outgoing, those messages that Ron Bourne tried attributing to him were not actually his, then this entire cross just gets washed away. And if anything, Rottenborn starts carrying the stain of someone who's trying to mislead the jury and deceive them into thinking that fiction is actually reality. And that could and it turns a negative cross into not negative at all. And it turns this entire day into a fantastic day where the highlight is obviously, yeah, you're trying to get your 15 minutes of fame also, Elaine, which was the line, yesterday, the line of the day sounds schizophrenic to me, which I couldn't stop laughing about. But yeah, TMZ guy today was just a phenomenal witness. And if we can, and if he manages to get some sort of evidence put in tomorrow to expose that deception by Rottenborn, I think that any negative from today gets completely evaporated, and we'll look back at this as being a phenomenal day for him. So,
all right.
There you go.
I don't know that I still would look back on it as a phenomenal day, but I think that it probably is going to end up being a net positive for Johnny.
That's fair.
Sanka, thank you so much for your generous super chat. Says, would you mind looking at screenshot of text denied by JD messages at EDB Twitter to discuss authenticity based on of indicators available like read status, read timestamp, owner, direction?
This is the outgoing thing. This is the direction.
Yeah,
it's the same thing. It's exactly what I was just describing right now. So yeah, and I think we're going to find he did not write those texts about Molly and that he can have any woman he wants. We're going to find that he never wrote that he was sincere in that. And it'll only help.
He did sound sincere in that. And I did say earlier that, of all of the responses that we have seen from Johnny so far, we have never heard him say, I didn't send that. That's not my text message. We've never heard him say, like, make that kind of a denial before.
Yep.
And he did come across as sincere. And so my point was there is a possibility that the jury comes away and sees that as, he's essentially allowed to cash in one token for that. As far as I'm concerned, like I can allow him one. If he were to do it multiple times, that's when you start looking like you're fibbing and making up excuses. But the fact that we have heard some admissions from him in a lot of respects and other stuff that otherwise would be very damaging gives me a little bit more flexibility in accepting that one.
A mulligan.
Yeah.
So to
Yes.
speak.
Yes, a mulligan.
Oh, okay. That's fine. And that's reasonable. And look, and we also have to realize that this is a jury which is looking for reasons to believe him based on the body reading language of anyone who sat in the room there, including myself. So I mean that the majority of them at least are that way. I wouldn't say for all of them, but at least 4 or 5 of them that are definitely firmly behind Johnny. So hopefully the 2 that go to alternates are not from those 4 or 5, but we won't. I don't know if we'll even know. I mean, I guess you'll have to be in the courtroom to know, because we're identifying them as A through I or 1 through 9. I mean, they're going to be identified as juror number 37 and juror number 62 or whatever. So, but I'm sure someone will be able to let us know which of them got in and who's out. That's gonna be on Friday, right? They're gonna pick the jury, I assume, on Friday.
Friday.
It'll be cool.
Yep. Caitlin Thompson says, do AH rebuttal witnesses have to be in reference to her counterclaim only, or can it be about anything discussed so far? Anything discussed so far that they have not already had an opportunity to address in her case in chief. So it has to be basically something coming out of Johnny's rebuttal.
Yep. And it has to be about 60 minutes.
Yeah.
Oto and Sky. If the text that is being questioned turns out to have been incoming, how would JD's team present this to the court?
It's a good question. I was actually thinking about that when I was trying to figure out how they can get that in tomorrow. They have plenty of time to spare. They got 7 hours. So you would think that they would. I mean, maybe you can get someone in who was in the text group, because it seems like there's a bunch of people in that group. So maybe get someone in who was in that group to come in and testify. You can't call him back to the stand. So, I mean, that's the only thing that I can think of.
Martin Peterson, what's the word of the day?
Your 15 minutes of fame.
Oh, it's a phrase of the day. Sure, I'll take that.
It's close enough to a word.
Close enough. Yeah.
Ooga boogie moogie. What do you want?
We didn't hear Manson today. The boogeyman.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. We did not hear Manson.
Interesting. Sierra Mitchell, thank you so much for this generous super chat. It says, question, could the last witness be the boogeyman? That would be awesome. Speaking of the boogeyman.
Maybe it's the Muffin Man. Dr. Curry's husband's going to come in there and say, my wife is never wrong.
Makes a peanut of muffins.
Yeah. Carrie Harrop says, can JD's team come back after Amber Heard's rebuttals? No.
No, this is,
we have to end the case at some point.
Yes. Insanity says, not sure if anyone follows sports. Oh, we do. But there will seemingly be a tortious interference claim jury trial involving NFL v. John Gruden.
Not one chance in hell. If that gets past any kind of dismissal, that is getting settled. But yes, I mean, we can see.
A few of us have talked about this case before. Yeah. Cecilia Ruiz says, I heard earlier that if they prove one abuse, JD loses, but I see it the other way around. If there's only one lie in Amber Heard's op-ed, JD wins. One is enough to prove defamation, right? Besos desde Argentina. Besos. No, I agree. I completely agree. Jennifer Marks says, could it be a strategy that JD's team ends days early?
They'll end early.
Would it make the jury favor JD, as it would appear they aren't wasting court and jury time? I mean, they could be grateful. It doesn't necessarily change the way that they feel about the facts in this case at this point, though. I don't think that's enough.
Not much of a break. It'll be an early Thursday, and everything's still set for Friday.
Maybe they get jury instructions at the end of the day tomorrow. Do closing argument on Friday.
Yeah.
No, they're not going to get them tomorrow. I don't think they're going to get them tomorrow because the judge has put the jury instruction conference tomorrow after their case in principle closes.
Fair point. Andrew Gillis says, who goes first on close? Johnny Depp. True Russell says, do you expect something in the jury instructions making them aware that despite a court order, Amber Heard didn't produce her devices or originals photos for validation by JD's expert? I don't expect that level of detail in jury instructions. I expect it to be phrased in a much more neutral way. Jeff Talbot says, can the JD lawyers point to the jury to check out Jennifer Howell's email and written correspondence to Whitney in the closing arguments? Sure, if it's in evidence.
Which we don't think it is.
Yeah. The Islander says, don't you think JD's smirk looks typical for him, as other people, as a nervous and incredulous reaction? I do. It depends on how consistent it is for him, right? I think that he has consistently shown to be smiling and laughing in uncomfortable positions, including when he was on the stand, most notably when he was on the stand, where it looks like he was smiling through discomfort. Although someone who has a much more critical eye could also look at him and say, look at him, he's not taking this seriously. So sometimes it's a bit of a Rorschach test, to be honest. Loco 2K says, is it just mere a coincidence, but Amber Heard's legal team and experts she picks seem to have similar personality to her, rude, and everyone else is wrong but them?
It is not just you.
I feel a certain kind of way. Zane says, thanks to everyone for creating this community. Question, who are the panel's favorite Golden Girls? Betty White forever. Betty White. I love Betty White.
No, come on. That Gillette, what's her face? The mother? What's her name? The one who played the mother in the Golden Girls? Sophia?
Sure.
Yeah, Arthur's mother. Who played her?
Yeah, it's Sophia, and then it's Dorothy.
Right. So
Betty White is Rose.
Sophia was the funny.
We're exposing me now a little bit here.
Yeah, you're getting yourself. Yeah, there's Rose, Sophia, Blanche, and Dorothy.
Blanche. Yeah.
There you go.
There you go. Conrad Talco says, question, when can we expect Law Tube, the musical?
When
the musical!
Right now.
Kurt's going to write us a rap version.
I love it. I love the idea of doing a musical.
I'm the hip-hop hippopotamus. My lyrics are bottomless.
Yes. Yes, I could go for it.
What was
Janice Salisbury.
That's Flight of the Conchords, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Hip hippopotamus, yes. Janice Salisbury says, will Amber
so
demand of her attorneys to be put on the stand tomorrow? She seems to always want last word. Everyone else is wrong. If I'm her lawyers, I'm not putting her on the stand again.
Would chain her to the desk first.
Yes. Super gluing her to the chair. Anna Sake says, love that clothes Natalie and Nate and Queen Bites. Hogue, question. Thank you. Question. Could it be director / artist Depp when talking about lightning? Sorry. Saw him do this often and not deception. Great critique of Cross. Who do you think is winning? So
I think Depp is winning. The question is when he starts going, well, this creates a shadow and these various other kind of deflection moves. I said, all this looks bad. And then I think at the same time, I either private chatted or asked Mark. I said, did he do any direction? Because that can give you that kind of locution. If he did, I guess it's slightly better. But on the stand in that circumstance, saying, oh, it's a shadow on my eye. Oh, they faked the photograph. Oh, those texts aren't mine. And I appreciate everybody saying that they might not be. We'll see. I still don't. I don't know about that document. All of that looked bad in the moment and looked increasingly deceptive as that cross went on.
Yeah. Okay. Sarah Zeladon says, question, love you guys. Why is the judge keeping out so much on the Amber photo analysis? Appointment of the ruling seems like it benefits Amber. It seems like her team is fighting way harder than Johnny's team did to keep things out.
Johnny's team has fought really hard to keep things out. Think about the fact that we haven't seen a Deuter's text at all.
Yeah.
Fair point.
But the reason is because the metadata analysis doesn't include what changed, just that it did change and can't be authenticated.
Michael Jones says, on behalf of my wife, Karen, and I, please thank Mr. Legalbytes for his service. Absolutely.
Well deserved.
Yeah. Star Wars
Legalbytes knows how to pick a winner.
Absolutely. Yes, he is wonderful and fantastic and gets credit for the idea to start this channel in the first place. So there you go.
Give him a commission.
The commission is we are building an empire together. How about that?
Excellent. Very good answer.
Building an empire. Good.
Very nice.
All right.
Well, Breaking Bad in there. Very good.
Small ambitions.
I want a new Legalbytes intro instead of the YouTube stuff that's like putting on like a gas mask and gloves and it's like, welcome to Legalbytes. Yeah, it'll be good. Breaking Bad intro, Elite. I want to see it.
Let's do it.
This is what you get 11 hours and 20 minutes.
Oh, you sure do. You missed our entire concepting out of the Muffin channel.
Yes.
So.
Yes. We're gonna start a channel for the Muffin and then finally get some kind of content when it reaches 15 or 20,000 subscribers.
The Muffin hits 100K before me. I quit. I'm going to pump gas or something.
Kurt, you
I don't
know, just by the nature of the internet, that you putting that out there in the world, that if we started the Muffin Channel, the internet would do it just to troll you.
Yes.
We can't have these thoughts out there. Like and subscribe to Kurt.
Yes.
Honestly,
the law.
I'm kind of surprised that we don't see him in our LawTube Twitter chat yet, but he's coming soon, I think.
The Muffin?
the Muffin Man?
Yeah.
Star Wars fan says, congrats. I think we need to thank Judge A for allowing it to be televised for us to find your channel to learn and enjoy. Question, what case will you do next? I completely agree. I should send Judge Oscarati a bunch of muffins or something as a thank you for all of her great service in this case. Maybe I'll send her some Legalbytes merch. I don't know if she would ever accept it, but I could send it to the courthouse. Why not? But no, absolutely. I think that she has done a phenomenal job with keeping things running, and the fact that we have not had much to really talk about her in this case is a really good thing as far as her role is concerned, because it means that
her face evaluating the TMZ motion was maybe one of my favorite camera cuts of the entire trial.
That may have been one of the highlights of the day, was when she said, "I appreciate your arguments."
She had such a shit-eating grin on her face when she was leading up to this, because, like, you know, she had made that decision. It's like
she was reading it off. She was reading it off.
You're the smartest person I've ever met, and you came too stupid to see. She made her mind 10 minutes ago.
Oh man. So and what case will you do next? Well, I'm definitely looking at the Marilyn Manson case. I've talked about that one quite a bit. I've talked about the Trevor Bauer defamation case too. Dodger baseball pitcher. And there's going to be other stuff as it comes up. I'm going to react to it. More pop culture kind of stuff. But yeah, stay tuned, because there's going to be a lot of really good stuff coming up. Mary B, thank you so much for this generous super chat. Says, please watch Frank Valkyria from today. 14 minutes and 10 seconds in, shows TMC employees send a message to AH, features Ian in audience. Well worth it. Thank you. We'll have to check that out. Frank Valkyria. I'm gonna take a note of that. Frank Valkyria. And then it's 10 seconds in. Okay, cool. Thank you for that. Nice tip. Carolee Castle says, anyone else hear that audio of Spiegel perjuring himself on TikTok? Heard this on that Umbrella Guy and Popcorn Planet.
Yeah, it's.
Oh, you mean about the lie thing?
It's
No,
the lie
it's
thing.
not lie. It's not lie.
Oh, that one. Yes, that's not it.
It's not lie.
It's
Technically, by the way, saying I'm going to lie is not perjury. I mean, I want to
That's
get
also
really
true.
technical here. That would just be the truth.
But yes, I think that people were mishearing what it was that he was whispering to her. Probably had something to do with relying on certain types of testimony. Lade Da says, question, how
I think,
how
by the
do
way,
you-
it could totally be a Laurel Yanni thing also.
Yes. Yes. Lottie Da says, how do you claim free speech for Amber and follow up with closing the countersuit against Waldman exercising his right to free speech?
One, I'm shameless. All right. So I'm Amber Heard's closing attorney. I have no problem doing this, because what's more important than the right of freedom of speech for a battered woman dealing with an abusive spouse that's in her home against some know-nothing ambulance-chasing lawyer that's out there causing more trouble for my beleaguered client?
Love it.
Wrap it in the American flag.
Love it.
I like it too. OMG Muffin story time and or reenactments of JD and AH.
Muffin story time. I like where this is
We
headed.
could give the muffins a whole backstory.
We
Maybe
could
it
have
be like the Care
muffins.
Bears. They have different kinds of muffins. We have to choose 6 kinds of muffins, and they can each
Yeah,
have
we could have-
adventures in Muffin Land.
We don't have to reenact JD and AH. We could reenact the trial itself. We could read from a transcript. We could
Yeah.
have muffins in each of the seats.
Yeah.
We get a little model muffin courtroom.
Yes.
Alita.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
It's all coming together.
Alita, can I give the link to Frank James from court?
We gotta talk backstage.
Okay.
Um
Because there was just a super chat 10 seconds ago saying he was looking for it.
Okay.
That's-
He does have the link up. We'll talk backstage.
My
Cecilia,
apologies.
that's okay. Cecilia Reed says, what could happen with AH attorneys? They submit the same pick twice, and I think they even use them for different events. Congrats on the 250K. Thank you.
Not different events. They said they were taking pictures of the same event, but they did claim they were two pictures, two different pictures.
All right. James Miller says, question, if this ends in a mistrial, does JD go through it again, or is winning in the court of public opinion enough for him? Also, how long did JD sign his next how long till he signs his next big movie deal? Well, I don't have a crystal ball, so I don't have the answer to your last question. But the first one, if this ends in a mistrial, does he go through it again? Actually, I don't have a crystal ball for that either. I don't know.
I legit think he signs a deal within the year for a big budget movie.
I think there's going to be a lot of interest for him because there's a lot of grassroots interest. You can see it all over social media. I would love to see what his Q score is right now.
Bare minimum, the studio cares about cheeks in seats, and he is very popular right now.
Let's just refilm Pirates 1. That worked out so well the first time. Just do it again.
Yeah.
Reboot Pirates 1. I hate you so much, Kurt.
It's totally happening.
Debbie Dolan says, last question. I was trying to play devil's advocate regarding photos on how her layers might close. I'm a photographer and graphic design and know how to use raw images, but most people don't. Oh, all right.
Interesting.
Cool. Interesting. I guess I guess they came in one reversed. Debbie Dolan says, question, example, she just took pictures like a normal person, therefore innocent of trying to doctor images. Just a thought for her closing explanation. All right. Bai says, will any of you be going to see Aquanet too? Oh, how funny was that when he referred to it as Aquanet?
See, I'm gonna be you set me up to be a wet blanket now, Alita, because I thought that was as deliberate as possible. I did not think the comic timing was excellent there, and I'm like, come on, Johnny.
It was a little bit of a murr, but to those who were already there, they would find it funny.
I'm gonna get yelled at now for that. I just thought it was deliberate.
Of course. I think it was deliberate too. So if he's trying to win people over, I don't think that was the best move. However, at this point, is he trying to win anyone over? I think people have made up their mind as to who he is and what he's all about.
Yeah, I think he's on to the G's right now because he has no more F's to give. So
that's a good one. That's a good way to put it. And M says, impression request for Alita. Gloria as the jury in Modern Family. Oh, I can't do that. I feel like there will be many people that would have a big problem with me trying to be Gloria. I love her accent. I can't even. That's one that I don't think that I could try to do.
I think you could just read the sentence with your eyes and hear it. She's a very distinctive voice.
Yeah.
So we'll just
when they play with their hair like he is, that's when I know that they're guilty. I don't know. Yeah, I honestly couldn't do that one. But I do love Gloria and Modern Family. I think she's a fabulous character. Elbon says Kate McKinnon as Elaine would be hilarious, right? As soon as I thought of that, I was like, oh, that's perfect. But who's going to play the intrepid young reporter with great hair, James from Court?
Don't know.
Who would play James? I think
James Franco.
No,
he's like 40.
No. You need someone way younger and not involved in this case at all.
It's way funnier.
I feel like we could find someone who's like around Zendaya's age to play him. That's how I would find
Zendaya
that.
is James from Court. Get weird with it.
Well, was that last lawyer for Team Amber? Was he like the side character who's always like, "You're not old enough to get into this movie"? The entire time he was going, I was like, he sounded like he just passed the bar. And in a way, he was so technically accurate in everything he was saying that I was like, he's spot on. The kid is good at what he's doing. Like I was impressed with his work. But yeah, he looks so young. I was like,
I would say also, okay, I do see in the chat, I can totally see this. Timothée Chalamet. I could see him as James. I could see it.
The Space Emperor? I don't
also Lori from Little Women. Have you not seen Little Women? I mean, I don't blame you if you
I have
haven't.
not seen the new one. No, I have seen the Claire Danes one.
It's actually really good. It's a very good adaptation, in my opinion.
I've seen Claire Danes and like I want to say Winona Ryder.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. But then the new one is very good. Not sure if my question went through. Can JD's team come back after age rebuttal? Otherwise, they save time for nothing.
It
They
did come
cannot.
through.
They save time to be conservative and feel good about what they could do if they wanted to.
Yes. Frank Massey says, as an expert, EXIF guy was painful to watch, trying to answer and nobody getting it. Why nobody has a minimum knowledge of technology? As he explained it, the photos shouldn't even be allowed in trial at all. So the thing about that is, and I was saying this ever since I saw that motion for sanctions come in, when they said, okay, but we want one of the possible remedies here to be that the photos can come in, but we can comment on them up and down. What I said was that would be great if they could let the photos in, comment up and down. However, you need to make sure that the jury is going to understand it, because otherwise you can get an expert that comes in, explains it in a way that he or she or they understands perfectly, and the jury just goes, huh? It is very easy to do that because experts are experts, but they aren't always good educators when it comes to a layperson.
This is a nice time for me to segue into my daily I hate Dennison rant. Because when he was doing Curry, I mean, she's talking for like 45 minutes about this technical stuff before she finally got to like the key nuggets. I'm telling you, I was like, I don't know how these jurors are supposed to stay awake as she's explaining the distinction between this test and that test. If I spaced out for 10 seconds to write a tweet, I come back, it took me like 5 minutes to figure out what the hell they were talking about. And I was like, there's no way the jury's keeping up with this, and we still don't know what her synopsis is. And that's not on Dr. Curry at all. That is the ordering of the questions. That is how you set your expert to succeed, where you say, let's start with the conclusions and work back how we got there. So this way the jury will still be awake when they're hearing the key punch, and then you get to close with it in the end also. But he didn't do that, and I'm like, this is a waste. She's a phenomenal witness, like really great at what she does. She's great at explaining how she comes to it. It's 100% on him because Dennison, I'm sorry, you suck. There,
I disagree.
Okay.
I think that Dennison is good on direct. I think that he has a different style on cross that we have seen with expert witnesses that has been effective at mucking people up. I don't know that I personally like it. I much prefer a cross examination that is laser sharp focused and get what you need, get out. So I don't like his cross examining style. However, today with Dr. Curry, just like previously with Dr. Curry, I thought he did a great job directing her. Today, what I caught was at the very beginning, she listed the 3 problems that she has with Dr. Hughes' testimony. Boom, 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 and then she went into detail. So as far as I was concerned, like even if I got kind of lost every once in a while with getting into the technicalities, I knew that I could go back into my notes and reference the 1, 2, 3 that she started off with and kind of find my way from there.
Okay. Well, you shouldn't have to be referencing and in order to get it.
Look, if I had a t-shirt right now that was made up that said Team Dennison, I would do a full on tear off this sweater just to wear it in front of you, Joe. Yeah, we're Team Dennison and virtually Gotti. What a masterful attorney he is.
God, you have to be kidding. I'm being trolled. I'm totally being trolled right now.
I don't know how much I can describe how I enjoy his setup.
Oh my
God. The manner in which he leads his experts to what he wants them to say, how he eviscerates the opposing expert witnesses and leaves nothing but rubble.
Okay, you know what? I'll tell you right now. She came off basically like a major league player. Great, far superior to you, me, or anyone you're going to meet on a daily basis. But she had potential to be Mike Trout, and she was not an all-star or anything today. She was great. She was solid. She was a great baseball player, far better than most people you'll ever meet. But that's on the coach. And I'm sorry, you can sit here ripping off your shirt and pretending that you're Superman or whatever it is that you think is going to help convince the audience here.
Oh no, I don't need to convince you because I'm already well aware of the fact.
Don't tell me that there wasn't 30 minutes in the middle of her testimony where you were like going, that should not be happening with Dr. Curry. Sorry, that should never be happening with her. She's phenomenal. And she didn't look, and everyone was falling asleep for 30 minutes. Everyone.
I fundamentally disagree with you, Joe. It's all right.
Okay, all right.
I love Dennison.
All right. We can take a poll. Take a poll. You'll see. I'm telling you. Go.
Give me a second. Let's get some more super chats here because we got less than 30 minutes here to get.
Yeah,
through the
we
rest of
killed
these.
that time. We got to go lightning round pretty soon.
Yeah, we're gonna have to go lightning round soon. Nam Win says, Joe, Dr. Curry can sit up there and read the Bible, and I would still be paying attention. I think I represent some portion of the jury, age and ethnicity. There you go.
That's because she's a freaking superstar. I said she's a superstar. I said he managed to basically make her look as weak
you
as
said that
possible.
they wouldn't be paying attention and they'd be doing some kind of mouth
Paying
movement in the middle.
paying attention to her smile and her hair is not paying attention to what she's saying.
Oh my! Did you
And
just
that's-
accuse this super chatter of being confused?
Yes. No,
By
I accuse
her-
the super
by her
chatter saying
demeanor?
that
You said she would be paying attention.
She
here.
specifically said reading the Bible, meaning she doesn't have to be saying anything. I'll still be listening to her because look, she's
she'd
a
be
very
paying
attractive
attention.
woman.
That's not listening. It's paying attention.
Okay.
Molly T says, question, how bad of a blunder was Baby Rottenborn's first question to Photo Guy? Let in that she seemed to destroy evidence by throwing away the phone. What do you guys think? I actually missed the first question, so I'm actually asking what you guys think.
I don't recall this, but I could have missed it as well. I do know that he screwed up by essentially opening the door to hear more about the process that the data guy used when that appeared to have been rejected by the court.
Maria Simbru says, Court TV Twitter said that Depp finishes his rebuttal. If true,
He didn't finish this now.
What is his team going to do tomorrow with their 7 hours? Yeah, I think that they maybe meant that they finished for the day with his rebuttal.
They have one witness they're bringing tomorrow.
Nay XLG says, why do litigants have to agree on jury instructions if the elements of what must be proved are already established by law?
I think that is an excellent question.
That is a phenomenal.
I personally don't think jury instructions should be a part of the adversarial process, but here we are.
It relies on a premise that's somewhat mistaken. It's not that they have to agree. It's that the judge ultimately will be the one that issues the jury instructions, and the judge is ultimately the one that is the finder of law for these issues. So the question is, what should the jury instructions be? Because what are the issues? And so, of course, the court wants to outsource literally anything it can, because why not? So if I can get the parties to agree on those instructions, great. It saves me the effort. I don't have to do it. I can do something else with my crushing docket of so many cases. And
that's a resource problem.
It is a resource problem. It is.
I would argue it's fundamentally a job of the court to put together the jury instructions.
Yes, but anyways, they don't have to agree, because if they don't agree, the judge will just determine what they are. And if they agree, then great. It's not a ground for appeal. If they don't agree, then maybe someone gets to appeal about it. So it's like, okay, well.
Okay, guys, you ready? Yeah, you ready for lightning round?
Before we do lightning round, the audience has to know that if I cut off a leader or anyone, it's
no, we go by names now.
We're gonna go round robin. It'll be me, Rick, Kurt, and then you, Joe. Good.
One muffin.
The muffin doesn't get a question, Joe. But we'll say each other's names at the end of the question. It'll work great.
Yes. KW New York Upstate says, how is estimating Johnny Depp's Pirate 6 income for damages when he never got a contract any different than what Enron did by claiming earnings based on what they said they would make in the future? Fair point.
Rebecca she went with fair point on that one, folks. Question, as a lawyer, are you exempt from jury service? Not exempt, but they don't like us. Kurt.
Yes, JL Pop. Does the TMZ guy stating that JD's cabinet video being edited to remove AH from the beginning and smirk at the end, plus digital experts show that AH would easily edit content? Well, someone is. Joe.
I like that.
Debbie Dolan says, how do you think Amber Heard will handle photos in closing? She will be smiling a lot and crying on the inside.
Maz says, was the UK phone testimony most damaging part of the cross? First indication of outright lie. BF that AH team had only shown him to be untruthful through inference. Cast shadow on his entire case. Most damaging part of the cross. The UK phone testimony. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think it casts shadow on the entire case. All right.
I assume it's Johnny's cross, right? All right. Twisted Primates, how can they enter a screen grab of a Facebook page without vetting the publisher and what they may have done to the photo or their bias? I don't know. They fought against it. Gets in. Kurt.
Alicia Peterson on AH's rebuttal is the 1 hour 14 minutes all she has. Yes.
Joe. Crazy Cat Queen, why are people sworn in if the court doesn't make perjury or manipulated evidence to take perjury and manipulated evidence seriously? Because we need to keep the appearance of propriety.
We can talk about the symbolic effect of contractual provisions at some point if you like.
Eliasibo Hermiller says, question, did we ever find out what Amber was hinting at with her emphasis on JD's allegedly excessive tea drinking? Why was like a lot of tea relevant? I don't know.
Details. She loves details.
Still-
Nick Whalen, question, a dumb
listening.
one. I know nothing about the process
No
of the
such thing.
jury making verdict decision. Can you please clarify exactly what decisions the jury has to make and what some examples of possible verdicts would sound like? Thanks, everyone. Yeah, they're going to get a big checkbox of the elements of defamation going both ways, and the verdicts are mostly defamation. Johnny was defamed, Amber was defamed, neither was defamed, and then putting a dollar bill on anybody that was defamed. Kurt.
Big blunder for Elaine to talk about time limit? I don't know. It was a big blunder. No.
Her scrambling around was the
Kim
blunder.
Whittington, possible JD today was to burn more Amber Heard time. That seems unlikely. Felt like they got in the few key points and added in stuff to lengthen cross. I don't buy that as a strategy.
That's a very risky move for just to eat up their time. Dan Gleeble says, do we know if those messages were definitely retrieved from JD's phone? If they were pulled from a third party, that would explain the incoming thing. They may have been pulled from Stephen Duder's phone. It could be that they were able to subpoena those records from him.
Appleby, hi guys from Italy. What do you think about JD's cross-examination today? Do you think the text messages brought up against him made him look bad? I think the whole cross-examination made him look bad. I think he just looked like he didn't want to answer most of the questions. I thought it was a problem. Kurt.
DIY Tinker, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't one of AH's experts say that one instance of violence didn't mean DV? Yes, one of the doctors who testified like recently about that said that it had to be a pattern.
Sir Arion greets from PL, wherever that is. 2 a.m. here. Wow. And still can't stop watching. Question: if Amber Heard loses, would she sue her team for damages, misrepresentation, defamation, etc.? Anyone could sue anyone for anything, but she would be very, 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 very unlikely to succeed or get past a motion to dismiss. Congrats and thanks for great fun. Don't stop.
Seven varies.
Thank you. And I think PL is Poland.
I should have put 8. I'm sorry, I was short.
Joe Josephine Doris says, I don't quite understand what happened, but Joe, is there something we as little peons can do? I am so sorry. It seems you were screwed.
Do I not know something?
What happened?
I think when I was in the court, she was screaming at me that we're soulmates, and that what would I do if it was my baby? I know. Let me see. She's saying something nice to me. I don't quite understand what happened, but Joe, is there something weird? Oh, I think she's talking about okay. I dropped. If you like my rants, which I didn't really rant tonight here, I actually dropped a video like an hour ago of like one of the best rants you're ever going to hear. And it's a really great rant. It's a really great rant. I highly recommend you want to check this rant out. It's the video editing of it was great, and it's referencing the fact that one of my streams got knocked down. So it was when I first found out about it, and I was on Nick Rekieta, and I lost it, and I was screaming at Amber Heard and her team, and go to hell. We're gonna come after you. This is LawTube versus YouTube, and I was going nuts there. So I think that's what she's referencing.
His channel is linked in the description below, so be sure to go and check it out. Subscribe to his channel as well, because he's one of the great members of LawTube that we're trying to grow this whole community. Okay. Zinx Pant says, why is Rottenborn allowed to quote random tabloid articles from 25 years ago with no context? It feels misleading and very prejudicial.
It does.
Yeah.
Paula Lustenberg, question: was the cropped photo without the phone a setup? Love emoji? I don't know.
Love
but
you.
I mean, they've implied that in a lot of this stuff. Kurt?
/ new Amber Heard lawyer made me super uneasy today during cross-examination data, dude. How do you feel about his level of aggressiveness? And why didn't JD's side non-intervene way raise his voice? Thanks for all. Well, never interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake.
Sure.
Summer's Evening, please can you do a review of the UK judgments? Well, basically, they regret it.
I will be having the Black Belt Barrister on my channel next week, and we'll be talking about it. Alex Kilpatrick says, why should any unauthenticated digital photographic images or video be allowed to be admitted as evidence? It shouldn't.
Yeah, it shouldn't. This was kind of like a compromise, right? Hot Tub Balloon, question: does the jury get screened for mental anxiety disorders that could cause bias? If not, would they have more sympathy for JD and his memory anger? ADHD can be quick to anger in some cases. We don't know what they were screened for exactly, but they try to check for things that are applicable to the case at hand. Definitely. Kurt.
Sean says, when the 7 jurors get picked at random for deliberation, will be done in the courtroom or in private? In private.
Sarah Kelly, what about 2 rearranged breakfast table picks? No one remembers that anymore. No talk about these? No one remembers. So staged. Are both in evidence or just one with JD Pillbox? I'm not sure. I think 2. Sorry if I answered. I'm pretty sure both of them are there and no one really cares. And we care, but because we care about the truth, but it's never going to be discussed.
Caitlin Thompson says, wondering if you all think AH will be on for rebuttal as a final emotional appeal since there is so little time and facts aren't on her side. I think that would be a huge disaster.
I like it. Go for the bleachers. Maz, phone testimony from UK was the most damaging part of Cross. First indication of outright lie. Did I read this one? From JD before that AH team had only sworn him to be untruthful through inference, cast long shadow on his entire testimony case. I don't know what you're specifically talking about, but I do think that the Johnny Depp cross did make me think this guy could be a liar for the first time in maybe the entire case. So that's at least interesting. Kurt.
Yeah.
Okay. Is Elon Musk paying Amber's legal team? Apparently her homeowner's insurance is.
D. Stang, question. In the downtime for jurors, what does a typical bailiff and juror relationship look like? They come and bring them food. Do bailiffs show sympathy for a long case, stay in the jury side room? They don't stay in the room. They have to come and go and basically bring them whatever their needs are. Or if there's a question, they'll carry the question back and forth from the jury to the judge.
Yep. Jeannie 145900 says, Hoke, love the Saved by the Bell references.
John O'Rourke, this guy must have the attention span of a tadpole. Winky, smiley face emoji, Dr. Curry, and Den killed it. Dennison, Team Dennison in the house.
Alita, who drew the muffin?
I actually have no idea.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you did.
Kate Leslie,
Right.
baby Ron Bourne is a mini muffin.
There you go.
Eric Jensen says, follow up to my last question. To win her defense, does Amber Heard need to prove IPV or does she need to prove he was abusive? If the latter, doesn't abuse equal what the jury says abuse is? Love this commentary. Yes.
You got to watch that need to prove, though, kids. Johnny really is the one that needs to prove it didn't happen.
True.
Diane Rogers, I think they put Johnny on again to buy time for the TMZ guy to get there. That would be the silliest time management move in history. But hey, who knows? Kurt.
T helps getting rid of drugs and P test. I'm imagining Johnny Depp doesn't have to take a lot of P test though.
You don't know insurance. A lot of tea. A lot of tea.
Aquamarine says today, 15-minute of fame drinking game. Cheers. Salute.
15 minutes.
And we've only got a few left. Hey, Kurt, did you want to start your follow-up stream?
Sure. I will see you guys very shortly when this is over. The redirect has already been set up, so hopefully you should be set up automatically. But if not, please go over to Uncivil Law and we'll be talking more about Johnny Depp. The link for all you guys is also in the private Twitter thread if any of you want to join me, and I will see you all soon.
All righty. See ya. Okay. Lola Moreno, Draco versus Umbridge on Cross was everything. Oh, that was actually. Martage 666 says,
what happened?
I looked up Bangkok photos. Under eye does look like a shadow. Copies shown in court seemed a bit doctored, but lawyers wouldn't do that, would they?
Zero chance. No. Never ever happened ever once.
They might also just be working with what their witness gave them or their client. Nintendo Gaming Channel, question for all of you. Warner Brothers is pro-violent criminal, but not firing Ezra Miller and Amy Dunn Heard. Warner Brothers is pro-violent. I don't think so. I think they got caught and they are trying to figure out how to get out of all this. Joe.
Sheila Quinn, this one is for Hogan Care Bears.
Care Bears scare. You guys did it.
I light up.
He did. JX Channel says, Muffin is from Tom Ska, creator of ASDF movie. His channel is hilarious. Oh, all right.
Hey there, Mr. Mary. Question, just finished a 14-hour shift. What did I miss? Can I get a recap and let's say 5 bullet points? Curry was awesome. Dennison was better. TMZ essentially said they got their video from Amber Heard. Johnny Depp had a bit of trouble on the stand, and we're heading into the last day of the trial.
And Kate Moss rocks.
Yes.
And Karch says, how does super chats work? Do you read all? No, we skip like every third one, but you got lucky.
No, it is being sarcastic. Although we do have a particular super chat policy in the description below because to make things a little bit more manageable for when there's like repeat questions and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's right above.
Yeah. And then check it out in the description below. And that is the last one. We are done. We made it before 12 hours. Hooray. Okay, guys. Look
11
out
full minutes.
Yes. Look out for the recap for today come in hopefully a couple hours before tomorrow's live stream. But otherwise, tomorrow's day 23. It's the last day of testimony. Can you believe it? Can you believe it?
I want to do one of those videos, like when the survivors have to walk past the videos of all they learned on the island, and it feels like it's a memoriam. Everybody's dead.
That's what we need to do. Have everyone
we learned.
Do like a little montage of each
Day
of us talking about
one.
what we learned.
Day one, Rick says this case is impossible for Johnny Depp.
Oh yeah, and then me just going, I told you so. I told you so.
Yes, you did enjoy that a lot.
I do. Sometimes I can't always say that. So it is nice. I feel like I've predicted, like the end of a movie before we've gotten there, although we have not yet gotten there. So I don't want to jinx myself. Alicia Wilson says, can they clear up the Molly thing later? Do you think? My heart was hurting. Love you guys. Maybe, possibly.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Find a witness who can testify about those texts.
You've got to find
Johnny.
a witness for
We
it.
can't get Johnny. Johnny
And
can't come back.
the Law Patrol, congrats on 250K. Thank you. Thank you so much. Very generous.
Is that a Paw Patrol reference? We watched a lot of Paw Patrol in our house. Is that a Paw Patrol reference? I've questions.
And okay, there are two more left. Urbai says, will Elaine cross-examine the alpacas? And if they are there for their 15 minutes of fame?
That's good.
I think so. Super Colin says, you're all lawyers. The JD cross might have felt bad to you. To us normal people, it changes almost nothing. He's an upset guy venting in text. Chill.
It's not the substance for me. It's his
lying.
It's how he presented himself on the stand.
I wish he just would have been like, yeah, I wrote that. She's a bitch. That's what if he did that,
or what you just said. I'm an upset guy venting in text.
Yeah,
fine answer.
That's another way to phrase it.
Raina Linka, the muffin is from ASDF movie YouTube video. Thank you. Nicole Seacrest, what about JD Nurse?
Not my taste. What? Oh, what about JD Nurse?
What about JD Nurse?
Oh, maybe she can verify the text or something and fix that up. Maybe. I don't know.
This seems like an existential question. This is like
about Molly.
What about
maybe?
JD Nurse?
I'm not sure. Okay,
Why
well, that's the
Gamora?
last one. We're going to end it right there.
Why?
And thank you guys so much for all of your wonderfulness in the chat, all the mods for helping to keep things flowing, all my wonderful guests that have joined us today. So thank you to everybody. We've reached 250,000 subscribers. I can't believe it. I love all of you.
You will love the rant. Really, you want to check it out. It's 3 minutes. You'll love the rant.
Check it out. Go check it out and subscribe to everyone if you have not done so already. See you guys. See you in the next video.
Ciao.